Ye Ming, the protagonist, was an avid anime enthusiast and a devoted fan of Dragon Ball. At this moment, he was watching with fervent excitement as Son Goku in his Ultra Instinct form battled spectacularly against Jiren in Dragon Ball Super. He cheered with burning enthusiasm, shouting, "That's it, Son Goku. Use your power to prove to him that you are the strongest." Then in an instant he switched sides and exclaimed, "Jiren, what are you doing? Hurry up and get up and pummel Son Goku for me." He was such a Dragon Ball fan that he did not even care about factions. Deep down he longed to become part of the Dragon Ball world himself, but he knew that was impossible in reality. Suddenly a violent storm raged outside. A bolt of lightning struck the power line, surged all the way into his computer, and he was burned by the current and fell into unconsciousness. "Hello, I am pleased to make your acquaintance. I am your system." In a hazy daze, Ye Ming heard a voice. He opened his eyes and asked, "Where is this place?" The system replied, "I heard the desire in your heart. Do you wish to travel to the Dragon Ball world? But now it is no longer up to you to choose, for in reality, you have already died." Hearing this, Ye Ming froze for a moment, then sudden excitement surged across his face. He had been an orphan, and he knew that in his original world there was no real future for him. Rather than stay there, it was better to go to the world of his dreams and embark on an adventure. Ye Ming said firmly, "Yes, I want to go to the Dragon Ball world." The system answered, "Very well. Please choose an identity. There are 3 identities available for you to choose from. A, the body and power of a Kaioshin. B, the identity and power of a God of Destruction. C, the body and power of Vegito. But please note, with the first 2 identities you can directly obtain the corresponding power. For Vegito, however, you must cultivate step by step to reach the realm you imagine. If you choose Vegito, you will only possess basic strength and Scion bloodline at the start. If you desire greater power, you must cultivate gradually." After hearing the system's explanation, Ye Ming chose option C without the slightest hesitation. Who else would I pick if not the invincible Vegito? It's fine. Power can be cultivated slowly. The system heard his choice and said, "Now I shall construct a body for you. Though you will become Vegito, the Vegito of that particular parallel universe will also still exist. Of course, they must fuse to reach their full power." Ye Ming nodded and replied, "I understand. System, you will travel with me, won't you?" "Yes. When you complete certain objectives, I will grant you corresponding rewards. That is my duty as a system. Within certain limits, I will also answer your questions. The Dragon Ball world is fraught with peril. You must constantly increase your strength. Do not assume that merely gaining Vegito's body allows you to roam invincible. The battle power you saw in Dragon Ball before was nothing but that of ants. Even Son Goku with Ultra Instinct is in the eyes of the gods merely a slightly larger grasshopper. Many unknown and terrifying beings have yet to descend. They lurk in the shadows, and you must discover and unearth them on your own." Ye Ming nodded, excitement surging within him as he declared, "Don't worry, system. I will strive to become the strongest existence in that space-time and never slack off." "Then let us begin the transmigration now." The system's mechanical voice echoed. Ye Ming closed his eyes, and suddenly he felt a wondrous force tugging him away. After a while, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself within the vastness of a cosmic space-time. Ye Ming asked the system, "Have we arrived in the Dragon Ball universe?" The system replied, "Yes, host." Ye Ming then asked, "In this Dragon Ball world, what stage has Son Goku's cultivation reached?" The system said, "Host, this is the world of Dragon Ball Super. At present, Son Goku has only just defeated Majin Buu and has reached Super Saiyan 3. Upon hearing that it was the Dragon Ball Super world, Ye Ming's hair nearly stood on end. He knew very well that Dragon Ball Super was the most formidable timeline of all, for it not only had gods of destruction and angels, but also the Grand Priest with supreme battle power and Zeno the Omni King. This world is truly dangerous. I must raise my strength as quickly as possible." From the system, he had learned that the Grand Priest and Zeno were only the apparent peak. There were still unknown terrifying beings in existence. "System, can you issue a mission for me now?" Ye Ming asked. "Of course. I will now provide a mission for you, host. Congratulations on your initial transmigration into the Dragon Ball world. As a reward, you are granted the ability to survive in the vacuum of Dragon Ball's cosmos, as well as instant transmission." Hearing the system's words, a smile unconsciously surfaced on Ye Ming's face. Both were life-preserving skills. If he encountered an overwhelming enemy in the future, these 2 abilities would allow him to escape with his life. Ye Ming thought to himself, "System, can you remodel my appearance? Vegito's fusion form is something Goku and Vegeta themselves must have seen, and I don't want to cause unnecessary trouble." The system replied, "Very well, preparing now." As it spoke, Ye Ming's body began to undergo a wondrous transformation. He realized that his external appearance had become vastly different from Vegito's. Yet as the host of Vegito's body, he could feel that his power had not diminished in the slightest. He could not help but sigh in admiration. The system truly is omnipotent. "Thank you for the compliment, host. It is my honor to serve you." Ye Ming then thought that it was time to pay a visit to the protagonist of this universe, Son Goku. With that, Ye Ming used instant transmission and locked onto Goku's ki. In a flash, he appeared beside Son Goku. Looking around, Ye Ming discovered that he was standing in the very vegetable garden that Goku tended with such care. Seeing a stranger suddenly appear at his side, Goku immediately became vigilant. He could sense that this newcomer's power was immense, yet he felt no malice from him. Thus Goku still greeted him amicably. "Hi, my name is Son Goku. I can feel that your power is incredible. Would you spar with me?" It was just as Ye Ming had expected. Goku was a battle maniac. Whenever he encountered someone strong, he immediately wanted to test himself against them. However, Ye Ming knew that he had only just obtained this body. He possessed only a rudimentary level of strength and had yet to grasp the Super Saiyan transformation. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, "Host, this Vegito body of yours has been enhanced by the system. Its potential and bloodline power far surpass those of the Vegito in this space-time." Hearing this, Ye Ming understood that he would soon surpass both Goku and Vegeta. He then responded politely, "Hello, Son Goku. I am also a Saiyan. I have only just arrived here and am not very familiar with this place. I sensed the aura of one of my kind, so I followed it and found you." Goku said, "I see. So you're a Saiyan too. I can tell you bear no malice toward me, and your power is really strong. Then can I spar with you?" Goku asked with great enthusiasm. Here it is worth noting that even Vegito in his base form is extremely powerful. "Not yet. I haven't mastered the Saiyan transformation," Ye Ming replied, shaking his head. "What? You're already this strong, and you still haven't mastered Super Saiyan? Then let me help you. Once you reach that level, we can have a proper match," Goku said sincerely. "That would be wonderful. After all, we're both Saiyans, and both yearn to become stronger. But aren't you at all curious about where I as Saiyan came from?" Ye Ming asked. Scratching his hair, Goku replied, "What does it matter? I don't care where you come from. As long as you don't mean Earth any harm, I won't raise a hand against you." Witnessing Goku's innocence and kindness, Ye Ming was deeply moved. No wonder that when Zeno later met Goku, he felt such a strong fondness for him. Goku said, "Then let's head to the hyperbolic time chamber." Ye Ming pretended not to know about the hyperbolic time chamber and asked, "What kind of place is this hyperbolic time chamber?" Sun Wukong scratched his head and said, "I forgot to tell you, this hyperbolic time chamber is a place specially used for training. The time ratio between the outside and the inside is 365 to 1. Ye Ming nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Training inside will certainly yield twice the result with half the effort." After a while, they arrived in front of the hyperbolic time chamber. Sun Wukong enthusiastically introduced, "This is my new friend. His name is Ye Ming, and he is also a Saiyan." Tian replied with a smile, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Ye Ming." As he spoke, Tian extended his small hands. Ye Ming replied politely, "I'm also very glad to meet you, Tian. Thank you for letting us intrude." In his heart, he knew that as a newcomer, he had to build good relationships. As a god, Tian could sense that this Saiyan before him bore no malice and was radiating a gentle, kind aura. At this moment, Sun Wukong said, Tian, we'd like to borrow the hyperbolic time chamber for training. Is that all right?" "Of course you can, but this time you mustn't damage the hyperbolic time chamber like you did last time. Otherwise, I won't allow you to train in it again." Sun Wukong scratched his head with a foolish grin and said, all right, that was just an accident." Saying that, he and Ye Ming stepped into the hyperbolic time chamber. It was Ye Ming's first time entering this place. He looked around, feeling the boundless emptiness and stifling heat, and clearly sensed the flow of time accelerating. It truly was a superb place to boost one's strength. If he could stay here for an extended period, his power and realm would surely rise by many stages. As he spoke, Sun Wukong took off his outer garment, revealing his training GI. Ye Ming's gaze burned as he watched him. This was his first time facing Sun Wukong in person. In the past, he had only watched this protagonist grow step by step in anime. Now he finally had the chance to spar with him, and excitement surged within him. As they spoke, Sun Wukong also turned to look at him, feeling the fighting spirit surging throughout Ye Ming's entire body. What Sun Wukong did not know was that Ye Ming as a transmigrator possessed potential far greater than he could imagine, something Sun Wukong was naturally unaware of. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in Ye Ming's mind, "By sparring with Sun Wukong, now you can obtain full power Saiyan first stage." Hearing this voice, he knew the system's mission had arrived. The moment to raise his strength was at hand. Ye Ming took off his outer clothes as well, revealing a training outfit specially prepared for him by the system. Boom! With a thunderous crash, Sun Wukong launched the first attack. Ye Ming refused to be outdone. He suddenly flared his ki and charged straight at Sun Wukong. In just a few seconds, they exchanged more than a dozen blows. Sun Wukong clearly felt Ye Ming's strength. In his normal state, he was being completely overpowered, and a numbness spread through his arms. Ye Ming grew increasingly excited. This was merely 1/10 of his true power, yet the Vegito enhancement granted by the system had already amplified him so much. Without even transforming into a Super Saiyan, Ye Ming had already crushed Son Wukong in his base form. Still, Ye Ming understood that Son Wukong had yet to display his true skills. At that moment, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining full power Super Saiyan first stage. Sensing his strength rising yet again, the corners of Ye Ming's mouth curled upward. Now he could properly enjoy a good bout with Son Wukong. Suddenly, Son Wukong roared thunder and lightning crackling around him as his hair turned golden. This was truly the first stage of Super Saiyan. Feeling Son Wukong's battle power surge dozens of times over, Ye Ming grew completely serious. Son Wukong suddenly exploded with ki and rushed in, engaging Ye Ming at close quarters. Both unleashed their full strength, and after they each took a solid punch from the other, Ye Ming immediately felt a trace of pressure, sensing the force behind that fist. Son Wukong rolled along the ground and sprang back to his feet. Clearly in that exchange he had still been at a disadvantage even while using his Super Saiyan form. At this moment, Son Wukong's heart was filled with shock. Ye Ming had not used any transformed state at all, and yet Son Wukong was still being suppressed. Instead of feeling frustrated, Son Wukong was even more exhilarated, craving the challenge of a powerful opponent. In a flash, he appeared before Ye Ming once more and hurled a punch at him. Ye Ming suddenly bent his body, dodging the blow. Son Wukong was momentarily surprised, but he did not overthink it and continued his assault. Ye Ming abruptly pulled back, widening the distance between them. At the same time, Son Wukong was searching for an opening in Ye Ming's defenses, and the two fell into a tense stalemate. After a short while, Ye Ming took the initiative. He appeared behind Son Wukong, attempting to lock his arm around Son Wukong's throat. But clearly Son Wukong, a veteran of countless battles, had already sensed his intent. He turned and suddenly seized Ye Ming's hand, a confident smile appearing on his face. Ye Ming also knew that such little tricks could never fool Son Wukong. He still lacked battle experience. Yet from the very first clash, he had already begun learning how to employ combat techniques. So this is the innate talent of Saiyans. Ye Ming sighed in amazement. Suddenly he straightened up, and seeing his terrifying aura, Son Wukong immediately assumed a fighting stance. Ye Ming let out a roar as his ki erupted. Son Wukong felt his energy climbing continuously and was forced to retreat step by step beneath that overwhelming power. Even as he retreated, Son Wukong's excitement mounted. With this kind of power, my first stage Super Saiyan form probably won't be enough to win. In an instant, Ye Ming withdrew his aura and suddenly lunged at Son Wukong. Seeing Ye Ming move several times faster than before, Son Wukong immediately raised his fists to guard. But Ye Ming's strength far exceeded Son Wukong's expectations. With a single punch, he shattered Son Wukong's guard, then followed with a kick that sent him flying. Son Wukong crashed to the ground and staggered back to his feet. You're really amazing. I feel like you only just learned how to fight, yet you've adapted this quickly. You're making me more and more excited. Ye Ming replied with a smile. Perhaps that's what you call talent. The truly exciting part is still ahead, but you're pretty strong yourself. As he spoke, Son Wukong suddenly stood up straight and let out a roar. Golden lightning streaked across his entire body, his muscles bulged, and he transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Son Wukong said, "This is my second stage of Super Saiyan. Its power is dozens of times greater than the first stage. Come at me with everything you've got." Ye Ming adopted a battle stance. Son Wukong suddenly rushed over, his speed far greater than before. His fist crashed toward Ye Ming's face, and at that moment, Ye Ming swiftly raised his arm across his face. Even so, the residual force sent him flying. He twisted midair to land, and immediately sprang back up to attack. They clashed in no fewer than 100 rounds as Ye Ming adapted to Son Wukong's fighting style and speed. Son Wukong could clearly feel that Ye Ming was adjusting to his rhythm. What kind of monster is this? Son Wukong exclaimed inwardly. Son Wukong suddenly flickered away, widening the gap between them. Though his expression remained stern, inside his heart waves were surging. He could sense that as the battle went on, Ye Ming's combat power was continuously rising without any sign of a limit. Son Wukong's only advantage lay in his experience, far richer than Ye Ming's. Relying on his combat techniques, he had gradually begun to gain the upper hand. At this moment, Ye Ming stood opposite Son Wukong with a serious expression. He had taken some hits, but his injuries were not severe. I really do lack battle experience. In this body, I can only contend with Son Wukong's Super Saiyan 2. Ye Ming muttered to himself. At this time, Son Wukong told him, "You're truly powerful. If my combat experience weren't slightly better than yours, I'd probably be the one at a disadvantage." Ye Ming neither fully agreed nor denied it, but he tacitly acknowledged that at this moment, and without transforming into first stage Super Saiyan, Son Wukong was indeed stronger than he was. "Then next I'll show you my true strength," Son Wukong said confidently. Ye Ming knew he was about to transform into Super Saiyan 3. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura burst from Son Wukong's body. His energy began to rise, climbing at a geometric rate. Under this tremendous pressure, Ye Ming was forced to retreat step by step, barely managing to withstand it. Outside the hyperbolic time chamber, people could also feel the tremors. Those outside were astonished, for they knew Sun Wukong had not fought with such seriousness in a very long time. It seems his opponent is truly formidable. Tian watched and said to Mr. Cat, it looks like his opponent is very strong. At that moment, Piccolo arrived outside the heavenly shrine and asked, what is Sun Wukong doing in there? I can already sense his terrifying aura. Tian answered, he's sparring with a guest. This guest is called Ye Ming, and he is also a scion. Hearing this, Piccolo's expression grew solemn. He did not yet know whether the other party was friend or foe. Tian said to Piccolo, this Ye Ming shouldn't be our enemy. I can feel the kindness in his aura. Upon hearing this, Piccolo nodded. As the god of this world, Tian could perceive the intrinsic qualities within a person's aura. Back inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Ye Ming stared at the fully transformed Sun Wukong, blazing battle intent erupting in his eyes. Sorry to keep you waiting, Ye Ming. This is my third stage Super Saiyan form. Sun Wukong's domineering figure stood proudly before him. Gazing at this far more ferocious Sun Wukong, Ye Ming's eyes gleamed with even greater excitement. Ye Ming smiled and said to Sun Wukong, in this form your power has indeed surpassed the second stage of Super Saiyan by an immense margin. However, during our recent battle my power has also gradually increased, and I have mastered a new form. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression suddenly turned serious, clearly aware that Ye Ming had mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan during their fight. Suddenly Ye Ming roared, lightning flashing around him, his hair gradually turning golden as energy surged forth from his body. This power was even more formidable than the third stage of Super Saiyan. Those outside felt this power and confirmed it did not belong to Sun Wukong. They were instantly shocked, realizing that this unknown Saiyan's strength was far beyond their imagination. This power stunned Vegeta, the Prince of Saiyans, who was training in the gravity chamber. Just moments ago, he sensed Sun Wukong engaging in battle, unleashing the power of the third stage of Super Saiyan, which piqued his interest. But he did not expect that shortly thereafter he would feel an even more powerful force emerge. It seems a stronger opponent has appeared, Vegeta said with a smile. He then returned to the hyperbolic time chamber, where Ye Ming had completed his transformation into the first stage of Super Saiyan, and Sun Wukong felt the terrifying power emanating from Ye Ming. Is the first stage of Super Saiyan really this strong? Sun Wukong was drenched in sweat from the pressure he hadn't felt in a long time. But Sun Wukong did not back down, and instead he became even more excited with fighting spirit soaring. He said, Ye Ming, let's continue. Ye Ming nodded. Come on, let's finish our unfinished battle. As he spoke, Sun Wukong suddenly charged at Ye Ming, swiftly maneuvering to step behind him and delivered a punch. But Ye Ming had long since detected his movement trajectory and returned the punch in kind. Boom! A powerful wave reverberated within the hyperbolic time chamber, and those outside felt a strong tremor that continued to spread across the earth. Piccolo and the others were instantly alarmed, thinking, if this continues, both the hyperbolic time chamber and the sacred world of the Kais will be destroyed. Oh, we must make them stop. Tian also realized the dire consequences of not stopping immediately and quickly conveyed his thoughts to those inside the hyperbolic time chamber, saying, Wukong, Ye Ming, if you don't end this battle soon, our sacred world and the hyperbolic time chamber will be obliterated. Upon hearing Tian's message, both Wukong and Ye Ming felt the gravity of the situation. They understood that the battle's intensity was too great and could potentially destroy the sacred world. At that moment, Wukong said to Ye Ming, how about we settle this with one final blow? Ye Ming replied, I was thinking the same thing. Ye Ming nodded. They then distanced themselves from each other, with Sun Wukong preparing to gather the Kamehameha wave, while Ye Ming readied his ultimate move. As they concentrated their energy, the sacred world was shaking violently. Suddenly they unleashed their strongest attacks. Boom! They put forth 100 of their strength, and it was evident that throughout this process, Ye Ming gradually gained the upper hand, even against the legendary Kamehameha wave, which had never lost. Suddenly Ye Ming increased his energy output, while Sun Wukong was already at his limit. With a bang, the energy pierced through the hyperbolic time chamber and exploded outside, creating a massive sound. If Ye Ming hadn't altered the trajectory of the energy wave, it would have struck Sun Wukong, potentially causing severe injury. After the clash, Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground, exhausted, his clothes torn, panting heavily as he weakly said, Ye Ming, you won. I didn't expect to lose. Ye Ming suddenly released his Super Saiyan form and flashed to Sun Wukong's side. Thanks to you, I was able to make such great progress. I should thank you. Are you alright? Ye Ming supported Sun Wukong as he replied, I'm fine, just seriously drained. A little rest, and I'll be good. Sun Wukong said, looking somewhat disheveled. I hope that after I recover from my injuries, or when my strength breaks through again, we can have another match, Sun Wukong said. Of course I'm always up for it. Suddenly they burst into laughter. At this moment Ye Ming helped Sun Wukong outside the hyperbolic time chamber where many people were gathered. Ye Ming saw Piccolo Tian Master Roshi Gohan Vegeta, and Tien. Gohan rushed over upon seeing his injured father saying, "Are you okay, Dad?" As he spoke, Gohan shoved a senzu bean into Sun Wukong's mouth. As Sun Wukong swallowed it, he instantly regained all his energy. He smiled at everyone and said, "I'm sorry I met a new friend today and wanted to spar with him. I didn't expect him to be this strong, and this is what happened." At this point, everyone also noticed Ye Ming beside Sun Wukong, clearly sensing the immense power emanating from him. Even though Sun Wukong was injured and drained, they could not detect any signs of injury or energy depletion from Ye Ming. Ye Ming said amicably to everyone, "Hello, I am Ye Ming. I just arrived, got acquainted with Mr. Wukong, and came to the hyperbolic time chamber for a spar. I didn't expect to cause such a big commotion. I am truly sorry." Everyone seeing Ye Ming's friendly demeanor laughed and replied, "We are also very pleased to meet you, Ye Ming." However, one person crossed his arms and looked at Ye Ming with an annoyed expression. Indeed, this person was Vegeta. "I am Vegeta. So you are the one who beat Kakarot to this state. I can see you are quite strong. How about a match with me?" Vegeta said with an arrogant look. Just then Ye Ming was about to respond, but Sun Wukong interjected, "Vegeta, Ye Ming is very strong. You cannot be his opponent." Vegeta, looking unconvinced, replied, "You won't know unless you try." Sun Wukong gazed at the stubborn Vegeta, feeling speechless. Ye Ming said, "We can find a time to continue sparring. Speaking of which, I also didn't get to fight to my heart's content this time." Vegeta arrogantly replied, "Sure, we can find an opportunity to have a match." At this moment Ye Ming added, "No, I will fight you both alone. You two can challenge me using any method." At this point Vegeta raised an eyebrow and said with annoyance, "Isn't it too arrogant for you to challenge both of us alone?" At this moment Sun Wukong pushed Vegeta away. Sun Wukong quietly said, "This person is too strong. Perhaps if we team up we have a chance. This is our hope for advancing our strength." Vegeta shrugged off his hands saying, "I would never fight alongside you." But at this moment Ye Ming interjected, "If you don't team up with Sun Wukong, I won't fight you." Upon hearing this, Vegeta's veins almost popped. "You?" Vegeta clenched his fist and said. At this moment Vegeta thought of throwing a harsh remark, but held back because he wasn't foolish and understood the gap between him and Ye Ming. If Kakarot was beaten by him like that, he wouldn't fare any better. Vegeta said with displeasure, "Fine, but you can't go back on your word." "Of course I'm always ready." Upon hearing this, Vegeta regained his smile, for fighting against strong opponents was his lifelong goal, and then surpassing them. However, what he did not know was that this was someone he would never be able to surpass, yet he remained oblivious, maintaining his pride. Ye Ming's actions were driven by the system's task notification, "Please engage in a spar with Sun Wukong and Vegeta and defeat them. The reward is full power of the second stage of Super Saiyan and Kaioken." Upon hearing the reward, he had no choice but to engage in sparring with both Vegeta and Sun Wukong. "The aftermath of our battle is too great. We definitely can't fight on Earth. Do you have a good place?" Ye Ming said. Vegeta looked at Sun Wukong, who scratched his head, a gleam in his eyes as he said, "We can go to the Kaioken realm. There won't be significant destruction there." Vegeta nodded at this, as he and Sun Wukong had previously defeated Majin Buu in the Kaioken realm, which was indeed sturdier than Earth. Ye Ming pretended to ask, "What kind of place is the Kaioken realm?" "It's where the gods live, with the Kaioken present. In short, just follow us." Sun Wukong replied cheerfully, "All right, sounds good. We will set off 3 days from now." Ye Ming responded with a smile. As there was no accommodation for Ye Ming here, Sun Wukong arranged for him to stay in his own villa. Every day he insisted on sparring with Ye Ming, but Ye Ming kept his word, saying he would wait until he met Vegeta before going to the Kaioken realm for a spar. Sun Wukong understood Ye Ming's personality and did not make things difficult for him. Instead, they began discussing their battle experiences and sharing insights with each other. This was precisely Ye Ming's weak point. He listened attentively to Sun Wukong's teachings and began to incorporate Sun Wukong's battle experiences into his own combat strategies. The gains were substantial. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon Vegeta came to join Sun Wukong and Ye Ming. Seeing Vegeta, who was brimming with battle intent, Ye Ming also became increasingly excited. Although Vegeta was slightly weaker than Sun Wukong in terms of fighting power, he was still the prince of the Saiyans. Ye Ming wanted to experience Vegeta's royal combat techniques, and more importantly, absorb the experience of fighting various opponents. Soon Sun Wukong took Vegeta and Ye Ming and instantly transported them to the Kaioken realm. They quickly met the old Kai and Kaioken Shin. Sun Wukong greeted them enthusiastically, saying, "Long time no see, old Kai and Kaioken." "Oh, it's you, Wukong. What trouble are you trying to stir up this time? The old Kai looked at Sun Wukong with a disdainful expression. Nothing much, just hoping to spar with my friend here in the Kaioshin realm, Wukong replied, scratching his head. The old Kai then glanced at Ye Ming, narrowing his eyes slightly, as he had sensed the battle between Sun Wukong and Ye Ming previously. He recognized Ye Ming's strength, which was exceptionally powerful, even stronger than Wukong. The old Kai was aware of Ye Ming's potential, noting that after only a short spar with Wukong, his strength had already increased significantly. It's fine, but you all need to be mindful of your limits. Kaioshin Shin added, after all, I am looking forward to seeing the strength of this new friend. Although I have seen it before, it is a pity not to witness it firsthand. At this moment, Ye Ming stepped forward and said, hello, my name is Ye Ming, and I am a scion. It's my first time here, please take care of me. Hearing this, the old Kai and Kaioshin Shin nodded. In truth, Ye Ming hoped the old Kai could help unlock his potential as Son Gohan had done before, and he thought he might also be able to. He decided to put that thought aside for now. Changing the subject, Ye Ming and his companions moved to an open area where Son Wukong and Vegeta assumed their battle stances. Watching their fighting stances, Ye Ming's scion cells surged with energy, his eyes fixated on them. The old Kai and Kaioshin Shin watched from a distance. Old Master, who do you think will win? Isn't it obvious? It will definitely be Ye Ming. Oh, old Master, are you that confident in Ye Ming? I tell you, if your eyesight ever matches mine, you will have truly achieved something. Kaioshin Shin scratched his head sheepishly. Boom. The old Kai and Kaioshin snapped back to reality as the battle commenced. Vegeta launched the first attack, closely followed by Son Wukong. Initially, Ye Ming chose to defend and observe their attack patterns before making adjustments. Ye Ming initially found himself at a disadvantage, but did not sustain any injuries. Vegeta and Son Wukong commenced a coordinated assault, exchanging punches and kicks alternating between offense and defense in a flurry of movements. Suddenly, they both retreated, with Vegeta unleashing his energy, first transforming into a Super Saiyan, closely followed by Son Wukong, who also began to transform. They instantly charged at Ye Ming, giving him no time to react. Ye Ming was suddenly struck by both their fists, crashing heavily to the ground. Despite having never fought together, they shared a tacit understanding typical of Science, Ye Ming thought. Suddenly, Ye Ming sprang to his feet, enhancing his energy and charging towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. Suddenly, a system voice echoed in his ear, congratulations, host, you have acquired the Kaioken and Super Saiyan second stage full power. I won't use the Kaioken just yet, as I haven't learned it from the old Kai. Revealing it now would pose a problem, Ye Ming thought. In the blink of an eye, he had exchanged dozens of blows with Vegeta and Son Wukong. Before long, he adapted to their coordinated attack rhythm. Vegeta realized that Ye Ming was a true combat genius, perhaps even possessing greater combat talent than Kakarot and himself. Vegeta and Kakarot exchanged a glance, quickening their offensive pace. Ye Ming thought to himself that if he could take down one of them, he could quickly end the battle. Clearly, Vegeta was slightly weaker, so he decided to target him. However, Son Wukong and Vegeta suddenly unleashed all their power. Vegeta transformed into his full Super Saiyan 2 form, while Son Wukong achieved Super Saiyan 3rd stage. Ye Ming did not expect them to be so decisive. They had barely fought for 2 minutes before revealing their full power. It seemed they understood that their Super Saiyan 1st stage strength was insufficient to defeat him, so he would respect their decision. Ye Ming immediately distanced himself from them, standing atop a large rock. Suddenly, he unleashed a surge of energy, his golden aura shimmering as he transformed into the full-power Super Saiyan 1st stage. Watching Ye Ming's escalating power, Vegeta and Son Wukong's expressions grew serious. They realized that Ye Ming's full-power Super Saiyan 1st stage was particularly formidable and unexpectedly terrifying. This scene had a profound impact on Vegeta. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he had never felt anything like it. Ye Ming felt like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. As the mountain beneath Ye Ming crumbled, he suddenly appeared in front of Vegeta and Son Wukong. With a single punch, he struck Vegeta squarely in the face. Vegeta was sent flying in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seeing Vegeta being knocked away, Son Wukong quickly engaged Ye Ming in battle. However, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Soon, Ye Ming landed a kick to Son Wukong's abdomen, knocking him to the ground. He swiftly moved beside Vegeta, delivering a punch to his abdomen. But Vegeta quickly sensed this and dodged out of the way. Ye Ming retaliated with a spirit bomb, appearing next to Vegeta and smashing it towards him. Vegeta, caught off guard, could only block with both fists held up in front of him. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted beside Vegeta, and when the dust settled, his battle armor was shattered, leaving him looking somewhat disheveled. Ye Ming was simply too fast. Before Vegeta could react, Ye Ming suddenly flashed next to Son Wukong, who immediately teleported to Vegeta's side. Vegeta, are you okay? Wukong asked with concern. If you're fine, how could I possibly be hurt? Vegeta panted. But it was evident that the expressions on Vegeta and Son Wukong's faces were increasingly grave. They realized that even together they could not defeat Ye Ming. What were they to do? In the distance, the old Kai widened his eyes at this scene. He had not expected such a gap in strength, let alone one this large. It could be said that even when Vegeta and Son Wukong joined forces with all their might, they were essentially being crushed by Ye Ming. Ye Ming, what an impressive scion. I once thought that Son Wukong had reached the pinnacle of mortal strength, but this person's arrival has shattered that balance. The old Kai said solemnly. Ye Ming felt he had completely integrated into this body, which possessed the strongest scion power. For now, he could only be considered the strongest scion. Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, realizing there was no way to defeat Ye Ming, and the gap in strength was glaringly obvious. Son Wukong said to Vegeta, "We have one more way to spar with him." Vegeta raised an eyebrow. "Kakarot, you aren't suggesting fusion, are you?" "I swore that since the Majin Buu incident, I would never fuse with you again," Vegeta replied. But Son Wukong immediately countered, "But are you really okay with this? With such a powerful foe, even after we fuse, we can still experience that feeling of battling together, and we can also enhance our own strength." Vegeta frowned. "Indeed, I cannot deny that Ye Ming over there is someone we cannot defeat, and the gap in strength is very evident." Vegeta even suspected that Ye Ming was holding back. In fact, he was correct. Ye Ming had indeed been holding back. He had long adapted to their attack rhythm, and as the battle progressed, his strength kept surging. Vegeta said, "Just this once, there won't be a next time." Son Wukong immediately replied joyfully, "All right, we'll settle this after we fuse." Son Wukong's voice reached Ye Ming's ears. At that moment, Son Wukong said, "Ye Ming, would you mind if we fused? You once said we could challenge you in any way." Upon hearing this, Ye Ming was taken aback, but responded, "Fusion, huh? It's when I and Vegeta become one using the Kaioshin's earrings to fuse into a brand new warrior. This warrior will definitely not disappoint you." Ye Ming nodded and said, "All right, you may proceed." Upon hearing Ye Ming agree to their fusion, they hurried to the Kaioshin, saying, "Kaioshin, we would like to borrow your earrings for a moment." The Kaioshin glanced at the old Kai, and upon seeing him nod, handed over the earrings. Son Wukong excitedly caught them and immediately fused with Vegeta. Son Wukong wore the earring on his left ear, while Vegeta wore the other on his right. Suddenly, the sky above the Kaioshin realm erupted in a brilliant light. Boom! The legendary invincible warrior Vegito appeared before Ye Ming. At this moment, Ye Ming smiled, realizing he was ultimately fighting against himself. Unfortunately, their fusion had a time limit unlike his own, which was permanent and could adapt perfectly. Watching Vegito's invincible form, Ye Ming felt an infinite desire for battle surging within him. "Let us see whether you Vegito are stronger, or I Ye Ming am stronger." Vegeta looked at Ye Ming with a fighting spirit, exhibiting an aura of invincibility. Vegeta proudly said to Ye Ming, "Ye Ming, my power in this form is not just 112. Get ready." Ye Ming certainly recognized Vegeta's strength. He knew that in the original story, Vegeta was the universe's strongest fusion warrior. Even during his epic battle with the fused Zamasu in the original story, he doubted whether Vegeta had been weakened by the author, feeling that Vegeta's true power was not fully represented. But now facing Vegeta, he felt that his own battle power in his normal state was only slightly stronger than Vegeta. This was because Ye Ming possessed Vegeta's body and had been enhanced by the system, making him only marginally stronger than this universe's Vegeta. It seemed that there were indeed tropes in the anime, Ye Ming thought. Suddenly, Vegeta unleashed a powerful shout, revealing his full power as a Super Saiyan at the first level, his terrifying aura spreading out and shaking the Kaioshin realm. Vegeta looked intently at Ye Ming, feeling that despite transforming into a full-power Super Saiyan, he was still not a match for Ye Ming, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, Vegeta's intention was to fight Ye Ming to his heart's content regardless of the outcome. At this moment, Vegeta launched a full-on assault against Ye Ming, who quickly assumed a defensive stance to meet the attack. Boom! Vegeta and Ye Ming clashed fiercely, both being pushed back, and it was clear that Vegeta did not have the upper hand in this exchange. Suddenly, Vegeta used instant transmission to appear behind Ye Ming and delivered a punch. Ye Ming quickly dodged, but lost a few strands of hair in the process. At this moment, Ye Ming was estimating Vegeta's current strength. Vegeta is very strong, even stronger than the Vegeta depicted in the original story. Ye Ming thought to himself. Suddenly, the sky erupted with light as Vegeta and Ye Ming engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging hundreds of blows in the air. The sky of the Kaioshin realm turned dark with heavy clouds, thunder, and lightning flashing, and despite the Kaioshin realm's solidity, it began to crumble. Kaioshin Xian tightly gripped the arm of the Elder Kaioshin, saying, "If this continues, the Kaioshin realm might be destroyed." The Elder Kaioshin replied, "This battle cannot be stopped. They have encountered formidable opponents and wish to fight to their heart's content. We can only wait for the outcome." The Elder Kaioshin continued, "The Kaioshin realm can be restored. Oh, I actually want to see the result of this battle." Back on the battlefield, Vegito and Ye Ming were engaged in a fierce offense, and even Ye Ming had some signs of wear and tear on his body. Vegito's strength was formidable, and his combat experience surpassed Ye Ming's. Vegito seemed to sense Ye Ming's thoughts. Ye Ming, let's settle this quickly. Let's show our true strength. With that, Vegito immediately filled with energy, and with a flash of lightning transformed into a Super Saiyan at the second level. But it wasn't over yet. With an even more terrifying aura spreading, a flash of golden light appeared as Vegito ascended to the third level of Super Saiyan. The transformation occurred in an instant. Vegito's power even reached across the universe, causing beings throughout to tremble in fear, with countless planets shaking violently. What they did not know was that on a distant planet a deity sensed their energy. He had white hair and held a staff up. From a distance he looked like an ordinary person. But he was a god. Angel was a servant of the God of Destruction and also his mentor. He felt the energy emanating from the distant planet, clearly indicating that this power was approaching the level of the God of Destruction. I never expected that our universe has such a powerful warrior. It's truly gratifying, Whis murmured. With a wave of his staff, he projected the scene of the battle in the Kaishin realm. He witnessed Vegito's power as a third-level Super Saiyan and was slightly surprised. A fusion warrior. How interesting, Whis said with a smile. However, what intrigued Whis even more was the warrior standing opposite this fusion warrior. He could not derive any information related to Ye Ming from the staff, only that he was a powerful Saiyan. Whis was also surprised. He knew that his staff could provide all the information about beings in the universe, including their past and future. However, there was no past for Ye Ming and the staff, as if it were a blank slate. Suddenly a voice from the Grand Minister echoed in Whis' mind. Whis, do not disturb him, just focus on your duties. Hearing the Grand Minister's message, Whis was surprised for a moment, but soon relaxed. Since the Grand Minister said there's no issue, then he need not pay too much attention. Yet Whis was very interested in Ye Ming and wanted to see the outcome of this battle. Back on the battlefield, Ye Ming, seeing Vegito's terrifying form, felt a surge of fighting spirit. Ye Ming suddenly let out a loud roar, activating his full power in the form of a Super Saiyan at the second level. After a burst of lightning and thunder, Ye Ming successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan at the second level. Vegito, seeing Ye Ming's transformation, smiled. Your strength has increased significantly. Then let's continue. As they spoke, Vegito and Ye Ming soared into the air, engaging in rapid combat. They exchanged blows back and forth, and the Kaishin realm was rapidly disintegrating under their overwhelming power. As their battle progressed, their combat power was rapidly increasing, causing the universe to tremble. Through the staff, Whis observed both Vegito and the Saiyan warrior named Ye Ming are formidable, but they are still within the realm of mortals. It seems that when Lord Beerus awakens, he will encounter some worthy opponents. Should I bring them to the God of Destruction's realm for training? No, let's wait until Lord Beerus awakens to make a decision, Whis said. Shifting his gaze, Whis glared at the battlefield in the Kaishin realm, focusing on the two figures clashing. At this moment, both Vegito and Ye Ming showed signs of injury. Vegito smirked, saying, Ye Ming, you truly are strong. I've given it my all, yet I still can't defeat you, not even gaining the upper hand. Ye Ming replied seriously, you are also very strong, Vegito. This is the first time I felt such pressure in a battle from you. But they both knew that if this continued, a victor would inevitably emerge. Vegito once again activated his potential, suddenly erupting with energy. Amidst the thunder and lightning, his strength escalated to another level. Ye Ming braced himself against Vegito's overwhelming aura, exclaiming, indeed, this universe's Vegito is far stronger than the one depicted in the original story. The ancients were not deceiving me. Anime truly misleads. Vegito initiated the attack, and Ye Ming quickly dodged to defend himself. Boom. Vegito employed the prince's fighting style, trapping Ye Ming on a small rocky hill, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts around him and on his body. But Ye Ming knew this was a distraction. Sure enough, emerging from the dust, Vegito surged forth, delivering a punch to Ye Ming's abdomen, causing Ye Ming to spit out a mouthful of bile. I didn't expect a direct hit to be so painful, Ye Ming thought to himself. Suddenly, Ye Ming erupted with energy, and Vegito was sent reeling back from the force as Ye Ming prepared to unleash his 100 strength. Vegito's mouth curled into a slight smile. Oh, indeed, Ye Ming had not used his full power until now. Boom. Ye Ming struck first, vanishing and appearing behind Vegito. He delivered a powerful punch to Vegito's back, sending him flying, but Ye Ming did not give Vegito a moment to recover, continuing his relentless assault. Feeling the pressure of the onslaught, Vegito suddenly retaliated with equal force against Ye Ming. As the battle progressed, the ground of the Kaishin realm suddenly erupted while the sky was overcast with dark clouds and countless lightning bolts. After about a minute, Vegito and Ye Ming were both gasping for breath, standing stiffly on the stones, yet neither showed signs of slackening. They were locked in a gaze with one another. Suddenly, Ye Ming saw Vegito assume the stance for the Kamehameha, and Ye Ming thought, it seems he wants to end this battle with that move. Similarly, he took up the stance for the Kamehameha as well. It both gathered immense energy, causing the Kaioshin realm to shake violently along with the surrounding planets. For clarification, Ye Ming learned the Kamehameha wave during those 3 days from Son Goku. The energy gathering took mere seconds, and suddenly they both shouted Kamehameha. Boom! The violent energies collided as they pushed with all their might. At that moment, both waves of energy were at a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Ye Ming thought to himself that they couldn't remain in a stalemate any longer. He needed to end the battle quickly. Suddenly, Ye Ming asked the system, "Can I use the Kaioken while in Super Saiyan at the second level?" The system responded, "Of course, the Kaioken won't tear your body apart, but your stamina will rapidly decline. There are no side effects on your body." Upon hearing this, Ye Ming grinned. Suddenly, he declared Kaioken. A terrifying aura radiated from Ye Ming, his power multiplying several times over with a red energy enveloping him. As long as his stamina was sufficient, he could unleash multiple Kaiokens without any side effects on his body. Vegito, hearing this, was shocked. Kaioken. But before Vegito could react, the Kamehameha wave he was unleashing was already in a disadvantageous position. However, Vegito could not use Kaioken combined with his Super Saiyan form, knowing it was a double-edged sword. Quickly, Ye Ming's Kamehameha wave appeared before Vegito, who realized he had lost this battle. With a loud explosion, the Kamehameha wave detonated around Vegito, causing significant destruction to the Kaioshin realm. Ye Ming realized he had overdone it and rushed into the dust to find Vegito's figure. Soon he located Vegito amidst the smoke. Suddenly, Vegito's figure split into two, and the forms of Vegeta and Son Goku appeared amidst the dust. They struggled to stand, clearly exhausted. It was evident that this battle had concluded with Ye Ming's victory. They stumbled to their feet and approached Ye Ming, saying, "We've lost again. You truly are amazing. We don't know how long it will take to catch up with you." Ye Ming suddenly pulled out some senzu beans and stuffed them into their mouths. Laughing heartily, he said, "No worries, we'll progress together. I will live on Earth from now on, and we can spar with each other." At this moment, Vegeta also reigned in his arrogance. If even the fused warrior Vegito had lost, he had no courage to challenge Ye Ming alone. The gap was too evident. In the distant Kaioshin realm, Whis had witnessed the results of this battle. It seems this kid named Ye Ming truly has some skills. However, Son Goku and Vegeta are not lacking either. They just encountered opponents that were too strong. Whis said with great interest. "When Lord Beerus wakes, I will tell him about this. He will surely be intrigued," Whis thought. Whis also realized that this young man, named Ye Ming, had great potential, having drawn the attention of the Grand Minister. If he received further guidance from a god, his power could improve dramatically. However, Whis understood that it was not yet the time. The Grand Minister had said not to focus on this matter, indicating that the moment had not yet arrived. With that, everything returned to normal. After bidding farewell to the Kaioshin, Son Wukong and Vegeta along with others used instant transmission to return to Earth. Vegeta wanted to return to Bulma's home to continue training and declared, Ye Ming, just wait. Once I have perfected my training, I will challenge you." Ye Ming looked at the proud Vegeta and replied, "Alright, I will be waiting for you, Vegeta. I have said that I will live on Earth from now on, so you can challenge me anytime." Without saying another word, Vegeta left with an aloof figure and flew away. Ye Ming's lips curled slightly. Vegeta was indeed a proud Saiyan prince, just like in the anime. Suddenly, a pair of hands clapped on Ye Ming's shoulders, saying, "Ye Ming, your home is right next to mine. We can spar anytime, and the training ground will be in the hyperbolic time chamber." Ye Ming nodded and said, "Okay, but I'm a bit tired today. Fighting with you all has made me a bit weary." "Alright, Ye Ming, you go back and rest, and we will fight another day," Wukong said, scratching his head with a smile. Ye Ming nodded, and they each returned home. Ye Ming lay down on his bed, but he couldn't fall asleep. He still felt a sense of urgency. He knew that Beerus would soon arrive on Earth to battle the Z fighters, and he wondered if the timeline of this universe was following the plot of the anime, and whether his arrival would disrupt the normal order of this timeline. The system seemed to sense Ye Ming's concerns and told him, "When you arrived in this universe, your existence was already perceived by the enforcers of this universe." Ye Ming suddenly sat up and asked, "Are you talking about the Grand Minister?" The system replied, "That's right, perhaps there is more than just the Grand Minister. There are even more powerful beings beyond this universe, and you might have already caught their attention." Upon hearing this, Ye Ming's heart tightened. However, the system comforted him, saying, "Host, don't overthink it. You are still too weak. Those great beings will not act against you. On the contrary, the host might receive some special attention." After hearing the system's words, Ye Ming realized he was indeed overthinking. With his current abilities, he might only be able to enjoy a carefree life within the realm of mortals. So let's set a small goal to reach the level of a destroyer god, or even attain the pinnacle of destroyer god strength, Ye Ming thought to himself. At this moment, Ye Ming was filled with a longing for great power. He asked, "Does the system have any tasks for me?" The system replied, "Currently there are no tasks, but host, I have mentioned before that your body has been enhanced by me. Your potential and bloodline far exceed that of Vegeta in this timeline. Perhaps you can enhance your own strength through your training. Ye Ming also understood, he just wanted to ask the system. But since the system said so, it seemed he had to put in the effort himself and not rely solely on what the system provided. Soon Ye Ming determined his training goal. He could only become stronger step by step through his continuous efforts and the system's assistance. He had to become stronger to face the future crises. Perhaps he also knew that since he arrived in this world, the trajectory of this universe had already changed significantly from before. After saying this, he closed his eyes, waiting for the arrival of the next day. The next morning, Ye Ming heard a series of knocking sounds outside his door. He opened his eyes, and without thinking knew it was that guy Son Wukong. He could hear his voice from afar. Ye Ming opened the door and saw Son Wukong grinning at him. "Good morning. I brought you some food, and then we can go train," Son Wukong said with a grin. Ye Ming smiled and nodded in agreement. Quickly they arrived in the hyperbolic time chamber and began their day of training. Ye Ming told Wukong, "You should work on increasing your basic combat power, otherwise even if you transform into a Super Saiyan your power will be quite limited." Wukong nodded seriously. He also knew the gap between him and Ye Ming was not just in basic combat power, but also in bloodline. Thus the first day of training officially began with Wukong and Ye Ming sparring and learning from each other. They spent their days either sleeping or training. Time quickly passed, and 3 years went by. Both Wukong and Ye Ming had shown significant improvement in their strength. In particular, Ye Ming mastered the full power form of Super Saiyan 3rd stage, while Wukong's basic combat power and Super Saiyan transformations became even more perfect. Their strength had grown several levels compared to before, and their relationship had also improved, becoming closer and more open with each other. At this time, Ye Ming told Son Wukong, "There are some very powerful beings in the universe. They are so strong that it feels hopeless." Son Wukong looked at Ye Ming's serious expression, knowing that Ye Ming came from the universe and was aware of some current situations in the universe. However, Ye Ming didn't elaborate further, just saying, "We must continue to grow stronger to face future crises and protect Earth. Because in the near future a terrifying deity will appear before us, and we must be fully prepared." Wukong perked up and asked, "Who is he?" Ye Ming paused and said, "The destroyer God Beerus." "Wow, is he a god? He seems incredibly strong," Son Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Ye Ming replied, "Yes, he is a destroyer god, incredibly powerful, standing at the pinnacle of this universe. Wukong, when you face him, you must be cautious and prudent. Don't think that just because we've improved a bit during this time we can spar with him. We are still quite weak in his presence," Ye Ming said sternly. Son Wukong saw his serious demeanor and understood that this was no joking matter. Son Wukong said, "All right, I remember. I will definitely restrain my reckless behavior, but I still want to spar with him." Ye Ming was about to advise him when the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. "Host, please be advised. Beerus is about to awaken and may arrive on Earth soon. Please prepare yourself. Host, Beerus' arrival may follow the original plot, so you must be ready for battle. A special task has been issued: spar with Beerus to obtain the full power form of Super Saiyan 4th stage and the initial form of the Ultra Instinct technique. Host, please note that unexpected circumstances may arise. I don't know if Beerus will destroy Earth, so please prepare for a desperate fight quickly." A series of system alerts rang in his ears, but Ye Ming was confident that once he sparred with Beerus, he would receive these rewards and his strength would rise rapidly. However, he was also filled with concern. What if Beerus ruthlessly decided to destroy Earth? After all, he had never seen Beerus' full power in the original story. Ye Ming hurriedly asked the system, "Is Beerus in this universe stronger than the one in the anime? Or perhaps he is not even on the same level?" The system responded, "Perhaps. This can only be discovered through your personal experience and comparison." Ye Ming nodded and said to Wukong, "It seems that soon that destroyer god is going to descend upon our Earth. We must hurry and prepare to enhance our strength to welcome his arrival." Son Wukong hurriedly replied, "Why is that destroyer god coming to our Earth?" Ye Ming didn't want to explain to Son Wukong, only saying that the destroyer god was coming and they must prepare quickly. Son Wukong was now filled with excitement, wildly swinging his fists. Sparring with such a powerful guy is so thrilling. Ye Ming also pushed aside his worries as he too wanted to spar with Beerus to see what level the strongest destroyer god in this universe truly was. Next, Wukong and Ye Ming began a new round of training with the intensity greatly increased. They were all striving for the arrival of Beerus, working hard, but the future remained shrouded in uncertainty. What path would Earth take? Sure enough, on a distant planet within the God of Destruction realm, a cat dressed in tattered pajamas and adorned with golden collars awoke. He was none other than the most powerful force in the universe, Lord Beerus, the God of Destruction. At that moment, Whis approached, gracefully walking under Lord Beerus' bed, surrounded by objects resembling clocks. These were the alarms that Whis had specifically prepared for Lord Beerus. Oh dear Lord Beerus is waking up. If you don't wake up soon, I will have to start singing as it is already time to get up. Seeing that Beerus was ignoring him, Whis picked up the microphone and said, Then I shall start singing. Lord Beerus. Hearing this, Beerus perked up his ears and lazily replied, I know, I will get up right away. With his eyes still closed, Beerus stood up, walking on non-existent stairs, limping and rolling as he made his way to Whis. Whis, how long did I sleep this time? Beerus asked. Oh dear Lord Beerus, memory is truly poor. You have been asleep for 39 years. Whis said with a smile. Only 39 years. I wanted to sleep a bit longer. Beerus licked his hand with his tongue, revealing a cat-like expression. Whis asked, Was your sleep satisfactory, Lord Beerus? Upon hearing this, a figure flashed through Beerus' mind. He dreamt of his formidable rival, the god of super science. Beerus then asked Whis, Is there anyone in our universe called the god of super science? Whis was slightly surprised knowing that Beerus had once ordered Frieza to destroy planet Vegeta. However, Whis did not show it. He replied, Planet Vegeta has indeed been destroyed under Frieza's hand. Now there are only about 6 scions left in the universe. But I've never heard of anyone called the god of super science, Lord Beerus. Your dreams seem to have never been accurate. Are you sure this time? At this moment, Beerus opened his large cat eyes and looked at Whis, saying, Are you doubting the truth of my words, Whis? Seeing Lord Beerus looking displeased, Whis laughed heartily. Lord Beerus has slept for so long, you must be starving. I've prepared breakfast for you, Whis said with a smile. Suddenly, Beerus' stomach growled. All right, let's go eat something first. Beerus stretched lazily. The scene shifted as Beerus was enjoying a feast while Whis stood respectfully beside him. As Beerus ate, the figure of the god of super science appeared in his mind. Slightly annoyed, Beerus asked, Whis, is there really no one in the universe called the god of super science? This time Whis picked up his staff and checked, giving Beerus a definitive answer. Lord Beerus, there truly is no such person in the universe. I have searched many times. However, while there isn't a god of super science, there may be 2 individuals who could pique Lord Beerus' interest. Oh, Beerus became intrigued. Who are these 2? Project them so I can see, Beerus said casually as he picked at his teeth. Whis projected the battle footage from 3 years ago between Vegeta and Nightbright for Beerus to see. Beerus looked closely, saying, I didn't expect there to be such powerful warriors in the universe, but unfortunately, they are not gods. These 2 individuals are quite strong, especially that little guy named Nightbright. I sense he has great potential. Even with such strength, Beerus merely raised his hand slightly. Yet Beerus still wanted to find the god of super science, as the formidable opponent he encountered in his dream was him. The more Beerus thought about it, the more displeased he became, suddenly standing up. Whis, where are those scions? They are currently on a planet called Earth. If we want to go there, it will take about 24 minutes. Beerus crossed his arms and suddenly bent down with a sigh. That really is a long time. It's comparable to an episode of an animated series. Beerus with sharp eyes said to Whis, Let's go to Earth and meet those scions. I refuse to believe they don't know about the god of super science. Upon hearing this, Whis was somewhat surprised. He actually wanted to visit Earth as well, but unfortunately due to his duties, he couldn't go alone. In fact, he often goes in the anime. Thus, with a flash of brilliant light, Whis and Beerus set off towards Earth. Using the spatial movement function of his staff, Whis brought Beerus to Earth. Meanwhile, the god of destruction Beerus destroyed dozens of planets, making his role as a destroyer quite evident. The scene shifted. The old Kaioshin suddenly sensed something, beads of sweat rolling down his face as he softly said, Heavens, he has awakened. I wonder how many planets will be destroyed under his hand this time. After all, destroying planets is the duty of the god of destruction, while the duty of the Kaioshin is to create. The 2 roles complement each other, yet are also in opposition. Beside him, Kaioshin Shin asked, Old ancestor, what's wrong? Why are you sweating? He shouted at Kaioshin Shin, Can't you feel it? A terrifying being has awakened, you fool. Kaioshin Shin scratched his head, saying, A terrifying being? How come I don't sense anything? The old Kaioshin no longer wanted to bother with this fool, his mind racing with worry. It seems the universe is about to undergo another great cleansing, the old Kaioshin murmured. The scene returned to Night Bright, where the system reminded, the god of destruction Beerus will arrive on Earth in 10 minutes. Please prepare, host. At this moment, the timeline was also similar to that in the anime, coinciding with Bulma's birthday party, where he and Goku had stopped training. Night Bright had informed Vegeta and the other Z fighters about this matter beforehand. When Vegeta first heard the name Beerus, he was nearly scared to death. Initially, Vegeta said to Night Bright, How do you know he will come to our Earth? Night Bright did not explain too much. He just needed Vegeta to believe that Beerus would come to Earth. In response, Vegeta did not ask more questions, as he trusted that Night Bright would not speak nonsense, especially since he had already learned about Night Bright beforehand. Vegeta understood the terror of the god of destruction Beerus. When Beerus had once stepped on his father, a shadow loomed in his heart. That feeling of helplessness and powerlessness unable to resist surged within Vegeta's heart. Night Bright, Goku, and Vegeta stood at the bow of the ship, showing no excitement or joy for the party. They were waiting for someone, the God of Destruction Beerus. 10 minutes quickly passed, and a colorful beam of light appeared on the party ship. The crowd saw a large purple cat in simple clothing accompanied by an elegant figure holding a staff. Oh, it seems you knew we were coming. You are prepared, right? However, I am not interested in how you knew of our arrival, Beerus said indifferently. But just as the others were about to speak, Bulma, Vegeta's wife, said, "A guest is a guest of Vegeta. Are these your guests?" Vegeta was momentarily stunned and was about to deny it, but quickly Bulma said, "Today is my birthday, and we are having a party. We have prepared plenty of delicious food. Would you like to join us?" Upon hearing about the food, Beerus and Whis' eyes lit up. "Oh, so you are Mrs. Bulma, Vegeta's wife. We are truly sorry for intruding, and we would love to join your party." Hearing this, Bulma smiled even more and led Whis and Beerus towards the party area. At this moment, the Z fighters were in a state of confusion. They had been prepared for a fierce battle, but it turned out like this. At this point, Night Bright said, "It's all right, let them go, we should go too." The others nodded and immediately followed Beerus. The group warmly treated Beerus to various delicacies, while Vegeta maneuvered around to avoid angering Beerus. The others looked on in shock at Vegeta's diligent demeanor, utterly astounded. No conflicts arose in between, and even the scene where Majin Buu provoked Beerus was absent along with the subsequent battle. This outcome was precisely what Night Bright wanted to see, as he felt the hidden terrifying power of Beerus the moment he arrived, and Whis could be described as unfathomable. After the party, Beerus stood up solemnly and walked to the group of Scions asking, "Do you know about the God of Super Scions?" Upon hearing this, both Vegeta and Goku shook their heads in confusion. Seeing their expressions, Beerus felt displeased. Was this dream again false? Impossible. However, Night Bright knew how to bring out the God of Super Scions. After all, he was a transmigrator. But at this moment, he did not want to reveal it. He wanted to see Beerus' next actions. Beerus furrowed his brow and thought to himself, it seems that these Scions do not know where the God of Super Scions is, and they do not dare to deceive me. At this moment, Beerus had already eaten his fill and lazily said, "Whis, let's go back. Since we cannot find the God of Super Scions, staying here is of no use." Then Beerus smiled at Bulma and said, "Madam Bulma, thank you for your hospitality, though I had a delightful meal." Vegeta, standing nearby, suddenly broke into a cold sweat, standing straight and clearly astonished by Beerus' words. Bulma replied with a smile, "Oh dear, since you are a friend of Vegeta, you are also my guest. Please come again next time." Hearing this, Vegeta's face darkened, and he thought, "Come again. I pray he never returns." Whis thought the food on Earth was truly delicious and packed a lot to take back, while Beerus looked at Whis enjoying his meal and felt speechless. Suddenly, Whis stood beside Beerus and said, "Lord Beerus, I have packed a lot of delicious food for you. We can eat when we get back if we get hungry." Beerus looked at Whis' flamboyant appearance and felt speechless as well, but he acknowledged Whis' actions. The food on Earth was indeed tasty. Just as Beerus and Whis were about to set off on their way back, an unexpected visitor jumped out. "Hey Lord Beerus, nice to meet you. My name is Son Goku." A bad feeling surged within Yamcha at this moment, and Vegeta's blood vessels bulged. He knew what Kakarot intended to do. Beerus smiled and responded, "Mr. Son Goku, what brings you here?" Son Goku scratched his head and said, "I've heard you are the strongest god in this universe, and I would like to spar with you, just a friendly match." At this moment, Vegeta shouted angrily, "Kakarot, you are not even worthy of Lord Beerus. Little finger, get down here and stop causing trouble." Yamcha and the other Z fighters stood nearby in silence, but Kakarot remained undeterred and said, "Lord Beerus, I genuinely want to spar with you. I want to see how much of a gap there is between us, please." Beerus looked at the enthusiastic Son Goku and said with a smile, "All right, I am full today, so I will give you a little guidance, but it might lead to death." Son Goku, seeing the teasing look on Beerus' face, was momentarily stunned, but soon excitement surged into his heart. At this moment, Vegeta felt an urge to twist Son Goku's head off and scolded him harshly in his heart. Whis, listening to their conversation from the side, slightly raised the corners of his mouth. It seemed this time he could not only enjoy a meal, but also observe the skill level of the warriors from this mortal realm. Suddenly, Whis said, "Since Lord Beerus wants to fight, then it has nothing to do with him anymore." He immediately dashed to the delicious food and started eating heartily. Whis said to the chef in front of him, "This chef, your knife skills are excellent. The food you made is incredibly delicious." The chef replied, "As long as the guests enjoy it, I will prepare more fresh food for them." Returning to Beerus' side, Beerus looked at Son Goku standing in front of him and slowly flew into the sky, saying, "Come on, let's start the fight. Don't let me down. Although I couldn't find the God of Super Science, I hope you can make it a little enjoyable for me." "The God has changed his mind," Beerus continued, If this battle does not satisfy me, the earth may be destroyed. The Z fighters standing below heard Beerus' words and were already drenched in sweat, fearing the worst had come. Vegeta's eyes widened in fear as the terror he once felt under Beerus' reign resurfaced in his heart. But at this moment Vegeta's gaze was resolute. Ever since planet Vegeta was destroyed, he had been living on Earth with a wife and children, and he would never allow such a thing to happen. Thus Vegeta glanced at Son Goku and said, "You go fight Lord Beerus first, well observed for now." Yamcha standing beside him also said, "The worst has already happened. This is not your fault, Son Goku. There may still be unexpected outcomes." Son Goku, seeing that his companions did not blame him, excitedly said, "I will do my best, even though the one standing in front of me is a top-tier god." Vegeta merely snorted coldly and ignored Krillin and Piccolo's encouragement, saying, "Goku, go for it. We'll cheer for you from below because we are too weak. Let him experience the power of mortals." But unfortunately, at this moment, Goku and Vegeta had not yet stepped into the realm of gods, including Yamcha. They were aware that their chances of winning this battle were not very high. At this moment, Yamcha clenched his fists. As long as he could spar with Beerus, he would gain the essence of the ultimate instinct and the Super Saiyan 4th stage. If he could gain that power, he might be able to contend with Beerus. At this moment, Son Goku had already confronted Beerus in midair. Beerus stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Son Goku with a calm expression, waving his hand to indicate he could attack at any time. Seeing such a presumptuous Beerus, Son Goku was also extremely angry, thinking to himself, "Damn it, how dare he look down on me." Son Goku immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan of the 2nd level and launched an attack on Beerus. At this moment, Son Goku, having transformed into a Super Saiyan of the 2nd level, significantly increased his strength, benefiting from his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, with Yamcha boosting his foundational combat power. Seeing Son Goku with his golden hair charging at him, Beerus smiled and said, "So this is a Super Saiyan. It's really weak." Hearing this, Goku rushed towards him, quickly swinging his fist at Beerus. However, very soon Beerus appeared behind him, saying, "Your speed is simply too slow." Suddenly, Beerus slapped Son Goku away, sending him tumbling hundreds of meters. After stopping, Son Goku gasped for breath, his clothes tattered, and wiped his mouth, saying, "He is truly frighteningly strong." Son Goku couldn't even get clothes, and all the Z fighters were horrified. The ease with which Beerus sent Son Goku flying and inflicted considerable damage was terrifying. At this moment, Vegeta was already clenching his fists tightly, thinking, "Damn it, he's this strong. What should we do?" Clearly, Vegeta had lost the courage he once had to battle Beerus. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he thought it's over, the earth might be doomed. At this moment, a pair of hands rested on Vegeta's shoulders. Yamcha understood what Vegeta was thinking. He then said, "Don't worry, Vegeta, I'm still here. Although I'm not very confident either, I can still contend with Beerus." At this moment, Vegeta lowered his fists. He knew that Yamcha had never shown his true power. After 3 years of training, Vegeta didn't know how much Yamcha had grown. He knew Yamcha's potential far exceeded that of Kakarot and himself. Vegeta said solemnly, "You must not lose. If you lose based on Beerus' temperament, he might really destroy the earth." After Vegeta finished speaking, he fell silent, his eyes fixed on the battle between Son Goku and Beerus. The scene shifted to the battlefield between Beerus and Son Goku, where Son Goku staggeringly took up a fighting stance. Son Goku thought his power is too great, perhaps only Yamcha could match him. However, he thought that if he could test Beerus' limits, he would be satisfied. He was still too weak. Wanting to fight at a high level was unrealistic. Suddenly, Son Goku looked at Yamcha, who nodded at him. At this moment, Son Goku decided to hold nothing back and unleashed his full power. With a furious roar as thunder rumbled under the golden flash, Son Goku's hair lengthened. This was indeed the Super Saiyan 3rd stage. Beerus looked at Son Goku unleashing his full power and said, "This indeed greatly enhances your strength. It's significantly stronger than your previous form. However, the outcome will not change. You are still immortal, and all the techniques you use are useless against me." Listening to Beerus speak so confidently, Son Goku had to admit that what he said was right. All previous attacks had been easily neutralized by him. At this moment, Whis also looked at the battlefield between Son Goku and Beerus, narrowing his eyes as he assessed Son Goku, thinking his strength barely allows Lord Beerus to raise his hand. Afterward, he no longer paid attention and continued to enjoy the food in front of him. Generally, food lovers are very strong. Watching Son Goku charge at Beerus, Beerus simply raised his hand slightly and blocked all of Son Goku's attacks. Suddenly, Son Goku had a flash of inspiration, gathering the energy for the Kamehameha wave. He heard Beerus say, "It's useless." Clearly, Son Goku had completely immersed himself in the battle, and he suddenly teleported behind Beerus. Beerus was momentarily surprised. "So it's the Kai's instant transmission. But unfortunately, even though Son Goku used instant transmission, Beerus still reacted in time. Beerus was also eager to experience the taste of such an energy blast, but he did not make any defense. Son Goku, furious, launched a Kamehameha wave towards Beerus' face. Boom! The sky erupted with a brilliant explosion, and the Z-fighters clenched their fists, exclaiming, "We did it." But this could not escape the law of smoke without injury. Beerus remained in the same position, without moving an inch, not even a speck of dust on him. Beerus looked at Son Goku, patted his shoulder, and straightened his destroyer outfit. "Is that the best attack you can deliver? Do you have anything stronger?" Beerus said calmly. At this moment, Son Goku was already at his limit. He had used his strongest moves, and still couldn't break through Beerus' defense. However, Son Goku still felt unwilling. Wanting to continue the attack, he heard Yamcha say to him, "Goku, your strength is too different from his. This is no longer something that can be made up for. In a short time you have done your best. When you become stronger, you can battle Lord Beerus again." Hearing Yamcha's words, Son Goku's fighting spirit gradually diminished. At this moment, Beerus also listened to Yamcha's words, revealing a faint smile, and said, "You must be Yamcha. You are very mysterious and a powerful scion." Yamcha replied, "Yes, Lord Beerus, I just arrived on Earth and met these companions, but I also do not wish for my homeland to be so easily destroyed by you, Lord Beerus." Beerus looked at the soaring Ye Ming, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, as he could clearly sense that Ye Ming's power far surpassed that of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Beerus said nonchalantly, "I know you are strong, but only among mortals. I am the God of Destruction, responsible for the eradication of this universe's planets, yet I do not mind eliminating some arrogant individuals in the process." Ye Ming could not deny Beerus' words, smiling as he replied, "Lord Beerus, your strength is certainly formidable. Since the battle was proposed by us, we shall also bring it to an end. I will definitely show you the strength of us mortals." Seeing Ye Ming's overwhelming confidence, Beerus felt a spark of interest. "In that case, I shall see how much you can withstand. If you are still as pathetic as Son Wukong, Earth will surely be destroyed," Beerus remarked. Below, Son Wukong's face turned dark upon hearing this. "Am I really that weak? It's clearly that you are too strong," Wukong thought to himself. Hearing Beerus' words, Vegeta burst out laughing. "This is truly satisfying, Kakarot. I never expected you to have such a miserable day." Son Wukong disdainfully replied to Vegeta, "You should go up, your outcome might be even worse than mine." "You?" Vegeta was about to argue with Son Wukong, but managed to calm down. The scene returned to the sky, where Beerus and Ye Ming faced off in midair, their auras gradually becoming terrifying, creating waves on the ocean below. The Z-fighters below, sensing this overwhelming aura, quickly retreated, gazing up in fear at the two powerful figures above. At this moment, Whis also noticed that Ye Ming was about to fight Beerus, promptly surrounding the entire cruise ship with his staff, forming a protective barrier. Seeing Whis take action, the Z-fighters felt considerably more at ease, thinking to themselves that this servant of the God of Destruction was quite powerful. Just then, Ye Ming transformed first, directly taking on the form of Super Saiyan 3rd level, a terrifying aura spreading from Earth to various parts of the universe. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled over Earth, dark clouds gathered, and golden light shone as Beerus looked at the unusual Super Saiyan 3rd level before him. He smiled at Ye Ming, saying, "This Super Saiyan 3rd level is many times stronger than Son Wukong. Its energy and power have increased by dozens of levels, even I must commend you." Ye Ming clenched his fists tightly, striking a battle pose as he said, "After all, facing a powerful deity like Lord Beerus, I must give it my all." "Oh, is this your full strength? You are not deceiving me, are you? If this is your full strength, then Earth is surely doomed," Beerus said seriously. Indeed, as Ye Ming anticipated, in this universe Beerus' power was immense, and even in his Super Saiyan 3rd level form, he felt no pressure. It should be noted that he was not an ordinary Super Saiyan 3rd level, but a strengthened version, Ye Ming, who possessed the body of Vegeta. However, seriously, Beerus also became slightly serious, adopting a battle stance. The Z-fighters below noticed Beerus' stance. Previously, when he fought Wukong, he had his arms crossed, seemingly not taking the battle seriously at all. At this moment, Beerus took up a battle stance, indicating that Ye Ming's strength was worthy of his serious attention. Suddenly, Ye Ming charged at Beerus, moving at incredible speed, surprising even Beerus. With a punch aimed at Beerus' face, Beerus felt the pain of the hit, and was sent flying, piercing through the atmosphere. This was what Ye Ming intended. He had to relocate the battlefield away from Earth. Ye Ming quickly followed, pressing the attack. The many Z-fighters saw that they were moving away from Earth, thinking that they must be fighting in space. Before they could move, Whis walked over and said, "Oh, you want to watch their battle? I can help you with that." With that, Whis projected the battle between Beerus and Ye Ming in outer space with his staff. Whis was also quite interested, thinking that Lord Beerus would undoubtedly emerge victorious. Perhaps there will be surprises. Whis' lips curled slightly as he held a lunchbox and ate while watching their battle. The battle between Beerus and Ye Ming raged fiercely in space, and within a minute they had clashed over 100 times. The aftermath of their clashes instilled fear and unrest among the beings of the universe. At this moment, the old Kai and the Supreme Kai far away in the Kaishin realm were watching this battle, sweat dripping down their foreheads. Supreme Kai Shin said, "Old ancestor, what are the chances of Ye Ming winning?" The old Kai wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "You might not know, but Lord Beerus is the strongest god of destruction among the 12 universes. His power is unfathomable. Ye Ming is still too young. Although he has incredible potential, he might not stand a chance now." The old Kai spoke gently. He also did not wish for Earth to be destroyed. The scene returned to the battlefield where Ye Ming was already covered in wounds while Beerus also had some injuries, though not severe. Beerus said, "Ye Ming, I did not expect your power to reach this level. For you to make me use 30% of my strength, that is already something to be proud of." Ye Ming was shocked upon hearing Beerus' words. If this is only 30% of his power, how strong could his full strength be? He knew that Beerus had not yet used the true power of the God of Destruction, and it was said that he could also use Ultra Instinct, albeit imperfectly. Ye Ming's mind was racing when suddenly the system announced, "Congratulations, host, you are fighting Beerus. Reward full power of Super Saiyan 4th level and the prototype of Ultra Instinct." Seeing the reward come through, Ye Ming breathed a sigh of relief. If the reward had not arrived, the system would have had to collect his body. Ye Ming thought to himself, the prototype of Ultra Instinct seems to be the imperfect form that Sun Wukong first used in the original work. However, it is already sufficient for now. Seeing Ye Ming deep in thought, Beerus smiled and said, "What's wrong? Are you thinking about how to deal with me? You can use any technique. Oh, I will handle it all." Gazing at the incredibly arrogant Beerus, Ye Ming felt a surge of fighting spirit within him. He wanted Beerus to pay the price for his arrogance. He wanted Beerus to recognize that the strength of mortals could also pose a threat. Beerus looked at Ye Ming's serious expression, revealing a serious demeanor himself. Ye Ming declared to Beerus, "Lord Beerus, I admit you are the strongest deity in this universe, but you must not underestimate the power of mortals, for sometimes mortals can defeat gods." Hearing Ye Ming's words, Beerus burst into laughter. "Is that so? Such laughable words are something I haven't heard in millions of years. If you have such strength, you can prove it to me. If not, then the outcome may be quite tragic." Their words also reached the ears of the Z fighters, who understood that Ye Ming was likely about to show his true abilities. At this moment, Whis stood up with his hands behind his back and said, "Then let me see what surprises this mysterious newcomer from the universe has in store for me, especially since even the Grand Minister has taken notice." With that, the scene returned to the battlefield. Suddenly, Ye Ming clenched his fists tightly and roared. An immense power far surpassing that of Super Saiyan 3rd level erupted. His hair gradually turned black, red fur appeared on his body, and his muscles bulged. This power was simply overwhelming. From a distance, Beerus watched Ye Ming grow stronger, his eyes widening in shock as he was forced to retreat under this terrifying aura. The people on Earth were not faring well. Whis also did not expect Ye Ming to hide such tremendous power. He quickly stepped into the cosmic space, using his staff to envelop the entire Earth. Yet Ye Ming's transformation continued, with energy increasing exponentially. His gaze grew increasingly fierce, and the terrifying power made even Beerus feel a hint of fear. This energy even crossed the boundaries of the universe, reaching other universes. In the 6th universe, at the residence of the God of Destruction, Kampa and his attendant Beerus felt a power emanating from beyond the universe. Kampa exclaimed in shock, "This power has actually penetrated the boundaries of the universe and reached here. It seems to be coming from the 7th universe. Is there such a powerful warrior in the 7th universe?" Beerus was also intrigued, taking out his staff to project the scene in the 7th universe. Two figures appeared on the staff. One was Beerus, and the other was the transformed Ye Ming. Kampa's eyes widened, then narrowed into a grin. "It looks like Beerus has met his match. Haha, I would love to see him get defeated." At this moment, Beerus remarked, "That human is quite strong. Although he is not a deity, he can match a god with sheer physical strength. It seems a powerful warrior has indeed emerged from the 7th universe." Kampa remained silent and said to Beerus, "Let us watch the outcome of this battle. After all, our destruction work is already complete." Beerus covered his red lips and said, "Sure. Lord Kampa, I haven't seen a battle of this level in ages." Similar events were happening in other universes, especially in the 11th universe, where the God of Destruction Vermaud was managing the universe. They were also observing the battle between Beerus and the adversary in the 7th universe through their staff. "It seems a powerful warrior has appeared in the 7th universe, presenting us with a considerable threat," Vermaud remarked. Next to him, the angel Margarita said, "Indeed, dear, he might even be stronger than our universe's Jiren." The clown God of Destruction's expression darkened upon hearing this. He did not wish for other universes to have such a powerful warrior, especially one with the strength to rival a God of Destruction. The God of Destruction of the 11th universe Vermoud was still as petty as he was in the original work. In the 7th universe, after a massive upheaval, Ye Ming completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 4th stage. He radiated a dazzling light, his aura shining brilliantly like a star, and his gaze was piercing. Ye Ming stared at Beerus and said, "Lord Beerus, does this form satisfy you?" Beerus was initially surprised and stood up, though after all he was a deity and had to maintain the dignity of a god. "I didn't expect you to hide such powerful strength. I underestimated you earlier thinking that Super Saiyan 3rd stage was your limit," Beerus said with his arms crossed. Meanwhile, the Z warriors on Earth were in disbelief. "My goodness, is this Ye Ming's true power? It could be described as an aura as deep as an abyss, unfathomable." Son Wukong and Vegeta felt an enormous sense of disparity. They hadn't expected Ye Ming to possess such tremendous strength, which he had never shown before. What they didn't know was that this power was acquired only after sparring with Beerus. It wasn't something Ye Ming had intentionally concealed. Super Saiyan 4th stage. Ye Ming is indeed hiding it well, Vegeta said, frowning. In fact, Vegeta was thinking that he hadn't expected there to be a Super Saiyan 4th stage after the 3rd stage. He thought the 3rd stage was the end. On the other hand, Wukong excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, Vegeta, I didn't expect there to be a Super Saiyan 4th stage transformation. It's incredible." Vegeta coldly snorted, "Kakarot, I will transform into Super Saiyan 4th stage before you do." During the past 3 years, Vegeta had already mastered the Super Saiyan 3rd stage transformation. Now that there was a new path ahead, he was determined to surpass him. Son Wukong said, "All right, let's work hard together. Just thinking about Super Saiyan 4th stage makes me feel strong." Vegeta retorted directly, "Even if you master Super Saiyan 4th stage, you still won't be able to defeat Beerus. Only Ye Ming's Super Saiyan 4th stage can contend with Beerus." Wukong scratched his head and said, "But this can still enhance our power. I never said I wanted to defeat Beerus." Then Vegeta ignored Son Wukong. Returning to the battlefield, Beerus looked at the spirited Ye Ming and felt considerable pressure. "Exactly, this is what makes the battle interesting." Beerus licked his lips and said. Ye Ming spread his arms and said, "Then Lord Beerus, shall we continue?" Suddenly Beerus let out a loud roar. Purple energy surged from his body, the destructive energy emanating a terrifying aura. Ye Ming quickly raised his hands to defend. In his heart, he realized that Beerus' strength far surpassed his imagination. Even with all his might as a Super Saiyan 4th stage, it would be difficult to take him down. Boom. The battle began as Beerus launched the first attack. Ye Ming was unafraid, feeling an infinite power within him as he clashed head-on with Beerus. The force of a single punch created numerous spatial rifts in the universe, its momentum showing no signs of diminishing. They battled in space at incredible speeds, exchanging blows more than 10 times each second, leaving the Z warriors dazzled by the back and forth. "Amazing. Is this the battle between Ye Ming and Lord Beerus? It highlights our own weakness," Son Gohan remarked. Whis explained from the side, "You can see the gap in their strengths. However, Ye Ming is still immortal. He is now challenging Lord Beerus with pure mortal strength, and his power has already surpassed that of an average God of Destruction. Does Ye Ming have a chance to defeat Beerus?" the others quickly asked Whis. Whis shook his head and said, "The battle has just begun. From what I see, Ye Ming might temporarily have the upper hand, but Beerus will gradually unleash his strength, and then the outcome will be uncertain." Upon hearing Whis' words, everyone looked serious, silently cheering for Ye Ming. Back on the battlefield, Ye Ming suddenly charged at Beerus, delivering punch after punch to his face. Beerus also felt the heavy force of those punches. Wiping his mouth, he immediately roared, his aura growing even stronger. He rapidly charged towards Ye Ming, who promptly responded. Beerus seized on a flaw, landing a direct hit to Ye Ming's abdomen, sending him flying onto a piece of meteorite. With a bang, Ye Ming lay amidst the meteorite, quickly standing up and saying to Beerus, "Lord Beerus, such punches cannot inflict effective harm on me." Beerus smiled slightly. "Is that so?" He then condensed a destructive energy ball the size of a meteorite and threw it at Ye Ming. Beerus' speed in gathering energy was incredibly fast. At that moment, Ye Ming could only brace himself. As Ye Ming's hands came into contact with the destructive energy ball, he felt his energy rapidly depleting. He thought to himself, at this rate his energy would be consumed quickly, ultimately being devoured by the destructive energy. Thus Ye Ming further intensified his aura. With a loud roar, his entire energy exploded. The destructive energy ball detonated under a powerful force, startling Beerus slightly. As the smoke cleared, Beerus looked at the panting Ye Ming, a look of excitement appearing on his face. "Not bad, you were able to destroy my energy ball and still have the strength to stand. It seems your power can rival that of an average God of Destruction," Beerus remarked. Ye Ming, upon hearing Beerus' words, straightened his back and said, I said before, I will let Lord Beerus experience the strength of mortals. As he spoke, Ye Ming instantly teleported behind Beerus and delivered a fierce punch. Beerus was caught off guard, struck in the waist, and spat out some bile as he plummeted towards the meteorite layer below. At that moment, Ye Ming gathered the Kamehameha wave in his hands, a powerful energy erupting from him. Seeing he couldn't evade, Beerus could only brace himself with both hands. Boom! At this moment, Ye Ming was increasing his power output when he suddenly heard a roar. Ye Ming unleashed a tremendous amount of energy. The meteorite city around Beerus exploded completely. At this point, Ye Ming had already ceased his energy wave, panting heavily. He had exerted too much force and was a bit depleted. As the smoke dissipated, Beerus was seen with some injuries, and even his right hand was stained with blood. Beerus said nothing. He let out a roar and charged at Ye Ming. At this moment, he had unleashed 100 of his strength, moving so fast that even Ye Ming couldn't react. A punch landed heavily on Ye Ming's face, causing him to cry out in pain as he was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Beerus didn't give Ye Ming a chance to breathe, unleashing a relentless combo of punches and kicks, thoroughly suppressing Ye Ming. Suddenly, Beerus gathered a destructive energy wave in his hand and threw it at Ye Ming. Ye Ming opened his eyes, seeing a massive destructive ball speeding toward him. He was locked on and unable to escape. Then I can only go all out now, Ye Ming thought. Ye Ming's aura exploded, revealing a terrifying presence as he further strengthened his energy, gathering the Kamehameha wave once more. Suddenly, he let out a loud roar, smashing his energy wave against the destructive ball. Beerus also increased his energy output, clashing with Ye Ming's wave using one hand. At that moment, the purple aura surged outward from Beerus, and he shouted, his eyes gleaming. The destructive ball advanced toward Ye Ming at a visible speed, and as it got closer, Ye Ming felt a surge of urgency. He suddenly roared, tenfold Kaioken. A red aura erupted from his body, boosting his power at least tenfold. Beerus, witnessing this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief. So he has a hidden trump card. Observing Ye Ming's power increase several times, Beerus took the situation seriously. His aura flickered as terrifying destructive energy surged from him. Beerus said, let's see how long you can hold out. Clearly, Beerus had unleashed his true power. The destructive energy ball and Kamehameha wave were locked in a stalemate, evenly matched. However, Ye Ming knew that if this continued, he would surely lose. Beerus wielded destructive energy, which inherently possessed destructive properties. At that moment, other universes were also watching the battle unfold. Xiangpa remarked nonchalantly, I didn't expect Beerus to encounter such a formidable opponent this time. Seeing him exerting himself makes me want to laugh, ha. Beside him, Bardos said, this Mr. Ye Ming is really strong, which surprises me as well. Suddenly, Bardos looked at Xiangpa with a smile. Lord Xiangpa, you haven't trained in a long time, right? You probably wouldn't be able to defeat this mortal. Xiangpa ears perked up at this remark, glaring at Bardos in anger. Do you think I can't defeat him? I could obliterate him with a single destructive energy. Although Xiangpa sounded defiant, he felt quite uneasy inside. Bardos, seeing Xiangpa like this, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle. Xiangpa, witnessing Bardos' reaction, could only grit his teeth in frustration. This battle was being observed by over a dozen universes, and naturally, it included the Grand Minister, the overseer of the entire universe. He was also watching the battle through a crystal ball, smiling as he said, your strength is increasing quite rapidly, but it's still not enough. Let's see how far you can go. Back on the battlefield, Beerus and Ye Ming were still locked in a stalemate, the terrifying aura spreading throughout the universe. Beerus' destructive energy continued to intensify, and Ye Ming sensed that the tenfold Kaioken might not be enough, although it was already consuming a great deal of his stamina. If Ye Ming were to use a higher multiplier of the Kaioken, he might run into stamina issues, which would worsen the situation. Thus, Ye Ming had no choice but to gamble everything on this moment, and he shouted, 20-fold Kaioken. Suddenly, a terrifying momentum erupted from Ye Ming, and his combat power surged several times in an instant. Beerus was momentarily astonished, surprised that Ye Ming could unleash even greater combat power. He gritted his teeth and said to Ye Ming, you managed to unleash such strength. I truly underestimated you, Ye Ming. However, your stamina will plummet rapidly. I can sense that while this technique won't harm your body, it will cause your energy to drain quickly. Ye Ming replied, if I don't fight now, then when? I will give my all to defeat you. While controlling the destructive energy, Beerus said, you think you can defeat me, but unfortunately, even with your immense power, you still cannot overcome me. Ye Ming's Kamehameha wave pushed the God of Destruction's energy back, and Beerus had already exerted his full strength in this form. Suddenly, Beerus said to Ye Ming, then let me show you the true power of a deity. In an instant, a colorful glow emanated from Beerus, his eyes gradually turning silver and the color of his hair began to shift towards silver. A sacred aura rose from Beerus. Indeed, it was the Ultra Instinct technique. On Earth, Beerus' attendant Whis saw Beerus unleashing the Ultra Instinct and slightly raised the corners of his mouth. It seems Lord Beerus has unleashed all his strength, giving Ye Ming the utmost respect, Whis murmured. The Z fighters noticed Beerus' transformation and asked Whis, "It seems Beerus has entered a strange form. What is this?" Hearing the Z fighters' confusion, Whis explained, "Lord Beerus is using a divine technique known as Ultra Instinct, a skill only angels can master. However, Lord Beerus' Ultra Instinct still has flaws and is not perfect, but the power boost is undoubtedly immense. Ye Ming might be in danger." After hearing Whis' explanation, everyone realized this was a profound and mysterious skill, and their anxieties heightened. Ye Ming also noticed Beerus change across from him, and understood that Beerus had activated Ultra Instinct, causing his expression to grow serious. As the destructive sphere approached Beerus ready to defeat him, everything changed when Beerus activated Ultra Instinct. Ye Ming watched as a silver glow erupted from Beerus' eyes, and the destructive sphere sped toward Ye Ming at an alarming rate. Realizing the danger, Ye Ming quickly dodged. Just as the destructive sphere was about to reach him, he used instant transmission to move to another location. However, in the place he had just occupied, a void vortex appeared, and the surrounding meteors turned to cosmic dust. Ye Ming let out a long sigh. That previous moment had been incredibly perilous. Had he been hit, given his state at the time, he would surely have suffered severe injury, if not death. Beerus was also taken aback. He actually dodged the previous attack. He realized Ye Ming had used the Kaioshin's instant transmission technique, and Beerus narrowed his eyes, piecing together the cause and effect. However, he didn't take it lightly. With the enhancement of Ultra Instinct, his power had risen several levels far beyond what Ye Ming could compare to. Beerus smiled at Ye Ming and said, "It seems this battle will soon come to an end. However, I acknowledge your strength, Ye Ming. You forced me to use my Ultra Instinct. You have every reason to be proud." Listening to Beerus, Ye Ming responded, "Soon to end. I do not agree with that statement." After hearing this, Beerus' smile faded, and he said seriously, "Do you still have hidden strength that you haven't revealed? Bring it out. I want to see." Under the influence of Ultra Instinct, Beerus appeared quite at ease, for with Ultra Instinct and his destructive energy, he was essentially invincible. He completely did not believe that Ye Ming had a way to triumph over him. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. Ye Ming also possessed Ultra Instinct. Ye Ming said to the system, "Whose Ultra Instinct is stronger, mine or Beerus?" The system replied, "Your Ultra Instinct compared to Beerus has a more perfect aura." Ultra Instinct is a skill mastered by the angel race, possibly by other powerful beings. It is a divine technique. Beerus' mastery is not perfect, though he is very close to that realm. But just this layer of separation, I don't know how many years it will take for Beerus to break through. Ye Ming nodded in agreement with the system's words, confirming his suspicions. Ye Ming thought if he displayed the prototype of Ultra Instinct, it might shock Beerus and the gods. He had long sensed someone was watching him, a feeling that seemed to come from beyond the universe. The protagonist's power reaches a certain level, allowing him to sense others peering. Whis and Beerus were aware of this matter, but they said nothing more. They knew Ye Ming's immense strength was already exposed to the various universes. At this moment, Ye Ming couldn't care about anything else. If he couldn't defeat Beerus, Earth would face the risk of destruction. He smiled and said to Beerus, "Lord Beerus, I admit you are incredibly powerful, but unfortunately, I can also use this skill." Before Beerus could recover from his astonishment, a silver light burst from Ye Ming's eyes, and a sacred aura emanated from his body. His hair remained black, but now glimmered with colorful hues. Seeing this, the gods were greatly astonished. Whis also stood up, exclaiming, "This is the aura of Ultra Instinct, there's no doubt about it. Though not yet perfect, how did he learn it? This is a realm that even the gods find difficult to reach. Only angels can master it perfectly." On the destroyer god planet of the 6th universe, Kampa was already sweating profusely from this scene. He can actually use Ultra Instinct. My heavens, how did he learn it? Though Ye Ming's Ultra Instinct is not perfect, it is remarkably close. Beside him, Vados was also quite shocked. After all, Ye Ming is very young. How could he master it in such a short time? Did Whis teach him? That's impossible. In Universe 11, Amaruz was also watching this scene, his jaw dropping, saying, "He can actually grasp the prototype of Ultra Instinct. How is this possible? This is impossible. This is a technique even the destroyers find hard to comprehend." This scene was reflected in the eyes of various universes, leaving them all in shock. Outside the palace of the Omni King, the Grand Minister was also observing Ye Ming's every move, softly saying, "To easily learn Ultra Instinct, this visitor from the universe is truly remarkable. His potential far exceeds my imagination." Although the Grand Minister was astonished that Ye Ming could master Ultra Instinct, he did not elaborate further. In his eyes, Ye Ming was just another character. But Beerus across from him looked quite grim, his large cat eyes glaring at Ye Ming as he asked, "How did you learn Ultra Instinct?" "Oh, so this is called Ultra Instinct." Ye Ming pretended as if he just learned this. "I see I managed to master this skill because I've been able to calm my mind for a long time. Is there a problem, Lord Beerus?" Beerus' expression darkened. Ye Ming had clearly not told him the truth. Mastering Ultra Instinct indeed requires a calm mind and a certain level of mastery over one's own aura. However, this was not important. In Beerus' mind, he wanted to achieve the final victory in this battle. He had never intended to destroy Earth, it was just a casual remark. Throughout the battle with Ye Ming, Beerus had acknowledged Ye Ming's strength, so there was no need for a life-and-death struggle. However, he was the strongest destroyer among the 12 universes, and if he couldn't defeat Ye Ming, he would likely be ridiculed by others from different universes. After all, a deity failing to defeat a mortal was truly unacceptable. Whis on Earth also clearly observed Beerus' change in demeanor. He sighed and thought, perhaps letting Lord Beerus face a setback this time may be beneficial for his future. Although he is the most powerful destroyer among the 12 universes, he hasn't seriously trained in many years. If he did train earnestly, he could be many times stronger than he is now. Returning to the battlefield, both sides' colorful auras danced around each other. Ye Ming's Super Saiyan 4th stage at full power combined with Ultra Instinct was perfectly adaptable. On Beerus' side, the purple energy and the colorful aura swirled together, appearing extraordinarily divine. Beerus said to Ye Ming, "It seems you've put forth all your strength this time, right?" Ye Ming nodded, saying, "This is all of my power." As he spoke, Ye Ming added a 20-fold Kaioken, which was the maximum multiplier he could maintain in this form. He needed to resolve this quickly before exhausting his stamina. Beerus looked at Ye Ming, who had unleashed 20-fold Kaioken, and his power surged significantly. His expression grew quite serious. Ye Ming's strength had far exceeded his expectations, and he knew Ye Ming wanted a swift conclusion. Within these few minutes, only one victor would emerge. In the midst of a starry sky, two terrifying figures faced each other. Ye Ming said seriously, "Lord Beerus, let us determine the victor." At this moment, Beerus also cast aside his arrogance. He highly acknowledged Ye Ming's strength, for he had entered a realm that even gods found difficult to tread. Even Beerus took a long time to master the zenith of ease technique. With a loud bang, their figures moved rapidly through space, incredibly fast at the peak of speed. Beerus sent Ye Ming flying with a punch, but quickly with the aid of the zenith of ease technique, Ye Ming agilely stood up to counterattack. Their bodies and wills were fiercely clashing, causing countless planets to disintegrate under this overwhelming pressure. Far away in the King Kai realm, the old Kai and Kai Shin witnessed this scene, their eyes nearly popping out in shock, and sweat poured down their foreheads without pause. "Old ancestor, what should we do? Please make them stop. If this continues, the universe will soon be destroyed," Kai Shin shouted anxiously. The old ancestor shook his head, sweat still pouring down his face as he trembled, and said, "It is impossible to stop them, there is no hope. This battle has already drawn the attention of the gods. It is a contest between the deities of the 7th universe and mortals." On Earth, Whis also noticed. He could not intervene in Lord Beerus' decision, as Whis could only prevent battles between destruction gods. In battles like this, he could not intervene, for the destruction of the universe did not concern him, though he did not wish for it to be destroyed. Whis possessed the ability to reverse time. As long as he activated it at the moment of the universe's destruction, everything would instantly restore. Watching the increasingly intense battle between the two, the Z fighters felt uneasy. Fortunately, Whis had protected Earth, or it would have been destroyed by now. At this moment, Vegeta and Son Goku were already dumbfounded. They had no idea their gap with Ye Ming was so vast, as if they could not even see Ye Ming's shadow. At that moment, Son Goku clenched his fists, recalling the days of training with Ye Ming in the hyperbolic time chamber, where Ye Ming had always told him, "Stay steadfast in your beliefs, forge your own path. No matter how thorny the road ahead, you must move forward with courage." Vegeta also felt a sense of despondence, but he remembered one afternoon during their 3 years together when he sparred with Ye Ming again. Unquestionably, he was defeated. During these 3 years, Vegeta had never won a single exchange against Ye Ming. At that time, Vegeta felt a sense of defeat. Am I truly a warrior flowing with the blood of a Saiyan prince? Ye Ming suddenly said to him, "Do not doubt yourself, Vegeta. You possess immense potential. It is only because you encountered me that you seem mediocre. You will ultimately find a path that belongs to you. You can see me as the target for your advancement. Vegeta, we have always been friends, always," Ye Ming said, smiling as he patted Vegeta's shoulder. Coming back to his senses, Vegeta regained his confidence. Ye Ming was right. I will forge my own path and become a true powerhouse. At this moment, Vegeta and Son Goku exchanged glances, seeing the spirited determination and unwavering confidence in each other's eyes. Whis quietly observed all of this, thinking to himself, it seems they are unaffected by the battle between Beerus and Ye Ming, rather it has only heightened their fighting spirit. These two are indeed promising. Back on the battlefield, Beerus and Ye Ming had exchanged thousands of blows, neither able to gain the upper hand. However, as the battle progressed, Ye Ming used the 20-fold Kaioken rapidly, depleting his stamina. He paused on a rock formation, panting heavily, thinking to himself, I must end this quickly, otherwise I won't be able to defeat Beerus. But his current strength was merely on par with Beerus. Beerus was also leaning against a rock, panting heavily, indicating that the previous battle had not been easy for him, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He had not experienced such a fierce battle in a long time. Clearly, Beerus' fighting spirit had not yet extinguished. The two stared at each other, and suddenly with a bang they both took off from their spots. Charging at each other, Ye Ming and Beerus competed in the Zen-Oh technique, with invisible attacks rippling through space, leaving marks everywhere. Suddenly, Ye Ming used instant transmission to appear behind Beerus, locking his throat, and lifted Beerus high, quickly descending from a height. Beerus knew what Ye Ming was trying to do, but he would not let him succeed. He quickly elbowed Ye Ming's waist in an attempt to break free. However, Ye Ming held on tightly, even as blood dripped from his mouth. He never loosened his grip. Boom. Dust flew everywhere. In that strike, Beerus suffered a heavy blow, crashing into the inner layer of an asteroid. And at that moment, Ye Ming pressed the attack, unleashing the Kamehameha. In an instant, a powerful explosion swept through outer space, turning countless planets to dust. After the smoke cleared, Beerus raised a protective shield, barely managing to block the attack. Ye Ming's expression turned grim. He hadn't expected there would be a protective shield. Damn it! Ye Ming cursed under his breath, but his speed did not decrease as he charged towards Beerus. At this moment, Beerus gathered 10 massive destruction energy spheres, hurling them at Ye Ming. Ye Ming could feel the terrifying power contained within these energy spheres. He quickly moved, trying to use the debris of the asteroids to block the attacks. But Beerus would not let him have his way. With one hand, he controlled the movement of the destruction energy spheres, and their speed was remarkably swift. Seeing that he could not evade, Ye Ming turned around and concentrated the Kamehameha again. With a fierce roar, he completely neutralized the energy of the 10 energy spheres. At this moment, Ye Ming crouched down, panting heavily, but his gaze never left Beerus, his injuries visibly serious. Ye Ming knew he could not let his guard down. At this moment, whoever showed weakness first would lose. Ye Ming said, Lord Beerus, if we continue to fight like this, the universe may be destroyed, so let us settle it with one final move. At this point, Beerus also looked somewhat disheveled. The 10 destruction energy spheres he had just gathered were somewhat forced, and he too was feeling fatigued. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, All right, Ye Ming, let us see which of us will survive this final move. Soon a powerful aura erupted from Beerus. Once again, purple energy and colorful auras intertwined, forming a massive energy sphere. Ye Ming's eyes widened in terror as he realized this was Beerus' most powerful strike. Standing straight, Ye Ming suddenly erupted with energy, shouting loudly as golden light shone and countless bolts of lightning intertwined. Ye Ming was gathering energy, and the Zen-Oh technique was being unleashed to its utmost. He also prepared to gather the Kamehameha, only to hear him say 50 times Kaioken. With the boost of the 50-fold Kaioken, the energy began to rapidly gather, becoming incredibly vast. Ye Ming's muscles bulged, his pupils dilated, and a red aura enveloped his entire body. Beerus also saw Ye Ming gathering the Kamehameha with the 50-fold Kaioken, his expression growing increasingly fierce. Suddenly they each finished gathering their energy, and Ye Ming shouted, Lord Beerus, here I come. Beerus returned the gesture with a formidable destruction energy sphere, glowing with a rainbow of colors, charging towards Ye Ming. At the moment of contact between the energies, all surrounding planets turned to dust, and the universe trembled violently, even extending to other universes. The gods watched this spectacular battle through the angel's scepter. The god of destruction from the first universe, Ivan, exclaimed, Oh my, this power is truly formidable. Beerus was struggling in the fight. This human, named Ye Ming, was truly terrifyingly strong. The god of destruction from the fourth universe, a rat named Chita Mouse, said sinisterly, A powerful warrior has emerged from the seventh universe. This is truly unfortunate for our universe. Clearly, the rat god of destruction from the fourth universe and the clown god of destruction from the 11th universe were cut from the same cloth. In the sixth universe, Kampa watched the battle, intently astonished as he said, To be able to defeat Beerus to this extent, this guy's strength is truly remarkable, and he has basically mastered the Zen-Oh technique. Beside him, Vados quickly agreed, Lord Kampa, you truly have a discerning eye, you are simply too clever. Hearing Vados say this, Kampa's face immediately darkened, but he did not explode. Vados often teased Kampa. Back on the battlefield, Ye Ming and Beerus were passionately clashing, having unleashed all their strength. The void of the universe was continuously shattered, and the residual force spread throughout the universe. Ye Ming gritted his teeth to persevere, his stamina nearly exhausted, but a single belief remained in his heart: I absolutely cannot fall. If I lose, it would be a disaster for Earth. Beerus was also surprised by Ye Ming's seemingly abundant stamina, but he saw an indomitable spirit in Ye Ming's eyes, a warrior's pride. Beerus realized, then I shall give you my utmost respect, Ye Ming. Beerus' purple destruction energy suddenly surged, a terrifying aura bursting forth from him as his strength advanced once more. Ye Ming was equally unyielding, letting out a roar as his aura reached its peak. Indeed, under this dazzling strike, the universe began to crumble. At this moment, Whis intervened, flashing to the center of the battlefield between Ye Ming and Beerus using time reversal. Soon after a few seconds, the universe returned to calm. Everyone on Earth looked around, relieved to see everything was well. However, Ye Ming had collapsed onto the asteroid layer, gasping heavily, while Beerus also landed on the rock, clearly fatigued. Whis walked over slowly and said, have you both had enough? The universe nearly fell apart at your hands, so how about we call it a draw? Beerus looked at Ye Ming, and Ye Ming looked at Beerus, both nodding in agreement. Ye Ming knew that it was Whis who intervened at the moment of the universe's destruction, likely using the time reversal ability. Since the battle between Ye Ming and Beerus, peace has been restored, and they are currently feasting in Bulma's courtyard. All the destroyed planets have also been restored, and the universe is calm once more. With a satisfied grin, Beerus said, Ye Ming, we should have another match sometime. Ye Ming was about to agree, but at that moment Whis interjected, if the universe faces destruction again, I will not intervene to save it. Hearing this, Ye Ming could only scratch his head and reply, Lord Beerus, there is no way around it. Our strength is too great. Once we engage, it would lead to the destruction of this universe. Beerus, slightly displeased, shot a glare at Whis, but Whis completely ignored him, clearly indicating that this situation had occurred multiple times before. If you don't want to fight, that's fine. I'm not bored anyway. Beerus hummed a little tune. Just then Vegeta and Son Goku approached and said to Ye Ming, Ye Ming, can you teach us the transformation to Super Saiyan 4th stage? Ye Ming smiled and replied, I believe you have better ways to grow stronger. While the Super Saiyan 4th stage is a pathway to enhance your strength, I hope you won't pursue it. At this time, Vegeta asked what better method is there to become stronger. Ye Ming pointed to Beerus and Whis beside him and said they are the ones. They are gods possessing methods to rapidly enhance their strength. Beerus looked at Ye Ming's gesture towards them and felt a bit annoyed. Not just anyone can receive our guidance. Whis then said to Beerus, to be honest, Lord Beerus, if we enhance their strength, it may greatly benefit the development of our 7th universe. Beerus slightly opened his eyes. Whis, did you have this idea all along? I admit they are decent, but compared to Ye Ming, they are worlds apart. Suddenly Ye Ming said, Lord Beerus, please do not underestimate Son Goku and Vegeta. Their future will undoubtedly not disappoint you, and perhaps we will rely on them more in the future. Listening to Ye Ming's words, Beerus pondered for a moment. Bringing them back to the God of Destruction realm for training wouldn't be an issue. Beerus lazily said, Whis, take them to the God of Destruction realm for proper training. I hope to see results in a short time. Beerus then asked Ye Ming, where are you going? Why not come back to the God of Destruction realm with me? Ye Ming looked at Whis, who was smiling at him. Ye Ming knew that his current strength could only be considered decent. He needed to continue growing stronger, and he had not yet mastered the transformation into a god. As a transmigrator, Ye Ming was aware of the existence of Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue, and Ultra Instinct transformations. All of this required his continuous effort to explore. He could not always rely on the system. He preferred not to depend on it unless absolutely necessary, but the tasks issued by the system were directly linked to him, leaving him no choice. He believed that he could easily comprehend the aura of a god with the potential of this body. Ye Ming thought perhaps with Whis' help he could refine his mastery of the Ultra Instinct and step into a higher realm of divinity. Meanwhile, Son Goku looked at Ye Ming with great anticipation. If Ye Ming went as well, there would surely be a high chance of success. Vegeta feigned calmness, arms crossed, but his eyes betrayed his excitement. After a short moment, Ye Ming had made his decision. I have decided to go to the God of Destruction realm. Since I have not yet mastered the aura of a god, if I can grasp the realm of divinity, my strength can further improve. Beerus first nodded in agreement, then reacted, if you master the realm of divinity, it may be that even I cannot defeat you. How infuriating. Ye Ming smiled and said, rest assured, Lord Beerus, you are ultimately the God of Destruction. I will always respect you no matter how strong I become. Beerus was aware of Ye Ming's character, so he said no more. Whis also nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing Ye Ming. But at that moment Whis said seriously, Ye Ming, during your battles, you must have sensed many prying eyes, right? Those inquiries come from the gods of destruction of other universes. They likely already know about you as a powerful warrior of the 7th universe, so be cautious. There are many insidious and evil gods of destruction out there. Ye Ming nodded at Whis' words and said, "Don't worry, mister. Whis, I will be cautious. If I stay in the God of Destruction realm, they won't be able to lay a hand on me." Hearing this, Whis nodded, and at that moment Beerus spoke fiercely. "If those guys dare to brazenly attack you, then they should not expect to return once they arrive. Humph. In this universe, I am the God of Destruction. To dare to attack you is to challenge my authority. They are not qualified to do so." At that moment, Ye Ming realized that Beerus was also a generous and righteous god, at least within certain principles. At this moment, Whis' staff suddenly lit up. Whis glanced at the staff and said, "It's a message from my sister." Beerus naturally knew who Whis was referring to as his sister, but Son Goku, standing nearby, became restless, his old habits resurfacing. Just as Goku was about to speak, Vegeta quickly covered his mouth and pushed him away from here. Suddenly the staff stood upright and Kampa's voice came from within, "Hey Skinny Bones, long time no see." Upon hearing this voice, Beerus immediately scratched his ear and said, "You fat idiot, what do you want? If there's nothing, just get lost. Hey, don't have such a big temper. It's clear that you've been taught a harsh lesson by those humans of your universe, haha. It's simply hilarious." Beerus' anger surged, ready to erupt. Kampa quickly added, "I'll come find you in 5 months, Skinny Bones. I hope you won't be scared, or I will bring you a surprise teehee." After making his jab, Kampa promptly turned off the staff, not giving Beerus a chance to retort. "Who was that just now?" Ye Ming pretended not to know. Whis quickly explained, "He is the God of Destruction of the 6th universe, Lord Beerus' twin brother, Kampa." At this moment, Son Goku suddenly chimed in, "The 6th universe. What number is our universe?" Vegeta also approached, evidently very interested. Whis smiled at them and pointed with his staff, "Our universe is the 7th universe, while Lord Kampa, just now, is the God of Destruction of the 6th universe governing that universe. There are 12 universes in total. The 1st and 12th universes, the 2nd and 3rd universes, the 4th and 5th universes, the 6th and 7th universes, the 8th and 9th universes, and the 10th and 11th universes. Each pair of universes are twin universes. Each universe has its God of Destruction, but our Lord Beerus is the strongest among the 12 universes." As he said this, the corners of Beerus' mouth slightly lifted, not waiting for him to show off. Whis added, "Ye Ming can hold his own against Lord Beerus, which indicates he possesses the strength of a top-tier God of Destruction. You two better step up your game." Goku scratched his head and said, "I see now, I understand." It seemed that this universe's Son Goku was much smarter than in the original work. When Whis explained extensively, he had not understood. Vegeta snorted coldly, remaining silent. He only wanted to quickly head to the God of Destruction realm to train and enhance his strength. However, before that, Ye Ming wanted to have a word with Son Goku's son Gohan. He said to Goku, "Goku, call your son over." Goku was taken aback and asked, "You mean Gohan?" Ye Ming nodded. "I'll be waiting for him in Bulma's courtyard." Saying this, he walked out. Goku knew Ye Ming had something to say to his son, so he quickly found Gohan and told him, "Gohan, Ye Ming is looking for you. He is waiting for you in Bulma's courtyard." Hearing this, Gohan quickly got up and ran swiftly to Bulma's courtyard, where he saw the strongest scion, Ye Ming. He tidied his clothes and approached Ye Ming with a serious expression, saying, "Mr. Ye Ming, you called for me?" "Yes, Gohan. I have something to discuss with you." Ye Ming smiled and continued, "You were once one of the strongest among the scions, but look at you now, so weak, still carrying a scholarly air." Hearing Ye Ming's words, Gohan lowered his head in shame. Ye Ming continued, "You probably have become complacent because of your father or Uncle Vegeta standing in front of you, wasting your own talent. When true crises strike, you will have no support. You can only rely on yourself. When your loved ones are in danger or you yourself are in peril, you will understand why you should have worked harder to become stronger." Ye Ming spoke to Gohan in a serious tone. At this moment, Gohan's eyes were already brimming with tears. He had understood this truth when Ye Ming fought against Beerus. Seeing Gohan's expression, Ye Ming patted him on the shoulder. "It's not too late to work hard now. You can become stronger, surpass your previous peak. With your potential, you can believe you will reach the height of your father or even surpass him." Gohan looked at the powerful Ye Ming before him, suddenly filled with hope. He immediately knelt before Ye Ming, startling him, and he quickly helped Gohan up. However, Gohan was unwilling to get up. With tears in his eyes, he said to Ye Ming, "Mr. Ye Ming, please teach me how to become stronger. I will definitely work hard. I don't want to be a burden. I want to become strong." The people inside also heard Gohan's voice. Vegeta crossed his arms, indifferent. He had actually already thought of this. If Ye Ming hadn't communicated with Gohan in advance, Vegeta would have taught Gohan a lesson himself. Goku scratched his head and said, "This is also my negligence. I haven't been a good father, not ensuring he trains well." In fact, Goku knew who was to blame. Their mother Chi-Chi, who always opposed Gohan training, which is why his strength is so weak now. With new crises constantly emerging, Goku needed to elevate his strength, including that of his son. Ye Ming gently said to Gohan, "You can come with me to the God of Destruction realm for training. I believe Lord Beerus will agree." Upon hearing this, Gohan stood up, his eyes filled with determination, no longer the coward he once was. Seeing Gohan regain his spirit, Ye Ming was also pleased. Vegeta glanced at Gohan and quietly walked away, while Goku was also happy that his son had found his resolve. Beerus also agreed for Gohan to go to the God of Destruction realm, and then the matter was settled. Soon Vegeta and Son Goku packed their belongings, carrying a large bag of delicious food, all of which were Beerus and Whis favorites. Goku had already discussed with Shishi that he would go to the God of Destruction realm with Gohan. Shishi also realized her past mistakes and understood that her husband and son were training to protect the Earth, so she could only tearfully see off Goku and his son Gohan. Thus, Ye Ming, Vegeta, and Son Goku set out for the God of Destruction realm. A new journey is about to begin. Oh, let us see how Ye Ming's future unfolds. Note: Ye Ming did not disclose the transformation method for Super Saiyan God simply because Son Goku and Vegeta would later master the Ultra Blue transformation, making the transformation to Super Saiyan God quite easy. Thus, it was entirely unnecessary, and Super Saiyan God is not that powerful. Ye Ming and his companions quickly arrived at the Destruction God realm, and indeed the architecture was identical to that in the anime, Ye Ming thought. Suddenly a fish flew swiftly over to them. It lazily addressed, "Everyone, why have so many guests come today?" The prophecy fish, initially excited to see everyone, suddenly darkened its face upon hearing Whis' introduction and vanished in a flash. At this moment, Lord Beerus had already returned to his chamber and fell into a deep sleep. The scene shifted to Ye Ming, Vegeta, Goku, and Gohan standing in a row. Ye Ming appeared quite indifferent while the other three looked at Whis with bright, eager eyes, making Whis feel a bit shy. Whis cleared his throat and said, "In addition to training, you all have extra tasks. There is a large patch of weeds behind you that needs to be cleared once a week, and you also need to change Lord Beerus' sleeping blanket once a day before you can proceed with your training." Vegeta felt displeased but endured it, as he was willing to do anything for training. Goku scratched his head and said, "Do we really have to do these chores? It's really a headache." After saying this, Vegeta threw a big bag onto Goku's face. Gohan remained silent, offering no suggestions. Whis said to Ye Ming, "Ye Ming does not have to do these chores. You only need to complete the training schedule I have set for you each day." Upon hearing this, everyone had no objections, as Ye Ming was the strongest presence. Ye Ming nodded in response, feeling quite pleased, as if receiving VIP treatment. Thus the division of labor began, and the three of them quickly got to work, eager to finish their chores and start training. Day after day, a mundane life of labor and training commenced. Whis' training with Ye Ming consisted of combat, knowing that Ye Ming had a high talent for training and had already mastered the free and easy technique to a certain extent, reaching the pinnacle of destruction God's strength, rendering ordinary training ineffective. During this period, Ye Ming fought Whis dozens of times, yet he couldn't even touch the shoulder of Whis' garment. He had intended to use all his strength to test himself, but was stopped by Whis. Whis said to Ye Ming, "You can only use the free and easy technique. To perfect your free and easy technique, you must adhere to this training method." Whis had previously shared all his understanding of the free and easy technique, with Ye Ming essentially imparting his knowledge entirely. As for how much Ye Ming comprehended, that depended on him. Thus Ye Ming trained with Whis for nearly 5 months. One night, Ye Ming sat alone under the moonlight, calming his mind to sense the changes in the free and easy technique, as vibrant multicolored light gradually emanated from his body. Suddenly a silver light burst from Ye Ming's eyes as he entered the perfect form of the free and easy technique for the first time. A flash of brilliance passed, transforming his hair into silvery white and his eyes radiating a divine glow. The others in the Destruction God realm also heard the commotion and quickly arrived at Ye Ming's training location. They were astonished to see him in this form, truly resembling a deity. Whis was equally surprised that after only 5 months of training, Ye Ming had preliminarily entered the perfect form of the free and easy technique, showcasing immense potential. Though Goku and Vegeta had also mastered the Super Saiyan Blue form in these 5 months, in comparison to Ye Ming their progress seemed trivial. Gohan was trained separately by Whis. Because Gohan had not trained for a long time, letting him train with Vegeta and the others would reveal too large a gap in power, so Whis taught him individually. However, the results of his training were evident. Gohan mastered the godly ki and gained the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan Blue. Of course, if we talk about who made the most progress apart from Ye Ming, it must be Gohan. He had previously been lax in his training, but now he had returned to his peak state, far surpassing his former strength. Goku was also grasping the free and easy technique, but he had only made a small breakthrough. Goku was able to multiply his strength by 20 times while in the Super Saiyan Blue form, resulting in a significant power surge. Vegeta was taught by Beerus to use destructive energy. He was not suited for the path of the free and easy technique, but he was indeed suited to the path of a destruction god. It had long been known in fan anime that Vegeta possessed a heart for destruction, making him fit to be a destruction god. Suddenly, Ye Ming released the form of the free and easy technique, successfully mastering the perfect version, and felt overjoyed. He looked at everyone and said, "It seems everyone has made rapid progress. You are much stronger than before." At this moment, Vegeta proudly declared, "Of course, I've been working hard on my training without ever slacking, and I have also reached the perfect form of Super Saiyan Blue. Soon I will master destructive energy as well." Ye Ming felt that the once arrogant Vegeta had regained his confidence, which was a good thing. Gohan politely said to Ye Ming, "Mr. Ye Ming, during this time we have trained hard and indeed made great progress. You have perfectly mastered the free and easy technique, and I can feel that your strength has reached a terrifying level." Goku suggested, "Let's spar a bit to test the strength we have gained during this time." Ye Ming smiled and replied, "Yes, that's a good idea. I also want to see how much you have improved in 5 months. Previously, the three of them had battled each other and had some understanding of their abilities, but they were curious about Ye Ming's current strength. At that moment, Beerus walked out in his pajamas, grumbling, "What are you all doing up so late? It was you who caused that commotion, Ye Ming. It seems you have preliminarily mastered the free and easy technique, and your power has greatly increased." Beerus squinted his eyes, carefully observing Ye Ming, feeling a great pressure. Beerus told everyone, "It's late. Hurry up and sleep. Don't disturb my slumber, or I will destroy you all." In truth, Beerus felt quite anxious. He also wanted to enhance his power, especially regarding Ye Ming, as he sensed that Ye Ming's strength had already surpassed his own. Whis noticed Beerus' inner turmoil and said, "You should rest early, or let's spar tomorrow." At this moment, Beerus had already returned to his chamber, and suddenly Whis appeared beside him, saying, "Lord Beerus seems to have something on his mind. Could it be that you have been overshadowed by Ye Ming?" At this moment, Beerus did not want to argue. As the strongest destruction god among the 12 universes, he had been surpassed by a mortal. Perhaps Ye Ming could be considered a demigod now, but it was still embarrassing for him. Suddenly, Beerus stood up and said, "Whis, I will enter the depths of the destruction space to train. Do not disturb me." Looking at Beerus' determined spirit, Whis seemed dazed. It had been a long time since he had seen Lord Beerus so serious. Whis smiled and said to Beerus, "Lord Beerus will definitely gain a lot this time. Your strength will surely surpass what it was before." Beerus did not respond to this, striding firmly toward the depths of the destruction space. Whis thought to himself, "It seems Lord Beerus also feels the pressure. Ever since Ye Ming arrived in our universe, the strength level of our universe has steadily risen, and even Lord Beerus must work hard to train." Whis had no doubt about Lord Beerus' talent, as he was trained by Whis himself. If not for Beerus' laziness, he would have long since reached the level of an angel. Whis looked up at the sky and murmured, "Ye Ming, ever since you arrived in our universe, it seems there has been a significant change. This is a positive development. Perhaps our 7th universe will exist forever." A month later, 2 familiar figures arrived in the 7th universe. As they crossed the boundary of the 7th universe, Whis had already sensed their presence. "It seems that Sister and Lord Kampa have arrived," Whis murmured softly. At this moment, Yamcha and the others were also diligently cultivating, and Whis used telepathy to inform Beerus, who was training in the destruction space. Whis smiled and said to Beerus, "Today is the day Lord Kampa comes. Aren't you going to prepare Lord Beerus?" Beerus, who was seriously cultivating in the destruction space, felt Kampa's arrival in the 7th universe and gradually retracted his destructive power. Whis approached Lord Beerus, covering his mouth and laughing. "Oh dear Lord Beerus, your strength has increased again in such a short time," he said lightly. "Where are that fat pig and his companions? Last time they dared to mock me, this time I must teach him a lesson." Whis replied, "It will take 3 minutes to reach Lord Beerus' planet." "Oh, then let's go out to welcome them, and also call Yamcha and the others over," Beerus immediately said as he stood up and walked towards the outside of the destruction space. Meanwhile, Whis had already vanished from his spot to notify Yamcha and the others to gather in the Hall of Destruction. The scene shifted to Goku, the naive one who heard that Beerus' brother was also a god of destruction and was about to arrive on this planet, rubbing his fists in excitement. At this moment, Vegeta glared at Goku and said, "Kakarot, don't make trouble at this time. If you want to fight, you should choose the right occasion. Besides, with your half-baked skills, you think you can go toe-to-toe with a god of destruction. The only one who can defeat a god of destruction besides Yamcha is me, Humph." Goku looked at Vegeta, who had a proud expression, and said, "I know, Vegeta, I just have this thought, but I also know that this is not the right time." Gohan was mediating between them, as he always did when they bickered. Yamcha also arrived in the Hall of Destruction, preparing to welcome God Kampa. Suddenly, a burst of colorful light descended in Beerus' hall, revealing the large figure of Kampa, with his attendant Vados standing beside him. Seeing that Beerus was already waiting for him in the hall, Kampa chuckled, "Yo, skin and bones waiting for me. I didn't expect my grand entrance to be so significant." Saying this, he slowly walked to the front of the Hall of Destruction, sitting heavily in the chair opposite Beerus, looking at him with a mocking expression. Everyone was also observing Kampa, who indeed resembled Lord Beerus, though one was very fat and the other very thin. Yamcha's gaze lingered on Vegito, who noticed his attention and smiled back in response. Yamcha greeted her warmly, thinking to himself in his mind, Vegito was always the most beautiful female angel. He thought she was even more attractive than the Vegitos in the anime. This scene caught Whis' eye, and he smiled slightly without saying a word. Beerus, however, looked at Kampa with a stern gaze and said, Kampa, if you don't have a good reason for being here this time, then your fate will be quite miserable. Hearing this, Kampa looked disdainful and was about to mock him back, but thought better of it. After all, this was Beerus' territory. Kampa glanced sideways at Yamcha and the others standing nearby, especially Yamcha, who was someone even Kampa greatly feared. Kampa grinned at Beerus and said, I came to inform you of something. Our 6th universe wants to challenge the warriors of your 7th universe. What do you think? Hearing this, Beerus narrowed his eyes, sensing a hint of conspiracy. He lazily replied, What benefits do we get from fighting you? I advise you not to waste time here. If you want to probe our depths, I suggest you save your effort. At this moment, Goku wanted to speak, but was suddenly silenced by Vegeta, who had been closely watching Kakaroto's every move to prevent him from causing trouble. At this point, Kampa already knew that Beerus would demand something in return. He continued, Beerus, if you win, we will give you the Super Dragon Balls, all 7 of them. I know your universe has a powerful human like Yamcha, but that doesn't guarantee you'll win. At this moment, Beerus fell into deep thought, knowing what the Super Dragon Balls were. They could grant any wish. Suddenly, Beerus looked at Yamcha, also seeking his opinion. Yamcha said, It's up to Lord Beerus to decide. We have no objections. Hearing this, Whis and Vegito exchanged glances, unsure of what they were both thinking. At this moment, Beerus suddenly closed his eyes, seemingly coming to a realization, and opened them wide. All right, I agree to challenge your 6th universe, Beerus said, waving his hand. Beerus thought to himself, they have Yamcha, Gohan, and Goku in their universe, and during this time their strengths have made significant breakthroughs, which is quite promising. Upon hearing Beerus' agreement to the challenge, Kampa opened his mouth and laughed heartily. Beerus has agreed. Just don't go back on your word later. At this moment, Beerus calmly said, So if you win, what do you want? Kampa replied seriously, Nothing in particular, skin and bones. If you lose, it would only prove that your 7th universe is too weak. After all, this challenge was initiated by us, so we won't let you bear any costs. Hearing this, Beerus suddenly understood they intended to suppress them. Perhaps Yamcha's strength had reached the ears of the Grand Priest or the Omni King, threatening the balance of other universes. Beerus' expression grew stern as he said, Then let's see if your fists are strong enough. If you lose, I fear you won't be able to face the consequences. Beerus, don't underestimate our 6th universe. When the time comes for the fight, you'll find out that just because you have Yamcha, you shouldn't get complacent. You might just get a surprise. Kampa said proudly. Beerus tried to read something from Kampa's face, but Kampa had already seen through his thoughts and showed no signs of weakness. Although Beerus knew that there was someone in the 11th universe whose strength seemed to surpass that of a God of Destruction, he felt there was still a gap compared to Yamcha. Moreover, Yamcha had perfectly mastered the Ultra Instinct, and he believed in Yamcha's strength. Beerus showed no change in expression, merely tapping the table with his fingers. He then said calmly, Where will it take place? When will it be? What are the rules? Kampa said, The time is set for 3 months from now. Our 6th universe has built an arena which is nearly complete, located on an unnamed planet in the 6th universe. As for the rules, each universe will send 4 fighters, and if any fighter falls off the stage, they lose. Beerus glanced at Yamcha and the others, and there just happened to be 4 of them, feeling slightly pleased. I bet you all have been plotting this for a long time, haven't you? But it doesn't matter. No matter what schemes you have, our 7th universe will face them all, Beerus said sternly. Upon hearing this, Kampa revealed a smile of triumph, for he had his reasons to be so confident. To deal with Yamcha, Kampa needed his universe to have strength comparable to Yamcha. When the God of Destruction of the 11th universe, Vermouth, contacted him, he mentioned wanting to ally with Kampa to deal with Beerus. Kampa had refused without hesitation, for Beerus was his own brother. However, Vermouth told him that if they did not suppress Beerus' 7th universe, now the 7th universe would later dominate over them. Vermouth did not intend to harm Beerus. He merely sought an opportunity to suppress the 7th universe, but Kampa paid him no heed. After all, they are twin brothers. In this parallel universe of Dragon Ball Super strength is everything. Yet Kampa still refused at that time, as Vermouth also wanted their 6th universe to act as cannon fodder. Vermouth had also contacted other universes, but the other gods of destruction were unwilling to participate in his schemes. The gods of destruction from other universes wanted to sit back and reap the benefits, or simply did not wish to cooperate with this scheming clown of a god of destruction. The god of destruction of the fourth universe, Quitella, also harbored similar thoughts of reaping the rewards and rejected Vermouth's request. Just as Kampa was contemplating, an unexpected guest arrived in their sixth universe. This segment explains why Xiangpa confidently challenged Beerus. After receiving a message from Ye Ming, he hesitated, knowing that the 11th universe possessed humans with strength surpassing that of a god of destruction. However, the sixth universe lacks such beings who, despite his formidable power, he has not reached the level of a god of destruction. At this moment, Bardos reminded, "It seems a rift in the space of our universe has been torn open, and someone appears to have emerged from it." Xiangpa was startled by this statement. "Oh, anyone who could survive emerging from a rift in space must possess great power." Bardos quickly pinpointed the individual's location, noting that the person's appearance was remarkably similar to Sun Wukong's, if not identical. However, this suspected Sun Wukong appeared somewhat disheveled and bore numerous injuries. He then said, "Let's go take a look. If he dares to disrupt the order of our sixth universe, I will destroy him." Thus, Xiangpa and Bardos swiftly approached the suspected Sun Wukong. Bardos used her staff to monitor his movements, observing that after emerging, he had stopped in a field of meteors, motionless, seemingly in a state of unconsciousness. Soon they arrived at the location where this Sun Wukong lay unconscious. Xiangpa, with his keen eyes, scrutinized him, hoping to discern something, but all he saw were his wounds. Nonetheless, he indeed bore a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong from the seventh universe. Indeed, he was Sun Wukong from another parallel universe, specifically from Dragon Ball AF. At this moment, the Grand Minister also sensed that another universe's Sun Wukong had torn through the cosmic fabric to arrive in the sixth universe. The Grand Minister communicated with Bardos, saying, "This is Sun Wukong from another parallel universe. The universe he came from has been destroyed, and he used his immense strength to tear through the void to arrive in our timeline." After delivering this message, the Grand Minister vanished. Bardos relayed the information to Xiangpa, who then remarked, "This Sun Wukong comes from another parallel universe. Is he strong?" Bardos replied, "From what we can see, his ability to tear through the cosmic space to reach this timeline signifies he possesses considerable strength, likely at least the level of a mid-tier god of destruction." Upon hearing Bardos' words, a smile immediately spread across Xiangpa's face. Since this timeline does not reject Sun Wukong, it indicates that this version of Sun Wukong can survive in our universe. Xiangpa said to Bardos with a gleam in his eye, "This Sun Wukong is like a gift from heaven." At this moment, he felt no fear of the 7th and 11th universes any longer. They finally had a human with the strength of a god of destruction. He understood that since the Grand Minister did not intervene, it meant Sun Wukong could remain in their 6th universe. Xiangpa smiled at Bardos, saying, "Bardos, from now on, this Sun Wukong will be one of us in the 6th universe. Bring him back and heal his wounds." Bardos was also pleased that Sun Wukong from another universe would become part of their universe, enhancing their strength significantly. In the realm of the 6th universe's god of destruction, AF Sun Wukong's injuries had been healed by Bardos. He opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings, gradually becoming alert, but upon seeing his wounds healed, he realized he had been rescued. Suddenly, Xiangpa and Bardos appeared before him. They had sensed his awakening the moment he opened his eyes. At this point, AF Sun Wukong looked at the two and asked, "May I ask who you are?" Bardos replied, "I am Sun Wukong from another parallel universe. Greetings. We are the deities of this parallel universe. The universe you came from has been destroyed, and you are now in our timeline." Suddenly, Sun Wukong felt a headache as memories flooded into his mind. He knelt down, tears streaming from his eyes, remembering how his loved ones had perished in that universe. "I have heard from the old Kaishin about the existence of other timelines. At the brink of cosmic annihilation, they used their last strength to send me here, and I crossed the void using my own power to arrive." Sun Wukong, kneeling and weeping, spoke. Bardos and Xiangpa felt his deep sorrow and stood quietly beside him. Suddenly, he looked resolute and stood up, wiping his tears. "Thank you for saving me. You know my name, which means I exist in this timeline as well." At this moment, Bardos and Xiangpa closely observed AF Sun Wukong, realizing they had underestimated his strength, which was many times greater than that of the Sun Wukong from their current timeline. Xiangpa told AF Sun Wukong, "I am the god of destruction of this universe and its ruler. Your arrival in our universe is fate, and I hope you will remain in the 6th universe. I know you are unwilling to accept your current situation and wish to become stronger. I can help you. Our timeline is far more powerful than yours." AF Sun Wukong understood that he had no other choice at this moment. Bardos then said to him, "The universe you come from has been affected by an unknown powerful entity. At the moment of your universe's destruction, your deity sent you here as a hope for your survival." At this moment, AF Sun Wukong suddenly raised his head. "Who is this unknown powerful entity? Can you tell me?" AF Sun Wukong looked at Bardos with hopeful eyes. Bardos shook his head, saying the entity's strength is too great. Even the most powerful being in our timeline, the Grand Minister, cannot track its location. However, Son Wukong, you can gradually grow stronger to uncover the truth and take revenge, Bardos said earnestly. At this moment, Son Wukong's gaze was more resolute than ever. He was determined to become stronger. He also realized that the two before him were powerful deities, their aura surpassing even that of the Kaioshin, indicating they were not on the same level. Son Wukong earnestly said to them, I can feel the powerful aura of both deities. I am willing to stay in this universe. From now on, I will be a part of it. Xiang Pa and Bardos nodded in satisfaction at these words, recognizing not just his strength, but also his character. Xiang Pa then asked, may I witness your strength? Just a brief display. Son Wukong nodded, saying sure. My injuries are fully healed, and I can showcase my original strength. They moved to an open area where Bardos and Xiang Pa watched Son Wukong intently. Son Wukong unleashed a surge of power, slowly ascending from the first level of Super Saiyan to the perfect form of Super Saiyan 4th. Bardos and Xiang Pa were awed by this power. Just as they were recovering from their shock, Son Wukong roared, unleashing a furious aura. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, dark clouds gathered, and the entire realm of the God of Destruction trembled. However, Son Wukong controlled his aura to remain within the realm to avoid drawing attention from others. After a burst of golden light, the 5th level of Super Saiyan revealed itself before Bardos and Xiang Pa. Xiang Pa's eyes widened in astonishment, and Bardos covered her mouth in shock as the violent aura washed over both of them, along with the explosive muscles, instilling fear in Xiang Pa. This is too strong, Xiang Pa said, cold sweat trickling down his face. Son Wukong calmly replied, this is the 5th level of Super Saiyan form, my full strength. Suddenly, Son Wukong reverted to his normal state. Gentlemen, is my strength acceptable? At this moment, Xiang Pa clapped and walked up to Son Wukong, exclaiming, you are incredibly strong. However, this form of yours is merely the peak of a mortal's power. If you can incorporate divine power, you might become even stronger, Bardos remarked. Upon hearing this, Wukong nodded, understanding that Bardos was a formidable deity. Xiang Pa crossed his arms and said to Bardos, you should train Son Wukong to enhance his strength. This will greatly benefit the development of our universe in the future. No problem. I'll take care of it. I believe that under my guidance, Mr. Wukong's power will advance further, Bardos replied with a smile. Son Wukong was also very pleased. All he could do now was enhance his strength, as he was determined to grow stronger to avenge his deceased loved ones. In any timeline, the laws of the universe are cruel. High-ranking deities do not care about the lives or deaths of lower beings. What he did not know was that Son Wukong, carrying this conviction, was subtly changing. The kindness and innocence he once had in that timeline were gradually fading. Thus, Xiang Pa boldly challenged Beerus. Afterward, he completely disregarded the God of Destruction of the 11th universe. After securing his own strength, why should he continue to be friendly? The people of the 7th universe were unaware of what had happened in the 6th universe, as no news had been transmitted. After Xiang Pa's departure, Beerus solemnly addressed Goku and his companions, saying, this match allows only for victory, not for defeat. Do you understand? Goku, Vegeta, and the others nodded vigorously, understanding the importance of this matter. Weiss smiled and said, there are 3 months left. During this time, you won't have to do any chores. Your only goal is to train. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others laughed. They were not interested in mundane tasks, and the mention of training excited them, making them clench their fists. Vegeta thought if he could initially master the energy of destruction within these 3 months, his power would rise significantly. Son Gohan had also perfectly mastered the Super Saiyan Blue form, but he had an inspiration that perhaps he could combine it with his mysterious form, though the process was a bit challenging and required continuous exploration and training. Goku observed that Ye Ming had mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct, and he was also trying to achieve Ultra Instinct, though it was somewhat difficult. Seeing the others so enthusiastic about their training, Ye Ming also wished to enhance everyone's strength, including his own, in a short period. At that moment, Ye Ming thought that above the Super Saiyan Blue form, there actually existed a Super Saiyan Deep Blue whose power surpassed that of the Super Saiyan Blue. The transformation into Deep Blue required a strong conviction. Just as in the original story, Vegeta thought of his agreement with Jade from the 6th universe, and suddenly he transformed into Super Saiyan Deep Blue. This was due to Vegeta's unwavering conviction. At this moment, Ye Ming suddenly said to Vegeta and the others, if you train with each other during this time, you won't achieve significant improvement. I suggest you work on your willpower. Perhaps you can transform into a form even more powerful than Super Saiyan Blue, Super Saiyan Deep Blue. This requires strong willpower and a firm belief in what you need to protect in your hearts. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and the others' eyes sparkled with golden light. Is this true? Ye Ming, there's a form of Super Saiyan Deep Blue. Everyone looked at Ye Ming with curiosity. Yes, everyone's Super Saiyan Deep Blue requires a steadfast belief to achieve. I don't know if you can master it, but give it a try. Goku excitedly said, Alright, we'll focus on strengthening our willpower in these 3 months and see if we can reach that level. Vegeta and Son Gohan exchanged glances and nodded to each other. Whis stood by in silence, smiling as he watched Ye Ming, while Beerus also looked at Ye Ming with a smile. Ye Ming noticed that Whis and Beerus were both looking at him, and he awkwardly smiled, saying, I just discovered this myself. After all, it's great to enhance Goku and their strength. We will definitely achieve victory this time. Whis and Beerus exchanged glances, but remained silent. They both knew Ye Ming was mysterious and always brought them miracles. Beerus said, During this time you can train in my destruction space. This is a place exclusively for the training of gods of destruction. I generously lend it to you for the time being. Ye Ming and Goku nodded, and immediately followed Whis to the destruction space. At this moment, Son Gohan said, This place is somewhat similar to our Earth's hyperbolic time chamber. The flow of time here is significantly slowed down. Whis then told them, This space has been personally modified by me, and the time flow inside is 1 to 20 compared to the outside world. At this point, Goku exclaimed excitedly, Wow, this is even more incredible than our Earth's hyperbolic time chamber. Vegeta looked around with a smile, thinking to himself, this space is suffused with a rich aura of destruction. Perhaps when I attempt to train in Super Saiyan Deep Blue, I can also cultivate destruction energy. If I manage to master it, my power might soar. Thus began the time of training. Ye Ming sat in an independent space. There were many separate small spaces in this destruction area, allowing for uninterrupted training. Soon Ye Ming sat cross-legged in contemplation. The 6th universe's dealings with our 7th universe puzzled him. Ye Ming suddenly began recalling the powerful warriors of the 6th universe, but he racked his brain based on the original story and could only think of Hit. However, Hit should not have reached the level of a god of destruction. Where did the 6th universe's god of destruction Xiang Pa get the confidence? Ye Ming knew about the 11th universe, which had Jiren, the strongest mortal. This was only because Ye Ming had not arrived in this time and space. Jiren was the strongest. But that might not be the case now. Ye Ming realized that ever since he arrived in this time and space, the development of this universe's time and space had been different from before. Since Ye Ming couldn't figure out the key points, he decided to focus on assessing his own strength. In the previous 5 months, he had gained a Super Saiyan Blue form through the system's sign-in, but it hadn't significantly enhanced his power. Fortunately, during these 5 months, Ye Ming mastered perfect Ultra Instinct and could now demonstrate it with ease. Whis once told him one evening that Ultra Instinct is actually a state of being and does not require transformation. You can try to merge Ultra Instinct into your normal state. Ye Ming knew that the angels could freely utilize Ultra Instinct without consuming stamina. Ye Ming contemplated he had mastered all forms from Super Saiyan 1st stage to Super Saiyan 4th stage at full power, as well as Super Saiyan Blue and Perfect Ultra Instinct, and even the Kaioken. Ye Ming had initially wanted to try transforming into Super Saiyan 5. He had seen Goku in Dragon Ball AF, where he needed immense inner rage and deep-seated emotions to transform. However, he had tried many times without success. Ye Ming sighed, perhaps the timing isn't right yet. Although his basic combat power had significantly increased over these 5 months, gaining ample battle experience from fighting Whis. Yet he felt an undeniable sense of crisis welling up in his heart, making him uneasy. Although his power had surpassed that of a god of destruction, he was still far from the level of an angel, barely even touching the threshold. Ye Ming pondered how to rapidly enhance his strength over the next 3 months. An urgent desire to increase his power surged in his heart as he felt there might be unexpected developments in the upcoming universe competition. At this moment, Ye Ming suddenly had a light bulb moment. System, can I overlay my Saiyan God form while in Super Saiyan 4th stage? The system's mechanical voice responded, in theory, yes, host, but there are some requirements. Your physical body must meet the conditions, otherwise during the fusion process you may not withstand the energy and end up self-destructing. Additionally, the host must perfectly merge the divine aura and mortal essence, otherwise there will also be risks during the fusion process. Upon hearing the system's words, Ye Ming confirmed that his speculation was correct. At that moment, a smirk appeared on Ye Ming's face as he thought, if I can't manage in this universe, then who can? Thus, Ye Ming began to control his aura and enhance his physical strength. Beerus' destruction space contained excellent spots for enhancing physical strength. The cosmic gravity space was far more powerful than Bulma's gravity chamber. Ye Ming also marveled at how great Lord Beerus' training conditions were, truly befitting the privileges of a god of destruction. The scene shifted to the 6th universe, where Bardos was training Hit and AF Goku. as they were two of the main forces in their universe. Goku had quickly mastered the Super Saiyan Blue form, and his control over divine energy had become much more proficient. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed in the eyes of AF Goku, who was meditating as a terrifying aura began to rise. His power was stronger than before, and at this moment, his Super Saiyan 5th stage perfectly merged with divine energy. Silver light surrounded him, appearing extraordinarily divine and vastly different from Super Saiyan 5th stage. This was the new Super Saiyan 5 form mastered by AF Goku. This form has never appeared in fanworks or the original story and is not the White God. Bardoss was also very pleased to see AF Goku's significant power increase. After all, he was a warrior trained under her guidance. Since AF Goku arrived in the 6th universe, Xiang Pa had also begun to continue training, as he was now unable to defeat even mortals, Ye Ming and AF Goku. Xiang Pa was also delighted by AF Goku's arrival, and felt that this Goku from another time and space seemed to be more composed, likely due to the impact of his hometown being destroyed. Xiang Pa also taught AF Goku the methods of the gods of destruction, and Goku was grateful to Xiang Pa for this knowledge of destruction energy. AF Goku knew that he would be battling the warriors of the 7th universe in 3 months, and Xiang Pa told him that he must achieve ultimate victory in this battle to bring glory to the 6th universe. After all, AF Goku understood that the time and space he once dwelled in had been destroyed with no way to save it. The universe he was currently in was actually quite good, allowing him to feel a sense of home again. AF Goku made many new friends here, Hit, Caulifla, and Kale. As for some insidious little figures, they had long been cleared out by AF Goku in advance. When Hit first saw Goku, he was very curious and engaged in a sparring match with him, resulting in an undeniable total defeat. His instant transmission technique was utterly ineffective against AF Goku. However, during this time, Hit made tremendous breakthroughs in his instant transmission technique. Previously, it was 0.1 seconds, and now it could reach 0.5 seconds. This was growth. The relationship between Hit and AF Goku gradually improved as they sparred and advanced together, including with other Saiyan warriors, Kale and Caulifla. Caulifla's power could also reach the level of Super Saiyan Blue, especially with Bardoss, this formidable angel, personally guiding her. She certainly made significant breakthroughs in such a short time. Kale possessed the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, which shocked Xiang Pa greatly. Initially, when Kale went berserk, Xiang Pa wanted to destroy her, but AF Goku prevented him from doing so. AF Goku explained, she possesses the bloodline of the legendary Super Saiyan, which is incredibly rare. She just can't control her power yet. Lord Xiang Pa, please don't misunderstand. Just let Bardoss teach Kale how to control her power. Thus, during these 6 months, Kale began to learn to master her strength. Long before after Beerus fought with Ye Ming, Xiang Pa had realized the Scion's potential and called Bardoss to select a few with good potential from planet Vegeta to train. It must be said that Xiang Pa's mind is indeed clever at times. Let us look forward to what kind of sparks will be created when the 6th universe collides with the 7th universe. 3 months later, Weiss arrived at the destruction space and informed Ye Ming that they were preparing to head to the 6th universe. At that moment, the people in the destruction space also heard Weiss' voice and paused their training, though they couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic for the rapid pace of their cultivation. At this time, Sun Wufan was the first to emerge. His clothes were completely tattered, indicating he had trained very diligently. His gaze was no longer as gentle as before, but instead bore the sharpness of his peak period. Now he had mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, but unfortunately the mysterious form had not perfectly integrated into his transformation. Time was limited, and it was a bit regrettable. Perhaps he would have to wait until returning from the 6th universe to fully complete his training, Sun Wufan thought. The second to emerge was Vegeta, who also looked a bit disheveled, but the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. He had chosen not to comprehend the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, but instead focused on refining his destruction energy. Vegeta had now preliminarily grasped the destruction energy and could perform the initial destructive form, but he had not yet mastered it perfectly and could only use it as a last resort. The third to emerge was Son Goku, who obviously had also reaped significant benefits. He had been training in the gravity chamber while researching the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, and he was also enhancing his physical strength. Otherwise, using the Super Saiyan God form while simultaneously employing the Kaioken would greatly strain his body and cause severe damage. He was not like Ye Ming, who only consumed his stamina. Son Goku also clenched his fists, a confident smile appearing on his face. He had mastered the Super Saiyan Blue form and could push his Kaioken to 30 times, significantly enhancing his power. Lastly, there was Ye Ming, who also had a smile on his face. Previously, while communicating with the system, he had attempted to merge the God form with his Super Saiyan 4th stage. Clearly, during these 3 months, he had engaged in continuous training and refined his will. Finally, on the third to last day, he achieved what he had envisioned, a perfect fusion of the god form and his Super Saiyan fourth stage. This was not without the system's assistance. The system had continuously guided Ye Ming, enabling him to learn to control the fusion of divine energy and mortal energy in a short time, which was invaluable. Indeed, the system was remarkable. If any mistake occurred, he would likely bloom on the spot, and only Ye Ming understood the dangers involved. Seeing Ye Ming emerge, Son Goku and the others also scrutinized him. His aura had become even more unfathomable, and they realized the gap in strength was becoming increasingly apparent. Ye Ming looked at Son Goku and said, "You all have made significant progress. You must have mastered the Super Saiyan Blue form by now. And Son Goku, your physical strength has improved considerably." Vegeta crossed his arms and did not wish to explain. They would naturally understand when they reached the battlefield. Seeing everyone so confident, Whis was also pleased. At this moment, their chances of victory against the sixth universe had significantly increased. With a wave of his hand, Whis changed their clothes and healed the injuries they had sustained during training. Beerus suddenly appeared in front of Ye Ming and said calmly, "Not bad. Your power has indeed improved significantly. Your combat strength has increased quite a bit compared to 3 months ago." Of course, this statement was directed at Son Goku and the others, excluding Ye Ming. Just then, Whis said, "Shall we set off then? The sixth universe is already on high alert." As he spoke, Whis waved his staff, enveloping Ye Ming and Beerus, and shot up into the sky, heading toward the sixth universe. While flying, Ye Ming and the others discussed their battle strategies. The order of combat was very important, as was understanding the opponent's fighting methods. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. A very strange thing occurred. Whis was originally able to read all the information about the contestants from the sixth universe with his staff, but there was one person whose information he could not find no matter how hard he tried. Ye Ming and Whis exchanged glances, knowing that an unexpected event might occur, and that person could be the one making Ye Ming anxious. Whis said lightly, "Perhaps my sister, Bardos, has blocked that person's information, allowing us to read only the information of the other 3. It's fine, Whis. It's already quite good to know the information of 3 individuals. I'll handle the last one myself. Oh, no matter how strong he is, I firmly believe I won't lose," Ye Ming said seriously. "Although I've had a vague sense of crisis during these 3 months, that sense of crisis has gradually diminished after my strength made a breakthrough, indicating that I can still contend with him." Hearing Ye Ming's words, Whis realized that if Ye Ming felt a sense of crisis, then the opponent must be formidable. After all, Ye Ming had previously possessed the strength of a top-tier destroyer and now had surpassed that level. Son Goku and the others, hearing Whis' conversation, also felt a bit heavy-hearted. Soon they decided on the order of combat. First, Sun Wufan would fight, while the combat positions of Son Goku and Vegeta were temporarily undecided, with Ye Ming definitely being the final fighter. After all, they needed to decide the order of battle based on the opponent's information, as they learned that there was a powerful fighter from the sixth universe named Hit, who Whis said could manipulate time, known as Time Skip. Son Goku and the other 3 listened intently to the information Whis provided, from which they learned about Hit's abilities and the strength of the other 2 contestants. What surprised them even more was that one of the contestants was a girl named Caulifla, who was actually a legendary Super Saiyan, which astonished Vegeta and the others. After all, legendary Super Saiyans are a rarity, and even Vegeta and the others had to treat this situation with caution, feeling that all of their opponents seemed extraordinary. Ye Ming also knew that there was a female legendary Super Saiyan named Caulifla in the sixth universe. It appeared that she was able to master her power due to the teachings of the divine. It seemed that in the original anime their strength had not yet reached this level, likely due to my presence causing changes in the timeline. Ye Ming felt that his appearance had promoted changes across the major universes, with some unknown individuals and levels that could only be reached in the future manifesting ahead of time. Before long time passed, and a brilliant light fell on the viewing area prepared for the 7th universe in the 6th universe. At this moment, Kampa also opened his small eyes and smiled, saying, "They're finally here." The 7th universe warriors looked around. In addition to 2 viewing stands and a ring, there were also 2 huge images of the destroyers, one of Beerus and the other of Kampa. Son Goku almost burst into laughter upon seeing Beerus and Kampa, only to be suddenly covered by Vegeta's hand. Ye Ming merely smiled and said nothing. He knew some of Beerus and Kampa's habits. They always wanted to add some flair to their appearances. At this moment, Beerus and Kampa appeared in the center of the ring, facing each other. Beerus said, "Why are there only 3 of you from your universe? Where is the 4th? Kampa replied disdainfully, "Once you defeat our 3 fighters, the last one will naturally show up." Beerus' muscles twitched as he frowned, intending to get angry with Kampa. Suddenly, Ye Ming said, "Lord Beerus, it's fine. Let them bring out 3 fighters first. When they are defeated, the last one will definitely appear. We are not in a hurry." At that moment Beerus turned around to look at Kampa and said, "Humph. Fat pig, let's see how long you can be smug this time." Having said that, Beerus quickly returned to his viewing stand with his arms crossed. Kampa also returned to his stand and quietly asked Bardos how his son Goku's training progressing. "Everything is going smoothly," Bardos replied with a smile. "Lord Kampa, the destruction energy training method you provided him, he has already preliminarily mastered. Furthermore, he can stack the destruction form while in his Super Saiyan God form. He has been diligently training his physical body during this time." Kampa felt that victory was already within his grasp upon hearing this. He thought to himself, although Ye Ming is quite strong, he should not be as good as Son Goku. After all, he had seen Ye Ming's transformation, and though Ye Ming's strength had broken through in a short time, it should still be inferior to Son Goku. 3 months ago, he had shown Son Goku the battle footage between Beerus and Ye Ming, and Son Goku had acknowledged Ye Ming's strength and taken a great interest in him. However, Son Goku said to Kampa, "If he only has that level of strength, I can defeat him." This statement reassured Kampa, but he also reminded Son Goku to be cautious, stating that Ye Ming and Son Goku were both from beyond the universe and had great potential. Thus Kampa felt quite confident, but even so it would take a battle to determine who was stronger, Son Goku or Ye Ming. Soon the battle segment officially commenced. Ye Ming noticed that another person had not yet arrived and was discussing strategies with Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wukong smiled at Ye Ming, saying, "No problem, Mr. Ye Ming. During my training, I fully mastered the Super Saiyan Deep Blue form. I originally planned to merge my Deep Blue form with my mysterious form, but time does not permit, so I will have to wait for the next opportunity." Ye Ming patted Sun Wukong on the shoulder, laughing, "Haha, it's all good. Being able to master the Super Saiyan Deep Blue form in such a short time proves your talent. You have done very well. It seems the peak version of Wukong is returning." At this moment Vegeta snorted and crossed his arms, saying, "If it weren't for Ye Ming communicating with Wukong in advance to help him train, I wouldn't have suggested teaching him a lesson myself." Sun Wukong scratched his head and smiled at Wukong, saying, "Wukong, you're counting on you for the first match. Go for it." Wukong nodded in response. "Yes, Dad, I will definitely win this duel." Ye Ming continued, "The opposing team will likely send Caulifla to participate in the first battle. Wukong will probably win the first match, but the second and third matches are uncertain. If Sun Wukong fails to defeat Hit or Kale in the second round, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, you need to be prepared." At this moment Vegeta and Sun Wukong exchanged serious glances and nodded in agreement. Suddenly the host stood in the center of the arena and shouted, "Friends from Universe 7 and Universe 6, the tournament is about to begin. Please get ready. Now let us invite the competitors for the first match to the stage." Hearing that it was almost his turn, Wukong confidently gave a thumbs up to everyone. Lord Beerus and Whis also nodded at Wukong. Sun Wukong and the others gave a thumbs up to Wukong as well. Wukong leaped off the stands onto the arena and saw that his opponent for the first match was Caulifla. Seeing that Caulifla was a female scion, Wukong did not show any signs of underestimating her. His expression gradually became serious. Of course, before the fight began, he had to exchange some trash talk. Wukong smiled at Caulifla and said, "Hello, Scion from Universe 6. My name is Wukong, and am very glad to have the chance to fight you in this battle." Caulifla generously replied to Wukong, "So you are Wukong. Since you know my name, I won't say much more. Show me your true strength, or I will defeat you." Caulifla rolled up her sleeves, clearly intent on winning this match. Seeing her strong fighting spirit, Wukong felt there was no need for further words. Just then Kampa used an energy wave to strike the gong on the arena. Boom. The referee shouted, "The first match begins now." After speaking, the referee quickly left the arena and carefully observed the match's situation. Caulifla also showed a serious expression, suddenly shouting and transforming into a Super Saiyan, charging towards Wukong. Wukong chose not to transform, but to engage Caulifla in his normal state. He wanted to see what the Scions from Universe 6 were truly capable of. Thus the battle commenced with Caulifla and Wukong exchanging attacks, alternating between offense and defense, trading blows numerous times within moments. Suddenly Wukong spotted a flaw in Caulifla's defense and swiftly moved behind her, seizing her arm. Caulifla had not anticipated Wukong's speed. No matter how hard Caulifla tried to break free, it was futile, as Wukong had her firmly in his grasp, and she could not move. Seeing Caulifla at a disadvantage, Kampa loudly asked Badas, "Do you think Caulifla can defeat Wukong?" Badas pondered for a moment, then replied to Kampa, "Although Caulifla has mastered the Super Saiyan Blue form, I don't know how much Wukong has grown in these past few months. I can't make a judgment." Hearing Badas' words, Kampa's mouth curled into a smirk as he shouted at Caulifla, "Caulifla, if you lose this easily, I will never let you off the hook." On the opposite side, Beerus, hearing Kampa threaten someone again, let out a disdainful chuckle. Kampa was aware that his behavior was somewhat disgraceful and shot a fierce glare at Beerus. Back in the arena, Wukong continued to control Caulifla's arm, slowly moving towards the edge of the arena, and Caulifla realized Wukong's intention. Suddenly, Caulifla let out a furious roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Wukong was pushed back by her overwhelming energy. He wiped his mouth and stood up, thinking a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, huh? Now this is interesting. Wukong smiled as he looked at Caulifla. At this moment, Wukong also roared, and the energy within him surged wildly, exploding with a bang as his mysterious form reappeared before everyone's eyes. Caulifla, seeing Wukong transform without becoming a Super Saiyan, thought that he was underestimating her. Little did she know this was his mysterious form. In the stands of Universe 7, Son Wukong and Vegito watched as the former Wukong returned, feeling deeply gratified. This power was so familiar. The image of the former Wukong defeating Cell alone and single-handedly confronting Majin Buu flashed in their minds, reminiscent of the peak period of Wukong. But now the true Wukong had returned. He was no longer the weak scholar of the past. At this moment, Wukong needed a battle to prove the arrival of his peak. Ye Ming also looked at Wukong with a gratified expression, knowing how great Wukong's potential was. That's why he had patiently guided him in the past, not wanting to bury his talent. The scene shifted as Wukong launched an attack on Caulifla, who was unwilling to back down and chose to meet Wukong head-on. The intense battle resumed. It must be said that Caulifla's adaptability was also strong. Initially, Wukong could dominate her, but as the battle progressed, Caulifla grew more courageous and began countering Wukong. But Wukong wouldn't let Caulifla have her way. He seized a flaw in Caulifla's defense, appearing behind her and landing a punch on her back, sending her flying. However, Wukong didn't let up and pursued her relentlessly. When Caulifla attempted to counterattack, Wukong used a solar flare on her, instantly blinding her vision with intense light. At that moment, Wukong seized the opportunity to gather a Kamehameha wave, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Caulifla. By the time Caulifla regained her senses, Wukong had already completed the Kamehameha wave and launched it towards her. Caulifla could only brace herself with her arms, but Wukong increased the power output, forcefully slamming her into the arena, creating a large crater. At that moment in the stands of Universe 6, Campa's eyes widened and his ears perked up as the members of Universe 6 nervously looked towards the center of the arena. As the smoke cleared, Caulifla slowly crawled out of the crater, looking somewhat disheveled. She said to Wukong, "You are indeed a formidable opponent. It seems my training is still lacking." Wukong replied, "You are impressive too, it's just that I've been training longer than you have." Caulifla glared defiantly, saying, "I will not admit defeat. I will definitely defeat you." As she spoke, a divine aura erupted from Caulifla, and she transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. Wukong thought to himself, as expected, Caulifla can transform into a Super Saiyan Blue. During the battle, he felt that she possessed the aura of a god, making her a perfect target to test the results of his training. Unwilling to fall behind, Wukong unleashed a roar and blue light illuminated him as he transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue. Caulifla, witnessing Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan Blue, smiled and swiftly charged at Wukong. Wukong also changed his strategy, allowing Caulifla to attack first while he waited for the right moment to deliver a decisive blow. Caulifla noticed that Wukong did not initiate an attack on her, and thought to herself, Wukong might be trying to catch her off guard during her attack to deliver a finishing blow. It must be said that Caulifla's combat talent was indeed impressive. Thus, Caulifla decided to play along, deliberately exposing a flaw to lure Wukong into launching an attack, allowing her to seize the opportunity for a counterattack. As expected, the outcome was as Caulifla anticipated. She feigned a punch that missed, and Wukong circled behind her, attempting to strike. However, Caulifla had already predicted this and instantly turned around, her speed so fast that even Wukong did not expect it. Suddenly, he found himself in Caulifla's embrace, unable to move. Wukong's expression turned grim as he struggled to escape Caulifla's control but could not break free. Caulifla's body radiated intense light, and Wukong realized she was gathering energy, suddenly understanding that she intended to take them both down together. At that moment in the stands of Universe 7, Beerus shouted, "Wukong, what are you doing? Get away from her." Vegeta sneered. "Is this the kind of underhanded tactics you're resorting to when you can't win? Thinking of going down together?" Ye Ming shook his head, saying, "I believe Caulifla is wise. She knows that Wukong's combat experience and power are superior to hers. Regardless, going down together is the best strategy, resulting in a tie." Whis nodded thoughtfully at this moment. However, Ye Ming continued, "Caulifla did not anticipate that Wukong still has a more powerful ability that he hasn't revealed. The outcome of this battle will not change." The scene shifted back to the arena where Wukong did not initially wish to reveal the power of Super Saiyan Deep Blue. He planned to save it for a battle against Kale or Hit, but now he could no longer hide. A fierce divine aura erupted from Wukong, his power surging as his hair gradually turned deep blue. Caulifla was taken aback by this powerful aura being blasted away. She stumbled, but stood up looking at Wukong. Wukong declared, "This is Super Saiyan Deep Blue, a form stronger than Super Saiyan Blue." At this point, Caulifla realized that her defeat was certain, but there was no fear in her eyes. She possessed the pride of a Saiyan and bravely charged at Wukong. Wukong looked at the fearless Caulifla filled with respect for her, but there could only be one victor, and that would be him, Wukong. In the stands of Universe 6, Kampa exclaimed in disbelief. Wukong actually has a transformation even stronger than Super Saiyan Blue. How infuriating. Badass remarked, "It seems Caulifla is bound to lose. After all, she has trained for a shorter period and lacks the depth of power that Wukong possesses." The members of Universe 6 had no choice but to accept Badass' words. Hit calmly watched Wukong, his strength catching Hit's attention. Kale anxiously looked at Caulifla in the arena, not wanting his sister to get hurt or lose the match. Unfortunately, the result was as it was. Wukong quickly appeared behind Caulifla, dodging her attack, landed a punch that sent her flying, and instantly gathered a Kamehameha wave, sending her off. Boom. Caulifla tried to withstand this powerful force, but to no avail. She had already used all her strength. Suddenly, Wukong shouted, and the Kamehameha wave intensified, sending her flying. Caulifla fell outside the arena, realizing that she had lost the match. At that moment, the referee stepped forward, stating, "Caulifla has fallen out of the arena and is eliminated." The Universe 7 contestant Wukong emerges victorious. In the stands of Universe 7, Beerus joyfully waved his arms, exclaiming, "Well done, Wukong." Whis looked at Wukong on the arena, smiling as well. He was indeed a warrior he had trained, and he had not let him down. Wukong immediately returned to his stand, where the proud Vegeta also couldn't help but praise Wukong, saying, "Not bad, Wukong." Ye Ming nodded at Wukong, saying, "After these months of training, your strength has completely returned to its peak, even surpassing your former self. The current you is the true Wukong." Seeing his son back at his peak, son Wukong felt very pleased. However, in the stands of Universe 6, Kampa's expression was not good, as he had not expected to lose the first round. He heard Beerus' mocking voice from the opposite side saying, "Who would have thought, Kampa, that your Universe 6 fighters are so weak? Is that all? Ha ha." At this moment, Kampa was nearly driven mad by Beerus and wanted to retort. Badass stopped Kampa's behavior, saying, "Our universe still has Son Goku as a backup. The winner will be the one who fights until the end, so Lord Kampa need not be so angry." Upon hearing Badass' words, Kampa calmed down, made a face at Beerus, and then ignored him. Caulifla approached Kampa holding her arm and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Kampa. I have let down your expectations." Kampa felt unhappy but had no choice. He merely snorted and told her to go rest in her seat. Except for Hit, the others helped Caulifla back to her seat to rest. Thus, the first match ended with Wukong's victory. Universe 7 takes the lead. Let us see who wins in the next match. In the 7th universe, Son Gohan took the stage once again, his injuries having been healed by Whis' staff. At this moment, the referee returned to the center of the arena and announced loudly, "The contestants' rest period has ended. Please let the participating fighters take the stage." Encouraged by the crowd, Gohan returned to the arena to commence the second battle. As Gohan flew onto the stage, he observed the situation in the stands of the 6th universe, suddenly spotting a female Saiyan descending from the stands. Kale. He recalled Knight's advice. Kale's Super Saiyan transformation is only mastered after divine training, otherwise in her uncontrolled state, she cannot distinguish friend from foe. The legendary Saiyans grow stronger as they fight. As you grow stronger, she will too. The bloodline of the Super Saiyan is indeed fearsome, yet not invincible. You can counter her by exploiting her attack openings, do not engage her hidden. Turning his gaze back, Gohan looked gravely at the Super Saiyan Kale across from him, aware that her strength was certainly on a different level than Caulifla. At this time, both contestants had landed on the stage, but Gohan noticed Kale staring at him with a furious expression. Kale confronted Gohan, saying, "You hurt my sister. I will make you pay for it." Gohan was at a loss for words, thinking, am I supposed to just stand here and let her hit me? Gohan replied earnestly, "I apologize, or I may have been a bit too harsh, but we are all fighting for our own universes, so some injuries during battle are to be expected." However, Kale was not listening. Her eyes were solely focused on avenging her sister, as she declared, "Come on, I'll teach you a lesson for my sister's sake." At that moment, Kale and Gohan distanced themselves, and both immediately entered a battle stance. Suddenly, the stage trembled. Not just the stage. The entire nameless planet seemed to shake. Kale's eyes became increasingly fierce, her hair gradually turning green. She was indeed the legendary Super Saiyan on 10,000 years occurrence. Kale's aura was continuously rising, spreading to the surrounding planets. With a roar, immense energy erupted from her body, a dazzling beam of energy shooting skyward. Gohan watched as Kale's muscles bulged and her eyes turned to a white-eyed mode, green energy swirling around her, lightning crackling in her vicinity. In the stands of the 7th universe, Goku and Vegeta were taken aback, looking at the powerful Kale with immense concern for Gohan. This power was truly overwhelming. It was even comparable to facing Beerus and Night. Beerus, dropping his usual nonchalant demeanor, squinted and assessed Kale, saying, "So this is the legendary Super Saiyan. Is she indeed has some skills? I can feel her power continuously growing, and it has no limits." Whis stroked his chin, saying, "This Super Saiyan transformation is truly formidable. Even when one would expect it to go out of control, Kale has utilized it perfectly, likely thanks to my sister's guidance." Night nodded in agreement. He already knew the terrifying aspects of the Super Saiyan transformation. In terms of bloodline potential and the extent of power increase after transformation, they were far superior to ordinary Super Saiyans. Night asked the system, "Can I possess the bloodline of the Super Saiyan?" The system replied, "Host, theoretically yes. In future battles, I will issue a series of tasks, including obtaining the Super Saiyan bloodline, but that is a matter for later, host." Hearing this, Night smiled happily. Since there was a chance to gain it, he only needed time. Moreover, this body had considerable potential. After all, when Night watched Dragon Ball in his original world, he had hoped to possess the bloodline of the Super Saiyan because it was undeniably powerful. Back on the battlefield, Gohan was equally shocked at Kale's completed transformation. He never anticipated such terrifying power. Without regard for anything else, he immediately exhibited the blue Super Saiyan form, preparing to test the waters and observe Kale's attack patterns and defensive capabilities. Gohan charged at Kale, and the battle was about to begin. Kale clearly saw the trajectory of Gohan's attack and quickly dodged to engage him. Gohan appeared behind Kale and kicked her in the head, but she seemed unfazed, slowly turning her head as if to provoke Gohan. Gohan's pupils constricted. That kick had utilized 100 of his strength, and he couldn't even budge her. He suddenly distanced himself from Kale, but how could she allow that? Instantly, she grabbed his foot and flung him onto the stage, launching an energy wave at Gohan, causing dust to billow on the stage. Having taken a blow, Gohan quickly distanced himself from Kale, clutching his chest in pain as he said, "That hit was truly heavy." Gohan looked at the calm and composed Kale across from him, his expression grave as he pondered how to break through. However, no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't find a flaw in Kale. She radiated limitless power from head to toe, and he felt unable to shake her. Suddenly, Gohan flew into the air, preparing to use the aerial advantage to launch a Kamehameha wave at Kale. Kale instantly realized Gohan's intent, charging up into the sky at such speed that even Gohan couldn't react. She immediately seized Gohan's head and slammed him into the arena. A loud crash echoed, dust rising as Gohan was brutally smashed into the stage, while Kale pounded him with her fists. In the stands of the 6th universe, Kampa was excitedly dancing, waving his fists and shouting, "Kale is doing great, defeats Son Gohan decisively." Caulifla watched her sister on the stage with pride, reminiscing about the time when her sister, who used to cry and cause trouble, had now become a powerful Saiyan warrior. Gohan let out a painful howl as Kale's heavy fist struck him, causing him immense suffering. Beerus from the 7th universe anxiously urged, "Gohan, quickly unleash your true power. Do not toy with her." Upon hearing this, Gohan understood that this was not an opponent he could afford to hold back against. He shook off Kale's attacks and instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Deep Blue, a powerful aura erupting from his body. Yet Gohan still looked gravely at Kale, who a sense of helplessness welled up in his heart. Even with the Super Saiyan Deep Blue form activated, he felt he was still no match for Kale. This pressure was something he hadn't felt in many years. Goku, Vegeta, and Night were equally grim. Vegeta remarked, "The legendary Super Saiyan is indeed formidable. Even though they are confident in their strength, they still feel immense pressure." Night coolly stated, "In this form, Kale's speed, defense, and strength have all greatly increased. Her Super Saiyan transformation has reached the 2nd stage." Although Kale was incredibly strong at this moment, Night was confident he could defeat her, reflecting his own strength. Goku was also contemplating how he would defeat Kale if he faced her. Goku estimated that in his Deep Blue form, a 30x Kaioken multiplier was not his limit, but if he were to use a higher multiplier, his stamina and body might not withstand it. At this moment, Vegeta turned to Goku and said, "If Son Gohan loses, he'll take over. I've already mastered the basics of destruction energy. Even at the risk of serious injury, I will incapacitate Kale by destroying her limbs, effectively eliminating her from the match." Hearing Vegeta's ruthless words, Goku swallowed hard while Beerus chimed in, "Vegeta, you can incapacitate her, but do not kill her, or it would violate the rules of the tournament." Whis nodded and remarked, "That might work, but it is rather ruthless. However, this should ultimately be left to Vegeta's discretion. Knight also wanted to step in, but he was particularly concerned that the fourth opponent had not yet appeared. He feared they might be lurking, observing his battle methods and strength. Indeed, Knight's suspicion was correct. AF Goku was secretly observing him and his teammates, but at that moment AF Goku's presence was entirely concealed by Bardoss' special means, so Knight couldn't sense him. AF Goku was carefully assessing Knight, realizing his strength was unfathomable and that he was a formidable opponent. Just then Knight seemed to sense someone spying on him. He suddenly turned his head to look into the distant void. Although there was nothing there, he distinctly felt the sensation of being watched. Beerus and Goku all noticed Knight's unusual behavior and inquired, "Knight, what's wrong?" Knight replied sternly, "I sense someone is spying on me. They are hiding very cleverly, and I cannot feel their presence. Their strength is very powerful, possibly on par with mine." Hearing this, Beerus and Whis were also surprised. Whis stood up looking into the void, but found nothing. He said to Knight, "That must be the fourth contestant from the sixth universe. They've chosen to observe us from the shadows. If even Knight feels their strength is equal to his, this battle will likely be very perilous." At this time, Vegeta and Goku were both very tense. This martial arts tournament might not be as simple as they had imagined. Knight continued, "No need to panic. Their strength should still be within my capability to handle. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sensed them. They were excessively probing me, which allowed me to catch a glimpse of their aura." Beerus breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He had been quite startled earlier, and Knight's words provided him with reassurance. Indeed, where Knight had gazed earlier into the void, a pair of eyes had been watching them. AF Goku. However, as soon as Knight turned his head, he had vanished, leaving not a trace of his presence. He had reacted swiftly. AF Goku stood behind a layer of asteroids, chuckling. "It seems this battle will not bore me. That guy named Knight is quite impressive. Had I not reacted quickly, I would have been discovered long ago." However, he also saw this universe's Goku, Vegeta, and his son Gohan. Although their current strength was far inferior to his, he was pleased to see this universe's versions of himself and his friends. Back on the stage, Gohan remained in a passive position, unable to defeat Kale despite exhausting all his methods. At this moment, Gohan's face was filled with reluctance. His injuries were already severe. If he had fully integrated the mysterious form before coming, the outcome might have been different. At least he wouldn't have been beaten so badly. However, he would not concede easily. Gohan instantly stood up, suddenly gathering his energy, consolidating all his power into one. The nameless planet and surrounding celestial bodies trembled violently, and the energy began to expand. In the stands of the sixth universe, Kampa looked at Gohan gathering such immense energy and began to worry for Kale, glancing at Bardoss. Bardoss, calm and composed, gave Kampa a reassuring look, prompting Kampa to smile. Looking at Gohan, who had completed his energy gathering on the stage, he suddenly unleashed all his power towards Kale, with a furious shout, releasing every bit of energy he had. Kale was struck directly. Even Beerus in the stands couldn't help but applaud. At this moment, Vegeta and Goku's eyes lit up, believing there was hope for victory. As the dust settled, that attack indeed inflicted significant damage on Kale. Her energy surged, the green aura around her becoming denser, indicating that the intensifying pain would make her even stronger. Seeing this, Gohan realized he had utterly lost. As Kale's energy peaked, she landed a punch squarely on Gohan's face. At this point, Gohan had no strength left and was quickly knocked off the stage. At this moment, the referee appeared. "Congratulations to Kale from the sixth universe for winning the second battle. Let us take a break before proceeding to the third battle." Gohan was carried onto the stands by Goku and Vegeta. He groggily opened his eyes and said, "I'm sorry I lost. It's quite regrettable." Beerus smiled and said, "You've already helped us win a battle. You've done well enough. You truly cannot match that one called Kale. Just leave it to Vegeta and Goku." Whis immediately treated Gohan, and after he stood up, he still felt pain in his body. It seemed he had overexerted himself earlier. In the stands of the sixth universe, Kampa was gloating over having won a round, while Knight comforted Gohan, his resolve strengthening as he vowed to achieve ultimate victory, no matter who it was. Time passed quickly, and as the warriors of the sixth universe secured their victory in the second match, their morale began to rise. Hit, with his eyes closed, said lightly, "Kair, you did well." Upon hearing this, Kair felt a flush of shyness. She never expected the usually taciturn assassin Hit would speak to her. At this moment, Kampa shook his head and patted his belly, saying, "Indeed, you are worthy of being the legendary Super Saiyan. Kair, you have not disappointed this god." Upon hearing this, Kair was a bit taken aback and quietly replied, "It's all thanks to Lord Beerus' training. I was still in a state of loss at the beginning, and I caused you quite a bit of trouble." Hearing this, the poised Beerus smiled. As an angel, and one of the strongest among the angels, she felt quite pleased to receive praise from Kair. Beerus said, "It was your powerful belief within that overcame your desire for strength. There was indeed some danger at the start, but you managed to suppress your fighting instinct through your own efforts. At this moment, the referee shouted the third match begins. Please prepare the contestants from the 6th and 7th universes to come to the stage. On the 7th universe's stand, Vegeta quickly swooped down from the platform. He would be fighting in the third match. Son Goku waved from the stand saying, "Go for it, Vegeta. This match depends on you." At this time, Beerus was also cheering Vegeta defeat Kaier decisively. "Do you hear me?" Vegeta, filled with pride, snorted and looked at Kaier, who was flying down from the 6th universe. Vegeta coldly said, "So you are Kaier, the legendary Super Saiyan. Show me what you can do." Kaier looked seriously at Vegeta and replied, "I am the Saiyan warrior Vegeta from the 7th universe and the Prince of the Saiyans. I will not lose to you for the sake of my sister and my universe." Vegeta sneered him, "Your words are impressive, but I will make you see yourself clearly in battle." With that, Beerus struck the drum and the third match commenced. The two contestants immediately distanced themselves. Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue first, and before Kaier could transform, Vegeta launched his attack. Kaier was caught off guard by Vegeta's decisiveness as he attacked her before she could even transform. Vegeta moved at high speed, throwing punches at Kaier, who was unable to dodge in time, and was hit several times, spitting out a mouthful of bitter water. Kaier fell back onto the stage, propping herself up in pain. Vegeta would not let her off easily, pressing his advantage. Suddenly appearing behind her, he kicked her into the air, and a powerful barrage hit her directly. From the 7th universe's stand, Beerus stood at the edge, shouting, "Vegeta, you are amazing." Whis smiled and nodded, saying, "Delivering a heavy blow to your opponent when they are completely unprepared is a good strategy." Son Goku chuckled, rubbing his nose. He knew this was one of Vegeta's usual tactics. He wouldn't give his opponent a chance to probe. As the dust settled, Vegeta looked at Kaier, who had been sent flying, intending to eliminate her in one go. Just as Vegeta was about to land a hit, Kai suddenly turned around, smiling at him, surprising Vegeta for a moment. Suddenly, Kaier distanced herself from Vegeta, transforming into a Super Saiyan, and a surge of green energy shot up into the sky as she completed her transformation. Seeing Kaier after her transformation, Vegeta thought, "Damn it, that powerful barrage clearly hit her earlier when she hadn't transformed." He had intended to inflict a heavy blow while she was still vulnerable. However, he didn't expect Kaier to dodge that attack. Before Vegeta could contemplate further, Kaier was already attacking him. Her speed was incredibly fast, even making Vegeta widen his eyes as she struck him in the abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of bitter water. Vegeta rolled over a dozen times on the stage before finally stopping. He clutched his abdomen, staggering to his feet. "Damn it, that was quite a hit. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan?" "I must admit that was indeed impressive," Vegeta thought. Kaier on the opposite side showed a mocking expression, shaking her head and saying, "Is that all you've got? You are such a disappointment." Seeing Kaier's extremely arrogant demeanor, Vegeta felt a surge of anger. He recalled a time when Prince Vegeta had been humiliated like this. On the 7th universe's stand, couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle at this scene, saying, "Oh dear, Prince Vegeta is being mocked. It seems he needs to show his true abilities now." Son Goku was also aware of how strong Vegeta's pride was. Being mocked by someone like Kaier would undoubtedly make him even angrier. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his veins bulging. He was clearly at his limit. Vegeta angrily proclaimed, "Kaier, I will make you regret coming to this world and show you what true power is." Upon hearing this, Kaier's heart skipped a beat. Could he have a more powerful transformation? With a fierce roar, Vegeta erupted in a burst of purple light, shaking not only the stage, but the entire nameless planet and the surrounding celestial bodies as a powerful destructive energy spread out. A flash of purple light swept through, and at this moment, Kampa on the 6th universe's stand was dumbfounded, leaning over the edge of the platform. Destructive energy. Kampa swallowed hard and said. Beerus also expressed surprise, saying, "Oh dear, this is quite a delightful surprise." At this moment, Kampa suddenly shot a sharp glare at Beerus, who felt the intensity of Kampa's stare and burst into laughter. "What's wrong, Kampa? Are you afraid?" "Huh?" At this point, Kampa tightened his fists, grinning. He knew how difficult it was to master destructive energy. Beerus remarked, "Lord Kampa, Vegeta from the 7th universe is very suitable to be a god of destruction. He possesses a heart of destruction, which is why he mastered destructive energy in such a short time." Kampa listened to Beerus' explanation but remained silent. He felt that Kaier was in trouble. After all, Vegeta had mastered destructive energy, and Kaier was merely a mortal, completely unaware of the terror of destructive energy. Kaier did not possess the terrifying power that might withstand destructive energy. The gap between them was very evident. Kaier looked at the formidable Vegeta across from her, purple hair surrounded by countless arcs of purple lightning and wearing a golden earring. Kaier thought, "This is the power of a god of destruction." Instantly, her heart felt an overwhelming pressure. "What's wrong? You seem a bit scared to see me like this, Kaier," Vegeta said with a smirk. If I said I would make you regret coming to this world, how dare you mock me, Vegeta? With that, Vegeta rapidly closed the distance to Kaier. His speed was no longer on the same level as Super Saiyan Blue, and Kaier could only vaguely see Vegeta's trajectory. Kaier didn't react in time and was sent flying by Vegeta's punch. But it wasn't over yet. A purple lightning strike appeared behind her, and Kaier gazed at Vegeta in shock. However, she did not see Vegeta throw a punch before several fist-sized craters appeared on her body. Her pupils constricted as she spat out a mouthful of blood. She collapsed on the ground trying to get up to counterattack, but the intense pain in her abdomen made it impossible for her to rise. Lying on the ground, Kaier looked at Vegeta, who was walking toward her step by step, his figure resembling that of a demon, entirely like a god of destruction. Suddenly, the air rippled, and in the next moment, Vegeta appeared right in front of Kai. She attempted to rise to attack him, but was caught by Vegeta, who grabbed her arm. Vegeta used both hands to forcefully twist her arm, breaking Kaier's left arm. In immense pain, she let out a scream, clutching her left arm and retreating rapidly while gasping for breath. At this moment, Vegeta said nonchalantly, "What's wrong, Kaier? Show me the arrogance you had earlier. I remember your arrogant face well." Kaier gritted her teeth, cold sweat streaming down her face as she looked at Vegeta. She never expected his strength to have increased so much, and each of his attacks carried destructive energy, making it very challenging for her. However, Kaier would not simply sit back and wait. She suddenly roared as her green energy surged violently, her strength increasing further. Vegeta thought to himself, as expected, pain will make her stronger. This is the Super Saiyan transformation. But I won't wait until her strength surpasses mine. I must defeat her quickly. With that, Vegeta swiftly charged towards Kaier, who had completed her energy enhancement. Vegeta unleashed a destructive skill. A purple-black energy sphere shot towards Kaier at high speed. Kaier raised her hands to block it, but Vegeta suddenly roared, intensifying the energy. As Kaier looked at the expanding destructive sphere before her, she felt an immense pressure. Her strength was rapidly depleting, and the destructive sphere was closing in on her hands, attempting to absorb her. If she got pulled in, it would be a huge problem, Kaier thought. At that moment, Vegeta was blinded by anger, recalling Kaier's earlier words. He suddenly shouted, "Die!" Kaier was stunned by the scene before her, as the destructive sphere suddenly expanded tenfold. She could not withstand it. Her current strength was insufficient, and Vegeta gave her no time to enhance. In that instant, a brilliant light erupted from the stage. Whis and Beerus anticipated that this attack might destroy the nameless planet, immediately flashing to the stage to cast a protective barrier around it to prevent collateral damage. A deafening boom echoed. A deep crater was left in the center of the stage, with both the 7th and 6th universes staring intently at the center, eager to see the outcome. At this moment, Kaier lay in the deep pit, blood streaming from her body as the destructive energy ravaged her. Kale shouted, "Sister." If Vegeta hadn't held back just now, Kaier would have been completely obliterated, and she was thrown out of the ring. The referee appeared above the stage, declaring contestant Kaier from the 6th universe is eliminated. Contestant Vegeta from the 7th universe wins. The 7th universe's stand erupted with cheers of victory as Beerus stood up, laughing. "Well done, Vegeta. That's the way." Son Goku thought about how it would be particularly challenging for him to fight Kaier, because he had a bad habit of not going all out from the start. Ye Ming also did not expect Vegeta to defeat Kaier so decisively. It was not that Kaier was weak, but Vegeta would not wait until Kaier had reached equal strength before battling her. Only a fool would do that. Overall, this match was a perfect victory. Ye Ming thought to himself. Kampa from the 6th universe turned a deep shade of red, angrily muttering, "Damn it, we lost another round to Beerus and the others." However, thinking about the hidden cards their universe still had, Kampa returned to his usual demeanor, simply snorting. It was also very surprised after Vegeta displayed the power of a god of destruction. He had to treat it seriously, as mastering destructive energy showcased Vegeta's exceptional prowess. At this moment, Kampa said to hit the 4th match depends on you. That Vegeta has mastered destructive energy, you cannot confront him heathen. Look for an opportunity to throw him off the stage. Hit nodded. While destructive energy was particularly tricky, he still had some methods to deal with it. Vegeta has won the 3rd battle, and the 7th universe is immensely pleased. At this moment, Ye Ming stepped forward and said, "Vegeta, your destruction form is indeed powerful, but you have not yet mastered it perfectly. You must not let the destructive energy control you, otherwise you will only know slaughter." Beerus nodded and said, "Vegeta, Ye Ming is right. Destructive energy is very dangerous. Although I taught it to you, you must be cautious." At this moment, Vegeta arrogantly proclaimed, "Destructive energy can control me. I believe following the path of a destroyer suits this prince perfectly. Your concerns are unnecessary." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent, feeling that Vegeta should be able to master that power. Vegeta, who mastered the destruction form, is somewhat stronger than Sun Wukong, who is still comprehending the Ultra Instinct, but it seems he is just one breakthrough away, and Ye Ming knows where that breakthrough lies. However, Ye Ming was also uncertain, as everything in this timeline has developed differently since his arrival. At this moment, a powerful aura appeared from the nameless star, shocking everyone who hurriedly looked up. A flash of golden light passed by, breaking the void of the universe, and upon seeing the figure of the newcomer, everyone's pupils immediately contracted. Son Wukong! Vegeta exclaimed, shocked, calling out Son Wukong's name. Beerus widened his eyes, and Whis was also astonished. However, Ye Ming remained quite calm, as he had sensed a trace of energy when he discovered that the mysterious person was spying on him. He found it quite strange that this energy was very similar to Son Wukong's, but he did not inform Beerus and the others, as he himself was very uncertain. But after seeing the newcomer, he roughly understood what had happened. Son Wukong descended onto the stands of the 6th universe, and Kappa stood up to greet him, saying, "Oh Wukong, you arrived just in time." The warriors of the 6th universe also nodded to Son Wukong, knowing that this Son Wukong came from another parallel universe. Beerus looked at the stands of the 6th universe in shock, his mouth curving up. What's going on? Why is there also a Son Wukong in the 6th universe? But just as Whis was about to speak, Kappa stood up and said loudly, "Beerus, this Son Wukong comes from another parallel world. His original timeline was destroyed for some reason, so our universe accepted him. Son Wukong was sent here by the gods of their universe, and he relied on his own strength to traverse the void, inexplicably arriving in our universe." Beerus, what do you think? Do you still believe your universe has an assured victory? The warriors of the 7th universe realized after hearing Kappa's words. At this moment, Son Wukong said, "Yo, another me, hello? I am the Son Wukong of this timeline." Son Wukong from the 6th universe also politely greeted the Son Wukong from this timeline, saying, "Hello, I'm very glad to meet you, the me from this world." Then Son Wukong turned his gaze to Vegeta, Son Gohan, Ye Ming, and Beerus. Son Wukong continued, "Since my universe was destroyed, I've been training in this universe. The 6th universe has accepted me, so based on the current situation, we should be rivals." Ye Ming said, "Hello, Son Wukong from another universe, I'm also very glad to meet you. Regardless of the reason, since you have joined the 6th universe, I hope you can fully integrate into it." "Ha ha ha, that's inevitable. Lord Kappa and Beerus have treated me well. Ye Ming, I know you are strong, I have observed you closely before, but unfortunately you discovered me. I look forward to fighting you," Son Wukong generously stated. At this moment, Beerus solemnly asked Ye Ming, "Is that Son Wukong from another parallel universe very strong?" "It's fine, Lord Beerus. Although he is strong, I believe I am stronger," Ye Ming confidently replied. Whis nearby chimed in, "Oh dear Lord Beerus, you should have full confidence in Ye Ming." Once he finished speaking, Beerus fell silent, having to place all his hopes on Ye Ming. As a destroyer, he cannot personally step into the battlefield, but he can feel the energy fluctuations from the opposing Son Wukong, which are very strong. Seeing the formidable power of the opposing Son Wukong, he was now clenching his fists, feeling very excited. At this moment, Vegeta said, "Kakarot, you can't defeat that Kakarot from another universe. His power is unfathomable, as we can feel." "I know, Vegeta. My training is still not complete. I'm just very excited to see another me," Son Wukong exclaimed excitedly. Vegeta snorted coldly and said nothing. The referee announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the 4th match is about to begin. Please prepare yourselves." Ignoring the encouragement from the others, Vegeta swiftly flew towards the arena. He saw that the opponent from the 6th universe was Hit. His mouth also raised, eager to experience the power of the time skip, his expression very haughty. Vegeta crossed his arms and said, "So you are the assassin, Hit. I already have some understanding of your time skip. If you concede, it could reduce some physical suffering." Hit coldly replied, Let's see your strength then. I hope your strength is as solid as your words." Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt very displeased. He should have witnessed Hit's strength before, yet he remained so arrogant, it seems he must teach him a lesson. The referee shouted, "Begin," and swiftly left the arena. At this moment, Hit was significantly stronger than in the original, capable of achieving a time skip of 0.5 seconds, an extremely exaggerated number. Vegeta distanced himself from Hit and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan Blue, charging towards Hit. With a bang, Vegeta was hit in the waist and flew out. He immediately stood up to counterattack, but soon all of Vegeta's attacks were neutralized by Hit, who also counterattacked. Damn, the time skip is indeed tricky, but as long as I can predict his movements before he attacks, it should be fine, Vegeta thought. However, what Vegeta did not know was that Hit's time skip was not limited to 0.1 seconds. He had already mastered a 0.5 second time skip. Hit calmly said, "Unless you bring out that form, you will never defeat me." Vegeta replied, "What?" Before Vegeta could finish, Hit activated the time skip, launching an overwhelming barrage of attacks within 0.3 seconds. Vegeta sensed that Hit was attacking, but did not expect his time skip to be this fast. Vegeta only managed to block some of the attacks, but the majority landed on him, and he was instantly overwhelmed. At this moment, he realized that Hit's time skip had significantly improved, far exceeding 0.1 seconds. Vegeta spat blood, and even his super blue form reverted to its normal state, sweat pouring down his face. In the stands of the 6th universe, Kompa stood up and shouted at Beerus, "Beerus, do you see? This is the power of the time skip. Your previous understanding was of no use, humph." Son Wukong from the 6th universe said happily, "During my previous encounter with Hit, I was also astonished. He possesses a part of the power to control time. The time skip is indeed formidable." However, Son Wukong shifted the topic, saying, "But if the opponent's power exceeds the control of time, the time skip may not work." The warriors of the 6th universe nodded silently in agreement with Son Wukong's words. Bardock smiled and said, "Son Wukong is right. The time skip can only be considered a skill, and while it has great potential, it appears rather ordinary against a master. Since the angels possess most of the time laws, they can easily see through Hit's movements." Back on the battlefield, Vegeta stood up, very disheveled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Beerus from the 7th universe was also quite anxious, but remained calm as he trusted Vegeta's strength. "Not bad, Hit, you indeed have some skill. It seems your time skip has improved. I'm afraid you're still not going to show your true abilities. At this rate, if you keep getting hit in vital spots, you'll be gravely injured, if not dead," Hit said indifferently. Vegeta stood up, clenching his fists, and declared, "Then, as you wish, Hit." In an instant, a destructive aura surged from Vegeta, his pupils and hair gradually turning purple, and a powerful destructive energy pressure spread from the arena. "Boom," Ye Ming remarked. "It seems Vegeta has already adapted to the destruction form since he last used it, and has even improved." Seeing Vegeta's figure, Hit became serious and assumed a combat stance, as this power was on an entirely different level from Super Saiyan Blue. At this moment, Vegeta displayed that proud face again, saying, "Humph, Hit, let this prince show you what true strength is." Suddenly, Vegeta transformed into a purple lightning bolt and charged at Hit. Hit anticipated Vegeta's speed and had already prepared. Hit immediately activated his time skip to attack Vegeta, but unfortunately for him, all of Hit's attack routes were seen through by Vegeta, who taunted, "The height I now stand at allows me to see far beyond your time." Vegeta quickly located Hit's position, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Suddenly, Hit's figure flickered into view, and he was hit hard by Vegeta's fist. The force of this punch was immense, sending Hit flying over 100 meters and leaving a long scratch on the arena. Vegeta merely cast a casual glance at Hit, grinning, and continued to assault him, not giving Hit a moment's respite. On the arena, Son Wukong thought Vegeta remained so formidable, not giving his opponent a single chance. Ye Ming turned to Son Wukong and said, "Wukong, you should learn from Vegeta. If you don't change that bad habit of yours, you may end up regretting it sooner or later." Son Wukong scratched his head and replied, "Ye Ming, you're right, this is my bad habit, ha." Was covering his mouth also laughed and said to Wukong, "Every time you defeat a strong enemy, you tend to underestimate them. This might just be the moment your opponent retaliates and you like to test the waters, starting without using your full strength. I don't need to say more about the rest." At this moment, Beerus merely grinned, without saying a word, clearly agreeing with what Ye Ming and Whis said. Dust rose from the arena as Vegeta unleashed a furious assault on Hit. Hit, unable to hide his strength any longer, utilized the 0.5-second time skip, instantly storing time and freezing Vegeta in place, while his main body circled behind Vegeta. Hit aimed to deliver a fatal blow to Vegeta, but Vegeta instinctively sensed something, realizing that Hit's time skip had lengthened. A sense of crisis surged into Vegeta's mind. Suddenly, he enveloped himself in destructive energy and unleashed a burst of destructive power in all directions. Hit did not expect Vegeta to use this move and immediately distanced himself from him. At this moment, Hit's figure reappeared behind Vegeta. Vegeta slowly turned around. As expected, the prince's judgment was correct. Hit's time skip had indeed extended. Had it not been for his quick reaction, he might have fallen victim to Hit's previous attack. Vegeta now unleashed all the power of his current destruction form. After a surge of rage, Vegeta's strength advanced further. In the distance, Hit braced against Vegeta's overwhelming aura, beads of sweat appearing on his face as he thought, "It seems I have no choice but to reveal my trump card if I want to defeat him." In the stands of the 6th universe, Son Wukong noticed Hit's expression, realizing that Hit was about to use that move on him, a technique he had previously employed, but due to the clear disparity in strength, he had easily countered it. Back on the arena during this time, Hit had stored a considerable amount of time, and Vegeta noticed Hit was contemplating his strategy. However, Vegeta remained completely calm, appearing quite composed. He wanted to see what Hit would use against him. Hit assumed a combat stance, suddenly activating the time skip. He appeared behind Vegeta, but Vegeta sensed it the next moment and swung a punch. Hit dodged this punch, landing one directly on Vegeta's chest, sending him flying several dozen meters away. Vegeta flipped over and stood up, smiling at Hit, intending to speak to him. The next moment, he noticed a fist-sized bruise on his chest. Suddenly, his body stiffened as he saw Hit using the time skip to control him, which greatly surprised Vegeta. In the stands of the 7th universe, Beerus saw this scene and immediately perked up his ears, asking Whis, what technique is this? Whis also looked at Hit and said, Hit from the 6th universe is indeed remarkable. He has stored all the time, forming a time prison that firmly controls Vegeta. His previous punch must have served as a medium. Ye Ming also agreed with Whis' statement. Ye Ming said, I believe Vegeta can break this time prison. After all, I still recognize the pride of the Saiyan Prince. On the arena, Vegeta, seeing his body unable to move, suddenly looked gravely at Hit. Hit said to Vegeta, This is my trump card, Vegeta. I will deliver a fatal blow to you. You cannot move while trapped in this time prison, and my remaining stamina is enough to defeat you. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's gaze turned stern, startling Hit with his intensity. Vegeta said coolly, I expected you to have some powerful technique, but this is all you have. I am terribly disappointed. Before Hit could recover from his shock, Vegeta slowly moved his body. Though very slowly, he was indeed moving, taking steps towards Hit, with his speed gradually increasing. Kampa from the 6th universe was already dumbfounded, leaning over the edge of the arena and saying, What? He can move. Hit quickly deliver a fatal blow, hurry. Hit also gathered the last of his energy to attack Vegeta, for this was the best opportunity to defeat him. Vegeta saw Hit condensing a ball of energy charging at him, and just as Hit was about to hit Vegeta, he grabbed Hit's arm. Hit was extremely shocked. Aside from Son Wukong and Bardoss from the 6th universe, everyone else was dumbfounded, not believing this was possible. Vegeta arrogantly told Hit, You think you can defeat me, Vegeta, with this method? You'll have to wait until your next life for that. In the midst of their conversation, Vegeta's destructive energy aura gradually surged, with the time prison becoming faintly visible around him. Hit realized he was on the verge of breaking through the time prison seal and needed to defeat him quickly. As they spoke, Hit increased his energy to strike Vegeta, but at that moment Vegeta shouted, You think you can defeat me with such a thing? Vegeta's immense pride and arrogance were laid bare. He would not admit to being defeated so easily. Suddenly, a violent aura erupted from Vegeta, shattering the time prison completely and sending Hit flying several dozen meters away. Hit crouched on the ground looking at Vegeta, knowing it was too late to turn back. The failure of his final trump card represented his total defeat as an assassin. Vegeta's purple energy surged wildly in a state of explosive form, his muscles exposed. If it seems you're at your wit's end, Hit. Let me send you on your way. Vegeta launched a massive energy sphere of destruction, preparing to send Hit flying out of the arena. Vegeta had sealed off all his escape routes, spreading destructive energy all around, anticipating Hit's use of the time skip. Boom. A powerful energy spread out, and fortunately a protective shield used by the angels was in place. Otherwise this planet would have been demolished long ago. Hit cried out in pain, sent flying out of the arena, losing consciousness. At this moment Beerus shouted, Vegeta, you were truly amazing. Whis smiled and said, Vegeta has won 2 rounds in a row, Lord Beerus. Son Wukong was also excited to see Vegeta win, waving his hands at him. Vegeta on the arena did not acknowledge him. He merely glanced at Hit before returning to his stand. At this moment the referee announced, in the 4th match Vegeta wins, and the 7th universe claims victory in the 4th match. Ye Ming happily said to Vegeta, Well done, Vegeta. Though Vegeta still wore a proud expression, he was secretly delighted. He clearly appreciated the praise. At this moment Son Wukong from the 6th universe stood up, and Ye Ming and the others sensed it all, turning to look at Son Wukong. Son Wukong smiled and said, Impressive, Vegeta of the 7th universe. You are just like the Vegeta from my timeline, still so decisive in battle. Son Wukong's words were very sincere. Vegeta merely snorted, saying nothing. Son Wukong, seeing this, smiled it off as Vegeta's temperament remained unchanged. The next moment Son Wukong said, All the warriors on our side have been eliminated except for me. Since I have become part of the 6th universe, I will also fight for my universe. Then see you on the battlefield, everyone. Kampa, upon hearing this, was almost moved to tears, filled with confidence in Son Wukong's strength. He patted Son Wukong on the shoulder and said, Wukong, the rest is up to you. You must secure victory for our universe. Son Wukong nodded at Kampa and the others. At this moment Ye Ming said to Vegeta, Vegeta, the Son Goku over there is very strong, so you must be extra cautious. Vegeta furrowed his brow and replied, I know even if I can't defeat him, I will never concede, especially since he is Kakarot Humph. Hearing this, Son Goku scratched his head awkwardly, knowing that Vegeta had always wanted to defeat him. It was clear that the Son Goku over there was a worthy opponent. However, the Son Goku over there was not the Son Goku of this universe, so Vegeta could only do his best. At this moment, Vegeta's gaze turned to the Son Goku of the AF universe in the stands. The AF Son Goku felt Vegeta looking at him and smiled back, giving a slight nod to Vegeta of Universe 7. At this moment, the AF Son Goku thought to himself, this Vegeta from this timeline is just like the one from their original timeline, filled with fighting spirit towards him at all times. The AF Son Goku recalled the memories of his past interactions with Vegeta in that timeline, and a pang of sadness flowed through his heart. Everything had turned to nothing. Bardoss noticed Son Goku's unusual mood and quickly comforted him, saying, Mr. Goku, I understand that seeing familiar faces from Universe 7 might make you feel a bit down, but I hope you can pull yourself together. Only by becoming stronger can you seek the truth. The AF Son Goku nodded in response to Bardoss, saying, I understand. Soon the break time came to an end. The referee arrived at the center of the arena, which had been fully repaired, and announced loudly, the fifth match now begins. Please welcome both contestants to the stage. Upon hearing this, AF Son Goku stood up in the stands of Universe 6-0, and a powerful aura emanated from him. He instantly teleported to the center of the arena. Beerus from Universe 7 glanced at the opposing Son Goku, feeling a slight sweat for Vegeta. Beerus earnestly told Vegeta, no matter what, we must display the spirit of Universe 7. Do you hear me, Vegeta? Vegeta did not respond, merely descending silently from the arena to face the AF Son Goku. At this moment, Vegeta declared, regardless of which timeline this Kakarot comes from, I will defeat you decisively, Humph. At this moment, the AF Son Goku seemed to recall what Vegeta said during their previous battle, but everything had changed, and the past was filled with regret. Son Goku smiled and said, hello, Vegeta from this timeline. I won't waste time on pleasantries, let me witness your power. Vegeta uttered, Humph. Kakarot, I've been waiting a long time for this battle. It was evident that regardless of which timeline's Kakarot, it was Vegeta harbored a strong fighting spirit towards Son Goku. With that, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form. Watching the immobile Son Goku, Vegeta felt belittled. Vegeta angrily exclaimed, Kakarot, are you not going to transform against me? The AF Son Goku, however, remained silent, simply waving his hand at Vegeta, signaling him to attack. Seeing this gesture, Vegeta was evidently enraged and shouted, Kakarot, take this. Vegeta threw a punch at the AF Son Goku, but just as it was about to connect, the Son Goku easily dodged it. The AF Son Goku moved with incredible agility, as if he could see through all of Vegeta's attacks. Vegeta roared, come again. It seemed that Vegeta was using all his power to unleash a flurry of attacks on the AF Son Goku. It was clear that the AF Son Goku was also feeling the pressure, as his reaction speed in his normal state was not on par with Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue form. The AF Son Goku simply wanted to test the results of his training over the past few months and see if his combat power had improved. Suddenly, Vegeta landed a strike on the AF Son Goku's face, sending him flying away, and Vegeta followed up with a powerful energy blast. As the dust settled, Vegeta's sharp eyes fixed on the opposing side, where the AF Son Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan second grade. The AF Son Goku then said, Vegeta, now it's my turn. With that, he charged towards Vegeta at an incredible speed. Vegeta snorted and chose to confront the AF Son Goku head-on, feeling that this was the right way to fight. They moved rapidly across the arena, exchanging blows. Suddenly, the AF Son Goku grabbed Vegeta's leg and slammed him down onto the arena, delivering a series of fierce strikes. Vegeta was forced to defend against the overwhelming assault. Suddenly, he kicked the AF Son Goku away and took to the sky, preparing to execute his prince's strategy. Vegeta glowed with blue energy, enhancing his aura and unleashing a barrage of attacks towards the AF Son Goku's direction. With both hands open, Vegeta gathered his energy, reaching the limit of his power. In the stands of Universe 7, no one expected that Vegeta in his Super Saiyan Blue form could raise his energy to such a level, prompting Son Goku to exclaim his astonishment. Vegeta unleashed his final flash, and Beerus shouted, Vegeta, throw him to Son Goku and show him what you can do. Vegeta then shouted, final flash. A terrifying beam of light erupted from his hands, racing towards the AF Son Goku at high speed. The AF Son Goku was well aware of Vegeta's combat style, having spent so much time with him in that timeline. If he didn't know this, he wouldn't know what to say. However, the AF Son Goku chose not to retaliate, standing silently in place, waiting for Vegeta's attack to arrive. Seeing that the AF Son Goku was not resisting, Kampa said to Bardoss, is it all right that Son Goku isn't defending himself? Bardoss replied, Lord Kampa, please remain calm. This level of attack is harmless to Son Goku. We just need to sit back and watch. Kampa nodded in agreement with Bardoss' words and stopped speaking. Clearly, the focus of the entire arena was on Vegeta's impending strike on the AF Son Goku. Kakarot, accept my gift, ha! Vegeta laughed maniacally. A flash of light erupted and the arena was engulfed in chaos with a terrifying wave sweeping through that even shook the protective barrier. Vegeta landed back on the arena and burst into laughter as he looked at the spot where Son Goku was hit, saying, Kakarot, this is the price you pay for underestimating me. You will still be. Vegeta's words were cut short as he felt his mouth suddenly close up. The AF Son Goku stood before him holding an energy sphere. Vegeta stared at the scene before him, his body freezing in disbelief. In the stands of Universe 7, Whis said seriously, the Son Goku from another timeline is incredibly powerful. Vegeta is no match for him. His speed, reaction time, and control over energy far surpass Vegeta's. Ye Ming nodded in agreement, saying, the Son Goku from another timeline is indeed very strong. Right now he hasn't even revealed his true level. It's as if he's just playing around with Vegeta. Beerus looked grave as he glanced at the Son Goku below the arena and then at Ye Ming. He knew that saying more would not help. He could only rely on Ye Ming. Back in the arena, Vegeta found himself grasped by the AF Son Goku by the throat, unable to believe the vast gap in power between him and Kakarot. The AF Son Goku held an energy blast directed at Vegeta's abdomen. At this moment, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Goodbye, Vegeta. I'm sorry, the AF Son Goku said. Boom. A powerful energy blast exploded against Vegeta's abdomen, sending him flying away. Vegeta landed on the edge of the arena just in the nick of time, but he was heavily injured and had reverted to his normal state. Vegeta clutched his abdomen, struggling to stand. The armor on his abdomen had been completely shattered, revealing his injuries. Damn it, Vegeta gasped. Then he roared angrily at the AF Son Goku. You will pay for this, Kakarot. As soon as he finished speaking, Vegeta unleashed a surge of destructive energy in his fury, transforming into his destroyer form. The AF Son Goku looked at the transformed Vegeta with a defiant expression and smiled. Have you finally shown your true abilities? In the stands of Universe 7, Ye Ming furrowed his brow, watching the AF Son Goku intently. He said to the system, which parallel universe does this Son Goku come from? The system replied, host, this Son Goku comes from the Dragon Ball AF universe. However, there are countless timelines, and he is just one of them. Upon hearing that the Son Goku over there came from the Dragon Ball AF universe, Ye Ming understood why he possessed such strength. Back in the arena, the AF Son Goku calmly said to Vegeta, impressive. You managed to master destructive energy so quickly. With a snort, Vegeta did not respond, only coldly staring at the AF Son Goku. Then let me show you my power. I am very glad to see you again, Vegeta, but my former self is gone forever, the AF Son Goku said. From this statement, Vegeta sensed the determination and sadness of the AF Son Goku's newfound strength. He understood that this Kakarot before him was vastly different from the Kakarot of their universe, familiar yet strange. Vegeta felt no sympathy and sternly said, come on, Kakarot, let me see your strength. The AF Son Goku clenched his fists at his waist and suddenly unleashed his energy, letting out a mighty roar. Under this immense pressure, Universe 6 began to tremble, and even the angelic barrier was on the brink of breaking. Whis and Bardoss sensed the danger and quickly moved to the side of the arena to reinforce the strength of the barrier with their staffs. However, the AF Son Goku's transformation continued. Beerus noticed the change in power, and his expression shifted. This power was comparable to Ye Ming's full-powered Super Saiyan 4th grade. Ye Ming was aware of the AF Son Goku's power and thought to himself, the Son Goku from Dragon Ball AF. His strength is indeed formidable, but it should be far from his true potential. Soon, amidst the AF Son Goku's roar, he completed his transformation. At this moment, Son Goku's form was unlike the usual Super Saiyan 4th grade. While his hair remained black, his fur took on a light blue hue. The transformed AF Son Goku descended like a deity and calmly said to Vegeta, this is perfect Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, both Son Goku and Beerus became uneasy with Son Goku, asking Ye Ming, Ye Ming, do you know about perfect Super Saiyan 4th grade? Can you transform into it? Beerus also exhibited a curious expression as he noticed the differences in transformation and sought clarification. Ye Ming shook his head, saying, the development of their universe's timelines differs from ours. They likely possess unique transformation methods and techniques that we are unaware of. His Super Saiyan 4th grade had also reached a perfect state during training, as he had seen similar fan animations before. In Ye Ming's perfect form of Super Saiyan 4th grade, his hair was pink, while his fur remained red. Everyone observed, but did not inquire further, as Ye Ming did not seem surprised. At this moment, Vegeta felt the terrifying power of the AF Son Goku across from him, and smirked, Kakarot, let's continue. The AF Son Goku smiled back and replied, come on, Vegeta, let us continue our unfinished battle. The spectators in the stands held their breath knowing that this duel would be nothing short of spectacular. A suffocating aura spread across the arena with the AF Son Goku fixated on Vegeta and Vegeta locked on the AF Son Goku. On the arena, the destructive form of Vegeta stared at the perfect Super Saiyan level for AF Son Wukong. The platform shook involuntarily, a fierce pressure emanating between them. Vegeta declared, "Kakarot, I will definitely defeat you." With that, Vegeta leaned forward and charged at AF Son Wukong, instantly transforming into a purple flash of lightning moving at an incredibly fast speed, arriving right behind AF Son Wukong. At that moment, Son Wukong simply extended his right hand, perfectly catching Vegeta's fist without even glancing at him. Suddenly, Vegeta's attacks came in a rapid succession like a torrential storm crashing down on AF Son Wukong, who braced himself with both hands against his chest, continuously being pushed back. Suddenly, Vegeta struck AF Son Wukong with destructive energy, a terrifying explosion of energy spreading out. As the smoke cleared, Son Wukong maintained his defensive stance completely unmoved, while Vegeta realized that his previous attack had inflicted no effective damage on AF Son Wukong. Vegeta let out a cold grunt, further amplifying his destructive energy aura, his purple pupils revealing his wildness and dominance. AF Son Wukong walked steadily towards Vegeta, greeting his overwhelming aura, and with a whoosh he appeared behind Vegeta. His speed was astonishing, like a shadow, delivering a knife-hand strike aimed at Vegeta's neck. Vegeta was taken aback, unprepared for such speed, reacting a fraction too late. He could only turn around to block with both hands. Bang! Vegeta was sent flying like an arrow, crashing into the arena and leaving a large crater. Vegeta stood up, feeling his numb arms, and lamented, "That was quite a hefty blow." Immediately after, AF Son Wukong appeared behind Vegeta like a ghost, clearly catching him off guard. "What?" On the platform, Beerus also witnessed AF Son Wukong's incredible speed, his eyes widening in surprise. Since his battle with Night Bright, he hadn't felt such power in a long time. AF Son Wukong punched Vegeta into the air, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His expression turned grave as he glanced sideways at the now vanished AF Son Wukong. In the next moment, AF Son Wukong's fist appeared before Vegeta, who had no choice but to block with both hands, only to be forcefully slammed back onto the arena. Vegeta immediately stood up, clearly showing that his destructive form made him quite resilient. There were already bruises on his face. He wiped his mouth with his hand, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, Kakarot's speed is too fast. I can't even predict his attack trajectory." AF Son Wukong, with his arms crossed, looked down at Vegeta, causing the latter to suddenly have veins popping in anger. "You bastard." With that, he suddenly erupted with rage and attacked AF Son Wukong in the sky. Vegeta gathered destructive energy in his left hand and threw a punch at AF Son Wukong, moving at incredible speed in the blink of an eye. AF Son Wukong seized Vegeta's left hand, which was gathering destructive energy, and his right hand just as the attacks were about to collide. At this moment, Vegeta was thoroughly enraged, intensifying the destructive energy in his left hand, while his right hand was locked in a stalemate with AF Son Wukong. Vegeta displayed a fierce expression towards AF Son Wukong, but the latter merely smiled faintly. In the next moment, AF Son Wukong suddenly engaged in a struggle with Vegeta's destructive energy, attempting to push it back towards him, a contest of strength. Vegeta's expression turned serious, realizing AF Son Wukong's intent, yet he grinned, choosing to confront AF Son Wukong head-on. Thus, AF Son Wukong and Vegeta began to roar, their powers intensifying, while Vegeta's destructive energy surged around him, its purple aura shooting skyward. Son Wukong also unleashed his energy. A golden light flashed, revealing his impressive muscles. The pure aura of immortal strength left the spectators in awe. This power seemed capable of shattering everything before them. The destructive energy between their left hands continuously fused and expanded, compressing further. At this moment, Vegeta was using all his strength, while AF Son Wukong wore a mysterious smile. At this moment, Vegeta felt a surge of surprise, as AF Son Wukong suddenly intensified his energy, realizing that the destructive energy in his left hand was slowly moving towards him. He was losing the contest of strength against AF Son Wukong. Vegeta, unable to endure any longer, exclaimed with bulging veins, "Damn it." With a roar, AF Son Wukong's destructive energy completely overwhelmed Vegeta, gaining an overwhelming advantage in strength, rapidly pushing Vegeta back towards the arena, and AF Son Wukong firmly restrained Vegeta's right hand. At this moment, Vegeta was also giving it his all, shouting, "Ah, Kakarot." Suddenly, the destructive energy surged from Vegeta's left hand towards Son Wukong. He would not allow himself to be defeated. With a powerful shout, AF Son Wukong unleashed his energy again, striking Vegeta's left hand, which was gathering destructive energy, down onto the arena with a bang. and the destructive energy was crushed under this immense physical force. At this moment, the spectators were stunned. Beerus stood up seriously, his pupils contracting, while Son Wukong held his breath and focused on the center of the arena, his eyes filled with shock. Nightbright stood with his arms crossed, staring intently at the arena, his expression neutral. Nightbright thought to himself Vegeta had completely lost to AF Son Wukong in their direct confrontation. He had been observing AF Son Wukong closely and found that his strength was even greater than he had imagined. In the 6th universe, Kampa watched this scene with great delight, sticking his tongue out at Beerus, saying, "Ha! Beerus, it won't be long before your universe's Vegeta is defeated by our universe's Son Wukong." Beerus gritted his teeth upon hearing this. He was well aware of Son Wukong's strength on the opposing side. At this moment, Nightbright calmly said, "Lord Beerus, this battle may be a challenge for Vegeta, but also an opportunity, as Scions have limitless potential. Losing the match is not an issue. Overall, if he can gain something from this battle and improve himself, then he will become stronger." Indeed, what Nightbright said is correct. This battle is also a challenge for Vegeta, but he might gain a lot from it. There is a gap in their strengths, and at this moment the opposing Son Wukong has clearly not shown his full potential, so they can't focus on the win or loss of the match right now. Beerus clenched his fists after hearing them speak, but then relaxed. He understood Vegeta well, as Vegeta could be considered his disciple. The scene shifted back to the arena, where Vegeta gritted his teeth, glaring at Son Wukong, the purple light in his eyes becoming even more terrifying, his destructive aura continuously surging. Suddenly, AF Son Wukong launched Vegeta into the air, immediately appearing behind him and locking Vegeta's neck. AF Son Wukong's body radiated energy, a powerful energy wave spreading from him. AF Son Wukong immobilized Vegeta, attacking him and rendering him unable to fight. Vegeta's cries of pain echoed as the terrifying energy waves crashed over him. After about a minute, Vegeta collapsed to the ground, his eyes vacant, the destructive form completely dispelled. Beerus from the 7th universe could no longer sit still, moving to the edge of the stand, almost unable to resist joining the fray. At this moment, Nightbright appeared beside Beerus, saying, "Lord Beerus, please remain calm. If you intervene, we will lose this match. I believe Vegeta won't be defeated so easily. He carries the pride of a Scion Prince in his heart, and perhaps a miracle will occur." Indeed, at this moment, Vegeta reflected on the past, recalling moments during his training with Beerus. However, Vegeta still had his eyes closed while AF Son Wukong looked at him calmly. Back to the scenes in Vegeta's mind during a training session with Beerus. He had been thoroughly beaten, but at that point he had initially grasped the true meaning of destruction. Beerus was very pleased with him, saying he had the potential to be a god of destruction, stating that destruction can be both a person and a type of energy. The stronger your heart of destruction, the stronger the destructive power you can gather. As for how strong that power can be, you must constantly ask your inner self, when you discard everything as if nothing exists, your destructive energy will reach a peak. Vegeta recalled Beerus' teachings, suddenly opening his eyes wide, his pupils turning purple once again, his gaze resolute. A terrifying wave of destructive energy erupted from Vegeta, several times stronger than before. Beerus clearly understood what was happening with Vegeta. It seemed he had indeed sacrificed everything for his pride. Vegeta was enveloped in purple energy, a fierce aura of destruction erupting from him. From a distance, he resembled a demon god. The moment AF Son Wukong sensed Vegeta awakening, he felt something was amiss and quickly distanced himself from Vegeta. He could see Vegeta's terrifying aura rising, making AF Son Wukong serious. He saw Vegeta smile and say, "Vegeta, it's only fitting for you, whether in the past or present, to be both my rival and my friend." "Is that so? Kakarot, I am truly honored." Vegeta, surrounded by destructive energy, held a gigantic sphere of destructive energy in his left hand and slowly walked towards AF Son Wukong. AF Son Wukong, observing Vegeta's swelling aura, also became serious. "Kakarot, I really thank you for helping me realize the heart of destruction. My destructive power has significantly increased. Kakarot, I will tell you this, whether you are the Kakarot from another timeline or from this universe, I will defeat you," Vegeta proclaimed arrogantly. The spectators from the 6th and 7th universes watched as Vegeta stood up with even greater power than before. Son Wukong sighed. That guy Vegeta has once again surpassed himself. Kampa's expression darkened. Clearly their universe's Son Wukong had easily defeated Vegeta just moments ago, yet now Vegeta was standing up stronger than before. Kampa watched Vegeta's destructive aura swirling below and glanced at AF Son Wukong, a smile creeping onto his lips. Kampa for some reason felt confident and said to Beerus, "Let this match last a little longer, wouldn't you agree, Lord Beerus?" Beerus: "Oh dear, it's rare for Lord Kampa to finally see the light. Son Wukong surely wants to play a bit longer. Even though Vegeta has advanced in destructive power, it is still just that. nothing more than a minor threat to Sun Wukong. Bardos said with a smile. Kampa clearly enjoyed Bardos' words, becoming quite smug at that moment. Beerus from the 7th universe found Kampa's arrogant demeanor very displeasing. Although he saw Vegeta had once again surpassed himself, he knew the gap still existed. Though Beerus was a proud god often acting indifferent, he was deeply concerned when it came to critical moments. On the arena, Vegeta's imposing aura was formidable, causing the spectators in the stands to have their hair blown wildly. However, the AF Son Goku opposite him remained still, smiling at him, his black hair flying, and his golden pupils were hard to look directly at. Vegeta snorted coldly. Kakarot, I will make you pay the price, and show you my true strength. As he spoke, the destruction sphere in his hand suddenly expanded tenfold, threatening to shatter the barriers set by the angels, while Whis and Beerus continued to increase their energy to reinforce it. The destructive energy was indeed powerful. At this moment, Vegeta had no hesitation, his mind free of other constraints. He only wanted to defeat Kakarot in front of him. Suddenly, Vegeta threw the destruction sphere towards AF Son Goku in midair. Boom. The destruction sphere directly hit the spot where AF Son Goku stood, instantly creating a mushroom cloud and shattering the arena. At that moment, Vegeta laughed. Haha. Serves you right for underestimating me, Vegeta. I will let you know my. In the next second, this scene seemed familiar. The attack of destructive energy did not hit AF Son Goku at all, who easily dodged and appeared behind Vegeta. Vegeta slowly turned around in shock, only to see AF Son Goku gazing at him calmly, while the spectators in the stands were already stunned into silence. Champagne covered his ears and said, Beerus Son Goku's speed is incredible. I almost missed it. Oh my. Lord Kampa, please remain calm. This is only Son Goku's basic power, Beerus replied with a faint smile. Beerus stood up, a hint of sweat appearing on his face. Based on the strength AF Son Goku had displayed, it was no less than when Ye Ming fought him, using Super Saiyan 4th stage. In the stands of the 7th universe, everyone except Ye Ming looked serious. AF Son Goku said lightly, Vegeta, that last move was quite powerful, but unfortunately it didn't hit. Just as Vegeta came back to his senses from his shock and aimed to attack AF Son Goku immediately punched him squarely in the face, sending him crashing hard onto the arena. Next, Son Goku swooped down from the sky, kicking Vegeta in the abdomen. This blow made Vegeta cry out in pain, his pupils widening. AF Son Goku looked at Vegeta and said with a smile, Time's up, Vegeta. I've witnessed your strength, but you are still not my opponent right now. As he spoke, AF Son Goku gathered Kamehameha energy in his hands. This power was incredibly strong, and the dazzling light illuminated the entire planet. Vegeta tried to rise and resist, but the pain in his abdomen made him feel extremely uncomfortable as he stiffly twisted his body. Boom. A powerful energy wave rushed towards Vegeta's face. Ack! Vegeta was violently blasted away by this energy. There was a loud explosion and boom. Vegeta was blasted out of the arena, rolling several times before finally stopping. At this point, Vegeta's face was already stained with blood, his battle armor tattered, and he glared fiercely at AF Son Goku. Damn it, I didn't expect the gap between us to be so vast, Vegeta said, gritting his teeth. Vegeta initially thought that after breaking through his destructive powers, he could contend with AF Son Goku, but he never expected the difference to be so apparent. Vegeta slowly stood up, pointing at AF Son Goku on the arena, and declared, Kakarot, next time I will definitely defeat you, you bastard. After saying this, Vegeta covered his arm and returned to the stands while AF Son Goku stood on the arena, smiling at the departing Vegeta. At this moment, the referee suddenly appeared, saying, Congratulations to the AF Son Goku of the 6th universe for winning. Please let the contestants take a break. At this time, Kampa could no longer care about his pride and rushed to the edge of the arena, saying, Son Goku, well done. Give that Vegeta a good beating. After saying this, Kampa smugly glanced at Beerus opposite and made a face. Beerus clenched his fists, giving Kampa a dangerous look. At this moment, Ye Ming said, Although Vegeta was defeated, his gains were still considerable and his strength has improved to a higher level. Vegeta snorted coldly, clearly still brooding over the loss in the previous match. Now it's our universe's Son Goku's turn to fight. Ye Ming walked up to Son Goku and patted his shoulders, saying, It's your turn. Son Goku lowered his head, saying, I might not be his opponent, his power is truly overwhelming. At this moment, Vegeta, hearing Son Goku's words, felt extremely displeased, his mouth twitching. He walked up to Son Goku and grabbed his collar, saying, Kakarot, teach him a good lesson. Oh, don't forget you are a Saiyan. Son Goku looked at Vegeta in front of him and understood what Vegeta meant. At this moment, Ye Ming said, Son Goku, you have always believed that fighting with strong opponents will enhance your strength, so you must cherish this great opportunity that is before you. Son Goku nodded in response to Ye Ming's words, saying, I will do my best. Although Beerus did not have high expectations for Son Goku to defeat the opposing Son Goku, he still felt hopeful, sensing something different from Son Goku. Whis smiled and said, "The Son Goku from another universe is quite different from our universe's Son Goku." The others turned to look at him as they listened. As far as I know, after his hometown was destroyed by an unknown force, that Son Goku's character changed significantly. After losing his relatives and friends, he felt increasingly lonely inside and showed a strong desire for power. I do not sense the innocence and kindness in him that exists in our universe's Son Goku. Oh, perhaps it is because the destruction of his parallel universe changed him. Whis spoke to everyone. Everyone listened to Whis and fell silent. At this moment, Son Goku thought the other me must be training hard for revenge, that me must be suffering internally right now. At this time, the referee appeared in the center of the arena, and everyone knew the next match was about to begin. The referee took the microphone and shouted, "The break time is over. Please have both contestants come to the stage." On the 6th universe's stands, AF Son Goku slowly stood up and flashed to the center of the arena. Son Goku frowned as he saw AF Son Goku's incredible speed. Just as Son Goku was about to jump off the stand, Vegeta said to Son Goku calmly, "Kakarot, don't lose too badly." At this moment, Vegeta looked seriously at Son Goku. Son Goku turned to look at Vegeta, smiled, and nodded. This moment was the bond between Vegeta and Son Goku. Only they would understand the meaning behind it. Son Goku stepped onto the arena facing off against AF Son Goku. Son Goku scratched his head and said to the other him, "Hey, another me, I'm glad you came to our timeline, allowing me to see that there is another me so powerful in the universe." AF Son Goku also nodded with a smile, saying, "You too, but I carry too much on my shoulders. I can say I am you, but I am not you." Upon hearing this, Son Goku's expression became serious as he said, "Yes, I roughly understand your situation from Whis. I hope you won't let hatred blind your eyes, and keep the initial intention of why you became strong." AF Son Goku froze at Son Goku's words as beautiful memories flooded into AF Son Goku's mind. Suddenly he looked sharply at Son Goku and said, "Another me, you are right. Thank you for the reminder." Son Goku nodded and extended his right fist. AF Son Goku understood and immediately extended his left fist to meet it. Thus the 6th match began. Son Goku immediately jumped far. However, he did not start the battle with AF Son Goku from the first stage of Super Saiyan, knowing it would be a useless test. Son Goku roared with fury, a deep blue light bursting forth from his body as he transformed into Super Saiyan Deep Blue. AF Son Goku looked at the battle-ready version of the other Son Goku, feeling a surge of excitement. Suddenly, AF Son Goku flashed with light, transforming into Super Saiyan 3rd stage, striking a battle pose identical to Son Goku. Seeing the version of himself across the arena, Son Goku smiled, realizing that their battle stances were indeed identical. At that moment, Son Goku suddenly attacked AF Son Goku, his fist engulfed in deep blue flames appearing before AF Son Goku. AF Son Goku saw the fist appear before him and swiftly dodged, ducking down and countering with a punch aimed at Son Goku. They moved at high speeds on the arena, launching attacks. Suddenly, Son Goku seized an opening and punched AF Son Goku down onto the arena. Unexpectedly, Son Goku also pulled off a clever trick using the solar flare, just like Gohan. AF Son Goku was momentarily stunned, thinking I was careless. Before long, AF Son Goku could no longer see his surroundings. Son Goku grinned widely and roared, tightening his right fist during high-speed movement, and the next moment it slammed into AF Son Goku's face. A fist-sized imprint appeared on AF Son Goku's face, and he cried out in pain as he was sent flying. In the stands of the 7th universe, Vegeta suddenly stood up, clenching his right fist, and exclaimed, "That punch was beautiful, Kakarot, just like that." Ye Ming and the others also turned to look at Vegeta, surprised at his excitement. It turned out he had been severely punished by AF Son Goku earlier and was filled with resentment. AF Son Goku wiped his mouth and stood up, saying, "That punch had quite a bit of power." Son Goku replied with a smile, "Haha, too bad it didn't cause you significant harm." The AF Son Wukong charged towards Son Wukong, who had no divine assistance in their universe, only the Kaishin. Son Wukong's strength only increased after each battle with formidable foes, as it is only in life and death struggles that a Scion's inherent potential can be unleashed. The Son Wukong of this universe was clearly inferior in combat experience and skills compared to AF Son Wukong, who had already seen through all his tactics. AF Son Wukong showed no signs of injury. Suddenly dust swirled at his feet, and Son Wukong's eyes widened as he witnessed AF Son Wukong unleash such incredible speed even in Super Saiyan 3 form. He flashed to Son Wukong's back in less than 0.5 seconds, prompting Son Wukong to immediately turn around and attack. However, AF Son Wukong seized his attacking arm and suddenly delivered a powerful punch to his arm, followed by a kick that knocked Son Wukong down. Feeling the pain in his left arm, Son Wukong revealed a flaw, and AF Son Wukong approached him gathering a golden energy ball in his hand. Son Wukong was blasted away by the energy ball rolling several times on the arena, but he quickly pushed himself up with his left hand and halted with his right foot. But in the next moment, AF Son Wukong's fist appeared before him, the speed overwhelming Son Wukong's senses. Forced to defend, Son Wukong found AF Son Wukong seizing the opportunity to rapidly throw punches, pushing him to the edge of the arena. At this moment, Son Wukong was already sweating, struggling to withstand the weighty punches. His hands were starting to smoke. Suddenly, Son Wukong used instant transmission to distance himself from AF Son Wukong, but for some reason AF Son Wukong seemed to predict his location and his fist appeared before him again. Seeing this scene, Son Wukong seemed unable to believe it as he was struck squarely in the face and sent flying onto the arena. At this moment, Beerus stood up in surprise and looked at Son Wukong on the arena, saying, "How did the opposing Son Wukong sense Goku's position?" Weiss then said lightly, "The opposing Son Wukong's control over his aura has reached near perfection. He can clearly feel the flow of energy in the air and accurately locates Son Wukong's position." Son Wukong struggled to stand up, supporting himself with his hands, and said, "You are simply too amazing. It's hard to imagine that you are another version of me." AF Son Wukong merely smiled and said nothing while Son Wukong looked at him, who had no flaws, with a helpless expression. Son Wukong stood up, gazing seriously at AF Son Wukong, when suddenly blue light erupted from him and his aura began to rise. Son Wukong thought to himself, "I can only use the Kaioken combined with Super Saiyan Blue form." But he also knew that even with a higher multiplier of Kaioken, his chances of winning were still very slim. However, Son Wukong thought that if he could catch AF Son Wukong off guard during the battle with Kaioken, it might be a way to land a heavy blow. AF Son Wukong noticed that the opposing Son Wukong was trying to find a way to deal with him, but felt no panic, merely watching intently. He wanted to see what the other version of himself could achieve. At this moment, Son Wukong's speed increased significantly, and he instantly appeared to the left of AF Son Wukong, who also noticed the boost in Son Wukong's speed and engaged him in a fierce brawl. The figures of Son Wukong and AF Son Wukong flashed across the arena, with continuous booming sounds shattering the stage, and the barriers shook incessantly. Suddenly, AF Son Wukong seized on a flaw in Son Wukong's defense and caught his leg, only to see Son Wukong smile at the corner of his mouth. AF Son Wukong was taken aback, and suddenly a red steam appeared around Son Wukong. He let out a loud roar Kaioken. Moreover, Son Wukong's aura began to expand vaguely, reaching a tenfold level. Without giving AF Son Wukong a chance to react, Son Wukong broke free from his grasp and kicked AF Son Wukong, knocking him hard down onto the arena. Son Wukong pressed the attack, diving down towards AF Son Wukong below the arena. As he roared, his fist was about to strike AF Son Wukong's face. AF Son Wukong closed his eyes and smiled, saying, "You truly are another version of me." A flash of golden light surrounded him as his aura gradually expanded, far surpassing Super Saiyan 3rd level. Boom! Son Wukong was blasted away by this overwhelming aura, staring in shock at AF Son Wukong. At this moment, AF Son Wukong glittered with golden light, his black hair and light blue skin displaying his perfect Super Saiyan 4th level. Seeing the powerful AF Son Wukong felt grave, clenching his fists. He could clearly sense the gap in power. But Son Wukong would not admit defeat. If another version of himself could reach such strength, then he could as well. He just needed time. Filled with fighting spirit, Son Wukong looked intently at AF Son Wukong, whose aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Suddenly, he spread his legs and placed his hands on his hips as a powerful red aura surged around him. Son Wukong's aura continued to rise, and the red energy from Kaioken engulfed the entire arena and audience. Beerus also watched Son Wukong's increasing power, clenching his fists, and said, "Son Wukong, show him what you've got." Ye Ming then said, "Son Wukong's Kaioken is indeed very powerful after stacking with blue, but Kaioken is a technique that harms the user as much as it damages the opponent. One misstep, and it could lead to his body exploding." Of course, Vegito was well aware of the risks of Kaioken. He had once been defeated by this very technique. However, Vegeta also understood that Son Wukong had already revealed all his trump cards, yet there remained a significant gap between him and AF Son Wukong. Back at the arena, AF Son Wukong casually remarked, "Kaioken, huh? Another me, you are truly remarkable." He admired Son Wukong, who had combined blue with Kaioken. However, at that moment, Son Wukong's veins bulged and his muscles swelled as his aura continued to surge. Son Wukong let out a loud roar, raising his Kaioken to 30 times. At that moment, his power far exceeded the regular state of blue. Son Wukong completed his transformation, not daring to delay, and immediately attacked AF Son Wukong at incredible speed. AF Son Wukong twisted his neck and shook his arms preparing to engage in close combat. They fought fiercely on the arena with each collision generating immense sparks, shocking everyone in the audience with the overwhelming aura. Watching Son Wukong fighting evenly with Son Wukong Vegeta couldn't help but smile. He knew that Goku was giving it his all. Amidst the raging power Vegeta felt Son Wukong's fighting spirit, he feared nothing. The 6th Universe's Kampa was astonished to see Son Wukong and the 7th Universe's Son Wukong fighting evenly, realizing the power of the 7th Universe's Son Wukong was so formidable. Bardos also commented, after all, they are both Son Wukong. We cannot deny the strength and potential of the 7th Universe's Son Wukong. He has combined Kaioken, with blue indicating he has undergone rigorous training to reach this level. The 7th Universe's Son Wukong is somewhat younger than ours. If he were given more time to train, his achievements might not fall short of our universe's Son Wukong. However, at present, the 7th Universe's Son Wukong seems to have exhausted his strength, while our universe's Son Wukong clearly has not yet revealed his true power. Kampa silently watched the two Son Wukongs battling on the arena. Suddenly, the two Son Wukongs stood in the air above the arena, where Son Wukong erupted with energy, again blue and red auras bursting forth, while Son Wukong roared defiantly. In an instant, they vanished from their spots and reappeared at the center of the arena, with Son Wukong and Son Wukong facing each other, fists ready. The light from their punches engulfed the entire arena, even blinding the audience momentarily. After a wave of energy passed, the dust began to settle. As everyone opened their eyes to look at the center of the arena, they all held their breath in anticipation of the outcome of this duel. Son Wukong and Son Wukong maintained their fist-clashing positions, but in the next second Son Wukong suddenly knelt on the ground. This scene caused Beerus to break out in a cold sweat, and Vegeta placed his hands on the railing, clearly unsettled. Just before Son Wukong's fist connected with Son Wukong's, his aura suddenly surged many times over, indicating that he had increased the multiplier of Kaioken once again. This was Son Wukong's strategy to suddenly boost his power during the clash with Son Wukong. The people of the 7th and 6th universes also sensed something was amiss with Son Wukong, but from the arena's perspective it appeared that the 7th universe's Son Wukong had lost. Kampa waved his arms excitedly, shouting, "Goku, you are simply too strong. Victory! Victory!" Hit also smiled. He knew just how strong Son Wukong was, realizing that even now it was merely the tip of the iceberg. In the 6th universe, Caulifla and Kale also became cheerleaders. The scene shifted back to the arena. Son Wukong looked at his fist where a wound had been inflicted by the opposing Son Wukong and blood flowed from it. Son Wukong said to the other version of himself, "Your power may not match mine now, but I believe that one day you will stand on equal ground with me, or even surpass me." At this moment, Son Wukong heard Son Wukong's words, and his consciousness began to fade. Just as Son Wukong was about to fall asleep, Vegeta shouted from the sidelines, "Kakarot, are you just going to lose like this? Think about everything you fought for, wasn't it all to become stronger?" Ye Ming also shouted loudly, "Don't forget what you want to protect. Why do you continue to grow stronger?" Son Gohan also began to shout. Son Wukong seemed to hear the voices of his family and friends, and memories of their training sessions flooded back to him. One night, Son Wukong spoke with Ye Ming about the Zenkai technique. Although Whis had taught him about it, he had no clue and rushed to ask Ye Ming. Ye Ming told him, "First you must calm your mind. It differs from the previous combat methods reliant on sensing energy. It relies on your body automatically performing reflexive attacks and defenses without needing your brain's command." Son Wukong spent a long time with Ye Ming that night. Although Ye Ming's Zenkai technique was granted by the system, he understood the methods and processes of the Zenkai technique when he practiced it. Ye Ming shared everything he knew with Son Wukong, but how long it would take Son Wukong to master it depended on his fortune. The scene shifted. Son Wukong was clearly exhausted, having just used Kaioken at 45 times, which had depleted his stamina. However, at this moment his body was entering a mysterious state. Son Wukong looked at the still Son Wukong on the ground and said, "It seems this is your limit. Work hard in your training. Next time we will settle this." As he spoke, Son Wukong raised his right hand, condensing a wave of energy towards Son Wukong. This scene left the people of Universe 7 frozen in time, and Ye Ming's eyes widened slightly. Vegeta shouted, "Kakarot." Bardos smiled at Kampa and said, "It's over, Lord Kampa. We have triumphed in this battle again." Kampa, upon hearing this, also smiled with his hands clasped. With a bang, everyone looked at Son Wukong on the ring in shock, as he surprisingly did not get blown away by the explosion, instead easily dodging it. Kampa exclaimed, "What?" Bardos also gazed in astonishment at Son Wukong on the ring. Son Wukong showed a look of surprise as he stared at the opposite Son Wukong, feeling that the latter's state was quite strange. His arms hung down and his aura was very steady. However, the next moment Son Wukong appeared beside AF Son Wukong, without warning delivering a punch to his abdomen and sending AF Son Wukong flying. AF Son Wukong cried out in pain as he had completely failed to catch his movement just now. Son Wukong's body was enveloped in a dazzling light with a hint of silver paint at the edges of his hair as a wave of blue scorching energy gradually rose from him and his gaze turned slightly fierce. The people of Universe 7 were also astonished at Son Wukong's transformation. Ye Ming said lightly, "It seems Wukong has preliminarily entered the state of the ultimate instinct technique. This is truly an unexpected delight." At this moment, Weiss could no longer remain calm, covering his mouth with a smile and saying, "Oh my. I didn't expect Wukong to enter the state of the ultimate instinct technique at such a crucial moment. This is truly joyous news." Beerus also chuckled. "This guy Wukong always surprises us at critical moments." Beerus had not anticipated that Son Wukong could comprehend the ultimate instinct technique at such a pivotal time. Universe 6 also sensed that Son Wukong's state was off. Bardoss said Son Wukong must have preliminarily grasped the ultimate instinct technique. "What?" Kampa shouted, covering his ears. "When did ultimate instinct become as common as Chinese cabbage? Even Ye Ming could." Kampa said, leaning over the edge of the stand. Bardoss stroked his chin. "Indeed, no matter which parallel universe's Son Wukong, we cannot underestimate." Lord Kampa being able to comprehend it at such a crucial moment shows Son Wukong's potential. Ye Ming thought at this moment, sure enough, Son Wukong is still the protagonist of this universe, always able to burst forth at critical times, but Ye Ming was indifferent. After all, he is a traveler. AF Son Wukong had learned about the Angel's ultimate move, the ultimate instinct technique, from Bardoss, but initially he had attempted to comprehend it only to have not grasped even the basics. AF Son Wukong knew the power of the ultimate instinct technique, but he looked at the Son Wukong before him and thought perfect ultimate instinct is white surrounded by a myriad of colorful brilliance. He looked at the state of the Son Wukong in front of him, fearing that the opposite Son Wukong had only preliminarily comprehended it as well. AF Son Wukong grinned and said, "Impressive. This version of me never expected that even the hard-to-comprehend ultimate instinct technique could be grasped at such a crucial moment." Son Wukong remained silent, simply maintaining a steady aura while looking at AF Son Wukong. AF Son Wukong also smiled faintly. "Let me see the power of the ultimate instinct technique." Although that punch had hit AF Son Wukong, it had not caused significant damage. AF Son Wukong suddenly erupted in anger, golden flashes shining as a continuous aura surged outward from the ring. Weiss and Bardoss hurriedly deployed barriers to wrap the entire stand to prevent being accidentally hurt by the aura. Vegeta on the stand saw AF Son Wukong's overwhelming might and understood that he was going to fight seriously. AF Son Wukong immediately charged at Son Wukong, moving at incredible speed, appearing behind Son Wukong in the blink of an eye. Son Wukong did not turn his head. Instead, when AF Son Wukong's attack was about to reach him, he merely tilted his body slightly and dodged the punch. AF Son Wukong launched a relentless barrage of attacks on Son Wukong, yet Son Wukong remained firmly planted, evading all of AF Son Wukong's strikes. At this moment, Gohan struck the stand. "Dad is truly amazing. In the initial form of the ultimate instinct technique, he has leveled the power gap with AF Son Wukong." Yet, Ye Ming said to Gohan, "It's not certain. Under this scorching pressure, how long can Son Wukong truly endure?" Hearing Ye Ming's words, everyone displayed grave expressions, knowing that Son Wukong had only just begun to use this form and was still unfamiliar with it. As for how long he could hold on, it would depend on Wukong's willpower. While AF Son Wukong continued his assault, he grinned, saying, "The ultimate instinct technique is indeed troublesome." However, a purple energy gradually manifested around AF Son Wukong, indicating the sign of self-destructive instinct, destruction energy. At this moment on the stand of Universe 7, Beerus and Vegeta were completely unsettled, not expecting AF Son Wukong to have mastered the destruction energy. "This situation is very dire," Beerus said, rubbing his nose. Weiss was also surprised. It seems that the Son Wukong from the opposing universe has also mastered self-destructive instinct. "Lord Beerus, our Son Wukong's pressure has suddenly increased significantly." Vegeta, seeing this situation, also felt a chill for Son Wukong, stating, "The Kakarot from the opposite side has even mastered self-destructive instinct, that bastard." The ultimate instinct and destruction energy are both ultimate moves of gods, yet one belongs to angels while the other belongs to destroyers. However, the levels of power mastered by the two are completely different. Self-destructive instinct possesses a formidable destructive capability, while the ultimate instinct is particularly sensitive in terms of defense and dodging. But this also depends on the user's level of execution. For instance, Vegeta is very suitable for the path of destruction, God mastering destruction energy much faster than others. Son Wukong had only recently mastered destruction energy, but with his strength he could perfectly merge destruction energy with his Super Saiyan 4 form. Thus, amidst a chaotic explosion of golden light and purple energy, Universe 6 trembled under this powerful force erupting in dazzling purple brilliance. This power had already reached the level of a top destruction god, not far from the strength Ye Ming exhibited when battling against Beerus. This power even spread to other universes as the gods of the other universes revealed shocked expressions, wondering where Universe 6 had found such a powerful warrior, and they distinctly sensed the destruction energy. The destruction gods of other universes were very curious, urging their subordinates to take out their staves for a closer look. In Universe 11, the destruction god Vermouth slammed his fist on the table before him, gritting his teeth and saying, "So that's why Kampa wouldn't cooperate with me. It turns out their universe also possesses warriors with top destruction god strength, that damned guy." The angel Margarita beside him remarked, "Actually, the warrior from their universe is identical to the Son Wukong from Universe 7. The Son Wukong of Universe 6 arrived here after the destruction of his parallel universe." Margarita relayed the entire backstory to the destruction god Vermouth, who then displayed a grim expression. "I see." At this moment, Vermouth stood up and said lightly, "Margarita entrusts the training of Jiren and Topo to you. Our Universe 11 must not fall behind the other universes. We must become the strongest universe among the 12. Margarita smiled and replied, "Leave it to me, Lord Vermouth." This scene appeared in various universes as they carefully observed the battle between Universe 6 and Universe 7. Returning to the battlefield of Universe 6, Son Wukong had completed his Super Saiyan 4 destruction form, and Son Wukong could feel the terrifying energy emanating from Son Wukong. Hearing Son Wukong's calm voice, he said, "Now the second round begins." Boom. Son Wukong's speed increased significantly. His self-destructive instinct was clearly more aggressive, sending Son Wukong flying with a powerful kick. However, Son Wukong did not give him a chance to catch his breath, instantly launching an attack on him. At this moment, Son Wukong knew he could not maintain this form for long. Yet he also exerted all his effort, continuously engaging in a struggle with Son Wukong. Each clash on the ring unleashed incredible power, shaking the angel's barrier violently. Unfortunately, Son Wukong's power had long surpassed that of Son Wukong, and soon, amidst a furious roar, Son Wukong was defeated. Ye Ming looked at Son Wukong on the ring with a serious expression, clearly having elevated his assessment of Son Wukong's power. However, he vaguely sensed that Son Wukong was still not using his full power. At this moment, Ye Ming suddenly thought of a form beyond Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan 5. Ye Ming asked the system in his heart, "System, does this Son Wukong also transform into Super Saiyan 5? The system replied, "Host, after detection, this Son Wukong has experienced the second invasion of the evil dragons in their timeline, so he must have mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 5. Indeed, as Ye Ming expected, this Son Wukong was still hiding his strength. Ye Ming thought that his strongest power would be perfect Super Saiyan 4 combined with perfect ultimate instinct and deep blue god form along with the Kaioken boost. Ye Ming had perfectly fused the god form with his Super Saiyan 4, and he had already mastered the perfect ultimate instinct technique. At this moment, Ye Ming did not care about anything else and hurriedly asked the system, "System, compare my strength with Son Wukong." The system replied, "The strength of the Son Wukong on the opposite side is extremely powerful if he transforms into Super Saiyan 5 combined with destruction energy and the god form. Host, I cannot estimate the outcome of your battle." Hearing the system's words, the fact that even the system could not provide a definite answer indicated that the Son Wukong on the opposite side could indeed threaten his existence. Ye Ming's brow furrowed, and Weiss noticed the change in Ye Ming's expression but remained silent. Weiss thought at this moment, it seems the Son Wukong on the opposite side is very strong. Even Ye Ming feels pressure, and Ye Ming also sensed Son Wukong's hidden power. Returning to the ring, Son Wukong had already fallen and could not get up. Looking at the exhausted Son Wukong, Son Wukong immediately knocked him off the ring. Thus the referee returned to the ring and loudly declared, "Universe 6 is victorious." Kampa of Universe 6 shouted joyfully, "Wukong, Wukong." Kefla and Kale on the stand were also incredibly excited, waving their fists like little fangirls and saying, "Our universe's Son Wukong is even stronger." Hit silently watched the two ecstatic sisters from the sofa, shaking his head. At this moment, Ye Ming stood up from the sofa, and the crowd on the stand of Universe 6 instantly fell silent. Kampa stared solemnly at Ye Ming across, knowing that the real battle was just beginning. AF Sun Wukong stood fearlessly on the ring, locking eyes with Ye Ming as a terrifying pressure spread across the nameless star. Even Beerus and Kappa broke into a cold sweat from this pressure. Weiss and Bardos revealed smiles, knowing that this battle would determine which universe would prevail. Sun Wukong was quickly brought onto the ring by Gohan, who fed him a senzu bean. Sun Wukong immediately regained all his energy and stood up in a daze. However, upon waking, he felt a terrifying pressure and saw Ye Ming engaged in a contest of aura with AF Sun Wukong. At this moment, Sun Wukong said, "Ye Ming, I leave the rest of the battle to you." Beerus then filled with confidence in Ye Ming, saying, "Give him a harsh lesson, Ye Ming." Thus, the final battle between Universe 6 and Universe 7 was about to commence. Since the battle with Beerus, Ye Ming had not truly engaged anyone in combat. This was Ye Ming's second strike, facing off against AF Sun Wukong, whose strength required Ye Ming to be fully on guard. Ye Ming casually said, "No need to wait any longer, let's begin, Sun Wukong." After speaking, Ye Ming flashed to stand before AF Sun Wukong, their distance no more than 10 meters apart. Ye Ming threw a senzu bean to AF Sun Wukong, urging him to recover his stamina quickly. AF Sun Wukong recognized what it was and immediately tossed it into his mouth. At this moment, the referee stared blankly at the two, saying, "Since AF Sun Wukong from the 6th universe has no issues, the match will continue. I declare the 7th match to begin now." However, neither AF Sun Wukong nor Ye Ming took the initiative to attack first. They both kept their eyes fixed on each other. Their auras were continuously rising, and at this moment the onlookers all stood up, showcasing their respect for the strong. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in AF Sun Wukong's eyes as he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan, followed closely by Ye Ming, who also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Two immense powers were constantly clashing as AF Sun Wukong and Ye Ming approached each other, their forms continuously shifting. AF Sun Wukong transitioned from Super Saiyan level 1 to the perfect form of Super Saiyan level 4. Upon seeing this, Ye Ming also slowly transformed into the perfect Super Saiyan level 4. They stood face to face with AF Sun Wukong's golden pupils, blue fur, and black hair, emphasizing his pure strength. Ye Ming, on the other hand, had pink hair, red fur, and slightly crimson pupils, his aura clearly surpassing that of AF Sun Wukong. Realizing he was at a disadvantage in aura, AF Sun Wukong grinned and said, "You really are impressive, Ye Ming. I can also sense your terrifying strength." Ye Ming smiled and replied, "You're not too shabby yourself, Sun Wukong. It seems you aren't planning to show your true strength yet. In your time and space, you must have mastered the so-called Super Saiyan level 5, right?" Upon hearing this, AF Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted it. He knew Ye Ming was very mysterious and came from beyond the universe. "If you wish to see it, I will grant your wish," AF Sun Wukong said with a faint smile. "Ha ha, just bring it on. There's nothing Ye Ming cannot handle," Ye Ming said proudly. The onlookers in the stands heard their conversation, and Beerus at that moment exclaimed in shock, "Can this Sun Wukong actually transform beyond Super Saiyan level 4? AF Sun Wukong, with excitement on his face, said, "Wow, Super Saiyan level 5, I really want to see it." Although Vegeta appeared expressionless, he was actually feeling tumultuous inside. He thought to himself, transformations that elevate one's bloodline are evidently not common in their universe, yet it doesn't mean one cannot achieve Super Saiyan level 5. At this moment, Kampa squinted and said, "It seems that Ye Ming from the 7th universe knows some details about our universe's Sun Wukong." Bardos, however, was not particularly surprised. She said calmly, "Ye Ming comes from beyond the universe. His level of mystery surpasses that of Sun Wukong. We know nothing of his future or past, so this is not particularly astonishing." On the arena, AF Sun Wukong placed his hands on his hips, his entire aura surging, golden light flashing as his power continued to rise exponentially. The 6th universe trembled violently under this pressure, countless planets perishing beneath it, while Whis and Bardos reinforced the barrier once again. Yet it was still unable to withstand the terrifying aura of AF Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan level 5, causing Beerus and Kampa to break out in a cold sweat upon sensing this power. Has the strength of the 6th universe's Sun Wukong really reached this level? Is this truly the Sun Wukong from beyond the universe? Beerus exclaimed with wide eyes. Vegeta and Sun Wukong struggled to withstand this aura. They did not expect the gap in strength to be so vast. This was their first experience realizing that besides Ye Ming there was another human who had reached such a level, and that person was Sun Wukong himself. After a fierce roar from AF Sun Wukong, he completed the transformation into Super Saiyan level 5, his light, flickering white hair billowing in the wind, and his muscles appearing even more perfect than in Super Saiyan level 4. Ye Ming also felt a significant impact from witnessing the real-life version of Super Saiyan level 5 for the first time. He saw AF Son Wukong, with white hair, silver body fur, and slightly reddish pupils. AF Son Wukong appeared even more ferocious after transforming into Super Saiyan Level 5. The aura made it difficult for Ye Ming to withstand, but at that moment AF Son Wukong calmly said, "Not yet. My Super Saiyan Level 5 form can now merge with my Ultra Instinct form and Divine form." Upon hearing AF Son Wukong's words, the onlookers were greatly shocked. They had severely underestimated AF Son Wukong's strength. Vegeta found it hard to believe that the gap in their strengths could not be described as a chasm. They were simply not on the same level. Then AF Son Wukong suddenly roared blue light and purple glow shimmering around him. AF Son Wukong was merging destructive energy with his divine form into his Super Saiyan Level 5 because he had previously completed this form's sublimation in the destruction space. Thus AF Son Wukong transformed without any hindrance. Everything fell into place. A powerful energy surged upwards, even breaking through the 6th universe and reaching across multiple universes. In the Supreme Deity Temple, the Grand Priest had long been watching the battle between the 6th and 7th universes. At this moment, he was observing AF Son Wukong complete the sublimation of his form through the crystal ball. Since the start of the battle between the 6th and 7th universes, he had been watching, but he did not intervene. He remained smiling as he said, "Oh my, has the strength of Wukong from other time and space reached this level? This battle seems worth looking forward to. Ye Ming, what will you do next? I am quite curious." Back at the arena, the onlookers gazed at AF Son Wukong's invincible figure, completely captivated by his power. Beerus was also trembling slightly. This power far exceeded that of a god of destruction. Only someone with angel-level strength could defeat him. Kampa also felt this power and had already collapsed in his chair. Bato smiled at Kampa and said, "Lord Kampa, please pay attention to your image. You are a god of destruction." Upon hearing Bato's words, Kampa hurriedly straightened up, but his trembling legs and the beads of sweat on his face hinted at his inner fear. Others were so shocked that they were left speechless, utterly overwhelmed by AF Son Wukong's power. However, a round of applause erupted in the arena, prompting everyone to look up in surprise. "Incredible, Son Wukong. I didn't expect your power to reach such a level in such a short time," Ye Ming said with a smile. AF Son Wukong, now particularly confident in his strength, tilted his head and smiled at Ye Ming, saying, "It's your turn, Ye Ming. Show me your strength and don't let me down." On the viewing platform of the 7th universe, Son Wukong and the others silently encouraged Ye Ming, hoping he would display his powerful strength to subdue AF Son Wukong. "Haha, my strength will definitely not disappoint you, Son Wukong," Ye Ming said. In the next moment, Ye Ming released his Super Saiyan Level 4 form, closed his eyes, and felt the energy. Suddenly, 3 illusory figures appeared beside Ye Ming. One was perfect Ultra Instinct, another was perfect Super Saiyan Level 4, and the last was perfect Super Saiyan Deep Blue. The onlookers in the stands widened their eyes, witnessing Ye Ming's special transformation. Ye Ming soared into the air, 3 different colored lights shooting upwards, enveloping him within. A holy light completely shrouded the nameless star. Batos and Whis also stood up, feeling that this powerful force contained some aura of laws. AF Son Wukong crossed his arms and quietly awaited Ye Ming to finish his transformation, but at this moment, he felt this unfathomable power causing his brow to furrow tightly. Thus Ye Ming completed his transformation, slowly descending from the high arena like a divine being. Batos and Whis, along with the Grand Priest watching from the Supreme Deity Temple, carefully observed the form Ye Ming had taken. Batos exclaimed in surprise, "Ye Ming from the 7th universe is remarkable. I haven't encountered such a human in a long time." The 6th universe, upon hearing Batos' words, also perked up to listen. Whis said at this moment, Ye Ming might achieve ultimate victory in this match despite facing the formidable Son Wukong on the opposite side. Beerus also sensed many differences in Ye Ming's presence, realizing that he was now at an entirely different level from their previous battle. Beerus was convinced that Ye Ming had touched that layer of realm. Kampa from the 6th universe had a grim expression. He never expected that Ye Ming had mastered some powers of the laws, something only beings at angel-level strength could initially grasp. Only Ye Ming himself knew that at the moment the destruction space merged, he nearly exploded on the spot due to his overwhelming power. However, out of misfortune came fortune. He had initially comprehended the law of time and space, a secret he had not disclosed to others. Perhaps only beings with strength like Whis and Batos could sense it, otherwise it would be difficult to detect what kind of law he had grasped. AF Son Wukong also noticed some clues about Ye Ming, but it was already too late to probe further. At this point, it was all about the final showdown, and every attack would be performed with all their might. Let us eagerly await who will emerge as the ultimate victor. AF Son Wukong felt a unique power emanating from Ye Ming, a force that posed a threat to him. Yet at this moment, AF Son Wukong was filled with confidence as he laughed and said, What a magnificent transformation! Ye Ming's silver hair blended with shades of blue and pink, creating a strikingly vibrant appearance. Ye Ming's pupils transformed entirely into gold, exuding a divine aura that inspired a sense of worship in those who beheld him. Ye Ming smiled and said, "Let me teach you a lesson, Son Wukong. I am now completely beyond your reach." Son Wukong grinned. "Is that so? I don't believe so. Even though you possess that unique power, defeating me is impossible." As he spoke, a terrifying aura erupted from Son Wukong, with every movement causing tremors in the void, overwhelming the spectators with a sense of suffocation. Son Wukong's form embodied pure mortal strength, and the unyielding essence of his ultimate self, and the fusion of divine states had enhanced his power across the board. At this moment, Son Wukong was indeed a true combat god. His explosive power was astonishing. Ye Ming continued, "Then let us begin." Son Wukong. Son Wukong did not respond. He had transformed significantly from before, exuding a strong aura of dominance and destruction. Son Wukong and Ye Ming approached each other with steady steps. When they were about 150 meters apart, Ye Ming's eyes suddenly sparkled with golden light, and he instantly launched an attack on Son Wukong. However, Ye Ming remained in place, his attack transcending dimensional space, swiftly landing on Son Wukong. Son Wukong, not to be outdone, retaliated. His purple-golden pupils shone brightly as he engaged Ye Ming in a fierce contest. Son Wukong roared. Countless attacks surged toward Ye Ming, and the arena was on the brink of collapse, with explosions erupting incessantly between Ye Ming and Son Wukong. Son Gohan exclaimed, "I can't even see their attack patterns. They just walk, and how can there be so many explosions in the void?" Whis smiled and said, "They are competing in willpower. Their strength has transcended time and space. Their attacks can appear next to their enemies with just a glance." The spectators in the stands listened to Whis and admired the strength of the two fighters in the arena, while Goku wondered how long it would take for him to reach their level. At that moment, Vegeta clenched his fists. "Damn, these two freaks are incredibly strong. The ultimate self I painstakingly cultivated is utterly useless against them." On the arena, as they closed in to a mere 50 meters apart, they halted. The attacks in the void continued unabated. Suddenly, with a loud boom, the arena was completely destroyed, and the referee, terrified, hid behind the destroyer's platform. Whis and Beerus also came to the periphery of their battle, using their angelic staffs to maintain the barrier. At this moment, Son Wukong and Ye Ming's power had reached the threshold of the angels, forcing them to personally oversee the energy barrier. After the dust settled, the battle theme began to play. Son Wukong initiated the attack, instantly appearing behind Ye Ming, who seemingly ignored him and kicked backward with unimaginable speed. Son Wukong was immediately sent flying, but the next second he appeared to Ye Ming's left side. Ye Ming didn't even glance at Son Wukong before slapping him to the center of the arena. Son Wukong quickly stood up. Such an attack had no effect on him. He also realized that Ye Ming had mastered the perfect ultimate self technique and had even advanced further. Son Wukong scrutinized Ye Ming, searching for a flaw. Although Ye Ming had his hands at his sides, revealing numerous vulnerabilities, Son Wukong understood this was Ye Ming's confidence in his own strength. Son Wukong grinned, and in the next moment, his figure vanished from the center of the arena, reappearing behind Ye Ming just as Ye Ming was about to strike. Suddenly, the figure of Son Wukong disappeared. Moi. Ye Ming glanced at the spot where Son Wukong had vanished, feeling no aura at all. Suddenly, his ultimate self technique sensed a dangerous aura, and his body instinctively made adjustments. He punched fiercely into the void, and at that moment, Son Wukong's figure materialized. Just as he thought Son Wukong was hiding in dimensional space, a feat he could easily accomplish with his strength. Suddenly, Son Wukong swung a punch at him. Just as Ye Ming intended to raise his hand to deflect the attack, he felt a dangerous aura behind him. He glanced back, but saw nothing. As Son Wukong was about to strike Ye Ming, he simply smiled at Ye Ming, and his figure vanished from the spot. Ye Ming felt a sense of dread. This time he couldn't evade with his ultimate self technique. Son Wukong's punch struck him hard in the back, slamming him onto the arena. On the arena of Universe 7, Beerus widened his eyes, unable to comprehend how Son Wukong had attacked Ye Ming, let alone Vegeta and the others who couldn't fathom his attack trajectory. Whis also furrowed his brows, carefully observing the path of Son Wukong's recent attack. He said sternly, "The Son Wukong on the opposite side is truly formidable, or perhaps he has long studied methods to counter the ultimate self technique." Beerus and the others listened to Whis' explanation, realizing that perhaps only Whis could see through Son Wukong's moves. At first, the Sun Wukong on the opposite side concealed himself in dimensional space, creating a facade that Ye Ming didn't detect. I observed that Ye Ming glanced back, but he didn't notice anything. At that moment, AF Sun Wukong's true form appeared in that void. AF Sun Wukong hid his aura exceptionally well to the point of perfection. He is a true genius. He can teleport in the void and create a false self far from him. The Sun Wukong of this universe scratched his head after hearing all that, mostly confused, while Vegeta understood White's words. He said to Sun Wukong, "Kakarot, I'll explain it to you later, you don't need to think about it." Beerus was also astonished at this moment. He understood the level of strength required to teleport in the void. It was nearly impossible. Weiss noticed Beerus' confusion and said, "Lord Beerus, don't forget that AF Sun Wukong also crossed the void. Although their gods transported him, it was his own strength that allowed him to reach our universe." Perhaps at that moment AF Sun Wukong also comprehended some of the laws of the void. Beerus sat down in his seat at a loss for words. Weiss smiled and said, "Lord Beerus, there's no need to be disheartened. Both of them are immensely powerful with boundless potential. I believe one day you will catch up to them." Hearing Weiss' words, Beerus felt his ambition reignite. From now on, he could no longer afford to be lazy. If he remained idle, he might have to withdraw from the cosmic stage. Ye Ming stood up at this moment, looking at AF Sun Wukong with a furrowed brow that quickly relaxed as he said, "Impressive Sun Wukong. I never expected you to grasp some laws of the void. It is evident that you have revealed your trump card. I admit your strength now allows you to compete with me." "Huh. Thank you for the compliment, Ye Ming. I merely touched upon the surface of the laws of the void by chance, otherwise I would have truly struggled against you." AF Sun Wukong laughed heartily. But in the next moment, Ye Ming's punch struck AF Sun Wukong's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of bitterness. This scene startled Kampa of Universe 6, causing him to perk up his ears. AF Sun Wukong glanced sideways at Ye Ming, who smiled and informed him, "Your grasp of the void laws is impressive, but my laws of time and space seem to be slightly stronger." Suddenly, Ye Ming unleashed a series of strikes at AF Sun Wukong, completely predicting all of his defensive moves, sending him flying into the sky with a punch. Ye Ming instantly appeared behind AF Sun Wukong, merging two gigantic energy blasts and launching them at AF Sun Wukong. Boom! The battle unfolded in just 2 seconds, and AF Sun Wukong was thoroughly struck down onto the arena by Ye Ming. At that moment, Beerus covered his mouth, exclaiming, "Oh dear, Mr. Ye Ming is quite remarkable." Kampa quickly asked, "Beerus, what just happened?" Beerus replied seriously, "Lord Kampa, it seems that Ye Ming has mastered some laws of time and space. Just now Goku spread all the void laws around Ye Ming to prevent a sudden attack from him. But Ye Ming had already sensed the existence of those void laws in advance, evading Sun Wukong's detection. Thus Sun Wukong was defeated in the arena. It was a decisive move. Lord Kampa, this battle might..." Before Beerus could finish, Kampa interrupted him, yelling, "Goku will never lose, absolutely not." In Universe 7, Weiss sensed the aura of the laws of time and space and smiled knowingly. "Haha, Lord Beerus, Ye Ming truly never disappoints us." Weiss chuckled, covering his mouth. Although Beerus did not understand the special process that transpired earlier, he witnessed Sun Wukong being knocked down in a very short time. He smiled too, thinking, "Ye Ming, showcase your strength to the gods." In truth, the Destroyers can also comprehend the laws of destruction, but currently they possess only the ability to destroy without truly grasping the power of their laws. AF Sun Wukong slowly stood up from the ruins of the arena. The series of attacks had indeed inflicted considerable damage. AF Sun Wukong realized that he had suffered in the contest of laws, recognizing that the laws of time and space were indeed superior to those of the void. Despite his caution, he had still been caught off guard and struck by Ye Ming. The laws of time and space are rather difficult to comprehend and can be considered among the strongest laws in the current universe. For example, there are some other supreme laws in the universe, such as the law of life, the law of fate, and the law of the dragon god. Some laws can even merge to rival these powerful laws. The law of void is also quite challenging to understand. It is somewhat similar to the law of time and space, but not as powerful. Ye Ming's ability to comprehend the law of time and space is also thanks to the support of the system, and through his persistent attempts, he has hovered on the brink of death, gradually mastering some aspects of the law, though he has not fully grasped it. AF Sun Wukong knows that he is slightly at a disadvantage in terms of the laws, so he can only resort to pure strength to clash with Ye Ming. Otherwise, AF Sun Wukong's rage would explode, and the terrifying energy fluctuations would sweep across the entire star system as he instantly lunges toward Ye Ming. However, he is also using the law of void to predict Ye Ming's movements, continuously swinging his fists to launch an attack. Ye Ming is dodging with his agile movements, clearly sensing that AF Sun Wukong is becoming increasingly adept with the law of void. AF Sun Wukong launches several attacks toward the void, but they do not target Ye Ming directly. Instead, these attacks appear behind Ye Ming. So that's how it is. AF Sun Wukong has utilized the law of void to alter the structure of space, completely distorting time and space. Ye Ming thinks to himself. However, he has been hit several times and has been directly thrown onto the arena. Before Ye Ming could regain his senses, AF Sun Wukong's hands appeared behind him, while AF Sun Wukong's main body remained in the air, with only his hands on Ye Ming's neck. AF Sun Wukong suddenly captured Ye Ming, dragging him into the void. Following closely, AF Sun Wukong's figure also completely vanished from the arena, leaving the spectators dumbfounded. Xiangpa said, "Where are they?" Bardos replied with a smile, "Actually, they are still on the arena, but we cannot see them with our ordinary eyes." Sun Wukong has used the law of void to bring Ye Ming into his own void realm. I believe Sun Wukong has set up many attacks in his void space, waiting for Ye Ming to enter. Returning to a pitch-black dark space, Ye Ming thinks, "I didn't expect that Sun Wukong could utilize the law of void so skillfully." He initially wanted to test it out without intending to counterattack. To his surprise, he was dragged into this mysterious dark space where Ye Ming sensed a hint of danger. Suddenly, dozens of densely packed attacks surged toward him in this space, all mixed with destructive energy, but Ye Ming did not panic. His body instinctively dodged. Suddenly, a pair of hands from the void grasped Ye Ming. It was AF Sun Wukong. In the distance, a giant energy ball charged toward him, its power immense enough to destroy an entire star system. AF Sun Wukong said, "This power is enough to severely injure you, but it won't kill you." Ye Ming thinks, so this is his plan. This space has clearly been modified by AF Sun Wukong. It can be said to be his domain. AF Sun Wukong had already laid the groundwork in this space. Once Ye Ming stepped into this area, he would face a fatal blow from AF Sun Wukong. Ye Ming wanted to break free, but AF Sun Wukong's power was incredibly strong, leaving Ye Ming with no way to escape. The energy ball continued to approach. Boom. At this moment, the arena of the nameless star was also blasted into a massive hollow, and the void above the arena was completely shattered. At this moment, all the onlookers stood up, holding their breath, focusing on what was about to happen. Ye Ming was utterly blasted away with some injuries on his body, but AF Sun Wukong also did not fare well. He was affected by the previous explosion. Ye Ming crossed his arms in front of him. Although he did not suffer severe damage, he was still left with considerable injuries. AF Sun Wukong smiled faintly and said, "Impressive, that last attack didn't inflict much harm on you." Ye Ming brushed off the dust from his clothes and said, "Likewise, Sun Wukong, your strategy is also quite profound, trapping me within your domain, attempting to land a fatal blow and completely defeat me. I must say your scheme was indeed well crafted, but unfortunately." Ye Ming had just used the law of time and space to shift most of the damage, but AF Sun Wukong would not let him get away with it. He exerted all his strength to use the law of void to obstruct Ye Ming's trajectory. AF Sun Wukong also took the opportunity to deliver a powerful energy shockwave from behind Ye Ming. One cannot deny that this tactic was truly perfect. If Ye Ming did not possess the law of time and space, he would have likely been completely defeated by now. Although Beerus did not know what was happening, he realized that Ye Ming had slightly fallen behind. Whis said solemnly, AF Sun Wukong used the law of void to possibly trap Ye Ming in an unknown place, laying down most of the attacks within, and the recent explosion arose from this. One cannot deny that Whis' deduction was quite accurate. Ye Ming smiled at AF Sun Wukong and said, "Your previous attack was indeed impressive. So is it my turn now?" As he spoke, Ye Ming's aura erupted, radiating a profound light resembling a galaxy. Without any warning, he appeared beside AF Sun Wukong, who was surprised for a moment, but quickly reacted. However, just as AF Sun Wukong was about to attack, his figure froze in place, unable to move. Ye Ming utilized the law of time and space. He knew that he could only confine AF Sun Wukong for a brief moment, since Sun Wukong could use the law of void and his pure strength to break free. During this time, Ye Ming unleashed a flurry of attacks on AF Sun Wukong, who desperately operated the law of void, attempting to escape. At this moment, AF Sun Wukong was immobilized under Ye Ming's relentless assault, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, Ye Ming erupted with energy, and a massive energy ball appeared before AF Sun Wukong. Ye Ming smiled and said, "This is my return gift, Sun Wukong." At the critical moment, AF Sun Wukong broke free from Ye Ming's constraints of the law of time and space, instantly gathering the Kamehameha wave in his hands and charging toward Ye Ming's energy ball. Boom. The sixth universe trembled violently under this attack, and Whis and Bardos continued to maintain the barrier. Otherwise, the entire sixth universe would likely turn to dust. Standing on the arena, AF Sun Wukong saw that Ye Ming had disappeared from the sky, suddenly feeling that something was amiss. Ye Ming had grasped both of Son Wukong's arms. His eyes shone with golden light as terrifying energy surged once more. With Ye Ming launching an attack so close to Son Wukong, although he used the law of void and destructive energy to evade some attacks, he could still be severely injured. Then a horrifying mushroom cloud rose from the arena, shocking the spectators into speechlessness. They had lost their ability to judge with words. After the explosion, Ye Ming stood at the highest point of the arena, while Son Wukong knelt on the arena, holding his arm with one hand. Ye Ming said with a faint smile, "Son Wukong, how was the power of my last move? However, your reaction was indeed quick. You managed to set up the attacks in the void the moment I made contact with you. Otherwise, I might have faced the same fate as you." Ye Ming looked at Son Wukong seriously. One cannot deny that Son Wukong could indeed match him now. Sometimes Son Wukong's attacks left him unable to perceive them, and they would hit directly. Had Ye Ming not reacted quickly, he would have surely been caught in that explosion, for he had also held back a bit, covering part of the law of time and space on his back to prevent Son Wukong from launching a sneak attack. Indeed, caution brings safety. Ye Ming felt fortunate for his prudence. Truly, in a duel between masters, every detail and strategy counts. Son Wukong had clearly sustained significant injuries. He stood up and said to Ye Ming, "This has been the toughest battle I've faced since arriving in this realm. No one could say that I have never encountered someone like you in my previous realm. Ye Ming, encountering a master like you here is my good fortune since arriving in this realm. Though I may have lost this time, I will not lose every time." Ye Ming looked at Son Wukong's determined face, sensing his resolve to grow stronger. Indeed, Son Wukong has changed significantly compared to the Son Wukong of their universe. Ye Ming expressed admiration toward Son Wukong. "Perhaps we can often visit each other in the future, becoming the most steadfast friends or comrades." Son Wukong looked into Ye Ming's sincere eyes, realizing that his strength had gained Ye Ming's recognition. Perhaps Ye Ming sees him as a scion or earthling who strives to grow stronger. Ye Ming declared earnestly, "At this moment we fight representing our own universe, so there can only be one victor in this arena, and that will be me." Son Wukong grinned, saying, "Haha, Ye Ming, you're not humble at all, but your strength indeed does not require such modesty. All confidence stems from strength." Ye Ming could not deny this, crossing his arms and stating, "Then let us continue. Son Wukong, don't be so easily defeated by me." The next moment the battle erupted once again. Ye Ming and Son Wukong were engaged in a relentless battle above the arena, their fighting range far exceeding the confines of the platform. Witnessing this, Weiss and Beerus quickly expanded the barrier's range to encompass the entirety of the nameless star. At this moment, the victory of the duel depended not on whether one fell outside the arena, but rather on whether the opposing side had completely lost their combat ability. They moved swiftly above the arena, each of their attacks colliding with a terrifying force, forcing the audience to brace themselves against the pressure of their unleashed might. Ye Ming neutralized most of Son Wukong's attacks using the laws of time and space, while Son Wukong had already sustained significant injuries. Son Wukong enveloped his fist with the laws of the void, breaking through the time-space barrier left by Ye Ming, and punched him away. Ye Ming flipped in the air, grinning at Son Wukong, who returned the smile with a knowing look. Suddenly, an attack from Ye Ming appeared behind Son Wukong, identical to the previous move, but at the same time, Ye Ming swiftly turned around as a destructive sphere filled with terrifying energy rushed towards him from behind. At this moment, they only needed to concentrate their thoughts to unleash their attacks. Such techniques were difficult to defend against, and only those who comprehended the laws could counter each other. Ye Ming and Son Wukong could also feel their mastery over the laws becoming increasingly proficient. Indeed, it was only through such high-level battles that they could enhance their strength. Ye Ming diminished the power of the destructive sphere to nothingness, while Son Wukong dodged these attacks, with his void laws altering the trajectory of his strikes. In the next moment, Son Wukong appeared behind Ye Ming, moving so quickly that it was nearly impossible to perceive their movements with the naked eye. A kick struck Ye Ming's waist, and in the air a series of smooth attacks landed on him. However, Ye Ming suddenly grabbed Son Wukong's fist, turned around, and landed a punch to Son Wukong's abdomen. With a breath of time-space law energy gathered in his hand, he struck down with a knife-hand attack. The attack occurred in the blink of an eye. Son Wukong was unable to evade and was violently knocked down onto the arena, suffering significant injury and howling in pain. Ye Ming gave him no chance to catch his breath, teleporting to Son Wukong's location, unleashing a massive energy blast that erupted on the arena. The audience watched the violent explosion unfold, fearing that Son Wukong might be in dire straits. At this moment, Beerus chuckled, saying, "It seems that Ye Ming from our universe is the ultimate victor. Although Son Wukong is incredibly strong, he cannot rival Ye Ming." Xiangpa was already kneeling at the edge of the arena, trembling as he said, Bardo's son Wukong won't just be finished like this, right? I absolutely refuse to believe that Wukong lost like this. Bardos appeared solemn, not responding to Xiangpa's question. The warriors in the Sixth Universe's audience were sweating profusely, for this unprecedented battle was something they had never witnessed before, with a power gap that could be described as completely in a different league. Khalifa turned to her sister Caulifla and said, Caulifla, I didn't expect the Scions to reach such a level. One day we will become powerful like them. Caulifla smiled at her sister Khalifa, saying, Yes, sister, we will definitely grow stronger. I will be with you, sister. Hit was feeling increasingly unsettled. Clearly the two on the arena could crush him effortlessly. Yet he thought if the Scions could grow, then Hit can too. He also aspired to become a powerful warrior like Ye Ming. At this moment, Son Wukong from this universe had a new goal. He said to Vegeta and Gohan, It seems the gap between us and Ye Ming is in a different world. However, we cannot just concede. We should aim to become powerful Scions like Ye Ming. Gohan nodded, saying, Dad, when we return, we must train diligently. This battle has taught us a lesson. Vegeta, hearing their words, snorted coldly. The strongest Scion can only be me. I, the prince, will eventually surpass Ye Ming. Back at the arena, Son Wukong stood nearby with tattered clothes, panting heavily. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, staring intently at Ye Ming. At this moment, they both bore injuries, but Son Wukong's wounds were clearly more severe, indicating that the two were approaching their final showdown. Son Wukong vanished to the sky above the arena, pointing at Ye Ming and declaring, Come on, let us settle this with our final move. This time I will wager everything I have. Saying this, Son Wukong unleashed all his power, concentrating his energy. This power resonated across all universes, and the gods from other universes focused intently on this moment, feeling the terrifying strength of Son Wukong. However, even more astonishing was Ye Ming, who stood calmly on the arena observing Son Wukong as he concentrated his energy, sporting a smile. The Kaioshin of Universe 10 Gaosu remarked, This Ye Ming from Universe 7 is truly a formidable human. His strength has far surpassed that of the gods. It is truly astonishing. The God of Destruction Rumshi from Universe 10 also broke into a sweat, never having imagined that there were such powerful humans in Universes 6 and 7. Kiss also jumped around with a grin, saying, I haven't seen such a powerful human in millions of years. However, Rumshur said seriously, Even though they are strong, I believe that only those with powerful muscles truly represent strength. Muscles. Kiss and Gaosu exchanged glances and sighed, aware that Rumshi's old habits had resurfaced. Back at the arena of Universe 6, Ye Ming unleashed a powerful energy wave, gathering a Kamehameha in his hands, as both he and Son Wukong simultaneously executed the same technique. At this moment, Son Wukong had completed his energy concentration and exclaimed, Here I come, Ye Ming. In response, Ye Ming countered against Son Wukong. The two powerful forces clashed in the void, but Ye Ming noticed that Son Wukong was absorbing energy in the empty space. However, Ye Ming had yet to reveal his true strength. Son Wukong realized that Ye Ming had seen through his little trick, but he said nothing further. These two formidable powers collided, causing the entire Universe 6 to tremble, while Bardos and Y struggled to contain this force within the nameless star's vicinity. With the angel's assistance, both Son Wukong and Ye Ming saw that their powers did not affect the surrounding planets, allowing them to unleash their full strength without hesitation. Ye Ming and Son Wukong both roared in unison. At this moment, Ye Ming unleashed all his power, slightly gaining the upper hand. Son Wukong's veins bulged as he shouted at Ye Ming, Ye Ming, I will not be defeated so easily. Son Wukong's energy surged once more, rising to a new level, clearly indicating that he had reached his limit. Son Wukong, your strength has gained my recognition, and I admire your fighting spirit. However, the victor of this battle will definitely be me. After this fight, I hope we can become good friends or comrades in arms. Ye Ming stated loudly. Son Wukong replied loudly, All right, Ye Ming, because of your words, let me witness your strength. Ye Ming pushed off the ground, his muscles taut, shouting, King Kai Fist 80 times. In an instant, Ye Ming's strength surged several levels, leaving Son Wukong greatly astonished. Under such intense pressure, he was still able to use the King Kai Fist. Before he could recover from his shock, the energy wave in Ye Ming's hands completely engulfed him. Boom! Son Wukong fell from the sky, collapsing onto the arena, returning to his normal state. In the audience of Universe 6, Xiangpa exclaimed, Wukong. The warriors of Universe 6 realized that they had lost this battle, yet they felt an increasing glimmer of hope for their own strength. Bardos sighed, saying, We all underestimated Ye Ming's strength. His preliminary grasp of the laws of time and space fully demonstrates Ye Ming's might. This battle is a loss for our Universe 6. Ye Ming looked at the barely conscious Son Wukong, who after that explosion had exhausted all his power and was now somewhat fatigued. Son Wukong hoarsely said, "You won, Ye Ming. You're truly amazing. I concede wholeheartedly." Ye Ming transferred his energy to Son Wukong, extending his left hand, the meaning clear. Son Wukong tightly grasped his left hand and stood up, saying to Ye Ming, "Thank you." Ye Ming also reverted to a normal stance, saying to Son Wukong, "Our battle has just begun, Wukong." Son Wukong was taken aback by this statement, but then smiled, saying, You're right, our battle has only just begun." At this point, the referee had just regained his composure from the previous terrifying battle and suddenly appeared on the arena announcing, "Universe 7 has won this match. Let's congratulate Universe 7. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience of Universe 7 along with Beerus' hearty laughter. "You were simply amazing, Ye Ming." Beerus waved his arms while Weiss reminded, "Please maintain your image, Lord Beerus. You are a god." Upon hearing this, Beerus returned to his previous serious demeanor as if nothing had happened. Beerus loudly declared to Kampa, "Kampa, our universe has triumphed. Surrender your Super Dragon Balls at once." Kampa grumbled in annoyance, "I know, Beerus. Shut that foul mouth of yours." At that moment, Ye Ming on the arena platform began speaking with AF Son Goku. "I heard from Whis that your timeline was obliterated by an unknown entity." Ye Ming asked. Suddenly, AF Son Goku's expression twisted into seething fury. "Yes. I will grow stronger to hunt down the true culprit behind this atrocity and annihilate him utterly." Just then a hand settled gently upon AF Son Goku's shoulder. "Then count me in. When our strength reaches parity with all existence, we'll seek him together. Though our power now brushes the threshold of the angels, this cosmos is far more intricate than you imagine." AF Son Goku nodded solemnly. He fully acknowledged Ye Ming's words. Though vengeance burned fiercely within him, he was no fool. Even the strongest being in their own universe had failed to uncover the perpetrator who erased their timeline. Proof enough of the foe's terrifying might. Ye Ming continued, "Our strength remains woefully insufficient. We must train relentlessly. Time is not our ally. I sense a coming crisis of unimaginable peril. One misstep could mean total annihilation." As Ye Ming prepared to speak further, a serene voice emanated from behind him, and AF Son Goku, "Mr. Ye Ming, you speak wisely. Indeed, ever since your arrival in this timeline, its course has diverged markedly from what it once was." Hearing that ethereal voice, Ye Ming and AF Son Goku recoiled in shock. Neither had sensed anyone approach. Who could materialize so silently, so close? They whirled around and beheld a figure clad in azure robes, a radiant halo crowning his white hair, the kanji de emblazoned upon his waist. His eyes shimmered with divine authority, and before him, Ye Ming and AF Son Goku felt utterly insignificant, like motes of dust before a star. AF Son Goku whispered urgently to Ye Ming, "Is he an enemy? If so, he is immeasurably powerful. We stand no chance whatsoever." When AF Son Goku saw Ye Ming remain silent, he stepped forward and bowed deeply. "I am Ye Ming. I humbly greet the Grand Priest, Your Eminence." The Grand Priest showed no surprise at being recognized. At those words, spectators in the stands turned en masse toward the arena. Beerus and Kampa broke into cold sweat, terror seizing them utterly. They rushed onto the platform and prostrated themselves before the Grand Priest. The Kaioshin knelt as well, trembling, his eyes wide with dread. An angel stood beside the destroyer, a faint smile playing upon his lips. The Grand Priest returned a gentle, benevolent smile. "Mr. Ye Ming, there is no need for such formality. I hold you in high regard." Those words struck Ye Ming with genuine astonishment. He had never imagined he would draw the Grand Priest's personal attention. The Grand Priest then glanced thoughtfully at AF Son Goku, standing quietly behind Ye Ming, and offered him a quiet, affirming nod. AF Son Goku, meeting that serene gaze, instantly lowered his guard and stepped forward. "I am Son Goku, from another timeline, honored to greet the Grand Priest, Your Eminence." The Grand Priest nodded. "No formalities are needed, Mr. Son Goku. Since you have fully integrated into this timeline, you belong here, as one of us." AF Son Goku's face softened with deep gratitude. "Thank you, Grand Priest, Your Eminence." As AF Son Goku opened his mouth to ask something more, the Grand Priest gently interrupted. "Mr. Son Goku, your current strength is still too slight. When you ascend, the answers you seek will reveal themselves." AF Son Goku blinked in startled realization. The Grand Priest had just read his innermost thoughts. Clenching his jaw, he bowed lower. "My deepest apologies, Grand Priest. I spoke out of turn." The Grand Priest smiled warmly. "There is no harm done. I understand your heart. I can only caution you, your adversary is formidable beyond measure. Your cultivation is yet far from sufficient." Hearing those words, AF Son Goku's fists tightened further. Ye Ming too understood exactly what question had been left unasked, yet it was clear the Grand Priest intended for AF Son Goku to discover the truth himself. Beerus and Kampa, gritting their teeth, stammered, "We humbly beg forgiveness for our failure to welcome your eminence properly. May we inquire, what brings the Grand Priest to this place?" The Grand Priest cast a calm, detached glance upon them. "The Omni King has arrived. He will address you himself upon his arrival." In an instant, blinding radiance erupted, a divine light piercing straight through the sixth universe. The Omni King had descended. At that moment, the Grand Priest and the angel knelt halfway. Beerus and the other destroyers, along with the Kaioshin, dropped to their knees, quaking in unison. "We humbly welcome the Omni King's sacred descent." Meanwhile, Son Goku from the stands had already ascended to the arena, wondering what incomprehensibly mighty presence had just manifested. A dazzling prismatic light flared, and there upon the sixth universe's arena stood the Omni King and his two attendants. The Omni King beamed cheerfully at the assembled deities and, "Rise, all of you." The deities rose with reverent precision. The Grand Priest turned to face them all. Son Goku murmured to Vegeta, "So, that tiny figure is the Omni King, the most supreme and exalted deity across all 12 universes." Vegeta nearly choked. With grave severity he hissed, "Not one word, not a single syllable. Hold your tongue in this sacred assembly, Kakarot." Just then the Omni King piped up in his sweet childlike voice, "Your martial contest between the 7th and 6th universes was truly delightful. I thoroughly enjoyed it." The destroyers of the 6th and 7th universes instantly bent low in terror. "It is our greatest honor that your majesty finds pleasure in our humble spectacle." Then his tone shifted. "However, holding such contests in secret violates cosmic law. Worse still, your battles disturb the stability of other universes. That cannot be permitted." Those words sent Beerus and Kampa into panic. They collapsed to their knees, trembling. "Your Majesty, this was our grave transgression. We swear, never again shall we conduct such unauthorized events. We beg your Majesty's boundless mercy." The Omni King chuckled lightly, "Very well. But remember, no future violations. This time I shall grant you clemency." Hearing those words, Beerus and Kampa exhaled in profound relief, each certain they'd narrowly escaped erasure. Bardock stepped forward to expose Kampa's weakness. "Your Majesty, compared to Destruction Lord Kampa, holds far greater passion for gourmet cuisine. He rejects every nutritious meal I prepare and complains bitterly about my cooking." Wah! Kampa froze, speechless, then slowly turned his hollow stare toward Bardock. The Omni King tilted his head. "Shall we appoint a new destroyer then?" Kampa collapsed flat before the Omni King, sobbing, "Your Majesty, I swear never again. Please show mercy." Kampa nearly wept, but on Whis' side, Beerus, under Ye Ming's quiet pressure, had grown markedly diligent in his training recently. Whis added with a knowing smile, "Though Lord Beerus was once profoundly indolent under Ye Ming's subtle influence, he has trained with unwavering discipline these past months, not only fulfilling his duties as destroyer, but embracing cultivation with fervor." Beerus flinched at Whis' opening remark, yet warmed inwardly when he heard the praise that followed, silently commending Whis for his tact. The Omni King paused thoughtfully. "Very well. This time I shall pardon the destroyer of the 6th universe. But you must fulfill your sacred duty without fail." He then turned to Beerus, still bowing low. "Your performance was commendable as well, yet strive with even greater zeal, destroyer of the 7th universe." At those words, Kampa and Beerus straightened, then bowed once more. "Yes, your Majesty. We shall obey without exception." "But I haven't finished fighting yet, your Majesty." A sudden voice rang out across the arena. Vegeta and Gohan stiffened. "No, we were too absorbed. We forgot about Kakarot." Son Goku had already approached the Omni King, sending Beerus and Kampa into paralyzing terror. Beerus' croaked voice raw with panic, "Damn it. Get back this instant, Son Goku. The Omni King does not deign to speak with the likes of you." Son Goku paid no heed, pressing closer still. Instantly, the Omni King's two attendants flashed before him, blocking his path. The Omni King laughed softly. "It's all right. Let him come." Ye Ming and Son Goku exchanged glances. Ye Ming knew precisely what Kakarot was about to propose: the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. The Grand Priest watched Son Goku's approach with quiet amusement. Son Goku grinned and greeted him. "Hey there, Grand Priest, right?" "Greetings. I'm Son Goku, of this universe." The Grand Priest replied with equal courtesy. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Son Goku." Son Goku then turned eagerly to the Omni King. "That last match wasn't nearly enough? I realize now how much further I must go. So, your Majesty, would you consider hosting a Universal Martial Arts Tournament? A grander, more glorious contest across all realms?" Beerus and Kampa stared dumbfounded. The Omni King had just forbidden clandestine tournaments, and now Kakarot dared request an even larger one. Tension thickened like storm clouds. Every eye fixed upon the Omni King, while the Grand Priest observed the scene with quiet, intrigued interest. Son Goku murmured to Ye Ming, It seems my counterpart here possesses extraordinary courage. I wish I were 20 years younger. Ye Ming merely nodded, his gaze locked unwaveringly on the Omni King and Son Goku. The Omni King lifted his eyes to Son Goku. Sweat glistened on Beerus and Kampa's brows, their terror palpable. The Omni King nodded. Very well, I accept. In truth, I found the 6th and 7th universe contest quite entertaining. I shall arrange another tournament, this time encompassing all 12 universes. Son Goku could barely contain his elation. He extended his right hand. Then it's a promise, Your Majesty. The two attendants bristled. This mortal dared offer his hand to the Omni King. They tensed ready to intervene. Yet the Omni King reached out instantly and clasped Son Goku's hand. The assembled deities gasped in disbelief. Nodding, the Omni King affirmed, indeed, a solemn vow. Son Goku. The Kaioshin still kneeling behind had gone utterly breathless, fearful that one misstep might erase their entire universe. The attendants were stunned speechless, their master shaking hands with a mortal. Not another word passed their lips. The Omni King waved airily. Oh, it's nothing at all. But I find you genuinely fascinating, Son Goku. After the handshake, under the watchful eyes of gods and mortals alike, the Omni King walked slowly toward Ye Ming. You are Ye Ming, correct? The Omni King asked, tilting his head upward. Ye Ming stood tall and reverent. Yes, Your Majesty. I am Ye Ming of the 7th universe. It is an unparalleled honor to meet you. The Omni King beamed. I simply wish to make your acquaintance. With that, he turned to AF Son Goku, who met his gaze with quiet respect. The Omni King offered a friendly wave. The Grand Priest tells me you hail from another timeline, Son Goku, and you differ intriguingly from our own Son Goku. He continued warmly. Your battle earlier was absolutely spectacular. I eagerly await your next duel. AF Son Goku felt it, the overwhelming, irresistible force radiating from the Omni King. Before that power, he was less than an ant, utterly insignificant. Still, he bowed with impeccable grace. Your Majesty, I am Son Goku of another timeline. I thank Lord Kampa of the 6th universe for his gracious acceptance of me, and express my deepest gratitude that Your Majesty enjoyed our contest. Next time we shall deliver an even more magnificent spectacle. The Omni King nodded approvingly. Since you're here, you're welcome to stay. I find both you and Ye Ming quite remarkable. And yes, Kakarot too. Ye Ming and AF Son Goku regarded the seemingly harmless Omni King with cautious unease. Ye Ming noted inwardly, this Omni King differs subtly from the one described in legend. The Omni King shook hands warmly with both Ye Ming and AF Son Goku, then turned and strode toward his attendants. The deities finally exhaled, realizing the earlier contest had captured the Omni King's attention, and that he held Ye Ming and AF Son Goku in genuine esteem. The Omni King turned once more. Well then, farewell, everyone. All deities instantly dropped to their knees. We humbly bid farewell to Your Majesty. See you later, the Omni King waved cheerfully. A brilliant flash. Then the two attendants guided him through the fabric of the 6th universe, vanishing into the cosmic void. Yet the Grand Priest remained. With a gentle smile, he addressed the assembly. Until we meet again, esteemed colleagues. Before departing, he cast one final penetrating glance, lingering on Ye Ming, AF Son Goku, and this timeline's Son Goku and Vegeta. The deities bowed deeply in unison. We humbly bid farewell to the Grand Priest, Your Eminence. In the blink of an eye, the Grand Priest was gone. The deities sighed in relief after the High Priest departed, but Whis and Beerus felt less pressure as they were angels and maintained neutrality. At this moment, Beerus glared fiercely at Sun Wukong. You bastard, do you have any idea of the consequences of angering the Omni King? You nearly scared us to death just now, Xiangpa chimed in with an unfriendly glare. Sun Wukong from your universe is truly quite rude. Sun Wukong with a naive demeanor replied, I don't think the Omni King seems like a bad person at all. At this moment, Beerus struck Sun Wukong on the head with a stick. You must not disrespect the Omni King. If you keep this up, I will destroy you. Ye Ming stepped in to mediate, saying, Lord Beerus, after all, the Omni King also agreed to the universe-wide martial arts tournament proposed by Sun Wukong. You needn't be so angry, but you can still discipline Sun Wukong for his reckless behavior later. Hearing Ye Ming speak, Beerus' expression softened a bit. Sun Wukong also approached Xiangpa and said, Sorry, Lord Xiangpa, I lost. Xiangpa, upon hearing this, did not get angry. Instead, he walked beside Sun Wukong and patted his shoulder. It's okay, Wukong. Losing to Ye Ming, that freak, isn't a big deal. Next time, just beat him up. Sun Wukong's 6th universe warriors, upon hearing this, felt a black line appear on their foreheads. Indeed, great power brings different treatment. Ye Ming also heard Xiangpa call him a freak and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude, saying, I will definitely train hard to win next time. Xiangpa nodded happily, yes. I absolutely believe in you, Sun Wukong. Beerus with a sidelong glance and a sneer looked at Son Wukong and Xiangpa's playful banter, filled with disdain. If you still want to defeat Ye Ming, the gap will only grow larger. Weiss observed Beerus' expression and chuckled. Lord Beerus, we should go collect the Super Dragon Balls. This match is already over. Let's hurry back to eat something delicious. Upon hearing about returning to eat, Beerus immediately perked up and spoke to Xiangpa. Hey Xiangpa, since you lost, we will take the Super Dragon Balls. I am short on time. Xiangpa glanced at Beerus and waved his hand dismissively. Take it. I find you annoying as well. However, he stubbornly added, Beerus, this match definitely doesn't count. The Omni King just said he would hold another universe martial arts tournament. Let's settle it then. Let's go, Beerus. After we return, let's train these warriors well. Beerus followed Xiangpa's lead and said, got it, Lord Xiangpa. With that, they held their heads high and distanced themselves from Beerus, not giving him any chance to retaliate. Beerus snorted coldly and said, let's go make a wish. Son Wukong knew that the Super Dragon Balls were countless times more powerful than the Dragon Balls from their universe, capable of granting any wish. At this moment, he contemplated various matters. However, at this time Son Gohan said, it seems we are still missing one Super Dragon Ball. Beerus glared with his cat-like eyes and said, Nanny. Damn Xiangpa, he wouldn't be playing tricks on me, would he? Ye Ming laughed at this moment and said, actually that Super Dragon Ball is right beneath our feet. Everyone looked down at their feet in realization, so that's how it is. Weiss waved his staff and said, then let's leave this planet first. Suddenly, in a flash, Ye Ming and the others appeared in the cosmic cube. They saw the 7 massive planets in the distance. Weiss waved his staff and the surface of the unnamed planet shattered instantly, revealing a dazzling golden light. Xiangpa and the others watched this scene in the cube, and Xiangpa said nonchalantly, TCH, how unpleasant. The Super Dragon Balls we painstakingly collected are being handed over to them, just like that. At this moment Beerus smiled and said, isn't this the decision made by Lord Xiangpa? You must bear the consequences of your own actions. Xiangpa, hearing this, was quite displeased and glared at Beerus. I know, no need to remind me, Beerus. At this moment Son Wukong asked Xiangpa, can these 7 Dragon Balls really grant any wish? Everyone looked at Son Wukong and Beerus said, of course, Mr. Wukong. However, our universe lost to the 7th universe, so we can only hand over the Super Dragon Balls. Son Wukong clenched his fists, seemingly having made a decision in his heart. He bowed to Xiangpa and said, please excuse me for a moment, Lord Xiangpa. Xiangpa, seeing Son Wukong about to leave, panicked. Hey, Wukong. However, he was interrupted by Beerus, who said, it seems Mr. Wukong wants to borrow the Super Dragon Balls to find the mastermind behind the destruction of his timeline, but I think the possibility is slim. Rest assured, Lord Xiangpa, Wukong will definitely return. After all, Mr. Wukong is not the kind of person to be unfaithful. In the 7th universe cube, they saw Son Wukong flying towards them. Ye Ming smiled upon seeing this and thought to himself, Son Wukong must be wanting to use the Super Dragon Balls to find the mastermind who destroyed his timeline. Son Wukong greeted them warmly and bowed to Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus, may I borrow the opportunity to use the Super Dragon Balls this time? I am truly grateful to you. Upon hearing this, Beerus perked up, crossing his arms and tapping his fingers on his arm. What's the reason? After all, this is the prize we won through hard work in our universe. How could we just give it away? Beerus replied indifferently. At that moment, Ye Ming whispered a few words in Beerus' ear. Lord Beerus, Son Wukong must be wanting to use the power of the Super Dragon Balls to find the true culprit behind the destruction of his timeline. We can do him a favor. After all, using the Super Dragon Balls may not yield any wish that brings as much joy as Earth's delicacies. Subsequently, Ye Ming nodded at Son Wukong, and Son Wukong showed a grateful expression towards Ye Ming. Beerus at this time helplessly said, all right, you can take it, but remember the wish with the Super Dragon Balls requires the language of the gods. Just tell Weiss what you want and remember, you owe me a favor this time. Son Wukong was very happy, saying to Beerus, thank you, Lord Beerus, I will definitely not forget your kindness. Beerus waved his hand impatiently as he hated hearing such talk about favors in human affairs. He crossed through the cosmic cube to Weiss' side and said, Weiss, my wish is to help me find out who destroyed my timeline. At the very least, I want to know who my enemy is. Weiss nodded lightly, knowing that this matter had always been a knot in Son Wukong's heart. After Weiss uttered a series of divine languages, the power of the Super Dragon appeared before everyone. For the first time, Ye Ming and the others felt the might of the Super Dragon. Its body was immensely large, and the divine power it contained was as deep as an abyss. Ye Ming thought in his heart, is this the Super Dragon? Indeed, only by experiencing it firsthand can one feel this immense divine power. I am so small. It is indeed created by the dragon god Salama. The terrifying roar of the Super Dragon reverberated throughout the universe, and its generated holy power made all the deities feel awe. Weiss turned to Sun Wukong and asked, "Are you sure you want to wish for what you just proposed?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "I am sure." Then Weiss said a series of divine languages to the super dragon. In the next moment, the super dragon's eyes flashed red, and its body trembled slightly, as if it was resisting some power. Suddenly, a shocking scene occurred. The super dragon's eyes were fixated on the people in the 7th universe cube. Weiss also noticed the anomaly and frowned. Xiangpa and Beerus in the 6th universe cube also noticed that the dragon seemed to be struggling against some force before suddenly stopping. Then the super dragon spoke a series of words to the 7th universe, but it was in the divine language. Upon hearing the divine language uttered by the super dragon, Weiss' expression was also one of shock. He turned to Sun Wukong, his brow slightly furrowed, and said, "Just now, when the super dragon was about to uncover the truth, a powerful force directly blocked him. He was at a disadvantage against this force, but he could still resist. However, a more formidable divine power completely erased his will." Sun Wukong found it hard to believe his ears upon hearing this. He had just felt the incomparably immense power of the super dragon, and to think it could completely erase his will was utterly shocking. Beerus and Ye Ming's group were also extremely shocked, while Xiangpa was left completely dumbfounded. Then the super dragon spat out another long string of divine language, and Weiss listened intently. After the super dragon finished speaking, Weiss addressed Sun Wukong seriously. "The power that just appeared completely transcends the rules. This is a power that only an incredibly powerful supreme god can control. The super dragon advises you not to test it again, or you may face dire consequences. The super dragon has already shielded you from all dangers, thus exhausting your wish power this time." Immediately Sun Wukong asked, "Supreme God, how does their power compare to that of the Omni King?" In the cube, Beerus was infuriated to hear Sun Wukong mention the Omni King's name and was about to reprimand him. Weiss immediately conveyed Sun Wukong's request to the super dragon, but at this moment the super dragon's power was about to run out. Just as the super dragon was about to disappear, it responded to their request. Weiss' pupils constricted upon hearing what the super dragon said. Everyone also noticed Weiss' expression, and Beerus hurriedly approached Weiss. Weiss solemnly told Sun Wukong, "The super dragon just said that the person you are looking for is immensely powerful, a supreme god whose power even exceeds that of the Omni King's control over the rules." Beerus and Xiangpa were utterly incredulous upon hearing this. Beerus shouted, "This is impossible. No one can be stronger than the Omni King." Weiss replied calmly, "What if this person comes from a higher dimensional world?" Upon hearing this, Beerus fell silent, as he knew about higher dimensional timelines. At this moment, Beerus solemnly said to Weiss, "Why would those supreme beings destroy a small parallel timeline? Moreover, beings from higher dimensional timelines cannot casually destroy lower dimensional timelines, or they would face sanctions." "I don't know, Lord Beerus. This matter has already exceeded our control. Since the High Priest did not provide an answer, we should not make wild guesses." Weiss turned to Sun Wukong and said, "Just like the High Priest said to you before, you need to continuously improve your strength in order to find the answers in your heart." Upon hearing Weiss' response, Sun Wukong clearly fell into despair. How could he possibly train to defeat such a powerful enemy, let alone kill him? Ye Ming flashed to Sun Wukong's side and patted his shoulder, saying, "What's wrong? Are you backing down already? Don't forget the promise between us. I didn't just say it casually. We indeed recognize the enemy's strength, but we must also have perseverance and courage. We will continue to train until one day we can find the enemy and destroy him." Weiss and Beerus also nodded at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong firmly said, "I understand. Thank you all. I will definitely become even stronger." Thus Ye Ming and the others bid farewell to AF Sun Wukong and returned to their own universe. Before leaving, AF Sun Wukong once again expressed gratitude to Beerus for the Super Dragon Balls. Beerus said to AF Sun Wukong, "No matter what, you can't compare yourself to Lord Zeno and your enemy. If this happens again, I will definitely destroy you. Do you understand?" AF Sun Wukong scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I was just too excited earlier. I'm sorry, Lord Beerus. I promise I won't do it again next time." Hearing this, Beerus felt a bit better. Ye Ming thought to himself, "It seems that Lord Beerus is deeply afraid of Lord Zeno." The scene returned to the universe cube. At this moment, Ye Ming and the others had returned to the 7th universe, and a brilliant light appeared in the realm of the destroyer of the 7th universe. Sun Wukong stepped out stretched and said, "Finally back. I'm exhausted, but it was really exciting to spar with so many skilled fighters. I even encountered another version of myself from a different timeline who was much stronger than me. It was truly exhilarating." Beerus looked at the foolish Sun Wukong, wishing he could slap him. He fiercely said to Sun Wukong, "If you dare to be disrespectful to Lord Zeno again, next time I will destroy you. Do you hear me? I won't say it a second time, Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong shivered at Beerus' roar and apologetically said, "Got it, Lord Beerus. You really are quite verbose." Beerus nodded at the first half of Sun Wukong's statement, but was instantly furious at the latter half. You dare say I'm verbose. You've crossed the line. As Beerus rushed towards Sun Wukong, everyone else felt helpless. It seemed Sun Wukong was in for a serious beating. Sun Wukong ended up with a bruised face after being beaten by Beerus, who was glaring at him fiercely. The scene was quite humorous. That evening, everyone enjoyed a feast in the Destroyer's Hall. At this moment, Ye Ming suddenly asked, "What are your plans next?" Clearly, this question was directed at Sun Wukong and his group. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and replied, "How about we return to see our families, and then come back to train?" Vegeta arrogantly said at this moment, "I don't need to go back. I made it clear to Bulma before I left him." Son Gohan, missing his mother a bit, said, "Dad, how about the two of us go back for a visit?" Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I was thinking the same. Let's head back together after dinner." They turned to Ye Ming and asked, "What about you, Ye Ming?" Ye Ming grabbed a large drumstick and said, "I think I'll stay in the Destroyer realm. After all, I have no family on Earth. Please send my regards to your wives." Hearing Ye Ming's words, they nodded in agreement, which was pretty much what they expected. Beerus said to Sun Wukong, "Son Gohan, go back and let your mother properly reform Sun Wukong. He has so many bad habits." Sun Wukong immediately shrank his head when he heard this, while Son Gohan awkwardly smiled and said, "All right, Lord Beerus. I'll tell her as soon as I get back." After dinner, Sun Wukong and Son Gohan waved goodbye to Ye Ming and the others. Sun Wukong took Son Gohan and used instant transmission to leave. Whis said to Ye Ming, "Are you still going to train in the Destroyer realm? After all, you have initially grasped the laws of time and space, and it is indeed important to seize the opportunity." Ye Ming smiled and replied to Whis, "Yes, Whis. This battle has also brought me considerable gains. The Sun Wukong from another timeline is indeed quite powerful." Whis covered his mouth and smiled, saying, "Ye Ming, you really are a training fanatic, but you are right." Whis continued with his hands behind his back. "The peace of this universe may not last long, so you need to become stronger quickly, Ye Ming." Ye Ming understood the meaning behind Whis' words, nodding and saying, "I understand, Whis. No matter what crisis occurs in the future, I will live and die with the seventh universe and this timeline." Whis turned to look at Ye Ming's determined eyes and smiled, saying, "Ye Ming, your arrival in this timeline may also be a stroke of luck for us. Your presence has led this timeline toward the unknown, but I believe this is a positive direction." Ye Ming was slightly surprised to hear Whis' words. He didn't expect Whis to think so highly of him. At this moment, Vegito was sitting on a branch saying, "Don't think about being a hero alone, Ye Ming. Prince Vegito will definitely become the most powerful scion in this universe." Hearing Vegeta's proud declaration from the tree, Ye Ming smiled faintly and said, "Vegeta, I also look forward to fighting alongside you in the future. I believe you can do it." Thus, a new period of training began. A day had passed since Sun Wukong and Son Gohan left. At this moment, Vegeta was sitting in the Destroyer realm, deep in meditation, purple energy continuously surging from his body. He had made further progress in his self-awareness, and Vegeta clearly felt that his strength had increased. However, he frowned as he recalled the battle between Ye Ming and Son Wukong. He thought to himself, his current strength is still far from enough. He cannot become complacent just because of this slight increase in power. Vegeta closed his eyes and began to work hard on the path to Super Saiyan Blue. After all, both Son Wukong and Son Gohan had successfully mastered it, so he, Vegeta, should be able to as well. In another space, Ye Ming was earnestly training. If someone observed closely, they would notice that his surroundings were constantly changing, sometimes creating, sometimes rebirthing. Ye Ming said to the system, "How can I quickly improve my comprehension of the laws of time and space?" The system replied, "Host, the laws of time and space are the supreme laws in today's space, and even in higher dimensions. There are no shortcuts to take. Everyone's understanding of the laws is different. Even if the host wants to absorb the training experiences of those who once possessed the laws of time and space, this is their own comprehension, and it may only bring harm rather than benefit to the host." Ye Ming sighed slightly after hearing the system's words and continued, "System, you haven't issued a task for a long time. I thought the battle with that Sun Wukong would yield some rewards, but there was nothing." The system said, "Host, please don't be anxious. There will definitely be rewards in the future. However, the host also wants to rely on his own strength to grow stronger, while I, the system, serve as a support tool, don't you think?" Ye Ming smiled knowingly. Indeed, the system understood him. After all, if he became invincible too quickly, it would be quite meaningless for him to come to this world. Ye Ming came back to his senses and continued to ask the system, "Last time in the sixth universe, even the Super Dragon couldn't predict the enemy of Son Wukong. Do you know who it is?" The system replied, "Of course I know, host. But letting you know now is of no benefit. You can't do anything about it. When your strength surpasses that of the Grand Minister, I will tell you." If I were to utter the name of that powerful deity, I wouldn't know if the system would notice. Would it bring disaster upon the host? Ye Ming frowned. It seems that the strength of that deity is even more terrifying than he imagined. However, on second thought, he felt that he was indeed overthinking it. His current strength was merely touching the threshold of an angel, and this level of strength was not enough to catch the eyes of those high-dimensional cosmic deities. Ye Ming cast aside all distracting thoughts and earnestly began to train. System, transmit to me the transformation method for Super Saiyan 5th stage. The system replied, transmitting data for you. Host, the method I provide is the perfect transformation method for Super Saiyan 5th stage. After hearing the system's words, Ye Ming's mouth curled into a slight smile. Indeed, his transformation follows the strongest path. Ye Ming suddenly had a whimsical idea. System, why don't you also transmit the transformation method for Super Saiyan 6th stage to me? The system replied, host, your overall strength is still insufficient and your mastery of the laws is not comprehensive enough. Even if you try to train, you won't succeed. The system reminds the host not to be overly ambitious. Take it one step at a time and build a solid foundation to walk the path of supreme strength. Ye Ming scratched his head and said, I was just asking you. No. Now let's begin training for the perfect Super Saiyan 5th stage. If I achieve the perfect transformation, my power will surge. With that in the Destroyer realm, Ye Ming began his training for the perfect Super Saiyan 5th stage. When he finally emerges, his strength will undoubtedly soar. Within the 11th universe, the God of Destruction Ye Ming paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, clearly unable to calm his restless heart. The fact that Ye Ming from the 7th universe and that Son Wukong from another timeline had gained the favor of Lord Zeno was certainly worrying. Moreover, that Son Wukong from the 7th universe is also deeply favored by Lord Zeno. Damn, those wretched guys must have struck gold. Makarita smiled and said to Ye Ming, my lord, there is no need for such impatience. Lord Zeno merely appreciates them. However, if someone more outstanding appears, it will be a different story. Ye Ming darkly looked at Makarita and said, you saw Ye Ming's strength and that Son Wukong from another timeline. Their power is incredibly formidable. Jiren is probably not even a match for them. Makarita replied, I understand, my lord, but we can make Jiren stronger in a short time, or rather transform him into an entirely new Jiren. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow and asked, what do you have in mind? We cannot offend Lord Zeno. We absolutely cannot engage in actions that violate the rules. Makarita smiled lightly and said, my lord, we can merge Jiren with a future version of himself to create a new fused warrior who will outwardly appear as just one person. This way we won't offend Lord Zeno, and it will enhance our universe's high-end combat power in a short time. What do you think, my lord? Ye Ming's eyes narrowed, suddenly bursting into laughter. Makarita, this is a brilliant idea. I must admit I'm quite impressed with you. Makarita also smiled and said, my lord, this is also for the betterment of our universe. Only by making our universe strong can we stand firm in future crises. Ye Ming nodded and said, they'll leave this matter to you. Make sure to handle it well. Makarita nodded in response. Ye Ming continued, I have served as the God of Destruction for many years now, and I have been considering finding a successor. Without a doubt, Toppo is my ideal choice, while Jiren has been so engrossed in training that he shows no interest in the position of God of Destruction. Makarita said to Ye Ming, Toppo's destructive training results have been very remarkable recently. My lord, soon he will be able to fully control this power. Ye Ming continued, since the battle between the 6th and 7th universes, I have had a bad feeling. From now on, you need to train the other warriors of the Proud Team as well. We cannot let our guard down, or we will show other universes who truly possesses the strongest warriors. Makarita replied, understood. In the 3rd universe, the God of Destruction Mosca, who is the most unique among the gods of destruction, spoke with a robotic voice, his true form residing within a machine, while an angel translated. Beside him was the angel Kambili of the 3rd universe, who respectfully said, Lord Mosca, the 6th and 7th universes have such powerful warriors. I feel like something may happen soon. What should we do next? Mosca's mechanical voice translated to, we cannot fall behind other universes. We must train strong warriors, and we can utilize our technology to greatly enhance their power. The angel Kambili understood Lord Mosca's words and immediately went to seek powerful warriors across the universes. The God of Destruction of the 2nd universe, Helios, elegantly sat on her throne and said, oh my, the battle between the 6th and 7th universes is truly spectacular. However, their battle is not perfect. It may lack the power of love. Sava, gather our warriors who possess the power of love, and let other universes know that only the universe with love has infinitely powerful strength. Sava respectfully replied, I understand, beautiful Lord Helios. One must admit this is quite peculiar. Thus the gods of destruction of various universes gathered their strongest warriors. After being selected and trained by angels, they would eventually become the top warriors of their universes. A month later, a tremendous roar echoed within the God of Destruction's space, startling Beerus, who was enjoying a feast. Vegeta successfully broke through and emerged laughing wildly. His strength had dramatically increased compared to a month ago. Suddenly, Beerus flashed to Vegeta's side and said lightly, "Vegeta, you've really improved quite a bit. Do you think now that you're stronger you can challenge me?" Vegeta, upon hearing this, quickly became serious and said, "Apologies, Lord Beerus, I accidentally exerted too much strength just now." Beerus snorted and ignored him, returning to his food. Currently, Vegeta does not have the qualifications to challenge Beerus, and even if he did, he would have to hold back as Beerus is a deity. This time, Vegeta successfully mastered the Super Saiyan Blue form completely. His Ultra Instinct had advanced another stage, and he had also integrated the blue form into his Ultra Instinct form, just like Ye Ming. Son Wukong and Son Gohan had returned 3 months ago and were currently training within the God of Destruction space. "It seems, Vegeta, that you have made significant progress. Oh, I can clearly sense that you are much stronger than before." Ye Ming appeared behind Vegeta without warning and spoke lightly. Vegeta was momentarily surprised and quickly turned around. He had completely failed to sense Ye Ming's aura, and upon seeing Ye Ming before him, cold sweat dripped down Vegeta's face. Vegeta thought to himself, "This guy Ye Ming has made a tremendous breakthrough in strength. Ew, I have only felt this sensation from Whis. Damn, why is the gap so vast?" Ye Ming seemed to see through Vegeta's thoughts and smiled as he said, "Vegeta, you have your own path to strength. There's no need to compare yourself with me. I'll say something rather arrogant in this timeline. I am the strongest Saiyan." Upon hearing Ye Ming's words, Vegeta snorted coldly, clearly acknowledging what Ye Ming said. At this moment, Ye Ming suddenly thought of something and joked, "Isn't Son Wukong the target you've always wanted to surpass? I believe you can do it, Vegeta." At this point, Vegeta was too lazy to say a word to Ye Ming and turned to leave. Son Wukong officially emerged from his seclusion 3 days later. With the knowledge of the Zizai Ji Gong given to him by Ye Ming combined with the teachings of Whis, he had preliminarily mastered the Zizai Ji Gong. It can be said that Son Wukong was quite fortunate during his battle with AF Son Wukong, as he managed to unleash his potential and grasp the initial form of the Zizai Ji Gong. Perhaps luck is also a manifestation of strength. As everyone knows, the Zizai Ji Gong is a skill of the angels, and there are not many in the entire universe who can comprehend it besides the angels. Son Wukong was able to merge the initial form of the Zizai Ji Gong with his own deep blue form inspired by the transformation of Ye Ming and AF Son Wukong at that time. Son Wukong thought to himself, "It seems that reaching the perfect Zizai Ji Gong will require considerable effort. The exertion needed to perform the perfect Zizai Ji Gong is much less, but he knows that the true perfect Zizai Ji Gong can be seamlessly integrated into one's normal state, without any exertion." Son Wukong realized he was still far from achieving this, and needed to train even harder. At that moment, a faint voice from Vegeta said, "Kakarot, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Vegeta's voice rang out from behind Son Wukong, and Son Wukong exclaimed in surprise, "Vegeta, were you waiting specifically for me here?" "If you know, it's not a question. We still have a battle to settle between us. Kakarot, I want to prove that I am the strongest Saiyan aside from Ye Ming," Vegeta said proudly. Son Wukong furrowed his brow and replied, "I see, so Vegeta, you are here to challenge me. Enough with the small talk, Kakarot. You aren't going anywhere today. Let's settle this right here," Vegeta declared as he waved his hand. Son Wukong thought to himself, Vegeta has made tremendous progress recently. He must have made significant breakthroughs in his self-awareness. He has likely mastered the deep blue form. After all, we can all master it. Son Wukong responded with a smile, "Vegeta, no problem. I know you really want to defeat me. After all, this is your true self." At that moment, Whis, Beerus, and Ye Ming were having a meal in the God of Destruction's palace. Suddenly, Whis sensed something and quickly picked up his staff to check, covering his mouth as he said, "Oh my, are Vegeta and Son Wukong about to fight?" Beerus scoffed, "What's so interesting about those two fighting?" Ye Ming, however, was watching the battle between Wukong and Vegeta with great interest. He smiled and said, "We are already full. How about we go take a look? After all, this is our break time." Beerus waved his hand impatiently, "I won't waste my time watching this trash fight. You can go if you want." Saying so, Beerus vanished while Whis smiled faintly. He knew where Beerus had gone, but pretended not to know. Beerus had sneaked off to train. In the meantime, Whis and Ye Ming arrived at the battlefield between Vegeta and Son Wukong. Son Wukong greeted them warmly. "Ye Ming and Whis, long time no see." After all, Son Wukong had spent over 3 months in the God of Destruction space eating and training without ever coming out, which clearly showed he was a training fanatic. Vegeta glanced at them sideways before fixating his gaze on Kakarot. He said blandly, "Kakarot, if you have no objections, then let's begin." Son Wukong assumed a fighting stance and smiled, "Come on, Vegeta, let me see how much your strength has truly improved." Vegeta grinned, for he never held back in a fight. His strikes were always fierce. Vegeta's eyes glowed with purple light as a burst of purple energy surged into the sky, causing the God of Destruction's realm in the 7th universe to tremble under the pressure. Vegeta instantly transformed into his self-awareness form, adorned with golden earrings, his rebellious expression enhanced with a hint of allure. Vegeta said to Son Wukong, "Kakarot, don't let me down." Son Wukong was astonished by Vegeta's commanding presence. He had underestimated how well Vegeta had mastered his self-awareness. This power far exceeded what he had during his battle with Son Wukong. Nevertheless, Son Wukong smiled and said, "Impressive, Vegeta. To have raised your power to this level, I am truly excited." Son Wukong placed his hands on his waist, closed his eyes, and exhaled heavily, releasing a divine light that erupted from his body. Weiss and Ye Ming smiled as they watched this scene. They knew Son Wukong had preliminarily mastered the Zizai Gong. Vegeta looked at the transformed Son Wukong with a smile, thinking to himself, "Kakarot, you didn't disappoint me. You've also preliminarily mastered the Zizai Gong. This battle will be interesting." Son Wukong's blazing blue aura and silver-white pupils, along with his black hair, gave off an incredibly steady aura from a distance, yet his gaze revealed a divine battle intent. Ye Ming smiled and said, "It seems Son Wukong has indeed preliminarily grasped the Zizai Gong, but he still needs to train hard to reach the perfect Zizai Gong." Weiss nodded, smiling at Ye Ming. "It's still your teachings that played a crucial role, otherwise Son Wukong would still be comprehending it." Ye Ming replied, "Not at all. It was Weiss' guidance that was vital. Without your teaching, Son Wukong might not have even grasped the basics of the Zizai Gong yet." Weiss chuckled at this remark. Ye Ming's words were quite flattering to him, a mutual appreciation. The battle commenced. Vegeta narrowed his eyes and transformed into a purple lightning bolt, appearing before Son Wukong and delivering a powerful punch to his face. However, Son Wukong had already sensed it. He merely sidestepped slightly to perfectly dodge the punch, his hands moving swiftly as he retaliated with a punch towards Vegeta. Despite Son Wukong's incredibly fast punches, Vegeta had anticipated all of Kakarot's attack trajectories and appeared behind Son Wukong. Then Vegeta condensed a massive destructive energy ball in his hand and unleashed a fierce strike at Son Wukong. Boom! Upon witnessing this scene, Weiss quickly wrapped the battlefield with his staff, who otherwise the God of Destruction's realm would be left in ruins. Son Wukong was also sent flying. His agile figure traced a perfect arc through the sky before landing on the ground, although his clothes were in tatters. Son Wukong thought to himself, "I cannot match Vegeta's strength. I can only find a chink in his armor through my speed and agility to strike him decisively." Son Wukong immediately used all his strength to swiftly approach Vegeta. A fleeting shadow passed, and Son Wukong appeared behind Vegeta. Son Wukong struck instantly, not giving Vegeta a chance to react. Vegeta quickly raised his hand to block, but Son Wukong seized the opportunity to kick him away. Vegeta stood up, twisted his neck, and said, "Kakarot, such a trivial attack cannot inflict any effective damage on me." Son Wukong grinned and replied, "How about this then?" Suddenly, Son Wukong's figure vanished without a trace as he delivered a punch to Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta let out a pained yelp, thinking, "I didn't expect Kakarot's speed to be this fast." However, it was impossible to easily defeat Vegeta. He roared loudly as the purple destructive energy on his body erupted, launching endless attacks in all directions. Seeing this, Son Wukong quickly dodged. Vegeta, observing Son Wukong's evasion trajectory, grinned widely, disappearing from sight and transforming into a purple lightning bolt rushing towards Son Wukong in the air. "I've got you now, Kakarot. Take this punch," Vegeta yelled. Son Wukong understood that he had to respond to the earlier destructive energy, but Vegeta's assault took him by surprise. Vegeta's punch landed heavily on Son Wukong's face. Son Wukong screamed in agony, flying back. Vegeta pursued relentlessly, seizing the opportunity to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks on Son Wukong, sending Kakarot crashing to the ground with a barrage of attacks. As the dust settled, Son Wukong lay injured in a large pit measuring several dozen meters, clearly suffering from the ferocity of Vegeta's previous attacks. Despite using the Zizai Gong to evade part of the damage, the majority of the attacks still landed on him. At this moment, Son Wukong felt intense soreness throughout his body, with a bit of blood trickling from his right hand. Clearly, even with the Zizai Gong, he was at a disadvantage. If Son Wukong could perfect the Zizai Gong, the situation might have been different, but unfortunately his training was not yet sufficient. Ye Ming observed the battlefield and said, "It seems Son Wukong is no match for Vegeta. His Zizai Gong is not yet perfect, putting him at a disadvantage against absolute power." Weiss agreed with Ye Ming's assessment, saying, "But I believe this battle won't end so easily. They haven't unleashed all of their strength yet." At this moment, Son Wukong realizes that in this form he is still no match for Vegeta's Ultra Instinct. His own Ultra Instinct is imperfect, and he cannot yet achieve perfect evasion. Vegeta smiles at this moment. It seems that Kakarot, your current mastery of Ultra Instinct is inferior to my Ultra Instinct. Haha. Son Wukong also sweats, surprised by Vegeta's significant progress, but he will not give up. He tears off his clothes and says to Vegeta, "Then I will also unleash my full power, Vegeta." Suddenly, a sacred deep blue aura surged around Son Wukong, perfectly integrating with his Ultra Instinct, but he still had the strength to maintain it. Thus, the deep blue-haired Ultra Deep Blue Son Wukong appears. Ye Ming and Whis are also astonished at this sight. Whis smiles and says, "It seems his transformation was greatly inspired by your battles with AF Son Wukong." Son Wukong's strength has indeed increased significantly, making the outcome of this battle difficult to predict. I don't think so. After all, Son Wukong has such abilities, so Vegeta definitely won't fall behind. Ye Ming smiles. Whis is also surprised and understands the meaning behind Ye Ming's words. It seems that in this battle Vegeta has a very high probability of victory. There is no doubt that Vegeta will achieve ultimate victory, but I believe the process of their battle will be the most thrilling, as these two are both comrades and rivals. Ye Ming looks at Whis. Returning to the battlefield, Vegeta looks at the fully transformed Son Wukong and is slightly surprised. "Kakarot, you have indeed completed the fusion of your form like Ye Ming." Son Wukong smiles in response. "Vegeta, aren't you the same? Come on, unleash your full power, and let us engage in our final duel." "As you wish, Kakarot," Vegeta says proudly. As they speak, a deep blue aura erupts from Vegeta, almost identical to the aura emanating from Son Wukong, merging in a swirl of purple and deep blue energy. Vegeta stands before everyone with part of his hair blue and part purple, his aura significantly stronger than before. This is Vegeta's Ultra Instinct Deep Blue form, with purple energy blending with deep blue energy, and his expression more menacing and charming than ever. Vegeta tilts his head and says, "Let us continue, Kakarot. I will defeat you fiercely. I take pride as the prince of all Saiyans." With that, the battle begins. Son Wukong maneuvers behind Vegeta, but Vegeta has already anticipated this, swiftly grabbing his hand and throwing him to the ground. Son Wukong immediately leaps up, and at that moment Vegeta has gathered a destructive energy sphere flying towards him. Son Wukong does not dodge and takes the destructive energy heat in his hands, enveloped in the aura of Ultra Instinct, as he shouts, "Disperse." Son Wukong compresses the destructive energy, dissipating it in a brilliant flash of light. Vegeta grins at Son Wukong below him and immediately rushes to attack Kakarot. Vegeta transforms into a purple-blue lightning bolt aimed at Son Wukong's face, but Son Wukong reveals a cunning smile, vanishing from his spot. Vegeta is slightly surprised, realizing Son Wukong has reappeared on his left side, ready to counterattack. Suddenly, a massive burst of light erupts where Son Wukong once stood, clearly an attack he had set up earlier. Boom! A mushroom cloud rises into the sky. Looking at Vegeta amidst the dust, Son Wukong furrows his brow and hears a faint voice. "Kakarot, is that all you can do?" Upon hearing this, Son Wukong quickly dodges away from the large pit. However, the next moment Vegeta appears behind Son Wukong, his pupils flickering with blue-purple lightning, as he punches Son Wukong in the waist, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood, leaving a deep crack on the ground. Earlier, his Ultra Instinct had issued an automatic warning, but his reaction was still a beat too slow. His body did not fully respond. Vegeta proudly states to Son Wukong, "It seems I am about to win this match, Kakarot. I look forward to you perfecting your Ultra Instinct next time, so we can battle again." Son Wukong grins, though he felt the impact of Vegeta's punch. He replies, "Vegeta, I have not conceded, yet at least not now." After saying this, Son Wukong's energy surges once more as he shouts, "Kaioken." A terrifying force continuously erupts from Son Wukong, the red steam, dyeing the realm of the seventh universe into a shade of crimson. Vegeta's brow furrows. He knows Son Wukong is about to use his ultimate technique, Kaioken. However, he is aware that Son Wukong's stamina cannot last long, and he must end this quickly. Vegeta immediately transforms into a streak of lightning, attacking Son Wukong, who likewise shouts, "Kaioken times 30. Son Wukong refuses to back down, engaging Vegeta Hiden. Thus, a purple-blue figure and a red-blue figure continuously clash in the sky. Whis and Ye Ming watch every moment of their battle. The figures of Son Wukong and Vegeta intertwine in the sky. Son Wukong suddenly spots a flaw in Vegeta's defense and aims a punch, but Vegeta quickly raises his hand to block. But at this moment, Son Wukong would not let Vegeta have his way. He instantly raises his aura again, using Kaioken times 50, reaching the peak of his power. Vegeta did not expect Kakarot still had this move. He was struck in the abdomen by a punch and was forcefully knocked down into the ground, creating a large crater. Son Wukong knows this is the opportunity to defeat Vegeta, instantly gathering the Kamehameha in his hands, concentrating all his remaining aura into this strike. Vegeta opens his eyes on the ground, realizing Son Wukong intends to settle the score with this attack. Vegeta stands up and grins. Then, as you wish, Kakarot. Vegeta's veins bulge on his forehead, gathering his ultimate flash, but he infuses destructive energy into it. The power far exceeds before. Vegeta roars his blue-purple aura, reaching its limit, completing the gathering of the ultimate flash. He tells Son Wukong, Kakarot, prepare to receive it. Son Wukong also refuses to back down, retaliating. Soon two powerful energies collide. The realm of destruction trembles under this overwhelming pressure, and Whis waves his staff to reinforce the barrier. They know the victor will soon be determined. Vegeta tells Kakarot, Kakarot, this time I win. You have run out of stamina. As he speaks, Vegeta unleashes his power again, pushing himself to the limit as he elevates the ultimate flash to a new height. Soon Son Wukong can no longer hold on his strength, rapidly depleting as Vegeta's ultimate flash rushes towards him. Ye Ming also senses this situation, instantly appearing beside Son Wukong and supporting him. Ye Ming transforms into a Super Saiyan 4th level, gathering energy to completely neutralize Vegeta's power. If Son Wukong had taken that hit, he might have been severely injured, but luckily Ye Ming acted in time. It seems that Vegeta's decisive strike still had no effect. At this moment, Son Wukong is already weakly collapsed on the ground, and Vegeta, panting, flies to Ye Ming's side. The earlier strike is still vivid in memory, but Vegeta has no intention of killing Kakarot. However, he must admit that he indeed overexerted himself. Lying on the ground weakly, Son Wukong says to Vegeta, You won, Vegeta? You're truly impressive. I don't need your praise, Kakarot. Let's settle the score next time. Consider this a wake-up call for you. Okay. Once I perfect my Ultra Instinct, let's have another match. Son Wukong squints his eyes. Vegeta snorts and remains silent, but deep down he is still quite willing. Ye Ming smiles and says, It seems you both have made great progress recently. Once we finish the current matters, I will teach you the transformation method for Super Saiyan 4th level. Now your strength can fully handle it. Upon hearing that Ye Ming will teach them the transformation into Super Saiyan 4th level, both Vegeta and Son Wukong feel a bit excited. Vegeta is also eager to have a transformation that elevates his bloodline. Previously, seeing Son Wukong transform into Super Saiyan 5th level made his heart feel quite unsettled. At this moment, Vegeta and Son Wukong were devouring food in the God of Destruction's temple, while Ye Ming was also enjoying his meal. Beerus lazily said while reclining in his chair, Later Lord Zeno will hold a tournament for the 12 universes. I believe we are not enough, we need to find some more potential warriors. Son Wukong, upon hearing Beerus' words, scratched his head and thought for a moment. I Vegeta, Ye Ming's son Gohan, and we can add Piccolo and Majin Buu. As he mentioned Trunks, Vegeta interrupted him, frowning and saying, Son Goten and Trunks are still young. Although I do not deny their potential, they are not suitable for now. Ye Ming then said lightly, If we are looking for people, I actually have a few candidates who might surprise you. Upon hearing Ye Ming's words, Son Wukong perked up his ears and listened closely. Do you all know about the legendary Super Saiyan? We have one in our universe, and I know where he is on which planet. Ye Ming said mysteriously. Vegeta immediately stood up, shocked, and exclaimed, Is what you said true? The legendary Super Saiyan is a rarity that appears once in a millennium. That Kale from the 6th universe is one such example, but the legendary Super Saiyan is prone to losing control and am afraid. This is not a problem at all. We have specialized trainers here, and with us around, he won't be able to stir up much trouble. Ye Ming shook his head and said. Son Wukong was immediately excited upon hearing about the legendary Super Saiyan, exclaiming, That guy must be really strong. I can't wait to fight him and test my skills. Vegeta then smacked Son Wukong on the head and said calmly, Kakarot, please shut your mouth. Vegeta immediately asked, Where is this legendary Super Saiyan? I also want to see for myself. Ye Ming replied, Then let's set off. We have already eaten enough, and let's have Whis accompany us on this trip. Whis stood up and said, No problem, let's go. The location is on a planet called Vampa. Ye Ming said. Vegeta and Son Wukong followed along, with Son Wukong looking excited while Vegeta frowned. After all, he also grew up hearing stories about the legendary Super Saiyan, and he was eager to meet him. During the flight, he informed them that there should be 2 Saiyans on Vampa. One is named Broly, and the other is his father Paragus. To be honest, their presence on that planet is also related to King Vegeta and Frieza. Because when Broly was born, King Vegeta detected that Broly had potential far exceeding that of Vegeta, and out of fear of losing his throne, he exiled Broly to the uninhabitable Vampa. However, when planet Vegeta was about to be destroyed by Frieza, he came to rescue his father Perilous, and they have been relying on each other since then. If we go now, Broly hasn't learned to control his power yet. When he gets angry, he behaves like a wild beast. Son Wukong looked at Vegeta and said, "Your father sure is ruthless, oh like father like son." Vegeta scoffed, "How should I know? What does that have to do with me? Kakarot, I advise you to keep your mouth in check." Whis was also surprised that Ye Ming knew so much, but he was only slightly surprised after all, as it wasn't that big of a deal. After a while, a brilliant light appeared above Vampa, directly landing near Broly's residence. Broly and Paragus quickly ran over to see who had landed on their planet, as they had been here for quite some time. Paragus suddenly stopped in his tracks because he saw a familiar face and said slowly, "Vegeta, you are still alive." Vegeta was displeased by this statement and arrogantly replied, "Paragus, right? Are you looking forward to my death?" Paragus hurriedly shook his head in denial, saying, No, I'm just very surprised. I actually feel very happy to see Prince Vegeta." Haha. In truth, Paragus did not think this way. He wished to eliminate Vegeta at all costs, as he was ambitious and wanted to use Broly to dominate the universe. Ye Ming certainly knew his thoughts, but chose not to expose them. After all, he didn't have that kind of strength. Ye Ming stepped forward and looked at Broly behind Paragus, saying, "We are here to take Broly with us. This has nothing to do with you, so just stay here peacefully." Paragus was momentarily taken aback and said, "Who are you? I have never seen you before. Why do you want to take Broly?" Ye Ming scoffed and said, "Who I am is not important, nor do you need to have seen me. The reason we want to take Broly is that he is the legendary Super Saiyan, and we intend to take him to teach him." Paragus was shocked to hear this. How did they know Broly was the legendary Super Saiyan? Broly was his weapon to dominate the universe. What would he do if Broly were taken away? Paragus then said with a grim expression, "No, you cannot take Broly. He is my son, and you will not succeed." Ye Ming glanced at Whis and smiled knowingly, then said to Paragus, "You are still dreaming of using Broly to dominate the universe. This is a pipe dream in broad daylight. Put away your little schemes. We are not negotiating with you. We are informing you that we will definitely take Broly, and you cannot stop us." Paragus frowned. He knew that the person in front of him was incredibly powerful, and clearly he was the leader. Paragus sighed and said, "Then how about we have a bet? If you win, I will give you Broly, and will no longer interfere from here on out." Broly stood there clueless, not realizing he was being sold. Ye Ming smiled with interest and said, "What kind of bet? Tell me more." Paragus said seriously, "You let someone spar with Broly. If your person wins, you can take Broly. Oh, but if I win, you must not come back here again. What do you say?" Ye Ming originally intended to kill Paragus and forcibly take Broly, but he thought that if he did so, it might leave a shadow in Broly's heart. Perhaps it would be better to let it go. Ye Ming turned to Son Wukong and Vegeta, saying calmly, "I leave it to you, take care of him." Son Wukong immediately smiled upon hearing about the spar, saying, "All right, I'll go first." Vegeta glanced at Son Wukong and said, "I never said you could go first. Kakarot, you'd better roll aside." Son Wukong suggested, "How about we throw a coin to decide? That would be fairer." Vegeta snorted, clearly agreeing to Son Wukong's suggestion. Unfortunately, this time Vegeta lost again, glaring at his fist and saying, "Damn it, Kakarot, you've taken advantage of me again." Son Wukong waved his hand, revealing his training outfit, and looked at Broly with a fierce fighting spirit. Paragus nodded seriously to Broly, and Broly nodded back. Thus the match between Son Wukong versus Broly now begins. Paragus also revealed a smug smile. Son Goku and Vegeta would never be a match for Broly. This duel is mine to win, huh? In the midst of the conversation, Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. The aura around him suddenly surged, startling both Broly and Paragus. Paragus stammered, "What is this? It feels like Son Goku's power has increased tremendously." He wanted to use the combat power detector to measure Son Goku's fighting prowess, only to realize how outdated this equipment truly was. Vegeta scoffed, then said nonchalantly, "Isn't this the Super Saiyan you've been longing to transform into? Better hurry up and learn from him." "What? A Super Saiyan? Son Goku has mastered the transformation. This." Sweat began to form on Paragus' forehead, and the calm he once possessed was long gone. Son Goku charged at Broly, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing into the rock layers, breaking through several layers of stone. Broly let out a pained cry as he was violently slammed into the crevice of the rocks, and Son Goku pursued, gathering a massive energy wave to crush Broly. Broly, not one to be underestimated, quickly crossed his arms to shield his chest. A burst of light erupted. Boom. Vegeta watched the scene unfold and remarked, "It can't end like this, right? This is even weaker than I expected." Nightmind smiled and said, "Who knows, Son Goku might make Broly even stronger. Vegeta, be prepared, don't underestimate Broly." Clearly the explosion had not inflicted much damage on Broly. Now smoke enveloped his body, and he roared, unleashing an immense surge of power. A deep green energy surged from Broly, his pupils becoming increasingly beast-like as he gradually entered a state of rage. Paragus, feeling a hint of fear, said, "This is bad. Broly is losing control. If this continues, the situation could become extremely perilous." Paragus intended to press the remote control to calm Broly down, but Nightmind seized his hand, snatching the remote and crushing it. Paragus was greatly shocked, and Nightmind calmly stated, "What I need from you is to silently watch. You don't need to do anything. Do you understand?" Broly was suddenly enveloped in a layer of deep green energy as he swiftly charged at Son Goku, who quickly assumed a combat stance. Broly attacked Son Goku like a wild beast, and Goku sensed the increasing power in his punches as well as their accelerating speed. However, Goku spotted an opening and landed a punch to Broly's waist, knocking him harshly to the ground. Seizing the moment, Goku unleashed a barrage of energy blasts towards Broly. As dust rose, Broly roared and charged at Son Goku with speed. Goku was momentarily surprised, but soon found himself hit by Broly's punch to the face, causing him to cry out in pain and fly away. Broly, resembling a wild beast, relentlessly attacked Son Goku. At that moment, Broly was evenly matched with Kakarot and was gradually gaining the upper hand. Son Goku thought to himself, "Truly impressive. My speed hasn't diminished at all." He immediately transformed into the Super Saiyan Red form. A tempest of energy surged forth, and Broly felt an unfathomable aura as he watched Son Goku transform into a new form with red hair. However, Broly was not about to concede. He roared and charged at Son Goku, only to have his punch caught by Goku. Broly felt the force in Son Goku's grip and grimaced in pain. Suddenly, Goku exerted his strength and deformed Broly's fist. Goku swiftly landed a punch to Broly's chest, then spun around to kick him away. However, Broly used the rocks as a springboard and swiftly attacked again. Goku noticed and immediately gathered his energy, launching an invisible attack at Broly from a distance. Broly had no chance to sense it as numerous attacks hit him, causing him to cry out in pain, smoke rising from his chest as he crashed to the ground. At this moment, Broly had sustained significant injuries, yet his eyes suddenly widened, his golden pupils becoming increasingly terrifying as he roared, unleashing a torrent of energy. The planet of Wampa began to tremble under this power, and the surrounding rocks were shattered by Broly's overwhelming aura, creating a massive tornado around him. The energy he emitted shocked both Vegeta and Son Goku. Vegeta remarked, "Nanny, he can unleash such powerful energy without even transforming into a Super Saiyan." Son Goku, looking gravely at Broly, pondered, "What kind of freak is this? After taking that heavy blow, he can still grow stronger. His aura has significantly intensified." Nightmind smiled and remarked, "It seems the real show has only just begun. Whis, what do you think of Broly?" Whis, observing Broly, replied, "He truly is a person of great potential, but it seems he cannot control his power. We must find a way to teach him to harness it once we return." Nightmind chuckled and said, "Aren't you his teacher, Whis? He'll be in your hands when we return. Make sure to teach him well, huh?" Whis laughed softly at Nightmane's words, and their gazes shifted to the battlefield between Son Goku and Broly. Broly suddenly charged at Son Goku, his speed increasing several times over, and he vanished before Goku's eyes reappearing behind him. Son Goku froze momentarily. He hadn't anticipated that Broly was learning battle tactics during their skirmish. Goku felt exhilarated. This kind of opponent is truly interesting. Broly roared at Son Goku, attacking fiercely. Goku found himself at a disadvantage, suppressed by Broly's immense strength. He aimed to kick at Broly's head, but Broly stood firm, glaring at Goku menacingly. Goku realized the situation was dire as Broly seized his foot, then hurled him around the rock layers, subjecting Goku to violent impacts. Broly followed closely behind, unleashing a furious punch to Goku's abdomen, sending him flying. Goku spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide open. Clearly the force of that punch was tremendous. Son Goku embedded himself in the rock layers, then let out a tremendous roar as blue flames of energy surged around him. He transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, his powerful aura shattering the surrounding rocks. In an instant, Goku charged at Broly. Broly attempted to counter with a punch, but Goku effortlessly dodged. After landing a kick to Broly's head, Goku gathered a super powerful energy wave between his hands and directed it at Broly. Boom. However, just then Broly suddenly burst forth from the smoke, grabbing Son Goku by the collar and hurling him violently to the ground, then stomping on Goku's abdomen with repeated blows. Goku screamed in agony. Clearly Broly was intensifying both the power and frequency of his attacks. Vegeta smirked and said, "Humph. Kakarot has once again underestimated his opponent. Serves him right. But Broly is indeed formidable. No wonder he is the legendary Super Saiyan." Just as Broly was about to land another blow, Goku's eyes erupted with an astonishing light As he entered the state of Ultra Instinct, his blue fiery aura surging. He suddenly disappeared from his spot and delivered a powerful punch to Broly, who was left stunned as he was sent flying amidst anguished cries. Broly quickly regained his footing and launched an attack at Son Goku, but Goku was now a different fighter. Goku easily saw through Broly's attack trajectory, slightly sidestepping to avoid it, then unleashed a barrage of ferocious strikes against Broly. Countless fists rained down upon Broly. Broly, wide-eyed at the onslaught, could only raise his hands to shield his chest, but he was unable to withstand the assault and was brutally smashed into the rock layers, collapsing beneath them. Son Goku, gathering the Kamehameha energy wave in his hands, aimed to deliver a crushing blow to Broly, hoping to end the battle. Amidst a dazzling blue light wave, an explosion erupted, engulfing Broly completely within the rock layers. Son Goku thought to himself, "I can't let Broly die just like that. He is the warrior we need." Vegeta remarked nonchalantly, "Is it truly over?" "I must admit I'm a bit disappointed. Although Broly can't defeat us right now, his potential is immense." No, the battle has just begun. Vegeta, you might still get your chance to intervene." Nightmane shook his head at Vegeta's words. Vegeta was astonished by Nightmane's response, and while he was still in shock, Son Goku sensed a powerful energy rising from beneath his feet. Goku quickly dodged, and after a surge of green energy shot skyward, Broly slowly ascended into the air, suddenly opening his eyes and roaring incessantly. At this moment, Broly's power continued to escalate. His muscles became more robust and resilient, and the aura he emitted grew increasingly terrifying. In the distance, Son Goku's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Broly before him. Sun Wukong watched as Broly's explosive energy surged, raising his aura several levels once again. Broly roared as he charged towards Sun Wukong, suddenly appearing right in front of him and throwing a punch. Sun Wukong remained unfazed, calmly dodging Broly's attack and seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Although Broly's power was immense, his attack speed was still lacking. Sun Wukong seized the moment and landed a punch to Broly's head, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. However, like an indomitable cockroach, Broly grew stronger with each fight, instantly radiating a terrifying aura that surged towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong quickly braced himself against this overwhelming pressure. He thought to himself as the battle continued, Broly's power continued to surge and his aura expanded. The pain would only drive him further into madness. He had to resolve this quickly. Sun Wukong transformed into a silver flash, charging towards Broly and instantly appearing behind him. Broly turned around to look, but unfortunately his reaction was a moment too slow. Sun Wukong embraced Broly and flew towards the sky at incredible speed. Broly attempted to resist, but at that moment a silver light erupted from Sun Wukong's eyes, unleashing countless invisible attacks towards Broly. Broly instantly suffered from the pain, groaning in agony. Just then Sun Wukong seized the opportunity, holding Broly and rapidly diving towards the rocky layer below. Boom! Broly crashed hard into the ground. Just as he was about to struggle to his feet, Sun Wukong's massive Kamehameha wave completely engulfed him, and Broly screamed in terror amidst the blinding white light. Sun Wukong stood atop a large pit, thinking to himself that he should have dealt with Broly once and for all. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the surrounding rocks began to rise under the immense pressure of Broly's aura, and the planet Wampa trembled beneath this force. Vegeta's eyes widened as he exclaimed, "Has no one managed to stop him yet?" He could feel Broly's energy rapidly escalating. A furious roar echoed from below, and a deep green light shot up into the sky. This energy was several times stronger than before. Sun Wukong saw Broly erupting towards the sky, his muscles bulging. Broly's eyes gradually shifted to a white-eyed state, and his hair transformed from black to a vibrant green. A violent aura erupted from Broly, and amidst the raging sounds, the sky shifted from purple to yellow, finally turning into a bright green. At this moment, Broly had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong was taken aback by the ferocity of Broly's aura, astonished that he could unleash such overwhelming power. Broly pounded his chest, now completely consumed by rage, and charged at Sun Wukong with a furious roar. In an instant, he appeared behind Sun Wukong. His father Paragus urgently said, "It's over. Broly is completely lost to his rage. This planet is doomed. Can't you all stop him?" Ye Ming calmly replied, "What are you panicking about? Broly is still within controllable limits. I'm curious to witness the true power of a Super Saiyan." Upon hearing this, Paragus fell silent, though his body trembled slightly and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Ye Ming thought, we're still far from pushing Broly to his limits. Considering the movie where Frieza killed his father, unleashing Broly's power, it seems this universe's Broly has even greater potential. In an instant, Sun Wukong let out a painful cry as Broly seized the opportunity, landing a powerful punch to his face and sending him flying. Sun Wukong quickly steadied himself, watching as Broly charged at him like a rabid dog, the overwhelming energy sending shockwaves through him. Sun Wukong closed his eyes tightly. Suddenly, a holy, deep blue energy surged from his body, merging with the essence of his Ultra Instinct. His power surged dramatically. Sun Wukong took a combat stance as Broly swung a punch. He blocked it, and then countered with a powerful blow to Broly's abdomen, even denting his fist into it. Broly's eyes widened as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong kicked him away and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at Broly midair. When Sun Wukong finally landed a punch on Broly's face, he took it without flinching. Slowly, Broly turned his head, fixing Sun Wukong with a gaze full of hatred. Sun Wukong felt a sense of foreboding as Broly wrapped his arms around him, trapping him. Broly roared while holding Sun Wukong, unleashing another wave of powerful green energy that enveloped the sky. Sun Wukong cried out in agony, feeling as though his bones were being crushed. Broly's eyes hardened as energy erupted from him, once more unleashing countless energy attacks upon Sun Wukong, who was unable to move and was directly hit. Broly then gripped Sun Wukong's hair and rubbed his face against the rocky surface, prompting heart-wrenching screams from Sun Wukong. With great effort, Sun Wukong unleashed his energy and declared Kaioken. Broly was sent flying several meters away by this aura. He watched as Sun Wukong's power continued to escalate, and unwilling to back down, he roared as his green energy surged to new heights. Sun Wukong unleashed a 20-fold Kaioken, his strength multiplying several times. Sun Wukong charged at Broly with a furious roar, suddenly standing before Broly's towering figure and landing a punch on his head, the residual force creating a massive crater. Broly cried out in pain and was sent flying. Sun Wukong used instant transmission to appear above Broly, his fists clenched into a massive ball, striking down towards Broly's abdomen. At this moment, Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to gather his energy once again, condensing a Kamehameha wave, thinking to himself he wouldn't stand up again this time. A terrifying energy erupted from Sun Wukong's hands and raced toward Broly. Broly sensed the formidable energy and immediately stood up, bracing himself with both hands. At this moment, Broly's energy surged once more, his muscles bulging. In a fit of rage, he absorbed Sun Wukong's Kamehameha, slowly pushing it back toward him. Sun Wukong cursed inwardly, "This guy just keeps getting stronger, even with my full force 20-fold Kaioken Kamehameha." In a fit of rage, Sun Wukong's aura surged again as he unleashed a 40-fold Kaioken, reaching the limits of his physical strength. The power of the Kamehameha wave surged several levels higher as it pressed down fiercely toward Broly. Broly, taken aback by Sun Wukong's might, opened his hands, unable to withstand such overwhelming energy. In a fit of painful groans, the energy completely engulfed him, sending him flying amidst a blinding white light. Boom! A massive mushroom cloud erupted from the sky, and the planet Wampa was left in ruins. Sun Wukong had reverted to his normal state, having no energy left to maintain his previous form. Vegito, witnessing this scene from afar, scoffed, "Finally dealt with that monster." He had indeed underestimated the strength of the legendary Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong smiled faintly at the sight of the explosion in the distance, but the next moment, he noticed the massive rock shifting. Broly stood up, and Sun Wukong's eyes widened in shock. He could still rise after the explosion of the Kamehameha wave. However, Broly was covered in wounds, blood oozing from his arms, and he looked battered. Clearly, taking Sun Wukong's attack had taken a heavy toll on him. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth as he looked at Broly not far away, realizing he no longer had the strength to continue fighting, while Broly still seemed to retain some power. One could say that both Sun Wukong and Broly had lost this battle. Ye Ming observed the two on the battlefield and remarked, "It seems Sun Wukong gained no advantage in this encounter." Broly had also shown remarkable resilience, surviving the previous explosion by a hair's breadth. Weiss commented, "Broly indeed possesses limitless potential. Who would have thought he could hold his own against Sun Wukong after such extensive training? No wonder he was the warrior recommended by Ye Ming. He truly has an eye for talent." Weiss' words carried a double meaning, but Ye Ming scratched his head and replied, "I merely discovered him during my travels through the universe. It was luck, pure luck." Huh. Weiss glanced at Ye Ming with a faint smile, not probing further. Vegeta vanished from his spot and appeared beside Sun Wukong, arrogantly stating, "Kakarot, you have no strength left, you should rest. Leave this to me." Sun Wukong understood Vegeta's intention. "All right, Vegeta, let's switch." Sun Wukong said weakly. He immediately flew away. Broly, glaring with his white eyes, attempted to pursue Sun Wukong. Just as he took off into the air, Vegeta kicked him back. Broly struggled out of the rubble, baring his teeth at Vegeta, seemingly intent on tearing him apart. Vegeta gazed at Broly before him with a hint of mockery, saying, "With your current state, how much power can you truly exhibit?" You resemble a wild beast now, but I actually enjoy fighting beasts, especially ones like you, who grow fiercer with each battle. Broly felt Vegeta's provocation. He glared at him fiercely and began to roar, struggling to stand up from the rubble. At that moment, Vegeta let out a furious roar as a powerful surge of purple destructive energy erupted from him. He instantly transformed into his Ultra Ego form, looking down with pride at Broly, who appeared somewhat disheveled. Son Wukong had returned to Ye Ming's side, scratching his head awkwardly as he said, "I've actually lost this match. That guy Broly is just too strong, and his wild beast-like fighting style is truly shocking." Ye Ming smiled slightly, saying, "Don't mind it, Son Wukong. Broly is indeed like this. He is currently in an uncontrollable state, and no matter how you fight, you can't defeat a barbarian. A person who feels no pain or grows stronger in battle, who becomes enraged like a beast, undoubtedly possesses even more insane combat power. When I take him back, you can spar with him regularly." Whis then healed Son Wukong's injuries and provided him with a new set of clothes, as his previous ones had been completely shredded by Broly. After recovering his stamina, Son Wukong turned his gaze back to the battlefield between Vegeta and Broly. At this moment, Broly was being ruthlessly ground into the ground by Vegeta, showing no ability to resist. Vegeta unleashed a series of attacks to Broly's abdomen, causing him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. With a kick, Vegeta sent Broly flying into the ground, creating a large crater. Tilting his head, Vegeta said, "Is that all you've got? Show me the beast-like strength you had earlier, Broly." Broly trembled as he stood up. He had also sustained severe injuries during his fight with Son Wukong and was not as strong as before. Vegeta's actions felt somewhat opportunistic. Paragus chimed in from the side. "Are you two engaging in a tag team battle? This seems a bit unfair." Ye Ming cast a cold glance at him, causing him to shudder, and he immediately covered his mouth to stop talking. Vegeta, seeing Broly half kneeling on the ground, lost his last bit of interest. He slightly raised his palm, gathering a terrifying purple energy wave that suddenly surged toward Broly. Seeing this, Broly gritted his teeth and stood up to withstand the oncoming shockwave, while Vegeta smiled slightly, noticing his palm gathering power once more. The purple energy sphere expanded several times, and Broly was overwhelmed by the purple energy, screaming in pain as he was sent flying. Boom! A terrifying explosion spread around Broly, and the destructive aura caused him to lose all combat capability and collapse to the ground. Whis remarked casually, "It seems this battle is completely over. Broly has fallen into a state of unconsciousness." Ye Ming nodded at Whis' words, believing that Broly was indeed quite formidable. If he could perfectly control this power after training, he would undoubtedly surpass both Vegeta and Son Wukong. At this time, Vegeta brought Broly to Ye Ming and tossed him onto the ground. His father Paragus rushed over and knelt down to check on Broly's condition. Vegeta said nonchalantly, "He's not dead, he's just severely injured and has fallen into unconsciousness." Ye Ming looked at Paragus and said, "We won this match, you must keep your promise." Paragus wanted to argue, but he saw the cold glint in Ye Ming's eyes. If he dared to say a single word of defiance, he might just vanish from this world. Paragus hurriedly said, "What will I do if Broly leaves? I have no ability to survive on this planet." Ye Ming glanced at Whis and said, "Whis, please take him to a planet where humans reside, but try to keep it far from Earth. However, I must remind you, Paragus, to keep your ambitions in check. In the eyes of many, you are like an insect. It's just that they don't want to deal with you. You need to know your place." Whis nodded and said, "No problem, leave it to me. Come with me, Paragus. It'll help you find a suitable planet where you can live out your days." Paragus lowered his head and said nothing. He had no other choice. The weak will always have no voice. Soon Whis took Paragus away from planet Vampa, having chosen a good planet for him. Paragus nodded in satisfaction, and Whis settled him on that planet before leaving alone. After a while, Whis returned, bringing Ye Ming and the others along with Broly back to the God of Destruction's realm. Beerus had just finished his training in the destruction space, and at that moment Son Gohan had also completed his training and was preparing lunch for everyone. A brilliant light fell upon the God of Destruction's realm, and Beerus knew they had returned, prompting Son Gohan to rush out to greet them. Seeing his son Gohan, Son Wukong smiled and said, "Gohan, it looks like you've finally completed your training. It seems you've gained quite a bit, haha." Son Gohan humbly replied, "It's just a little progress. I'm still lacking compared to Dad. I've prepared lunch for you all. Hurry in and eat." As Vegeta entered, he glanced at Son Gohan, who noticed Vegeta's gaze and asked, "Uncle Vegeta, is something the matter?" Vegeta snorted, "You're not too bad, huh? Wow, you've caught up quite quickly." Son Gohan awkwardly scratched his head and smiled, saying, "I'm nowhere near Uncle Vegeta." Ye Ming and the others were enjoying a feast in the God of Destruction's temple, and Beerus had also joined the party, for where there was good food, there was sure to be his presence. At this moment, Ye Ming asked Son Gohan, "How's your training going?" Son Gohan replied seriously, "I've integrated my mysterious form into my Super Saiyan Deep Blue and added my anger into it. My power has increased significantly, and I call this form the deep blue triple mode. Vegeta took a bite of chicken leg and looked at Son Gohan saying, "Oh, I must see this for myself. Let this lord take a look at how much your power has truly increased." Son Wukong also heard about the deep blue triple mode and excitedly looked at his son. "Gohan, that's impressive. I want to see your new form as well." Ye Ming naturally knew what the deep blue triple mode entailed, but he was also curious to see how much Son Gohan's power had increased recently. After finishing the meal, Son Gohan humbly said, "This is all thanks to his constant guidance and sharing some of his experiences with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have grasped it so quickly." Whis, who was also eating at the table, proudly raised his head and said, "Gohan is truly being modest. I merely provided a little guidance. This proves your own talent, ha." Beerus stayed silent as he was the top old 6 in the realm of training competition. Ever since Ye Ming appeared, he had not slacked off in his training. Under Whis' careful guidance, he had initially grasped the perfect self-movement technique, but still needed more practice. Beerus mastered the destructive power more proficiently than before, pure and powerful. Now, if he were to compare with Ye Ming before he mastered the perfect Super Saiyan 5th stage, Beerus might be slightly stronger. Beerus regarded Ye Ming as both a friend and a rival. He also noticed that Ye Ming's appearance had helped him correct many bad habits, and his own strength had grown significantly. However, Beerus was unaware that Ye Ming had mastered the perfect Super Saiyan 5th stage power, marking another elevation in Ye Ming's strength. Otherwise, Beerus would choke on his food while eating. Ye Ming said, "Broly, we have brought you back. We have gained another powerful warrior with potential. But it's still not enough. If we add Piccolo and Majin Buu, we would only have 7 people. If there's a chance, we need to bring them to the God of Destruction's temple to train a bit. I feel that besides the tournament of power that the Omni King will hold in the future among the 12 universes, a significant crisis will arise, and we cannot let our guard down." Everyone nodded at Ye Ming's words. Only by being vigilant can they be well prepared. Son Gohan quickly asked, "How many more warriors do we need to be sufficient?" Ye Ming reclined in his chair, saying confidently, "There may be no limit to this. As long as we find warriors with potential who can contribute to our universe, then they are the warriors we need." Whis wiped his mouth and expressed strong agreement with Ye Ming's words, stating seriously, "Ye Ming is right. Only by uniting the strongest warriors in this universe can we stand firm in the face of future crises." Ye Ming then said, "I will name a few warriors and you can vote on them, but when I mention their names, try not to get too excited and stay calm." Vegeta frowned, feeling an ominous premonition. All he heard Ye Ming say was Android 17 and 18 Cell Frieza. Upon hearing Frieza's name, Vegeta instantly lost his composure and shouted, "What a joke. This is impossible. Frieza absolutely cannot be part of our team." Son Wukong also knew that Frieza and Vegeta were like oil and water, and only one could survive. Son Wukong smiled and said, "Vegeta, calm down, calm down. Ye Ming is just making a suggestion." Vegeta said with a stern face, "No matter what, Frieza can absolutely not join our team. Kakarot, you know he will never be with us. He is hellbent on killing both of us, and that guy is notorious for his evil deeds and nonsense. If we were to revive him, the universe might fall into great peril again." Son Goku could not deny this. He intended to speak further, but Ye Ming interrupted him. Ye Ming said, "Let's discuss this matter later. For now, let's talk about Android 18 and 17. At this moment, Son Gohan stated, "Both Android 17 and 18 are artificial humans, and their stamina is limitless, which could give them a significant advantage in upcoming battles. However, Android 18 is Krillin's wife, and has clearly been out of the fight for many years." Ye Ming nodded and said, "Then let's go find Android 17 first, and see what his capabilities are." Thus, Ye Ming's son Goku and Vegeta returned to Earth. This time, Whis did not accompany them, as he might be training with Beerus in the destruction space. Recently, Beerus has been training with an intensity that can only be described as extreme. Ye Ming looked at the familiar Earth environment, took a deep breath, and said, "Finally back again. The scenery on Earth is still so beautiful." He then turned to Son Gohan and asked, "Do you know where Android 17 is?" Son Gohan scratched his head and replied, "I think he's in a forest serving as the forest caretaker, often dealing with poachers." Ye Ming also knew that this universe's Android 17 was very kind. In the original story, he took on the responsibility of maintaining the forest and wished for the restoration of universes that the Omni King had erased after the Universal Martial Arts Tournament. Ye Ming greatly admired him for playing a crucial role during the tournament, but he felt that Android 17's power was still a bit lacking. He needed to help Android 17 strengthen his abilities. "Let's hurry up and set off," Ye Ming said, and the 4 of them, including Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan, headed out in search of Android 17. At this moment, Vegeta was clearly a bit impatient. Ye Ming smiled at Vegeta and said, "Prolonged tension from training can be harmful to the body, Vegeta. It's quite beneficial to relax a little." Vegeta snorted coldly without saying anything. Soon they arrived at a vast forest where the scenery was exceptionally beautiful, filled with rare and exotic birds. They landed in a clearing, and Android 17, who was checking equipment inside a house, suddenly sensed the presence of outsiders, quickly following the energy signature to where Ye Ming had landed. Upon seeing Son Goku and Vegeta as well as Son Gohan, he recognized Ye Ming, as well, having sensed the terrifying strength from the battle between Beerus and Ye Ming. Son Goku and Son Gohan greeted him warmly, with Son Goku saying, "Long time no see, Android 17. I didn't expect you to take on the role of forest caretaker. You are truly remarkable." Android 17 smiled back. "Indeed, it has been a while, Goku and Son Gohan and Vegeta." Ye Ming then stepped forward and said, "My name is Ye Ming. It's a pleasure to meet you, Android 17. The reason we are here is to discuss some important matters with you. I've heard of the famous Mr. Ye Ming. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let's talk inside my house." Android 17 waved his hand. Vegeta said at this moment, "You guys go ahead, I'll take a walk outside." The others were used to Vegeta's style by now. They quickly entered Android 17's house, where he served them some tea. Android 17 sat down and said, "What brings you here to find me?" Ye Ming didn't hesitate and said immediately, "In the future, the Omni King will hold a martial arts tournament for the entire universe, so we need your strength, Android 17. Although it hasn't started, yet we need to prepare early. It might be that one day we suddenly receive a notification." Seeing Android 17 looking puzzled at Ye Ming slapped his forehead and said, "The Omni King is the god standing at the pinnacle of the 12 universes. Our universe belongs to the 7th universe, and there are 12 universes like this. We can only continuously improve our universe's strength to stand firm in future crises, so you understand now, right, Android 17? Upon hearing Ye Ming's words, Android 17 suddenly understood, but then he shifted the topic. "Currently, I serve as the caretaker in this forest. If Earth encounters a crisis, I will not sit idly by, as I have deeply integrated with this planet." Son Goku agreed with Android 17, saying, "What you said is brilliant, Android 17. However, before that, I'd like to see how strong you are now." Son Gohan added, "We just want to spar a little, keep it light." Android 17 knew that Son Goku and the others were particularly formidable. He nodded and said, "Sure, let's find a suitable area to spar." Hearing that Android 17 agreed, Son Goku immediately stood up, excitedly punching his fists, and said, "All right, let's set off right away." Ye Ming and Son Gohan looked at the overly excited Son Goku, helplessly sighing. Every day, all he thought about was fighting. Vegeta stood by a lake meditating with his eyes closed when he suddenly seemed to sense something. Son Goku and Ye Ming, along with Android 17, appeared beside Vegeta. Vegeta lightly remarked, "Is everything sorted out?" "I have been waiting impatiently," Son Goku replied. "Basically, there aren't any major issues now. We want to take Android 17 to a suitable area to spar and see his strength." Vegeta glanced at Android 17 behind him and looked at Son Goku, saying, "This time I won't compete with you, you handle it as you see fit." They quickly brought Android 17 to a wide area where there were no living beings around. Ye Ming, Vegeta, and Son Gohan stood on a distant high rock to watch their battle. Son Goku was also very pleased and said, "Android 17, don't hold back. Unleash your full power and let us witness your strength." Android 17 tidied his hair and said, "No problem, Son Goku. Let's begin now." Son Goku grinned, his aura instantly condensing as he transformed into a Super Saiyan second stage amidst the flickering golden light. Android 17 felt the surge of power and calmly smiled, thinking to himself, Son Goku's strength has grown immensely. His current power is likely just the tip of the iceberg. Son Goku charged at Android 17 with a roar, but Android 17 was already prepared, unleashing an infinite energy wave at the charging Son Goku. Son Goku saw countless energy waves rushing towards him and could only cross his arms in front of his chest, shielding himself from the energy blasts. After the smoke cleared, Android 17 suddenly appeared in front of Son Goku, who was astonished. He didn't expect Android 17 to be so fast. Android 17 gathered a blue energy ball in his hands and hurled it fiercely at Son Goku. Due to the close distance, Son Goku could not evade and had to take it heat in, while Android 17 quickly activated his protective shield to avoid injuring himself. Boom. At this moment, Android 17 had jumped far away, watching the massive pit filled with billowing smoke, but he did not let his guard down, staring intently at the situation inside the pit. Son Goku maintained a defensive posture, though his clothes were a bit torn. He grinned and said, "You're really impressive, Android 17. Android 17 also smiled faintly and said, "This level of damage can't effectively harm you. You still have stronger power hidden, right?" Son Goku did not respond. A blue light burst from his eyes as he transformed into the Super Saiyan blue form. Android 17 suddenly felt a powerful pressure, this divine aura inherently suppressed him. He looked at Son Goku in front of him and smiled. Is this the godly form of a scion? Android 17 immediately lost his smile and charged quickly at Son Goku, continuously firing energy blasts at him during the flight. Android 17 and Son Goku grappled in the sky, neither gaining the upper hand. Android 17 was both attacking and using his shield, successfully fending off Son Goku's sneak attacks. Instead, Android 17 knocked Son Goku down hard to the ground, seizing the opportunity to gather energy in his hands and launch a powerful energy wave at Son Goku. Son Goku quickly stood up and returned fire with a Kamehameha wave at Android 17. In the sky, their energies colliding and canceling each other out. Son Gohan exclaimed in surprise, I didn't expect Android 17 to match Dad in Super Saiyan Blue form. He truly is impressive. Ye Ming thought to himself, indeed, Android 17's strength exceeded his expectations. After all, Son Goku at this point is much stronger than he was in the original story, and even in Super Saiyan Blue form, he is not someone to be trifled with. Ye Ming thought again. In Dragon Ball GT, there is an ultimate artificial human, Android 17, created by the fusion of two Android 17s, who is also very powerful. However, the Android 17 in Dragon Ball GT is not equivalent to our universe's Android 17. The Android 17 in our universe is certainly inclined towards the side of justice, not someone who specializes in destruction. Ye Ming pondered, where could I find another Android 17? The Super Android 17 is also extremely powerful. He can absorb energy to enhance his strength, and his stamina is inherently limitless. After fusion, his power would become even more formidable. Perhaps I could use the Dragon Balls to try and create an artificial human identical to Android 17, including personality, thoughts, and behavior. Ye Ming thought about using the Dragon Balls to see if he could create an artificial human that looked exactly like No. 17. No. 17 and Sun Wukong were still battling in the sky, their fight intense and impressive. Ye Ming called out to the two in the sky, stop, stop. Let's call it a day. Oh, I've already seen the general strength of No. 17. Upon hearing Ye Ming's call, they ceased their sparring. After all, No. 17 wasn't particularly fond of fighting, having developed a calm demeanor over years as a forest caretaker. Sun Wukong shook his head regretfully and said, it's a shame, No. 17, we can't continue. I feel you're truly formidable, but it took me considerable effort to reach my current level. No. 17 brushed his hair back and replied, Wukong, I know you were holding back, otherwise how could I possibly be your opponent? Haha. Ye Ming smiled at No. 17 and said, your strength is quite impressive. Being able to hold your own against Super Saiyan Blue Wukong is proof of your capabilities. No. 17 also laughed and said, No, how could I compare to you? I must thank Wukong for his leniency earlier. Vegeta looked at No. 17, having witnessed his prowess. He was slightly astonished, but that was all. Son Gohan excitedly said, No. 17's strength is quite good. With him joining us, our team's power has greatly increased. His stamina is unlimited, which can help us alleviate many crises. Ye Ming nodded, seemingly in agreement with Son Gohan's statement. He examined No. 17 from head to toe and said earnestly, I believe your current strength is still somewhat lacking. Let's forcibly elevate it for you. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Ye Ming in surprise. Vegeta also stared at Ye Ming, curious to know what he had in mind. Ye Ming spread his hands and said, we can use the Dragon Balls to create an artificial human identical to No. 17, including his personality, behavior, and thoughts, and then fuse the two together to form an ultimate No. 17. No. 17 was shocked upon hearing this. He never expected Ye Ming wanted to create an identical artificial human and then merge them. Ye Ming seemed to see through No. 17's worries. He patted No. 17 on the shoulder and said, this will only enhance your strength and will not negatively affect you. If there is any discomfort after the fusion, we can use the Dragon Balls to separate you. What do you think? After hesitating for a moment, No. 17 nodded firmly and said, in that case, I am willing to give it a try. Haha. Ye Ming laughed heartily. Don't worry, you won't be disappointed. Your strength will greatly increase after the fusion. You won't regret this decision. Gohan, can you please take the Dragon Ball finding equipment from Bulma's house and gather all 7 Dragon Balls? After collecting them, just wait for us at Bulma's house. Son Gohan nodded and said, okay, I'm going right now. He immediately shot into the sky, heading towards Bulma's house. We might have to wait for a while, but we can't be idle during this time. Let's start the next action. Ye Ming said calmly. Ye Ming teased Vegeta, who looked arrogant. How about we go check on Frieza in hell? Then Vegeta, you can beat him up again, but Frieza definitely has the most hatred for Sun Wukong. He might just spew insults upon seeing us. Vegeta felt a wave of annoyance at the mention of Frieza, and Ye Ming continued. Although Frieza is a big villain, he can be a good resource for your training. His talent for cultivation is not low. The best way for a scion to grow stronger is to hone themselves between life and death. Frieza harbors the intent to kill you and will only grow stronger. However, you will also cultivate faster under his relentless pressure. Am I right, Vegeta? And even if he one day defeats both of you, I will still be here to suppress him, I can guarantee that. Vegeta frowned, his fingers tapping on his arm, while Son Wukong, that fool, was already influenced, looking at Vegeta with eager anticipation. No. 17 knew that Frieza was a notorious villain who had brought great disaster to Earth, but he said nothing and quietly listened. At this moment, Vegeta looked at Ye Ming. So it's settled. Reviving Frieza is your idea, and it has nothing to do with me, but... Vegeta's expression gradually turned sinister. If he comes back and continues his destruction or engages in evil deeds, I will not show mercy. Ye Ming nodded in agreement with Vegeta's words. If that time comes, you won't need to lift a finger. I will ensure he disappears from this world, at least until the Universal Martial Arts Tournament is held. He must behave, or I will not hold back. Son Wukong nodded and said, Frieza is definitely a formidable opponent. If he comes out and undergoes rigorous training, who knows how strong he could become. Ye Ming reminded Son Wukong at this moment, Frieza's potential is extremely strong, even greater than yours and Vegeta's. He belongs to the frozen demon race. Son Wukong glanced at Ye Ming and said, what about compared to you? Is that even a question? I think your head might have made a mistake in cultivation, Son Wukong. I should personally teach you a lesson. Ye Ming looked at Son Wukong with a mischievous smile. Son Wukong quickly backed down and said, No, it's fine. I was just joking earlier, don't mind it. Ye Ming continued, Son Wukong, you're more familiar with hell. Help us find the way. Son Wukong scratched his head and said, all right, let's set off right away. Son Wukong slapped his forehead. I remember that Cell seems to be there too. It seems all the bad guys from that batch are locked up in the same place. Ye Ming smirked and said, oh, is that so? Then let's take a look later. They soon arrived at the place where Frieza and the others were imprisoned. The King of Hell could not stop this group in front of him and could only respectfully lead them forward. They quickly saw a group of notorious villains standing on a high cliff looking down at them. A slightly mocking voice rang out. What a rare sight, Son Wukong, Vegeta, and an unfamiliar scion with you. Are you here specifically to see me? If so, then I, Frieza, bow to express my gratitude. Vegeta felt a surge of anger upon hearing that piercing voice. However, Frieza's words were indeed true. They had come to find him. Son Wukong looked at Frieza and said, after all these years in hell, you still haven't changed that evil demeanor. You truly live up to your title as the Emperor of Evil from back then. Ye Ming also saw some former villains that had appeared in Dragon Ball, the Ginyu Force, Dr. Gero, Cell Babidi, the Wizard Bu, and others. He quickly spotted Cell in the corner, still in his first form, since he had not absorbed No. 17 and No. 18. At this moment, Cell's value in Ye Ming's eyes had significantly decreased. What he needed was a perfect Cell, not this incomplete version, and he certainly wouldn't allow him to absorb No. 17 and No. 18. Vegeta snorted coldly and said, you guessed correctly, Frieza. I came specifically to find you, but before you leave I need to teach you a lesson. Frieza, seeing Vegeta about to take action, became flustered. He was definitely not a match for Vegeta now. Frieza gritted his teeth, glaring at the three individuals before him. He cast a sidelong glance at Ye Ming, who stood with his arms crossed, convinced that this scion was the strongest among them. One cannot deny that Frieza truly had an eye for talent. However, deep inside, he swore in resentment one day he would make these filthy monkeys pay for underestimating him. Frieza, the Emperor. Vegeta was about to teach Frieza a lesson in the next moment, but was stopped by Ye Ming. He turned to Frieza and said, your current strength is simply too weak. I'm afraid Vegeta might kill you again. No, wait, you are already dead anyway. Upon hearing such humiliating words, Frieza's face turned red and he clenched his fists tightly. In the next moment, he calmed down and suddenly smiled at Ye Ming and the others, saying, you're not here to humiliate me, are you? You must have come for something else, right? Frieza's ability to change his expression was truly remarkable. Even Vegeta was momentarily stunned by his theatrical display, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Frieza flicked his tail, feeling confident that he had the upper hand over Ye Ming and the others. Frieza, I think you shouldn't be too pleased too soon. We can either let you join us or ensure you disappear from this world, forever unable to even enter hell. Ye Ming said coldly, looking at Frieza. Ye Ming suddenly released some aura that surged towards Frieza. Shocked by this overwhelming force, Frieza found himself speechless, drenched in sweat, with bloodshot eyes. Frieza was utterly terrified. He feared that Ye Ming would completely annihilate him, leaving him unable to even enter hell, let alone be resurrected. I apologize, Frieza was rude just now. I sincerely express my regrets. If you need my assistance with anything, I will do my utmost. Frieza spoke cautiously. He felt that the strength of the scion before him was simply overwhelming. He was very confident in his own cultivation talent, but whether he could reach Ye Ming's level was uncertain. After all, he hadn't trained seriously since being defeated by Son Goku, living like a king in hell. His eyes glanced at Son Goku, which brought back unpleasant memories. At this moment, he had no choice. Under the eaves, he had to bow his head. Frieza was indeed someone who could yield when necessary. And then there was Vegeta before him, whom he once thought of as his subordinate. He never expected Vegeta to become so powerful. Damn, he must train to become stronger. Even if he couldn't defeat Ye Ming, he would make Son Goku and Vegeta pay a painful price. Frieza thought to himself. Ye Ming looked at Frieza and said, I guess you're thinking of training to become stronger and then seeking revenge on us, right? Frieza hurriedly denied it, but at that moment Ye Ming suddenly flashed to his ear and whispered, even if one day you can defeat Son Goku and Vegeta, I can still easily kill you. Do you understand? I do not deny your potential, but compared to me you are simply not qualified. These words, as chilling as death itself, echoed in Frieza's ears. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and the corners of his mouth began to tremble. Frieza also felt that this scion named Ye Ming was extraordinary. It was the first time he felt utterly powerless, and even fearful in the presence of an enemy. This feeling had once come from the God of Destruction Beerus. Frieza stammered, I the king know. I Frieza swear today that I will never trouble you scions again. I did indeed have that thought just now. Ye Ming interrupted him, continuing, however, I will allow you to seek revenge on Son Goku and Vegeta, but you must not kill them, otherwise I will personally destroy you. Vegeta and Son Goku, who were behind, were also surprised to hear these words, but it didn't matter much as Frieza was currently not even worth their interest in taking action. Is what you just said true? You're not joking with me, are you? Frieza spoke slowly. Ye Ming nodded, saying, what I said is certainly true. If one day you possess the strength to put Vegeta and Son Goku on the ground and rub them, that will be your own ability. Oh, I will definitely not interfere. But the important point is that you must not kill them. Frieza thought to himself, after undergoing rigorous training to enhance his strength, he would definitely seek revenge on Son Goku and Vegeta. Even if he couldn't kill them, torturing them severely would suffice him. Frieza's mind was indeed very meticulous. He felt Ye Ming was definitely not trying to fool him. Someone with his strength would not speak carelessly. He did not realize that what he had just sensed was only the tip of Ye Ming's iceberg. Vegeta arrogantly said, Frieza, I'm waiting for you. Let's see if you knock me down, or if I knock you down. Frieza's veins bulged as he looked at the arrogant Vegeta. However, he soon wore a smile. Oh. Vegeta, how could I, Frieza, possibly be your match? I previously offended you, please forgive me. Vegeta felt disgusted by Frieza's behavior. He knew Frieza was just putting on an act, and was undoubtedly cursing him internally. Frieza coughed slightly, changing the subject. So what price should I pay? Ye Ming, with his hands behind his back, walked around Frieza while saying, in the future the entire universe will hold a martial arts tournament. You need to join our team to participate in this competition, which is organized by the Omni King of the 12 universes. The consequences for the losing universe may be dire, while winning would certainly be better. Other universes also have many powerful warriors, and there may even be some unexpected fighters. Do you understand what I am saying now? Frieza was shocked to hear this, but quickly regained his composure. You want me to become a member of your team? That must be the focus of our discussion, right? As expected of Frieza, he understood immediately. Ye Ming smiled broadly at this old fox before him. That's right, you are correct, but you are merely our reference point. If your attitude had been bad just now, you might not have qualified to stand before me anymore. Ye Ming said with a smile. I am honored to become one of you. I understand the meaning of sharing glory and suffering, but I want to confirm, is what you just said true? Frieza walked up to Ye Ming and whispered softly. Oh, which statement? I said a lot of things just now. Ye Ming feigned ignorance, knowing full well. It's the one about rubbing Son Goku and Vegeta on the ground. Frieza said softly. After all, he didn't want Son Goku and Vegeta to know that he was plotting against them. Of course I stand by my word. If I said you could defeat them, that is your strength. Ye Ming patted Frieza on the shoulder and whispered. Oh, thank you so much. You just said I can't kill them, but I can definitely beat them half to death, right? Frieza said. Frieza certainly had experience. He understood the loopholes in Ye Ming's words. Ye Ming merely showed a faint smile in response, but Frieza had already understood. At this moment, Son Goku excitedly said, Frieza, I know you want to take revenge on me. Come challenge me when your training is complete. Frieza calmly walked up to Son Goku and said, Oh, haha, I can't refuse your kind invitation. You said it yourself, so don't go back on your word. Son Goku grinned, hee of course. He'll be waiting for you. Son Goku and Frieza exchanged a knowing smile reminiscent of their encounters from years ago. Ye Ming glanced around, looking at the group of villains nearby. Clearly the aura he had just released had frightened them, as they were all hiding far away, too scared to show their faces, but there were always a few who weren't afraid of death. All right, this matter is settled. We should leave now. Frieza, we will use the Dragon Balls to resurrect you. Just stay here for a while. Ye Ming said as he walked out. Ah, thank you very much. It's no problem, I don't mind staying here a bit longer. Frieza said with a faint smile. However, just as they were about to leave, a group of former villains suddenly flashed and blocked their way. Vegeta and Son Goku looked at the group of former foes who had once made them struggle, now reduced to mere ants. Ye Ming revealed an unhappy expression and calmly said, "What do you want?" Suddenly Babidi stepped forward and said, "We just heard your conversation with Frieza. We can actually represent our universe in the battle. I hope you give us a chance." Frieza was furious upon hearing this. How dare these fools steal his opportunity? He wanted to speak up and stop them. But in the next moment, Ye Ming displayed a ruthless expression. "First, I can choose whoever I want to participate, and I don't need you to come to me. You are not qualified to make requests of me. Second, I hate having my path obstructed by people, especially by a bunch of annoying fools." Upon hearing this, Frieza's expression changed, and he immediately turned and fled, quickly distancing himself from the scene at a remarkable speed. The others also sensed the boundless killing intent emanating from Ye Ming and wanted to flee immediately. Unfortunately, their speed was like ants crawling in front of Ye Ming. Ye Ming's right hand clenched violently into the void, the aura of the laws twisting, and the people before him completely vanished into nothingness, leaving not even a trace behind. Some who survived were grateful they hadn't recklessly chosen sides, otherwise they would have met the same fate as those who disappeared. In the distance, Frieza was utterly stunned by the scene he had just witnessed. Initially, he thought Ye Ming was just scaring him, but he never expected Ye Ming's display to be a warning to others. Frieza was shaking with fear, his pupils dilated, his palms sweaty. He hadn't even seen how those people had died, especially in hell. It was truly terrifying. Beside him, Vegeta and Son Goku were also taken aback by the scene, surprised that Ye Ming was so ruthless. Vegeta's lips twitched slightly, how it seemed he had been too kind before. After doing all this, Ye Ming calmly turned around and smiled at Frieza, saying, "Frieza, we are leaving now." That smile, reminiscent of a death god, instilled great fear in Frieza. Yet he maintained his composure, standing up and replying, all right, take care, no need to see you off." Once Ye Ming and the others disappeared before him, Frieza let out a long sigh of relief. He had been truly terrified just now, the oppressive aura had nearly suffocated him. However, he still grinned widely. Soon Frieza the Great would re-emerge in the world. He must train vigorously, for Son Wukong and Vegeta were waiting for him. After Ye Ming and the three emerged, Son Wukong took a deep breath and said, "The outside world is so comfortable. Hell was truly unbearable." Ye Ming addressed the two of them, saying, "Just now I told Frieza that he could take revenge on you once he becomes strong. You won't blame me for that, right? I think Frieza has great potential. He's a suitable opponent for you." Without waiting for Vegeta to respond, Son Wukong immediately said, No. Frieza is indeed a good opponent, but he is still too weak right now. When he becomes strong, I will have a good match with him. Then I must apologize, Kakarot. I will definitely beat him to it and thoroughly torment him home," Vegeta said, disdainfully glancing at Son Wukong. Ye Ming smiled and said, "Well, let's go." Gohan should have gathered all the Dragon Balls by now. "Wukong, could you please run and fetch number 17 to Bulma's house?" At this moment, Vegeta said, "I will go ahead, you all can take your time." Son Wukong and the others watched Vegeta leave, realizing he must be missing his wife Bulma. Son Wukong said, "All right, leave it to me." Son Wukong vanished in an instant, but Ye Ming remained where he was contemplating for a moment. After all, going to Bulma's house was just a matter of an instant. He was in no hurry. Ye Ming also knew that there would be 10 participants in the upcoming Universe Martial Arts Tournament, and he wasn't sure if the numbers would change after arriving in this timeline, but that was not a problem at all. He pondered that the contestants from the 7th universe would surely be elite with quality, far surpassing quantity, as Ye Ming stroked his chin in thought. But where to find one more person? He initially thought of Cell, but it turned out Cell was merely in his initial form and was utterly useless. To be honest, Ye Ming didn't want to look for a villain anymore. He felt the uncontrollable factors surrounding a villain were simply too high, and he couldn't keep an eye on him all the time. With just Frieza, he was fortunate to have Son Wukong and Vegeta to deal with him, otherwise they might have swapped roles in the future. The last contestant should belong to the side of good and justice, possessing outstanding strength. Yet Ye Ming couldn't think of a name after pondering for a long time. Ye Ming frowned and sighed, saying, "Forget it, there's no rush. He'll think about it after finishing things up in a while." In the blink of an eye, Ye Ming vanished from his spot, only to reappear in the garden outside Bulma's house. The crowd gathered together, including Krillin, Piccolo, and Tien Shinhan, and number 17 had also arrived. The Dragon Balls had been fully collected. It seemed everything was in place, just waiting for the right moment. Ye Ming nodded to everyone and said, "Then let's get started." He nodded at number 17, who politely responded in kind. Son Gohan recited an incantation over the Dragon Balls. Suddenly dark clouds gathered, and a bright light flashed as the dragon appeared in the sky above everyone. "Please state your wishes." The dragon spoke calmly. Ye Ming asked, can you create an artificial human identical to number 17 standing in front of me, including his behaviors, thoughts, and personality, etc.? The dragon pondered for a moment and replied, yes, but are you sure you want to make this your first wish? Ye Ming smiled upon hearing this. It was indeed possible, though there was nothing surprising about it. Yes, dragon, our first wish is this. With a flash of red light, suddenly next to number 17 appeared an identical number 17. The onlookers were quite curious, all wide-eyed as they gazed at him. The number 17 in existence said, hello, another me. I'm glad to meet you. The newly appeared number 17 responded, hello, me too. Please state your second wish. The dragon said, can we perfectly merge the two number 17s together? Is that possible? Ye Ming inquired. The dragon replied with a flash of red light, saying lightly, they are not gods. They are merely created artificial beings, so of course it can be done. All right, then our second wish will be the one I just proposed, Ye Ming said with a smile. Ye Ming thought to himself that the plan was going even smoother than he had imagined. He had expected it to take some effort to merge them. The dragon flashed red light once more, and the two number 17s merged into a ball of light, completely forming a new number 17. The newly emerged super number 17 was quite curious, but Son Gohan showed a wary expression, unsure if the personality would change after the fusion. However, his concern was unnecessary. Ye Ming looked at number 17 and asked, how does your new body feel, number 17? Super number 17 examined his body, clenched his fist, and said, this is amazing. I didn't expect it to be like this. My power has significantly increased, and my bodhi's functions have also expanded. That means our plan has succeeded. I was genuinely afraid you would suddenly become exceptionally brutal, in which case I would have to destroy you completely, Ye Ming said jokingly. Super number 17 understood Ye Ming was joking. He laughed and said, if that were the case, I would just be out of luck, ha. The dragon then said, please state your third wish. Revive Frieza from hell. That will be my third wish, Ye Ming replied. All right, your third wish is about to be fulfilled. The next moment, Frieza appeared before everyone. However, soon someone burst into laughter. Frieza had been cut into pieces and presented before everyone. At this moment, the dragon said, I have only revived his soul, but his body needs to be assembled by you for him to fully resurrect. Now that the wishes have been fulfilled, goodbye. The dragon transformed into 7 wishing orbs and vanished. Ye Ming looked at the scene before him, smacking his forehead. As a traveler, he had forgotten about this matter. Oh dear, this was a bit funny. It was unclear whether Ye Ming was truly forgetful or acting deliberately. He had Bulma hold a large glass jar to contain Frieza's fragmented body, planning to return to the God of Destruction's realm for Whis to fix it. Vegito watched this scene with a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, never expecting the great king of evil to meet such an end. At first, everyone opposed Frieza's resurrection, but under Sun Wukong's persuasion, they reluctantly agreed. After all, the Z fighters had an extremely poor impression of Frieza, to the point where it was utterly terrible. Soon Ye Ming enjoyed a dinner filled with laughter and joy with his companions at Bulma's house. This was the happiness Ye Ming could imagine outside of battles. Unexpected events occur in the universe at all times, such as the landing of unknown enemies of which they have no knowledge. A figure clad in a cloak, seemingly adorned with armor with eyes emitting a bright light, appeared to be an artificial being. However, this artificial being is not simple. He is a bioengineered human from the Avalon of Dragon Ball, possessing immense power. Accompanying him are 2 subordinates, one named Leisu and the other Shisu, who respectfully say, Sir, we have arrived. They traversed countless parallel timelines using advanced technology to arrive in this realm. The bioengineered individual calmly instructed them to check the level of this timeline. Leisu immediately began scanning using their high-tech equipment to quickly detect several individuals within this timeline. After observing, he cheerfully said, Sir, this timeline bears a striking resemblance to several we have encountered before. Its deities are formidable, featuring destroyers, angels, and supreme gods. This timeline is quite dangerous. We managed to shield ourselves from the repelling forces of this timeline with our equipment. Our arrival might have already attracted the attention of some powerful deities. What should we do, sir? The bioengineered individual quietly replied, It seems this timeline shares commonalities with the previous ones we've traversed. The presence of destroyers and angels is not surprising. We came to this timeline to collect the DNA of powerful warriors. Perhaps like the previous timelines, we may have to resort to forceful suppression, which is not a friendly method, but I hope they will be sensible. But we also have ways to handle this, do we not? The erasure by the Omni King is not omnipotent for us, and that High Priest along with the angels cannot intervene without facing consequences from the rules. However, the bioengineered individual cautiously examined the rules of this timeline, muttering him destroyers. There are 12 such universes, each with a destroyer and an angel, with the angels maintaining neutrality and not interfering arbitrarily. It seems this information aligns with what we previously gathered. After reviewing the bioengineered, individual smirked slightly, saying the strength of the destroyers is merely decent. Ideally, it is best to avoid conflict with them. However, if conflict does arise, it would not be an issue. He had also noted during his information retrieval that this timeline had two Son Wukongs. One must have originated from another timeline, due to some circumstances forcing him to exist in this timeline. After all, he had previously dealt with Son Wukong in other timelines. And then there were Vegeta Gohan. However, when the bioengineered individual laid eyes on one person, he was momentarily stunned. He had never seen this individual in other timelines, indicating this person was unique. He was the most powerful scion in this universe, even stronger than the Son Wukong from other timelines, and his name was Ye Ming. It seems I must take action. I am particularly interested in the one named Ye Ming and wish to obtain his DNA. The bioengineered individual stated calmly. He instructed Leisu and Shisu we should first use cloaking technology to evade the scrutiny of powerful deities and find a safe place to discuss our next steps in detail. Yes, sir, they replied in unison. The High Priest had already noted their presence since their arrival in this timeline, using the Eye of Time to examine their information. The High Priest stroked his chin and said they have arrived in our timeline and have interacted with Son Wukong from other timelines. Their goal is to collect the DNA of powerful warriors. He could only ascertain this much information. A little did the High Priest know a greater conspiracy was brewing behind the scenes. There is a terrifyingly powerful figure backing the Avalon of Dragon Ball. The High Priest felt this group of outsiders was not benign. However, as an angel, he must remain neutral. His duty was to protect the Omni King and summon the angels and other deities. This is his responsibility as the steward of the Omni King. Although he could easily eliminate them, he could not do so. Because he was bound by the rules, he absolutely could not intervene unless the Omni King was in imminent danger. The universe they entered happened to be the 7th universe. The High Priest smiled slightly and thought, let's see how long this batch of outsiders can hold out. Thereafter, he ceased his focus and entered the palace of the Omni King. In the realm of the destroyers, Whis was instructing Beerus in training after Ye Ming and the others had departed, and the results of Beerus' training were very evident. Whis smiled as he observed Beerus perfectly merging the power of destruction with the Ultra Instinct technique. At this moment, Whis suddenly received a message from the High Priest. He immediately waved his staff to check, and his expression turned serious. The High Priest transmitted all the information he had gathered to Whis, and now it was up to Whis to decide how to respond. Whis looked at Beerus, who was still entrenched in his training, and smiled faintly, saying, Lord Beerus, a group of outsiders has arrived in our universe, and they might have used some means to avoid our timeline's rejection. Upon hearing Whis' words, Beerus opened his large cat-like eyes, and a terrifying aura began to emanate from him. What? Are those guys disturbing the order of the universe? If that's the case, then I will have to intervene. Whis calmly replied, they haven't caused any harm to the universe yet, but it's uncertain what will happen next. The High Priest informed me that their objective is to collect the DNA of powerful warriors, which may hint at some unknown conspiracy. Beerus stood up with his hands clasped behind his back, saying it seems this timeline has become quite unsettled with continuous individuals crossing timelines into our world. It signifies something. Whis, what do you suggest we do? They intend to collect the DNA of strong warriors, right? I can facilitate their request and notify Ye Ming and the others. I want to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Beerus stated solemnly. Whis remarked, it appears that this group of outsiders is familiar with certain individuals in our universe, including Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Gohan. Beerus confidently replied, but I can guarantee they have never encountered the person Ye Ming. This will undoubtedly open their eyes. Humph. Whis nodded. Indeed, Ye Ming may be unique among all timelines. Even the High Priest cannot see through his past and future. Then won't that be a surprise for them? But I have a lingering feeling that something bad will happen in the future, Whis. Beerus said earnestly. Perhaps when that crisis I cannot counter arises, the angels may intervene, even the High Priest. Beerus trailed off. If that time comes, then the crisis in this timeline would have reached its peak. As a destroyer, although he is powerful, he is aware that in numerous timelines there are unknown entities that are incredibly terrifying. Whis shares a similar sentiment with Beerus, but if the time has not yet come, there is no need to overthink. One can only focus on the present. Whis smiled and said, Lord Beerus, there's no need to worry. I believe Ye Ming may bring us surprises or hope. Beerus nodded, feeling a bit overly concerned, and quickly asked, haven't Ye Ming and the others returned yet? Whis chuckled, they will be back soon. Just a little more patience is needed. At this moment, Beerus returned to the topic, saying, Whis, make sure to inform Ye Ming and the others about that matter, so they can prepare early. It would be best to completely eliminate this group of uninvited guests. They are not just any common beings that can step into our universe. I can tell that this group is not good news. Just looking at them is annoying, especially since they hail from other timelines. Beerus had no idea where these three came from, otherwise he would not have made such comments. Whis nodded and said, "Understood, Lord Beerus. I will inform them as soon as Ye Ming and the others return." At that moment, Beerus' stomach suddenly growled. "Whis, hurry and prepare lunch. I'm starving," Beerus shouted. Thus a new crisis is imminent. How will Ye Ming's son Wukong and Vegeta face it? And what about the powerful warriors from the 12 universes? Let us wait and see. Furthermore, in Dragon Ball Avalon, both bioengineered beings and scions are immensely powerful. As the crisis approaches, Ye Ming and the others must quickly enhance their strength to stand their ground. I will provide a detailed explanation of some powerful figures from Avalon soon. Clarifying combat power. Son Wukong and his companions were entirely unaware that a new crisis was about to descend upon them. After finishing their dinner that evening, they bid farewell to their loved ones and officially embarked on their journey back to the God of Destruction realm. In gratitude for Whis' teachings and Beerus' enthusiastic invitation for them to train in the God of Destruction realm, they brought many delicious foods for Whis and Beerus. With their family watching with reluctance, Ye Ming took son Wukong and the others away from Earth. However, Piccolo and Majin Buu remained on Earth as their strength was considerable enough to protect it. After Ye Ming and the others went to the God of Destruction realm, Piccolo did not give up on training. His strength had now reached a level comparable to that of a Super Saiyan at the 3rd stage. Super 17 followed Ye Ming and the others to the God of Destruction realm out of mere curiosity. Ye Ming remarked that it was also a great place for training where he could rapidly enhance his strength. Ye Ming did all this for Super 17 to elevate the power of the upper echelon of Universe 7 and to contribute his strength in the face of future crises. Currently, Super 17's power was essentially a fusion of the strengths of 2 Super Saiyan Blue Son Wukong's, undoubtedly showing a significant improvement. After Super 17's appearance, Son Wukong and Vegeta repeatedly requested to spar with him, but they were stopped by Ye Ming, who knew it was not the right time. Whoosh! Ye Ming used instant transmission, and in the next moment they appeared in the God of Destruction realm. Super 17 looked around, finding the environment quite similar to Earth, only with some peculiar buildings and very large trees. Whis and Beerus also sensed that Ye Ming and the others had returned, and they immediately appeared beside them. Son Wukong greeted enthusiastically, "Yo, Lord Beerus, we're back. This time we brought you some really delicious food. Everything is with Son Wukong and Son Gohan." They quickly handed it over to Whis, who smiled and said, "You are very thoughtful, but now is not the time to discuss these matters." Ye Ming discerned Whis' implication and asked, "Has something happened, Whis?" "Indeed, a situation has arisen that might require your attention. A group of uninvited guests from beyond time and space has arrived in our realm, and their intentions are far from pure. Their goal is to collect the DNA of powerful warriors likely to enhance their own strength. They have traversed multiple timelines already," Whis said solemnly. Ye Ming quickly asked, "Do you have their photos or projections?" In truth, Ye Ming was reluctant to believe that those individuals had come to their realm. Soon Whis displayed images of the intruders before Ye Ming and the others. Ye Ming scrutinized them closely. Suddenly he exclaimed in shock, "How could these guys possibly come to our realm? Why is that?" Beerus and Whis noted that Ye Ming seemed to recognize them, prompting Beerus to ask, "Do you know these individuals?" "This is troubling, very troubling. How could they appear here? It's absolutely impossible," Ye Ming muttered to himself. These individuals can be described as invaders from parallel timelines. Their collection of powerful warriors' DNA may be aimed at enhancing the strength of their own warriors, or perhaps even that of the scions. They possess advanced technology, constantly traversing through time to find powerful warriors, repeatedly plundering their DNA. They are indeed the root cause of war. Damn it, how could these individuals come to our realm? Why doesn't the Grand Minister expel them?" Beerus and the others were astonished to see Ye Ming so shaken. Vegeta inquired, "Are they really that dangerous?" Ye Ming replied seriously, "Though they currently number only 3, they possess formidable technological capabilities. They can summon a vast army of scions through time or other beings with predatory natures. They are incredibly dangerous." Upon hearing Ye Ming's words, Son Wukong and the others were equally shocked. Vegeta felt an ominous sense as well. "Lord Beerus, the situation is extremely urgent. You have no idea of the serious consequences this may bring. Even as a god of destruction, among those scion warriors there are many with strengths rivaling that of gods of destruction, some even reaching angel levels." Whis was also taken aback. "In short, I have only a preliminary understanding of their situation. They are certainly not good beings. The scions from their realm lack compassion and will only fulfill the tasks assigned by their commander. Those 3 are most likely currently gathering intelligence or searching for powerful warriors worthy of their effort. Look at the leader among them. All I know is that he is a bioengineered individual with terrifying strength." Ye Ming shared a lot of information with Beerus and the others. Whis and Beerus did not doubt Ye Ming's words, for they were aware of Ye Ming's mysterious origins. They only knew that Ye Ming would not harm their universe and was a righteous scion. At this moment Beerus felt a bit panicked. The level of the intruders far exceeded his expectations. Whis furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation was far beyond his predictions. The urgency of Ye Ming's earlier statements indicated that relying solely on their strength would be completely inadequate. Whis said, as you know, we angels are bound by rules and cannot intervene. The Grand Minister, as the caretaker of the Omni King, can only ensure the safety of the Omni King and cannot act freely. Yes, I understand all of this, but I wish to personally go to the Omni King's palace to inform the Omni King of this matter. At this moment, Beerus said, Ye Ming, perhaps you are worrying too much. If those individuals truly dare to descend upon this realm, the Omni King will not stand idly by it. The Omni King will personally erase them. The others nodded in agreement with Beerus' statement, believing it to be quite reasonable. Humph, what if the Omni King's erasure does not work on certain individuals? Ye Ming said with a hint of detachment. Beerus was shocked upon hearing this. He hurriedly attempted to refute, but Ye Ming continued, I know you have great faith in the Omni King, but I must inform you that the authenticity of this matter truly exists. After hearing Ye Ming's words, Beerus firmly stated, all right, Ye Ming, I believe you. Let's go. Together we will inform the Omni King of this matter at the Omni King's palace. Soon they arrived outside the Omni King's great palace and met the Grand Minister. Ye Ming and the others politely bowed to greet him. Grand Minister, we need to discuss something urgent with you and the Omni King. The situation is extremely critical, Ye Ming said anxiously. The Grand Minister had never seen Ye Ming so anxious before. He replied, please follow me. Soon they arrived before the Omni King, where they also bowed politely. Ye Ming relayed a series of events and potential hazards, including some powerful individuals he knew, to the Omni King and the Grand Minister. The Grand Minister furrowed his brow after listening. As an angel bound by rules, he could not intervene. After understanding the situation, he asked Ye Ming, are you certain? Is it confirmed that there are beings in that realm possessing angel level or even beyond angel level strength? Ye Ming nodded seriously and said, Grand Minister, I do not dare to lie. I assure you that everything I just said is true. If those predatory scions and some evil beings descend upon our realm, we will truly struggle to resist. Since the Grand Minister and a number of angels cannot act freely due to the rules, we must rely on the gods of destruction and powerful warriors, but the disparity in strength is too great. However, I can only say that even I cannot defeat some of those individuals at the moment. I need more time to train. My training time in this world has been too short. If I had a bit more time, there would be no threat at all. Upon hearing this, Vegeta and Son Wukong felt a sense of hopelessness, realizing that if Ye Ming couldn't defeat them now, they too would require more time to train. The Grand Minister looked seriously at Ye Ming, trying to discern something from his eyes. Ye Ming met his gaze without fear. The Omni King stated, Ye Ming, I have understood what you said. Did you just mention that someone can resist my erasure? Ye Ming respectfully replied, yes, Omni King, I know it may be hard for some to believe, but the facts may indeed emerge. We must make thorough preparations. However, at that moment the guards on both sides spoke up. It is our duty to ensure the safety of the Omni King. If those individuals dare to cause trouble, we will utterly annihilate them. Ye Ming, having seen the strength of the Omni King's guards in the previous Dragon Ball fan anime, still wanted to inquire further. Hello, Omni King's two guards, what is your strength like? The Omni King glanced at the two guards and nodded. The guard said, you are Ye Ming, right? All I can tell you is that as the guards of the Omni King, we are the strongest warriors in the multiverse with strength beyond your imagination. Upon hearing this, Ye Ming thought similarly. However, he still harbored concerns. He was uncertain about the current level of beings in the Dragon Ball Acerong timeline. At this time, Son Wukong exclaimed, my goodness, that powerful. Omni King, can you send guards to assist us? Yet before he could finish, Vegeta covered his mouth. The Omni King handed Ye Ming a button, saying, of course I can. Haha, I'm giving you a button. If you find yourself unable to hold on, you can press this switch, and we will appear at your location. Ye Ming knew what this was. It was the Omni King's summoning device. The advantage was now in hand. The Omni King also gave Son Wukong one. Indeed, Son Wukong was accorded the privilege of a protagonist. Yet Ye Ming's heart was still filled with worry, making him very anxious. Beerus comforted Ye Ming, saying, don't be too anxious. Rest assured that I will stand in front of you. The seventh universe is my home, and I will absolutely not retreat. It is my duty. Upon seeing Beerus before him, Ye Ming realized that in such critical moments, Beerus truly was the most competent deity. At this moment, the Omni King looked at Ye Ming seriously and said, however, I believe the possibility that there are people who cannot be erased by me is very small. I know that some deities cannot be erased by me, but as for the people you mentioned, I find it quite unlikely. Ye Ming replied earnestly, Your Highness, the Omni King makes a valid point, but if they can evade your law's power and even use some advanced technology to avoid the erosion of that power, can they truly escape being erased by you? The Omni King still found it hard to believe. Ye Ming thought to himself, System, can you help me eliminate the Omni King's law power? The system replied, Host, of course. The Omni King is indeed the most powerful existence in this space-time, but his erasure ability is not omnipotent. there are ways to restrain it. Ye Ming felt reassured by the system's words. He looked at the Omni King and said, I can demonstrate for you, Your Highness. You may use your erasure ability on me and see if you can eliminate me. Both the High Priest and Whis were surprised and quickly looked at Ye Ming. At this moment, Beerus forgot about etiquette and loudly told Ye Ming, Ye Ming, don't be reckless at this moment, stay calm. Ye Ming smiled and said, Lord Beerus, I am very calm, please let the Omni King give it a try. The guards on both sides were also surprised, not expecting this mortal to have such great courage. The Omni King stood up and walked in front of Ye Ming saying, Are you sure you want to do this? If you do this, the consequences will be irreversible. Ye Ming nodded seriously. Yes, Your Highness, I request that you use your erasure ability on me. All right, if you do not disappear, I will believe your words. What you mentioned earlier will be quite serious, said the Omni King. The Omni King extended his right hand and used his erasure ability on Ye Ming. The High Priest Whis and Beerus all watched Ye Ming closely. At this moment, Beerus' heart was in his throat. A flash of white light appeared in the Omni King's hand. He gently grasped it, controlling the scope to focus on Ye Ming without affecting anyone else. However, to everyone's astonishment, Ye Ming remained standing before the Omni King, clearly indicating that the erasure effect had no impact on him at all. The Omni King's mouth gaped open, shocked that Ye Ming's words were indeed true, which also astonished the High Priest, who didn't expect Ye Ming to be completely unharmed. The Omni King's two guards were equally astonished, not believing that this mortal could truly not be erased. Ye Ming smiled lightly and said, How about it, Your Highness? I did not deceive you, did I? Ye Ming's actions were merely to convince the Omni King that his erasure was not omnipotent. The Omni King returned to his exclusive seat and spoke. Ye Ming, what do you intend to do? I hope to first summon the destroyers and angels from all universes, including the most powerful warriors from their universes. I have something to say, and I would like the High Priest to explain it to them. Ye Ming stated. The High Priest agreed with Ye Ming's approach, and then notified the angels from various universes to bring the destroyers and their strongest warriors. 15 minutes later, the destroyers, angels, and the warriors they brought from all universes gathered in the Omni King's palace. They respectfully bowed to the Omni King and the High Priest. The High Priest conveyed all that Ye Ming had told him to the deities of each universe. The angels were also very shocked by the High Priest's words, and as for the destroyers, they were no longer as calm as usual. They wanted to confirm the authenticity of the news. The warriors from various universes were whispering among themselves, clearly feeling the immense impact of this matter. If their enemy were truly that powerful, how would they defend against it? At this moment, Ye Ming stepped forward and addressed them. Greetings to the deities and warriors from various universes. My name is Ye Ming, and I believe most of you have heard of me. However, the most important thing is how to resist future crises rather than just discussing it here. The destroyer Vamide calmly remarked, How do you think your words are correct? What if your feelings are wrong? Several destroyers nodded in agreement. Ye Ming cast a faint glance at the destroyer Vamide and said, It seems that spending years as high-ranking destroyers has left you all decayed to the point of being foolish enough to question the authenticity of my claims. If you don't believe it, you can leave now. Just as a few destroyers were about to get angry and teach Ye Ming a lesson, the Omni King spoke up. Do you wish to disappear, or do you think my words lack weight? The few destroyers immediately knelt down and said to the Omni King, We dare not, we absolutely do not dare to go against your Highness' wishes. Goku also flew in front of Ye Ming and said, Long time no see, Ye Ming. It seems that a great crisis has occurred in this space-time, but I will fight alongside you. Just as they were exchanging pleasantries, an uninvited guest entered the Omni King's palace. The Omni King's two guards, along with the Omni King, the High Priest, and all the angels and destroyers, looked at the suddenly appearing figure, surprised that an outsider could intrude here. Without a doubt, the one appearing here was the biomodified person. It seems all the deities have gathered here to discuss plans against us, he said with a faint smile. How dare you be disrespectful to your Highness, the Omni King, exclaimed the destroyer Ivan from the first universe. In an instant, two destroyers rushed out and attacked the biomodified person. Ye Ming shouted at this moment, Don't go over there, you are not his opponents. Unfortunately, it was too late for Ye Ming's warning. The attacks of the destroyers appeared exceedingly slow before the biomodified person, who merely raised his hand slightly and sent the two destroyers flying. The deities were all astonished. The biomodified person who suddenly appeared was incredibly powerful. The two destroyers were very unwilling to accept this and attempted to get up and attack again, but were stopped by the High Priest, who calmly looked at the biomodified person and asked, Why have you come to the palace of the Omni King? The biomodified person looked at the High Priest and said, I beg your pardon, High Priest, I apologize for my earlier rash actions. I believe you should understand our purpose for coming to this space-time, as we have experienced several like yours, and the outcomes were not very friendly. If it weren't for your angels being bound by the rules, I wouldn't dare to appear here. The deities looked at the biomodified person whose attitude was exceedingly arrogant and were filled with a desire to teach him a lesson. Actually, we could resolve this amicably through a rather nice method. I know you want to kill me, but I must remind you that the one who came is merely a clone of mine. Killing me will not harm my main body. Instead, you deities will find yourselves in great trouble. Ye Ming stepped forward and said, "State your conditions, and then you may leave happily." The biomodified person replied, "Oh, so it's you. Your name is Ye Ming, right? You are the most powerful scion in this space-time. Your existence is unique among all space-times, and we are quite interested in you." The biomodified person looked at Ye Ming and said casually, Let's see if your so-called interest can withstand my fists." No, we agreed to resolve this amicably. Our idea is to have both sides send warriors to compete. Whichever side wins the most rounds will be the victor. It can be your strongest warriors or destroyers. In any case, your angels cannot intervene, which means you will lose significant combat power. What a pity. The biomodified person said loudly. It seems you are seeking death by being so reckless under the Omni King's watch. One of the Omni King's guards interjected. The biomodified person's eyelids twitched. Oh, I almost forgot about you two. You two may also participate. Do you really think we have no means to target you? Huh. The guards of the Omni King, being the strongest warriors in the multiverse, felt that the biomodified person was not afraid at all, which gave him an air of confidence. The guards of the Omni King were greatly angered, but they were held back by the Omni King choosing to observe the situation first. What if we win? Ye Ming glared coldly at the biomodified person. If you win, we will certainly leave this space-time forever and never return. Additionally, I can give you some potions to enhance your potential and some cutting-edge technology. Our technology is unique across all spacetimes. Not even the angels' scepters can compare to us. You can avoid the Omni Kings. Huh. The biomodified person laughed heartily. Indeed, the worst-case scenario had already occurred. They possessed means to evade the Omni King's erasure ability. The situation was dire. Goku said, "What will happen if you win?" "Oh, are you the Goku from that other spacetime?" "I have dealt with Goku and Vegeta in some spacetimes, but unfortunately, if we win, all warriors from your universes, especially you, Ye Ming, must provide us with a sample of your DNA, allowing our Assyrian Legion to establish a presence here." This was clearly an act of spacetime invasion. The biomodified person looked at the Omni King and the High Priest and asked, "So do you agree?" The powerful warriors from various universes also realized their own weakness. The High Priest's earlier words were indeed true. While the angels were powerful, they could not provide effective protection. They still had to rely on themselves. Some powerful warriors from other universes like Jiren Topo and Hit also sensed the perilous nature of the current crisis. Even the destroyers could not remain unscathed. Ye Ming approached the High Priest and the Omni King, saying, "Regardless of whether we agree, they will invade our spacetime. If we do not agree, they will surely launch a full-scale attack," clearly showing that they were not afraid of the Omni King's two guards. "If we agree, we can buy some time to allow the warriors and destroyers of our universe to train more and prepare for future battles." The High Priest stroked his chin, feeling that this matter was indeed, as Ye Ming said, and the Omni King also found Ye Ming's words quite reasonable. After seeing the High Priest and the Omni King agree, Ye Ming approached the biomodified person and said, "We agree to a competition between both sides, but the timing will be determined by us. During this period, you must not make any moves and must leave our spacetime." The biomodified person thought for a moment, not wanting to push these deities too hard, and said lightly, "I can agree to that, but the time cannot be too long. At most 3 years. Ye Ming thought for a moment and said, "No, that's not enough. It must be at least 5 years. The biomodified person pondered for a moment and said lightly, "All right, 5 years. On this day 5 years from now, we will once again descend upon this spacetime, and at that time the participants from both sides must be present." "All right, no problem. How many participants will there be? And where will the match be held? What are the rules?" Ye Ming asked the biomodified person. "Let the number be set at 25. The participants from both sides will engage in a free-for-all on a large arena until one side achieves victory. Anyone who falls off the arena will be considered defeated. We will construct the arena for our match. Rest assured, we will not engage in any foul play. Oh, I trust you can see that." The biomodified person said casually. Ye Ming responded, "All right, we agree, and now you may take your people and leave." The biomodified person heard Ye Ming's blunt words and said, "I truly believe your chances of winning are quite slim. Do you think having warriors as powerful as the Omni King's guards is something remarkable?" "Oomph. Also, we have taken one of the Super Dragon Balls. You shouldn't need it within the next 5 years. The time-space around you has also been marked by us, and as soon as anyone tries to escape this space-time, we will sense it so. Of course, angels and the Omni King feel free. Our targets are not you. As soon as he finished speaking, his clone's purpose was fulfilled, and he ultimately turned to ashes. Unexpectedly, this biomodified person was so well prepared and had already cut off their retreat. Note the biomodified person here is stronger than Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta from Dragon Ball AF 20 years later. To clarify, Ye Ming avoided the Omni King's law power through the systems means this was merely to make the Omni King believe there are ways to evade his erasure ability. The technology within the Asarian army in Dragon Ball Asarian is very advanced, much more so than in fan-made animations. Many universes' time-space have been destroyed at their hands. The Asarian people traverse through different time-spaces, acquiring many cutting-edge technologies and the DNA of powerful warriors. Through this DNA, they can enhance their warriors' genes, resulting in extremely powerful abilities. Moreover, during their time-space travels, they also recruited some powerful warriors, and some well-known villains have also allied with them. Ye Ming did not expect the crisis to arrive so swiftly, as this danger far exceeded his expectations, and he was baffled as to why the people of Asalon would be here. Ye Ming had previously watched fan animations and knew that many Scions lived on the Asalon planet, acquiring combat techniques from the Asalonians, and some of their technology could enhance their strength. Once these bioengineered beings from the Asalon planet summoned Scions to deal with characters like Son Wukong from their timeline. Now he had no idea how far they had developed. They probably surpassed the achievements of the fan animations. Seeing the bioengineered beings act with such confidence, it was likely that the inhabitants of Asalon had already attained beings with angelic power or even greater. Ye Ming thought to himself that there were only 5 years left for cultivation, and time was indeed pressing. The many destroyers hung their heads, not expecting that one day these beings from another timeline could overshadow them, even provoking them in the palace of the Omni King, and they had no choice but to accept the challenge. The warriors and destroyers knew that the angels could not participate in this battle. Although the Grand Priest was powerful, he dared not recklessly wield his power, lest he be obliterated by the rules. At that moment, the Omni King felt helpless, since they possessed the means to erase him. His deterrence had significantly diminished. AF Son Wukong stepped forward and said, "Everyone, do not give up. What is there to fear? We still have 5 years for cultivation, and during this time, we must train diligently. Our strength can also improve significantly. Given the situation, we can only prepare for battle with all our might. Those fellows are true war beings. Even if we do not participate in the duel, they will send a massive army to invade our timeline. Before training, we need to determine the participants. There will be a total of 25 individuals. Without a doubt, these 25 must be the strongest existences across all universes." Ye Ming walked up to the destroyers and asked, "What do you think?" The angels stood quietly by, unable to intervene, merely waiting for the outcome. The destroyer of the 4th universe, Quitra, said, "You are right, Ye Ming. We can only train diligently within these 5 years, striving for victory in the martial arts tournament 5 years from now." The other destroyers noticed that even Quitra had set aside his arrogance, speaking in a more amicable manner, shedding the demeanor of a destroyer. The destroyer of the 5th universe, Yakra, stated, "Indeed, we are the deities of this universe, and we must protect our universe. If we all back down, who will stand up?" The destroyer of the 8th universe, Ligier, said, "Humph, I will make those fellows pay the price. I want to see just how powerful their timeline truly is." The destroyer of the 12th universe, Jean, remarked, "We are all deities under the Omni King, and we have lived here for so many years. In times of crisis, we must intervene, fellow destroyers." Jiren walked over to Wymide and said, "Wymide, what are you hesitating for? You are a destroyer." "Without a doubt, I will participate, for I believe in my strength. You did so much for me back then, allowing me to merge with my future self. Is it just for internal conflict?" Wymide was taken aback by Jiren's words, but suddenly he revealed a relieved smile. "Right. I was too indecisive just now. Thank you, Jiren, I will not back down." Beerus and Kampa looked positively at Ye Ming and the Grand Priest, revealing expressions of preparedness. Ye Ming, AF Son Wukong, and Vegeta saw the destroyers all invigorated, and they too were immediately filled with fighting spirit. The Grand Priest and the angels were also very gratified by this scene. In times of danger, only by uniting the powers of various universes could they seize a chance for survival. At that moment, Ye Ming nodded to the Grand Priest, and then addressed the deities and warriors, saying, "Let us arrange the participants for the tournament. If anyone has objections, feel free to step up and challenge. What do you all think?" Seeing the destroyers and warriors below shaking their heads, they had no objections. A total of 25 participants, with 12 being destroyers. "Do you all agree, destroyers?" Ye Ming spoke clearly. The destroyers from various universes replied, "Of course, as deities of the universe, how could we not participate in battle? Let them witness the strength of the destroyers. I have always disliked that group. Oh, what warriors from the Asalon planet. Bah." Thus, the 12 participants have been decided, and we still need 13 more. Let me state their names, and you can share your opinions. Ye Ming, the 6th universe's Son Wukong, Jiren, the 7th universe's Son Wukong, and Vegeta, Son Gohan Super 17. Broly, Frieza hit Topo, as well as the 2 guards of the Omni King. The Omni King nodded in agreement, and the 2 guards had no objections at all. First, let me clarify that I have no selfish motives, as there is absolutely no need for that. These warriors have also been observed by the Grand Priest. Do you warriors have anything to say? The other warriors from different universes listened, and although their names were not on the list, hearing that they had been personally observed by the Grand Priest indicated that their strength was inferior to those listed. Earlier, Ye Ming had communicated with the Grand Priest, who had tacitly agreed to this matter. The Grand Priest also trusted Ye Ming greatly. Seeing that the warriors below had no objections, he calmly said, "Then the list is settled. The upcoming time will be for cultivation. Endless cultivation. Do you all understand, fellow destroyers and warriors? The other warriors will be sent back by the angels first." The Grand Priest nodded, and the angels began to act, sending the remaining warriors back to their respective universes. Son Wukong also warmly greeted the destroyers. However, the destroyers did not respond to him, lost in their own thoughts. The Grand Priest announced loudly, "This matter is fully entrusted to Ye Ming. It is an order from the Omni King. Therefore, both the destroyers and other warriors must obey." The destroyers stood in a row and said yes. The other warriors, including Jiren, hit, and others nodded as well. At this moment, Ye Ming said sternly, "Although they guarantee that they will not descend upon our timeline within 5 years, they can still send people to harass us. We must remain on high alert. As long as the warriors they send do not acknowledge themselves as their own, we will have no way to deal with it." The destroyers and warriors furrowed their brows. This was indeed a problem. If they sent powerful warriors to harass them, the situation could become serious. At that moment, the Grand Priest said, "If they send someone to our timeline, I will inform you beforehand to prepare. This time, I have reinforced the temporal barrier. Even a slight temporal fluctuation can be sensed by me." Everyone nodded upon hearing the Grand Priest's words. Ye Ming approached the Omni King and said, "Omni King, we will gather here in 6 months. All participants must be present, and the Grand Priest will personally guide us. Is that acceptable?" The Omni King replied to Ye Ming, "I agree. Grand Priest, please come to instruct them in 6 months. Teach them as much as you can to enhance their strength." The Grand Priest bowed and said, "Yes, Omni King." Thus, Ye Ming and the destroyers returned to their respective universes. The destroyers promised to diligently train alongside the angels. They felt a strong sense of urgency. Currently, the Scions on the Asalon planet are incredibly powerful, including the Asalonians. Their technology is more advanced. The serum used by the Asalon Scions in the past fan animations is now merely ordinary. They continuously traverse timelines to collect DNA, ultimately aiming to enhance their warriors' strength, as the Asalonians with their growing power seek to invade other timelines. Numerous timelines have fallen into their hands, especially those without an Omni King or angels. Although the angels have not intervened, they do not dare to offend the Omni King, as the powerful existence behind them tells them that the Omni King is merely the visible deity of the timeline. Ye Ming and the others returned to the God of Destruction realm of the 7th universe from the palace of the Omni King. Whis addressed Ye Ming and the others, saying, "From now on you must focus on your training. We angels truly cannot assist during this crisis. In 6 months the Grand Priest will personally guide you, and after that your strength should see significant improvement." Ye Ming retrieved the fragments of Frieza's body from the void and said to Whis, "Whis, please fix Frieza's body. His soul has already been revived." Whis nodded and waved his staff, causing a complete Frieza to materialize before everyone. Vegeta's expression soured upon seeing Frieza. Suddenly a flash of white light appeared. Frieza smiled as he saw his complete body. He noticed Ye Ming's son Goku, Vegeta's son Gohan, as well as Beerus, Whis, and Super 17. A figure fell from the sky. It was Broly. He had just been training in the destruction space, and upon sensing their aura, he suddenly appeared by their side. Son Goku smiled at Broly, saying, "Broly, it seems your training has been quite successful. You have already learned to control your power to some extent." Broly looked around at everyone, recognizing only 1 or 2 faces, while the rest were familiar. His rugged voice rang out, No, my training hasn't met the standard yet. I still haven't completed the training tasks was assigned to me. Frieza and Broly, since you didn't go to the Omni King's palace earlier, some extremely urgent matters have arisen. Let me explain everything to you." Ye Ming informed Frieza and Broly of all that had transpired. Frieza exclaimed in shock, "Oh my, is the universe already this exciting? If I don't revive soon, I might become a relic of the old times. Those people might be difficult to deal with. How should we?" Frieza felt an intense panic as he heard Ye Ming's words, realizing that even the deities could not stop them, and the God of Destruction was forced to join the fight. At this moment, Frieza's mind began to wander with different thoughts. He wondered if he could ally with those from that timeline, but Ye Ming's cold water doused his hopes. Frieza, I advise you to put away those ulterior motives. You know that some timelines have developed similarly to ours, and they also have a Frieza who was ultimately killed by Son Goku. However, unlike them, we have many Scions who escaped before you destroyed planet Vegeta. You should know what to do, right? Ye Ming taunted Frieza. Frieza, upon hearing Ye Ming's words, broke into a cold sweat, realizing that he might be torn apart before he even managed to ally with them. He had just been revived with great difficulty. He couldn't die like this. Beerus chuckled lightly. This ensured that the possibility of Frieza's betrayal was eliminated as their universe remained wary of this malicious character. Of course, Beerus had also done some unsavory things in the past. Now our task is to train. In 6 months, we will gather at the Omni King's palace. If in the meantime the 7th universe faces an invasion, we must resolve it. Frieza, do you understand what I'm saying? I hope you can cooperate well with us, and even become our ally. This crisis is extremely terrifying. If we're not careful, we might all turn to dust. Ye Ming spoke sternly. He was quite reassured about the others as they were his own people, but Frieza posed a little problem. At this moment, Son Goku said, I know you once harbored hatred towards me and Vegeta, but in this dire situation, I hope you can discern what is truly important, Frieza. Wow, Son Goku, it's rare to see you so generous. I'm quite excited this time. No problem, since the opposing timeline harbors such great hatred towards me, I can once again fulfill their desires. To be honest, I haven't trained seriously yet. Once I do, just wait and see how much my power will increase. I will make that group of so-called Asurons, including the Scions, completely disappear from this world. Frieza declared fiercely. Ye Ming turned to Whis and said, for now focus on teaching Broly and Frieza, helping them quickly enhance their powers in a short time. I feel that those from planet Aceron will not let us stay undisturbed for 5 years. They will definitely send people to harass us, so we must unite. Everyone replied in unison, no problem. Ye Ming turned to Whis and said, Whis, please set up a barrier on Earth 1 that can sense any spatial fluctuations. I fear they might launch a surprise attack. If any crisis occurs, we will rush there immediately. Son Goku and Vegeta nodded quickly, feeling that Ye Ming was very thorough. Thus began the time of training, with Ye Ming and all the warriors starting their own training. Frieza also became serious. He needed to grow stronger, or he wouldn't even qualify to be cannon fodder. While they were talking, Beerus had already gone to the destruction space's back, exuding a firm resolve as he had to contribute to the future crisis, even if it meant death. Thus, Whis immediately went to Earth to set up a barrier. In the Aceron timeline, Son Goku and Vegeta had once risen up to resist the Aceron army, but the outcome was failure, and the Aceron had killed Son Goku and Vegeta in this timeline. This timeline developed very rapidly, constantly traversing time and space to expand their power. Relying on their powerful warriors and cutting-edge technology, their strength was undoubtedly immense. A bioengineered person knelt on one knee before a figure in a grand hall, saying, Leader, we have returned. He was the leader of planet Aceron, also named Aceron, a being of immense power. He spoke lightly. Did you gain anything from your trip to other timelines? Yes, there are some matters that will interest you, my lord. I have made an agreement with the deity of that timeline. 5 years later, we will descend upon that timeline for a duel. The bioengineered person conveyed all the details to Aceron. Do you believe that this timeline has a reason to act? The person named Ye Ming you mentioned seems to be unique across all timelines, and is also the most powerful Scion in that timeline. Is the information you acquired reliable? Aceron took a sip of red wine. My subordinate dares to guarantee with his life that he is indeed unique across all timelines. My data has no record of his past or future, as if everything has been erased. The bioengineered person replied respectfully. Haha, interesting. Relay this to the other Aceron and Scion warriors. However, the guards of the Omni King in that timeline will likely take action. If it were more than a decade ago, we would have been cautious, but now. Our army has invaded dozens of timelines, acquiring vast resources and powerful warriors. The DNA we obtained after research and development can significantly enhance the power of Scions or Aceron warriors. We have already experienced the power of the Omni King's guards. Let us show the strength of the Aceron warriors to those people and gods from that timeline in 5 years. You can take full responsibility for this matter. The Aceron and Scion warriors will heed your command. If any show disobedience, say it was an order from me. Aceron said seriously to the bioengineered person. Yes, I am willing to serve you, my lord. This matter will be entrusted to me. The bioengineered person replied respectfully. You may go and prepare now. I hope to hear good news from you in 5 years. Aceron waved his hand. The bioengineered person respectfully exited the grand hall, turning his head as he never expected such great gains from his trip to another timeline. Suddenly, his subordinates Shisu and Leisu appeared before the bioengineered person, kneeling on one knee. My lord, what are your orders? Go inform those powerful scions and Acheron warriors that I wish to convene the Acheron Planet Conference. Those who dare not attend will die. This is the command of our leader. The bioengineered person said flatly. Yes, I will immediately relay the Lord's command. They replied respectfully, and in the next moment they vanished. The bioengineered person's eyes gleamed with a glint as he pondered what schemes he had in mind. Suddenly he broke into a grin. At that moment the biomodifier was already seated at the head of the meeting awaiting the arrival of other Acerons and Scions. However, a sharp voice rang out. What qualifications do you have to sit at the head biomodifier? Do you wish to die? The biomodifier merely smiled faintly, not preparing to respond. The newcomer was Reg from the Dragon Ball New Era timeline. In pursuit of greater power, he had joined the Acheron Legion, drawn in by the immense allure of Acheron and the powerful forces behind it. Initially, Reg was furious at the invasion of his timeline by so many troops, as that timeline was once his home. However, after clashing with the Acheron commander, he realized the evident gap in strength. He was beaten half to death, but weighing the pros and cons, he had to ally himself with the people of Acheron. Now he was grateful for that decision, otherwise he would not have his current strength. Seeing that the biomodifier ignored him, Reg immediately wanted to take action. However, the biomodifier calmly said, Mr. Reg, I advise you to remain calm. After all, this is the leader's command. Upon hearing it was the leader's command, Reg furrowed his brows. Despite his rapidly increasing strength, he did not dare to act recklessly in front of the Acheron leader. He snorted coldly and randomly found a spot to sit down, knowing that there were others yet to arrive. A wave of evil energy emanated from outside the hall belonging to the Super 4-Star Dragon and the Super 1-Star Dragon. One was from the Dragon Ball AF timeline, while the other was from the Dragon Ball GT timeline. They had previously engaged with Acheron's people in that timeline, but were quickly defeated and forced to surrender. However, at this moment, with the help of the Acherons, their strength had significantly increased, far more than before. They had willingly pledged allegiance to the Acherons, as they indeed possessed the strength and background to command such loyalty. The two glanced at Reg, who also gave them a dismissive look. They had already received news that they were to undertake significant tasks, so they remained composed. Next to arrive were the Acheron's Major Kyra and Lieutenant Helenzer, who had just returned from a mission in another timeline and received the news that the biomodifier was convening a meeting, knowing it was the leader's command. A mechanical walking sound gradually approached. It was Frisia's son Aze. However, the scions on Acheron despised Frisia so much that they killed him along with his son. However, they recognized Aze's potential, so they transformed him into a biomodifier. At that time, Aze had killed many of their soldiers, and it took considerable effort to finally eliminate him. In this moment, Aze had been completely transformed by the Acherons, his purpose now to serve them unwaveringly. However, he retained his original combat instincts, but all other memories were gone. Mechanical Aze approached the biomodifier and said, Aze is at your disposal. Good. You can sit down for now. The biomodifier remarked faintly, it seems your body has upgraded again. Mechanical Aze turned and quietly took a seat, not looking at anyone else. A minute later, a figure resembling OOB stepped out. His pupils were red. He was OOB from 20 years after the Dragon Ball GT timeline, but had been completely demonized by the Acherons, having been identified as the reincarnation of Majin Buu. Now he was a killing machine, knowing only battle filled with bloodshed and ruthlessness. Reg knew this was a battle maniac and did not wish to provoke OOB. Moreover, OOB's strength was formidable. The DNA extracted from him was considered epic. Next, a muscular scion slowly walked towards the hall, Broly. However, this Broly was not the one from Dragon Ball Super. He was purely a villain. After being resurrected by the biomodifier, he was brought back to Acheron for special training. Initially, he indeed lost control and killed many of the Acherons. Fortunately, the powerful warriors of Acheron intervened in time and brought him under control. Now, after many years, he had become familiar with his own power. He cast a disdainful glance at everyone, but gradually grew arrogant, looking at the biomodifier seated at the head. After all these years, his strength was no longer comparable to before. The biomodifier also noticed Broly's haughty gaze and smiled faintly, saying, Broly, you should sit down for now. If you forcefully act against me, you will face severe punishment. This is the leader's directive. Hearing the words, the leader Broly's pupils contracted. After his significant power boost, he had become too arrogant, wishing to defeat the leader of Acheron and take the throne himself, but he was severely beaten, realizing the vast difference in levels. Broly snorted coldly and obediently sat down. Reg cast a faint glance at Broly, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. Suddenly, a dark aura descended from the sky into the hall. The figure bore a striking resemblance to Son Goku. Indeed, he was Black Goku from Dragon Ball Super. In a certain timeline, the Acherons discovered Black Goku's potential and saved him from the hands of Zeno, using Aceron technology to transport him away. When Black Goku awakened again, he found himself surrounded by humans and wanted to kill them immediately. However, at that time his strength was only comparable to Super Saiyan Blue Goku, so how could he contend with this group of people? He was forcibly brainwashed by the Acerons, and all memories of his past as a Supreme Kai were completely erased. He only knew that he was born on Aceron and needed to protect it. Now over a decade later, Black Goku had reached the Super Saiyan God form, perfectly merging with his divine form. His potential had been greatly enhanced by Aceron technology. He was taciturn, rarely speaking to others, and found a spot to sit, maintaining a distance from others. After a moment, two powerful auras spread from outside the hall. The Saiyans were particularly familiar with these two auras. Even Broly, as a Super Saiyan, was at a disadvantage in their presence. They were the Saiyans NASCAR and Grippy, also known as battle maniacs, referred to as freaks by the Saiyans. These two had joined later, but when it came to capturing them, Broly was sent. He confidently declared that he would surely defeat them and leave them searching for their teeth. However, as the battle progressed, the combat power of these two Saiyans continuously soared, their adaptability and the intensity of their power boosts during the fight far more frightening than Broly. The more Broly fought, the more alarmed he became. However, he was also very clever. He knew it was time to retreat, having learned from his past experiences. Soon these two were captured by the Aceron reinforcements working together. However, upon sensing the combat power and overall strength of the Acerons, they joined the Aceron ranks. The others present did not know what level these two were at now. In summary, although they all belonged to the Aceron army, they were all engaged in their own tasks, completing their missions. Most of them had only heard of each other, but had never truly met. NASCAR and Grippy exchanged smiles with the crowd and found seats, sitting with their legs crossed. They had no interest in power, they only wanted to grow stronger. At this moment, a powerful aura pressed down from above. This power was overwhelmingly vast. Even the biomodifier furrowed his brows. Suddenly, a large hole opened in the sky, and several figures stepped out from the void. The demon god Demigra Putine and Gyuribi, three of the strongest sorcerers from the ancient era, had betrayed the divine realm together. Following them was Zekai, the son born from AF Goku and the West Supreme Kai. Zekai emanated a powerful aura, likely even stronger than Super Saiyan Blue Vegito. He had undergone significant enhancement through Aceron technology and battles over the years, and his current strength was beyond that of Dragon Ball AF. Lastly, a terrifying figure emerged. He was the Demon Realm King, Mechikabura, one of the creators of the Dark Demon Realm, and the true ruler of the Demon Realm, the most powerful demon god. The assembled crowd in the hall regarded the figures in the sky with grave expressions. They had all heard of them, especially Zekai and Mechikabura, whose records were particularly illustrious. Mechikabura maintained a cooperative relationship with the Acerons and belonged to the same faction. The leader had also sent information to Mechikabura, hoping he would come to assist. Mechikabura was very interested upon hearing this, and thus arrived at the Aceron planet. However, others were also on their way. Aside from Helenzer and Kyra, the rest were already en route. Suddenly, a figure flashed into the hall, his terrifying aura causing everyone to feel suffocated. He was the commander of the Aceron army, the leader's most trusted confidant. The Saiyans and others affiliated with the Aceron army nodded slightly, including Reg, Zekai, and Broly. NASCAR and Grippy also stood up to show a hint of respect. The Aceron commander first nodded to Mechikabura, who responded with a smile. The biomodifier also stood up, as he was indeed his superior. The Aceron commander said to the biomodifier, "The leader has appointed you as the overall person in charge of this matter, so you need not worry about my authority. You are the commander." The biomodifier bowed and replied, "Thank you, Commander. I will not disappoint you." Subsequently, powerful Saiyans and Acerons from the Aceron planet arrived, all holding significant positions and possessing great strength. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the biomodifier immediately said, "The Aceron meeting is now commencing, and I will explain the situation." The biomodifier then recounted everything to all present. After a moment, some were whispering, some were silent, and others seemed indifferent. Name: Zhaiko. Gender: male. Race: Scion. Identity: a genetically modified monster claiming to be the third son of Son Wukong, though not actually his biological offspring. Character background: Zhaiko is an evil Scion created by the West Kaioshin Layla using Son Wukong's blood. In the story of Dragon Ball AF, the West Kaioshin extracted Son Wukong's blood while he was asleep in order to gain power, leading to the creation of Zhaiko. Zhaiko possesses immense strength, reaching the level of Super Saiyan 5th stage, far surpassing the Z fighters of that time. Over a decade has passed since he arrived on the Acelon star. With the aid of Acelon star's technology and his continuous battles, his genes have become more refined, and his potential and strength have far exceeded what they once were. During these years, he has constantly traversed different dimensions, honing his skills and achieving a divine form that he can perfectly merge with. His current power level is somewhat stronger than Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta. He possesses the power of the laws of death. Appearance: Vegito's normal state has silver-white hair with 2 black tufts at the front resembling Son Wukong. In his Super Saiyan form, his hair turns golden or takes on other colors, displaying different characteristics. Abilities: Vegito boasts formidable combat power and various transformation abilities, including Super Saiyan 1st to 5th stages, Majin transformation, and fusion with Bu. Previously, Vegito invaded Earth with the West Kaishin Layla, showcasing his immense power. He easily defeated the Z fighters, including Son Goten, Son Gohan, and Vegeta. In battles against the Z fighters, Vegito displayed his diverse transformation abilities and combat techniques. Despite the Z fighters' fierce resistance, they could not withstand Vegito's overwhelming assault. Ultimately, with the help of the East Kaishin, Son Gohan successfully sealed Vegito using the Kaishin sword. However, due to Vegito's overwhelming power, cracks appeared in the Kaishin sword during the sealing process, foreshadowing his future resurrection. Thus, the Asalon people discovered the location of Vegito's seal and released him, leading to the complete annihilation of this timeline by the Asalon people. Name: Reg. Gender: male. Race: Scion. Age: mature in the story. Identity: brother of Vegeta. Character background: Reg is the brother of Vegeta, born with an extraordinarily high combat power, reportedly 5-0, far exceeding ordinary Scions, and even reaching the battle power of an elite warrior. Due to his immense strength, he was feared and exiled by his father, King Vegeta, and thus did not appear in the original Dragon Ball series. In Dragon Ball New Era, Reg grows up and comes to Earth seeking revenge, showcasing his astonishing combat power and diverse transformation abilities. Character abilities: Transformation ability: Reg can transform into a Super Saiyan 4 with mixed blonde and black hair, and even into Super Saiyan 5, showcasing power that far surpasses Son Wukong and Vegeta. Super Ki Blast: Reg's ultimate technique, capable of overwhelming powerful attacks, such as the Big Bang attack. Super 5 Full Power: Reg has now perfectly mastered the full power in his Super 5 form, even surpassing this limit. Character experience: Reg was abandoned by his father, King Vegeta, at birth due to his uncontrollable power. After growing up, Reg came to Earth for revenge, defeating Son Wukong, Vegeta, and other Z fighters, even forcing them to fuse into Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta just to barely defeat him. In the final battle against Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta, Reg was defeated as his body could not withstand the limit, ultimately retreating to his homeland to recuperate. However, during his recovery, the Asalon people found him and helped him enhance his strength. In the end, he completely annihilated Son Wukong and the Z fighters of this timeline, leading the Asalon people to decide to destroy this timeline. In the end, Reg fully integrated into Asalon Star. Currently, Reg's power level has nearly reached that of Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta. He has initially grasped the laws of thunder. Name: Broly, non-divine timeline. Gender: male. Race: Scion. Birthplace: Universe 7, Planet Vegeta. Personality traits: Normal state: Broly has a dull gaze, expressionless, and is taciturn. However, under the influence of the Asalon people, he unleashes his furious nature. But he can easily control it. During battles, brutal, enjoys destruction, torn between rationality and combat instinct, but sometimes loses control. Now, he can completely master his power. Appearance traits: In his normal state, Broly resembles a young man with a dull gaze and no expression, yet possesses muscular build and stands over 2 meters tall. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his hair stands upright, his aura turns green, his muscles expand, and his eyes become golden. Abilities and combat techniques: Form settings initially includes normal Super Saiyan and legendary Super Saiyan forms, but now with the help of the Asalon people, he can master the transformation into Super Saiyan 5th stage. Combat techniques includes, but is not limited to, the Kamehameha, energy spheres, force fields, and ki blasts. Character experience: Broly was born with a battle power of 1-0, born on the same day as Son Wukong, and reacts to Son Wukong's voice and aura. Due to his excessively high battle power, he was exiled along with his father Paragus by King Vegeta to planet Vampa. When the tyrant Frieza destroyed planet Vegeta, Broly escaped with Paragus and survived. In the Dragon Ball Z movies, Broly battles Son Wukong and others multiple times, showcasing his incredible combat power. After being defeated by Son Wukong and his allies, Broly was resurrected by bioengineers who found his timeline using advanced technology. Subsequently, Broly was summoned by the Asalon people. This non-divine timeline has also been occupied by the Asalon people. Current power level is unknown, depending on Broly's own performance. Name: Super 1-Star Dragon. Identity: the final boss in Dragon Ball GT, now a subordinate warrior of Asalon. Character background: Super One-Star Dragon is the ultimate evil dragon formed after the ordinary One-Star Dragon absorbed the other 6 Dragon Balls, being the strongest enemy in the evil dragon saga. The negative energy within him is enough to destroy the entire universe, making him an extraordinarily powerful antagonist in the Dragon Ball series. Abilities and techniques. Energy source transition from wishes made by Earthlings, Scions, and other aliens using the Dragon Balls, mostly wishing to resurrect the deceased. After many years, the 7 Dragon Balls transformed positive energy into powerful negative energy, forming 7 terrifying evil dragons, which ultimately fused into Super One-Star Dragon. Special ability. In the past, he could suppress Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan 4 form, but was ultimately destroyed by Sun Wukong's Spirit Bomb, gathered from the energy of Universe 7. However, he was resurrected using Asalon technology. He was subsequently summoned. He possesses all abilities and techniques of the evil dragons, which have been enhanced and evolved. He can unleash numerous energy spheres, with regular energy spheres appearing black, emanating from the power of all Dark Dragon Balls combined. He has various negative techniques, such as negative ki blasts, explosive attacks, and negative eye beams. As a former formidable antagonist, after undergoing gene modification by the Asalon people over the past decade, his power has significantly increased, currently stronger than Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta, but not as strong as Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta. Name: Ub, Majin form. Alias Ub. Gender: male. Previous life: Kid Buu. Character background. Ub is a direct disciple of Sun Wukong and the reincarnation of Kid Buu. Before obliterating Kid Buu, Sun Wukong wished to battle the reincarnation of Buu, who would be a good person. King Yema noted this wish, leading to Ub's birth. Personality traits. Once kind-hearted, cheerful, polite, gentle, and non-combative, Ub has been transformed into a weapon of war by the Asalon people, using special methods, now becoming a top-tier soldier of Asalon. Character abilities. Form settings. After fusing with Mr. Buu, he becomes Super Ub, enhancing his abilities. However, after being transformed by the Asalon people, he now carries an immense aura of malice. Combat techniques includes, but is not limited to, Kamehameha and other combat techniques from Asalon. Character experience. He participated in the 28th World Martial Arts Tournament, meeting Sun Wukong and becoming his disciple. He exhibited tremendous combat strength and growth while fighting formidable enemies like Baby Super 17A and One-Star Dragon. However, 20 years after Sun Wukong's departure, Ub and Son Gohan and others struggled against the invasion of Asalon, but were quickly defeated. Subsequently, Ub was controlled by the Asalon people, becoming the true Majin Ub, the top warrior of Asalon. His overall strength is unknown, as everyone who has seen him in action has perished. Chinese name: Demigra. Alias Damagra. Gender: male. Race: demon god. Age: 75 million years. Character background. Demigra is a super demon god sealed in a time rift 75 million years ago, possessing the power to create or destroy planets. He was originally the strongest demon master in the heavenly realm, who, along with 2 other demon masters, Puting and Gyuribi, betrayed the heavenly realm, siding with the dark demon king Mechikabura, and was granted the power of a demon god, becoming one of the creators of the dark demon realm. However, he was later defeated and sealed by the Kaioshin of time Kronoa. Eventually, the Asalon people landed in this timeline, releasing Demigra and completely unleashing his demonic power. Character abilities. Demonic power. Demigra possesses formidable demonic power, capable of manipulating time and performing various powerful magical attacks. Form changes. Demigra showcases various forms, including second and third forms. Demonic amplification form, which significantly enhances combat power. Energy absorption. Demigra can absorb the energy of other powerful characters to enhance his own strength, similar to the abilities of the Cosmic Seed. Character experience. Sealing and escape. Demigra was sealed in a time rift for 75 million years, during which he attempted to manipulate powerful beings across various times to escape his seal. In Dragon Ball Heroes, due to the activities of the demon world scientists Tawa and Mira, Demigra successfully escaped the time rift and prepared to take revenge on the Time Patrol. Confrontation with the main characters. Demigra battled the Time Patrol and main characters like Sun Wukong multiple times, but was consistently thwarted. He attempted to control the multiverse and replace the Kaioshin of time, but failed. Final showdown. However, during a critical moment, the Asalon people found him and helped him seize control of this timeline, killing the Kaioshin of time and main characters like Sun Wukong. Character traits. Ambitious. Demigra has always sought to control the multiverse and replace the Kaioshin of time, showcasing his grand ambition. Powerful as a super demon god and one of the creators of the dark demon realm, Demigra possesses immense strength and a variety of abilities. Cunning. Demigra has displayed deep cunning and craftiness in his numerous battles against the main characters. Overall strength unknown, but at least not weaker than Super Saiyan 4 Red God Vegeta. Reg calmly said at this moment, Commander Biological Cyborg, can you ensure the authenticity of your words? After obtaining his DNA, the strength of all our warriors will elevate to a whole new level, or even beyond. Why do I feel uneasy just hearing that? Vegito at this moment showed little interest in Ye Ming. Instead, he was particularly fascinated by the existence of two Sun Wukongs in that time and space, saying, it seems there are two fathers waiting for me to conquer over there, ha. I wonder how strong those fathers are over there and how long they can hold out against me. Vegito's expression was somewhat cruel. Back in that time and space he was in, with the help of the Acerong people, his strength surged rapidly, and he eliminated all the Sun Wukongs and Vegetas from that realm. Black Sun Wukong faintly remarked, Commander, it seems that time and space are quite similar to the one I originally inhabited, but in 5 years we will have to compete with that realm. Which individuals should the commander send? The great priest and angels over there are bound by rules. If the commander says the king of all's guards will participate, then we should pay a bit more attention. After all, the strength of the king of all's guards is incredibly formidable. But for now, all the warriors expressed their opinions while the biological cyborg commander and Acerong officer Micah Kapura silently listened to everyone's input. These three were the true leaders. The biological cyborg earnestly said, everyone, we cannot let our guard down. Any matters involving divine time and space must not be handled lightly. Of course, I also believe in your strength. You are all powerful warriors. However, this order comes directly from the leader, and it must be foolproof. No mistakes can happen, or we will not be able to bear the consequences. I hope that in the upcoming competition with other time and space, we can unite and forget past grievances. Wherever we go, the universe is governed by the laws of the forest. Upon hearing that this was an order directly from the leader, they also didn't dare to act so casually. At this moment, Reg stood up and said, although we have given them 5 years, the commander can still send people to harass them. As long as we don't acknowledge it, it should be fine, right? Moreover, with our technology, we can also block our own time energy signals. Our main goal is to seize the DNA of the warriors from that realm, especially that scion named Ye Ming. I can first deal with that Ye Ming and then quietly return. That would solve a major problem. The warriors on Acerong planet nodded in agreement upon hearing Regis' words. They thought it was indeed a good idea and did not violate the agreement. After all, respect must be shown to the king of all and the great priest from that realm. The Acerong officer and Micah Kapura exchanged glances and smiled. They indeed thought Reg had a point. The biological cyborg tapped the table, contemplating the feasibility of such a method. He had indeed promised not to set foot in that area within 5 years, but as long as the dispatched individuals did not acknowledge it, it should be fine, right? Moreover, given their technological level, the biological cyborg pondered the pros and cons, nodding and saying, Reg, you are indeed correct. This is a good approach. It can also indirectly weaken their realm's power. We'll discuss this matter later. Let's first determine the participants for the competition 5 years from now. After all, the initiative is in our hands, and we are not in a hurry. A total of 25 candidates. Naturally, these 25 will be ranked among the top warriors of Acerong planet. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in the biological cyborg's eyes, and all the warriors' data appeared in his mind. Add me to the list as well. I haven't fought in a long time, and it's necessary to stretch my muscles and bones. The Acerong officer standing nearby said lightly. The warriors seated below were quite shocked. They knew that this officer hadn't fought in a long time, with his last engagement being over a decade ago. They only knew that this officer had once fought against the king of all's guards and had not fallen behind. Micah Kapura beside him also said, I can enhance the strength of your competing warriors. I can share some of my power of time and divine power, as well as some dark power with you. When the time comes, your power will increase significantly and your chances of victory will be much greater. However, I will not participate in such a competition of time and space because I have no interest. The others nodded upon hearing this. After all, it was only natural that this ruler of the demon realm would not participate in the battle. Their relationship with Acerong planet was merely one of cooperation, not subordination. The biological cyborg nodded and said, from the data I obtained from the database, I will now announce the names of the 25 warriors. If anyone is dissatisfied or wishes to participate, they can challenge one of the listed participants, and if victorious, they may join the competition. Vegito, Reg, Broly Super 4-Star Dragon, and Super 1-Star Dragon, Majin Bu, Nazca, Grippy Black, Yukong, Demagra Mechanical AI, Zegu Lei by Puting Show, Lu Mu Heelan Zay, Didal Kashaw, Karafirawa, Kira Kamba Buster, Scott Gallen, Acerong Officer Zero, and me. The warriors whose names were not mentioned shook their heads. They knew they were indeed lacking compared to these warriors. Some weren't even on the same level. The biological cyborg looked on with satisfaction at this scene, nodding and saying, since there are no objections, the participants for the competition in 5 years will be these 25. I hope that in these 5 years you all train diligently and do not slack off preparing for victory 5 years from now. This is also the path to the prosperity of Acerong planet. The warriors nodded in response. After all, respect must be given to the commander. Now let's return to the previous topic. We definitely can't let that time and space cultivate so easily over these 5 years. Who should we send to harass them? Even killing them is an option. At this moment, Reg and Jaiko volunteered and stood up saying, I am willing to go. I am also willing to go. The Scion warriors saw their swift actions and thought better of it. After all, they were particularly interested in that time and space. At this moment, Jaiko said, I have to meet those two fathers in that time and space. If there's a chance to send them on their way, wouldn't that be great? Reg harshly stated, I have no interest in my pathetic brother. However, I am particularly interested in that Scion named Ye Ming. Once I crush his bones, I will become stronger. Ha! The warriors looked at these two crazed individuals wanting to distance themselves from them. They hadn't even gone yet, and here they were fantasizing about how to torment their opponents. Nazca and Grippy exchanged glances. They had also wanted to go, but unfortunately they were beaten to the punch and could only wait for the next opportunity. If too many people went, it might reveal some reasons. The biological cyborg looked at the officer beside him. Seeing Acerong officer nodding, the biological cyborg said, Okay, fine, I agree to let you two go. You must be careful and cautious. If anything goes wrong, you must return immediately. I will provide you with the coordinates of that time and space, as well as some time-space transporters. Should any danger arise, you must teleport back immediately. This matter leaves no room for error. You are the participants for 5 years from now. If anything happens to you, we must find someone else, which would weaken our strength. Reg waved his hand and said, I understand. Don't worry, we are not foolish. How could we joke with our own lives? Isn't that right, Jaiko? Ha, of course, rest assured, Commander, we will be careful. Jaiko laughed heartily. The warriors understood Reg and Jaiko's character. Their words were generally just for show. Only in a real situation or under the coercion of the leader's orders would they take things seriously. Prepare yourselves. We leave in 2 months. Remember what I said, the matter 5 years from now allows for no mistakes. The biological cyborg reminded once more. All right, we understand now. We will go prepare, leaving in 2 months. Jaiko said with a charming smile. Then Jaiko and Reg left the place, and the biological cyborg wondered what he was thinking as he watched the two Scions depart. Acerong officer said, since the commander's orders have been issued, let's prepare especially those 25 candidates trained earnestly during this time. Basic information. Chinese name Black Wukong. Alias Sun Wukong Kakarot Darkman, Fake Wukong, Zamas CK. Race Scion Body of Sun Wukong, God Heart of Zamas. Former objective eliminate all gods to realize the Human Zero Plan. Character background. Black Wukong is a manifestation born from Zamas the Kaioshin of Universe 10 in another timeline, who wished to exchange bodies with the Scion Sun Wukong of the 7th universe 1 year later using the Super Dragon Balls. He is the main antagonist in the future Trunks saga, determined to eradicate all humanity for what he believes to be justice. Character image. Appearance. Having exchanged bodies with Sun Wukong, he looks exactly like Sun Wukong, but internally he is Zamas. However, while exterminating humanity, he encountered fierce resistance from the main characters, ultimately attracting the attention of the Omni King. At a critical moment, the Acerons saved Black Wukong and completely altered his mindset, making him a member of the Aceron Corps. Character abilities. Strength. Positioning. In the past, Black Wukong was extremely powerful, capable of defeating the Super Scion Blue form of Sun Wukong. Currently, his strength can reach the Super Scion Pink God form. Although his overall power is inferior to that of Jaco Broly and Reg, his potential is unquestionable, making him a formidable antagonist. Items and props. He possesses a time ring that can break through time rifts and traverse different timelines. Basic information. Chinese name Ace. Gender male. Identity background. Ace is the son of Frisia, also belonging to the Frost Demon race. He inherits Frisia's powerful bloodline and has gained even greater potential due to being frozen for 70 years. Character abilities. Frozen and awakened. Ace was frozen shortly after his birth, enduring a freezing period of 70 years. According to the characteristics of the Frost Demon race, the longer the freezing time, the stronger the awakening power. As a result, Ace has achieved combat power comparable to, or even surpassing the Super Blue level. Transformation ability. As a member of the Frost Demon race, Ace possesses transformation abilities. After transformation, his power becomes even more terrifying, showcasing astonishing combat strength. Combat performance. In New Dragon Ball AF, Ace demonstrated formidable fighting prowess. He was able to suppress the Super Saiyan 4 level Vegeta and dominated the battles against Super Saiyan 4 Vegeta and Super Saiyan 4 Sun Wukong. Ultimately, he was defeated by the enraged Sun Wukong, who transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Character experience. Frozen and awakened A's was frozen shortly after birth until he awakened 70 years later. After awakening, he significantly increased in strength and began searching for powerful opponents. Arrival on Earth upon learning that his father's murderer son Wukong was on Earth, A's resolutely headed there and engaged in fierce battles with the Z Warriors. Battles with the Z Warriors. A's fought multiple battles against the Z Warriors on Earth, including confrontations with Vegeta and Son Wukong. He displayed powerful fighting strength and transformation abilities, posing a significant threat to the Z Warriors. Final defeat under the full power attack of the enraged Son Wukong in Super Saiyan 5. A's was ultimately defeated. This battle showcased A's formidable strength while highlighting Son Wukong's astonishing combat power in his enraged state. However, all their battle data was transmitted to the Acerons and sent to the command center. They believed that although A's was Frisia's son, he was still a promising talent and ultimately transformed A's into an artificial being to serve Aceron. Under the top-notch technological transformation of Aceron, the overall strength of Aceron was comprehensively enhanced, making his power only slightly weaker than Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta. Chinese name Helens. Position Lieutenant of Aceron. Responsibilities: lead new soldiers into other timelines for training, and he is also an instructor for the new Aceron recruits executing missions in various timelines. Character traits: since the death of his son, he has become taciturn, his methods increasingly ruthless, and he never shows mercy towards enemies. Character experience: since his son's death, he has remained at the rank of lieutenant, having not been promoted, otherwise he would have been a general. He is not particularly eager for power, instead constantly enhancing his own strength to find his son's killer, but so far he has not succeeded. In the past, he battled and defeated Future Trunks in other timelines. Current strength: capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 5th stage and merging with God form. However, his genes have also been enhanced by Aceron technology, and his potential far exceeds that of ordinary Saiyans. His overall strength is unknown, but is at least the strongest under the commander. Undoubtedly possesses the strength of a general level in Aceron. Name Nasuka. Gender male normally. Race Scion. Affiliated force villainous force. Identity background. Nasuka is typically depicted as a powerful Saiyan warrior in Dragon Ball AF New Era. Ability setting. Transformation ability: as a Saiyan, Nasuka has transformation abilities such as Super Saiyan forms. However, this was in the past. He was found by the Acerons and conquered by the Scions on Aceron, brought to Aceron for training, and the Acerons instilled in him the concept of evil, leading him to completely remain on Aceron. Combat power: currently capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 5th stage, with immense potential, able to continuously enhance his strength during battles, with power comparable to Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta. Character experience. In the original story, he was defeated by Son Wukong, and his comrade Greppi was also defeated by Son Wukong and Vegeta's joint effort, while another comrade unfortunately died from severe injuries during the battle. However, they initially were merely a villainous force, and they would have joined forces with Son Wukong later. Unfortunately, Nasuka and his group were surrounded by Acerons and had no time to seek help from Son Wukong. As a result, they were beaten into unconsciousness and taken back to Aceron, where their memories were altered. The Acerons instilled in them the concept that the inhabitants of this timeline wanted to kill them, and as a result, Nasuka and his group would certainly not sit idly by. Ultimately, with the help of Aceron, their strength rapidly increased, and they personally killed Son Wukong and his group, destroying this timeline. In the fan work, Dragon Ball AF New Era, also known as Dragon Ball AF or Dragon Ball New AF, Greppi is a relatively unique character with specific settings and plot variances across different fan works. However, based on existing information and common practices in fan works, I can attempt to summarize some basic features and possible character experiences of Greppi in Dragon Ball AF New Era. Basic information. Name: Greppi. Gender usually male, but specifics may vary across fan works. Race: Scion or related races such as half Scion. Affiliated force: initially may belong to a villainous force, but may undergo a change throughout the story. Ability setting. Transformation ability: as a Scion or related race, Greppi likely possesses transformation abilities capable of transforming into more powerful forms such as Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, etc. However, after being summoned by Aceron, his power gradually becomes increasingly powerful, comparable to Nasuka. Special skills: in addition to basic combat techniques, Greppi may also master some special skills or techniques possibly based on classic moves from the Dragon Ball series, adapted or innovated. Character experience. His experiences are similar to those of Nasuka, both being defeated by Son Wukong, and then discovered by the Acerons, beaten up, and taken to Aceron for memory alteration, ultimately joining the Aceron army, leading to the destruction of their timeline. In the Dragon Ball series, especially Super Dragon Ball Heroes, and its related works. The character Gyuribi, also known as Demon Gyuribi, possesses notable features and a complex background. Here is a detailed summary of his personal information. Basic information. Chinese name Gyuribi. Gender male. Race demon. Faction demon of the dark demon realm. Character image. Gyuribi is a tall and robust male demon with light pink skin and blue lips. He wears a white robe and a black cloak, a design that highlights his demonic identity and formidable aura. Ability setting. Gyuribi is one of the strongest demons in the dark demon realm, possessing powerful thunder black magic abilities. In battle, he demonstrates exceptional strength and tactical wisdom, capable of handling various complex combat situations. Ultimately, with the assistance of the dark demon realm king Mechikabura, he comprehended the thunder law. Currently, the dark demon realm and Acheron are in a cooperative relationship, so he is set to represent in battle. Character experience. 75 million years ago, Gyuribi was a magical tutor in the heavenly realm who betrayed the heavenly realm alongside Demigra and Putine, aligning with the dark demon realm king Mechikabura, and was granted the power of a demon. Later, he was defeated and sealed by the Kaioshin of time Kranoa. However, after being discovered by the Acerons traversing time and space, his seal was broken, and he subsequently reached an agreement with the dark demon realm king Mechikabura. Character relationships. Demigra, once a comrade and colleague of Gyuribi, they betrayed the heavenly realm together, aligning with the dark demon realm. Putine, also a former comrade of Gyuribi, the three of them betrayed the heavenly realm together. Dark demon realm king Mechikabura, the leader whom Gyuribi is loyal to, who granted him the power of a demon. Kaioshin of time Kranoa, one of Gyuribi's enemies who once defeated and sealed him. Name Puting. Alias demon god Puting Putin. Gender female. Race demon god. Faction dark demon realm in alliance with Acelon planet. Character appearance. Puting has distinct features. She has light blue skin and light green hair, wearing a yellow and white outfit. After becoming a demon god, her appearance changed, with markings appearing beneath her eyes, and her clothing transformed into a black dress with a yellow cape. In her second demon god form, Puting gains red and gold thigh pads, while her black dress covers her cleavage. The long skirt becomes a wrapped waistcloth, beneath which she wears tight black shorts and high-heeled boots that reach halfway up her thighs. Markings resembling flames appear around her eyes, and her hairstyle features long wavy ponytails with long bangs on her forehead. Background. Puting is one of the most powerful magic masters of the dark demon realm, having been a member of the demon god Demigula's army before pledging allegiance to the demon king Mechikabura. 75 million years ago, Puting was a magic master in the heavenly realm who, along with two other heavenly magic masters, Demigula and Gyulabi, betrayed the heavenly realm and allied with the dark demon king Mechikabura, gaining the powers of a demon god. She was later defeated by the time king Kuranoa and sealed within a time-space rift. Eventually, she was rescued by the Acelon people and reached an agreement with the dark demon king Mechikabura. Ability overview. As a magic master of the dark demon realm, Puting possesses powerful magical abilities, particularly excelling in ice magic. In the game, she can use ice magic to trap enemies, creating opportunities for her teammates to attack. Additionally, she possesses powers at the demon god level, capable of engaging in fierce battles with other powerful demon gods and warriors. Later, with the help of Acelon, her strength rapidly increased, and she mastered the laws of ice. Her genes were upgraded by Acelon's technology, making her command over the laws and demon god powers even more formidable. Overall strength possesses power comparable to Super 4 Red God Vegeta and wields the laws of ice. Character relations. Sarusa, Puting's subordinate or companion, the two often act together and have fought side by side multiple times. Demigula. Puting was once a member of Demigula's army, and there was a cooperative relationship between them. Mechikabura, the king of the dark demon realm to whom Puting is loyal, who granted her the power of a demon god. Name Zyulium. Alias demon god Zyulium. Gender male. Race demon god. Faction dark demon realm in alliance with Acelon planet, representing in battle. Character appearance. Zyulium has a distinct demonic style. He possesses light purple skin, red eyes, and yellow sclera. His silver hair is covered by a brown headband with only a strand of bangs protruding outward. He wears a black vest cloak with yellow spikes, black pants and boots, and a brown belt. He also wears a golden bracelet with red beads and wields a black scythe as his weapon. Background. Zyulium is one of the strongest demon gods of the dark demon realm, governing death as the demon god of death, and is also the leader of the Death Legion. He is a subordinate of the demon king Mechikabura and plays an important antagonist role in the story of Super Dragon Ball Heroes. Character abilities. As a demon god, Zyulium possesses immense strength and skills. He excels in combat with a scythe and may also wield other dark magic or special abilities, mastering the laws of sin. Character history. In the storyline of Super Dragon Ball heroes, Zayulium engages in fierce battles against other demon gods and warriors. In his encounters with powerful foes like Zeno, Goku, Zeno, Vegeta, and demon god Shamel, while the outcomes often resulted in no conclusive victory or brief skirmishes, Zayulium's strength and threat level cannot be underestimated. Subsequently, the Dark Demon King Mechikapura reached an agreement with Asalon, and with the assistance of the Asalon people, Zayulium's strength grew increasingly formidable, making his overall power comparable to Puting. Character relations. Mechikapura, Zayulium's object of loyalty, the king of the Dark Demon Realm. Character Kashao. Faction lieutenant of the Asalon planet Psyots. Character background: once engaged in battle with Son Gohan in their respective time and thoroughly defeated him. In their timeline, Goku and Vegeta are exceptionally powerful, and even the later Son Gohan is also a formidable presence. The Asalon army nearly faced defeat, but ultimately an unknown powerful figure descended to assist the Asalon army, leading to the complete destruction of Goku and his allies and the occupation of that timeline. Overall, this timeline belongs to Asalon as there are no longer any resistors. Subsequently, he continuously waged war across alternate timelines and conquered several non-divine realms, having once fought with Reg where neither party gained an advantage, resulting in a catastrophic clash. In the end, Reg was captured by the Scions of Asalon, who continued to train diligently. Overall combat power reached the 5th stage of Super Saiyan, and energy level reached the 6th stage. Possessing a divine form and capable of merging with his own bloodline ascension form, wields the laws of thunder. Character Biotransformer. Faction belonging to Asalon planet. Abilities: possesses the ability to traverse time and space with an advanced brain and methods to extract DNA and resurrect the deceased. Character background: when he first encountered Goku and Vegeta, he initially thought that even their Super Saiyan 5th stage would not harm him. However, after they fused into Super Vegito, he was thoroughly defeated. He escaped danger using a time-space teleportation device. However, the Biotransformer ultimately returned to Asalon to undergo a complete overhaul and upgrade of all components, as well as to enhance his capabilities with new technologies. Despite the ultimate strength of Goku and his allies, they could not evade their demise. Under the power of the great being from Asalon, all resistance proved futile. Overall strength has been mentioned previously. The power of the laws remains unknown. Name: Asalon Commander Zero. Faction leader of the Asalon planet army, excluding the chief. Experience: unknown, only known to be the first to follow the Asalon chief. Character strength: only known to have fought against a guard of the Omni King 12 years ago without falling behind. Current strength is unknown, but the Asalon commander is also a dedicated practitioner as he understands that strength is of utmost importance. Masters multiple laws. Other participating commanders of the Asalon army include Didar, lieutenant capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 5th stage and possessing a divine fusion form. Califlaw, major with overall strength reaching that of Super 4 Red God. Campbell, lieutenant, can transform into an evil Super Saiyan 5th stage and tends to lose control during battle. Kira, lieutenant capable of transforming into a perfect Super 5 Blue God form, with energy level reaching the 6th level. Buster, major, can transform into Super Saiyan 5th stage and has an energy level reaching the 6th level. They are all warriors who possess the laws. Scott and Galen are biological brothers, both very young and the strongest talents of Asalon planet. Currently, one is 23 years old and the other is 22, both having achieved the Blue God form of Super Saiyan 5th stage. This is also attributed to the gene-enhancing agents provided by Asalon technology and their personal efforts. This describes their current strength. They will continuously enhance their power through training, and their realm will surely change. 2 months swiftly passed, and before Sun Wukong and the others entered their seclusion, Ye Ming taught them the transformation methods for the 4th and 5th stages of Super Saiyan. However, Ye Ming simplified the transformation methods for them, fearing that Wukong and the others might lack the necessary foundation. Whether they could succeed depended on their own abilities. When Son Gohan saw the impending crisis, he deeply regretted that his strength was still insufficient, even though he had reached the deep blue 3rd form. Ye Ming told him that he would not comprehend the free and unfettered extreme art anytime soon, so it would be best to start with the 4th stage of Super Saiyan. Broly and Frieza were also training in the depths of the destruction space, personally guided by Whis, and with the acceleration of time, Frieza's strength was rapidly increasing. During these 2 months, Frieza's strength had already reached the black gold form, and after completing this transformation, he eagerly engaged in friendly exchanges with Son Wukong and Vegeta. However, Frieza had only perfected the black gold form, while Son Wukong and Vegeta had already transformed into the perfect Super Saiyan 4th stage and merged it with their god forms. Nonetheless, it cannot be denied that Frieza is truly a genius in cultivation despite Son Wukong, using the initial form of the free and unfettered extreme art combined with the fourth stage of Super Saiyan and the deep blue form Frieza still held the upper hand. Vegeta and Son Wukong were also astonished by Frieza's progress. Their own strength took a long time to achieve, while Frieza, under the influence of accelerated time, reached such a level in such a short time. Frieza was quite satisfied with his progress, yet he restrained the hatred within him, for he still vividly remembered Ye Ming's words. With his current strength, he could manage one of either Son Wukong or Vegeta, but if they teamed up, he would struggle. Moreover, that freak Ye Ming actually believed Frieza's strength was strong enough, wanting to personally test it, resulting in Frieza getting a thorough beating. Frieza immersed himself back into the training space, working diligently on his cultivation. During these 2 months of intensive training, everyone made significant progress. Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Vegeta mastered the full power of the fourth stage of Super Saiyan. Super Android 17 was also training in the destruction space, as he needed to protect the safety of this universe. During this time, Super Android 17's strength had also significantly improved within the destruction space. He had already become fully acquainted with his powers and abilities. Broly was also well-versed in his strength, controlling his emotions, and his latent potential was further unleashed by Whis. Ye Ming was aware of Broly's potential and taught him the perfect Super Saiyan 4th stage. Currently, Broly was still in deep meditation in the depths of the destruction space. Beerus had also sparred with Ye Ming, expressing amazement at Beerus' rapid improvement. Without using the perfect Super Saiyan 5th stage, he found himself slightly on the back foot, utilizing the free and unfettered extreme art and 40 times Kaioken without the use of rules. When Ye Ming brought out the Super Saiyan 5th stage, Beerus conceded defeat. During this time, Ye Ming continuously contemplated the power of the laws and enhanced his own physical strength and fundamental combat capabilities. He comprehended the true meaning of destruction and reached the level of self-extreme intent. Another matter was that the destruction space could connect with the destruction spaces of other universes, but this required authorization from the gods of destruction of those universes, as AF Son Wukong from the 6th universe had come looking for Ye Ming and the others. AF Son Wukong had also shown remarkable improvement, due under the guidance of Bardos. He mastered the initial form of the free and unfettered extreme art and made significant progress in the laws of the void. Ye Ming and AF Son Wukong often exchanged cultivation experiences, with Ye Ming informing him that after the 5th stage of Super Saiyan, there is also the 6th stage. However, this requires that your own foundation must be sufficient before you can transform into the 6th stage of Super Saiyan. Even if you can transform into the 6th stage now, its power is not something you can master perfectly. However, Ye Ming received a system prompt indicating that his foundational strength was approaching that level, and he would soon be able to attempt transforming into the 6th stage of Super Saiyan. The system had already informed Ye Ming in advance of the method to achieve the perfect Super Saiyan 6th stage. Ye Ming did not hold back, and also shared this transformation method with AF Son Wukong. After hearing it, AF Son Wukong expressed great gratitude, but Ye Ming knew that besides him, only AF Son Wukong had the foundation to make that transformation. Ye Ming was uncertain how strong he would be if he went all out, but he knew that soon someone would come knocking. The system also gave him a warning prompt stating that 2 unexpected guests would arrive in this space-time 2 months later. Ye Ming also informed Son Wukong and Vegeta about this in advance, and went to the depths of the destruction space to tell Broly and Frieza about it. At this moment, Frieza confidently declared it is time for this great king to make his return to the universe. Ye Ming doused him with cold water, saying, "I hope you won't get beat up too badly later, Frieza. Although you have reached the black gold form, I feel it is still far from enough." Frieza frowned upon hearing this, but he also felt that Ye Ming was right. He had a clear understanding of his current strength. After all, Son Wukong and Vegeta would not be stagnant. Ye Ming informed him that he would be participating in this battle. 2 months swiftly passed, and the crisis was approaching. Ye Ming also made some preparations, asking the Kai King to craft more Kai King earrings, which Whis enhanced with angelic power. The time for merging the earrings increased significantly, and the strength of the merged warriors was also greatly enhanced. At this moment, Ye Ming held 3 pairs of earrings. Ye Ming gave a pair to Vegeta and Son Goku. Earlier, he had also informed AF Son Goku about the potential external invasion 2 months prior, and he was more than willing to help. However, out of caution, Ye Ming also gave an earring to AF Son Goku, who understood that Ye Ming was being prudent, deciding to merge with him in case of an emergency. Ye Ming gave the last pair of earrings to Gohan and Broly. Both Broly and Son Gohan had no objections, as they had interacted several times and were friends. Super 17, being a merged warrior, was not needed, and no one wanted to merge with Frieza. The reasons for that will not be discussed here, but Frieza wore a disdainful expression, having heard about the merging technique from Whis. Soon the Grand Minister transmitted a message to Weiss. Two unidentified flying objects are approaching our universe through the time-space wormhole. Please be prepared. Ye Ming and the others nodded, having made sufficient preparations. As they traversed the time-space wormhole, Zeno remarked casually, according to the electronic information we have, the Vegeta from that universe has not yet reached Super Saiyan level 5. They likely have a high probability of being careless in their transformations. However, there are two Son Gokus in that time-space. The other Son Goku has already reached Super Saiyan level 5 and mastered the God transformation. I wonder how long he can hold out against me. Haha, my dear father. Reg laughed arrogantly after taking a sip of red wine, saying, I thought my foolish brother would surprise me, but even though I don't exist in that time-space, giving him a little surprise is still possible. Haha, we are well prepared, aren't we? We have also gathered general information about the warriors from that universe. Although I cannot ensure the accuracy of this information, we can at least be certain that the angels won't intervene. We must ensure a swift resolution, as unexpected events may occur. We brought a time-space transporter, and if danger arises, we can be teleported away. Zeno smiled faintly at Reg's words, saying, I hope that one called Ye Ming won't disappoint me and my father. They received a prompt from the spaceship that they were about to cross the boundary of that time-space. At that moment, they dared not be careless, standing up to gaze at the time-space barrier before them. If any unexpected events occurred, they would immediately abandon the ship. However, everything seemed to be going smoothly, and they appeared to be overly concerned. Although they knew that their arrival had surely attracted the attention of powerful deities, especially that one called the Grand Minister. However, since they were unharmed, it seemed that the angels indeed could not intervene. Reg and Zeno exchanged knowing smiles, aware that the plan was about to commence, targeting the 7th universe. The warriors of the 7th universe were already on high alert. To prevent the incoming invaders from acting rashly, Weiss had completely concealed Earth and blocked its coordinates. The warriors gathered at this moment included Ye Ming, AF Son Goku, Son Goku Vegeta, Broly, Frieza, Super 17, Son Gohan Beerus, and Weiss. Ye Ming closed his eyes tightly, seemingly sensing something before suddenly opening them and declaring they are coming. The figures of two formidable warriors appeared above the God of Destruction's realm. Ye Ming and the others then flashed into view before Zeno and Reg standing off against them. Beerus remarked indifferently, Who are you? What do you intend to do in my universe? Zeno replied coolly, You are called Beerus, aren't you? The God of Destruction of the 7th universe. I have fought against other gods of destruction before, but they were all rather weak. I wonder how strong you are. Reg laughed, saying, Haha, why waste words with them? Let's just take them out quickly. Ye Ming recognized who the two before them were, as anyone familiar with fan-made animations would know. He secretly transmitted these two are Zeno and Reg. Zeno, how shall I put it? He is the product of Son Goku and the West Kai, but ultimately, he is not Son Goku's biological son. This comes from another time-space, and Zeno is ruthless and extremely violent. The other is named Reg. He is Vegeta's older brother and exists in another time-space. Don't be too surprised by what I say, just understand that his nature is also very brutal. Their personalities have long been twisted by the people of Asalon, so there is no need to hold back. Just destroy them thoroughly. Everyone glanced at Ye Ming and nodded. Upon hearing Ye Ming's words, Son Goku and Vegeta were quite surprised, but this was not the time for astonishment. Beerus understood that these two intruders would not back down easily, and it seemed that he had to take action. Ye Ming coolly addressed Zeno, and Reg, what are you waiting for? Do you need an invitation? Reg replied fiercely, You're getting a bit too presumptuous. Watch as I crush your bones and torment you thoroughly, haha. He'll show you the gap in our strengths. As he spoke, Reg suddenly erupted with fury, causing the 7th universe to tremble under this terrifying pressure, which gradually spread beyond the universe. Other universes also felt this dreadful fluctuation, prompting the gods of destruction to have the angels pick up their staffs to investigate. They understood that the 7th universe was being invaded by two powerful intruders from another time-space. However, the Grand Minister advised them not to act rashly. They had to prepare personally in case other invaders came to invade their own universe, which would be disastrous. After a tremor in the cosmos, Reg completed his transformation into Super Saiyan level 5 God form. His hair and body fur, the hair, may grow longer, cascading over his shoulders and covering his front, potentially turning silver or other bright colors like gold. Simultaneously, silver fur may cover his body, adding a mysterious and powerful aura. His irises might be red or yellow, possibly accompanied by purple eye sockets, showcasing a strong fighting spirit and energy. Seeing Reg's transformation, they understood that this was the Super Saiyan level 5 transformation from their time-space, and they could also sense the power of the gods. AF Son Goku's expression grew serious. This power was incredibly strong, and it was continuously increasing over time. Son Goku and Broly were also on high alert. Frieza from a distance sensed the strength emanating from this monkey and wondered how it could be so powerful. He began to have second thoughts. Ye Ming thought that Reg's strength was still within a controllable range, but he was also shocked Reg's current power was even stronger than in the anime, with combat capabilities far beyond before. He speculated that this might be due to upgrades from Ascalon's genetic techniques and various battles. At this moment Reg arrogantly declared, "Who will step up first? Although there are only two of us, it should be enough to deal with you." A shocking golden-purple lightning spread around Reg, surprising Beerus and the others who did not expect him to have mastered the Thunder Law. Just as Son Goku was about to step forward, Beerus blocked him with his hand, calmly stating, "This universe is under my management, so I should resolve this." Son Goku nodded, stepping back a couple of paces. Beerus approached Reg, standing several meters away, smiling faintly, as he said, "I am Beerus, the God of Destruction of the 7th universe. Given your invasion of our universe, I can only make you disappear." "Ha ha ha, what a God of Destruction. I've encountered that before. Come on with such bold words, don't disappoint me when we fight." Reg laughed heartily. Beerus grinned fiercely, and purple energy suddenly surged, emanating a strong destructive aura that shook the 7th universe. Ye Ming was also astonished. Beerus had been holding back during their previous spar. Reg smiled lightly and said, "Oh, not bad." He then charged towards Beerus, and the battle commenced. Note: Reg has undergone genetic modification and upgrades from Ascalon Star, making his strength and potential unparalleled over the past decade. He has fought in various time spaces, and his combat experience and ferocity are well known. He has previously battled other gods of destruction from different time spaces, defeating them all. However, our Lord Beerus has also been diligently training since his encounter with Ye Ming, and his current strength remains an unknown factor. During their previous spar, Beerus did not use his full power. Ye Ming felt that perhaps he was underestimating the two newcomers. Although Vegito and Lei Gu were both incredibly powerful, it was evident that if they were to discuss strength, they still held the advantage. At that moment, Beerus said to them, "Leave this guy to me, you all quickly take care of that one." Ye Ming nodded at Beerus, fully trusting his strength, believing that Beerus the crafty one still had some tricks up his sleeve. Vegito arrogantly looked at Ye Ming and the others, saying, "Who among you will come first?" Vegito twisted his neck and moved his limbs, emanating a powerful aura that was even stronger than Lei Guess. Son Wukong and Broly also gazed seriously at Vegito, feeling that this person was indeed formidable. Though Son Wukong came from the Dragon Ball AF world, he had never seen Vegito nor heard of him having a son with anyone. Given Vegito's overwhelming strength, it seemed that only Ye Ming could compete with him. Son Wukong, despite his power, was still a step behind Ye Ming. Ye Ming calmly said to Vegito, "Who will come first?" "Haha, who wants to play unknown with you?" "Well, I'll attack at once, so what can you do? Daring to underestimate us, let's see if we can't take you down." Suddenly Vegito roared, his black and purple aura erupting everywhere. His gaze grew increasingly fierce, his body covered in silver fur, his eyes turning red, and his hair lengthening to his neck. At this moment, Vegito summoned all his strength. His power was on the rise, and a divine force burst forth from his body. His hair gradually turned blue-purple. With a slight flick of his hand, he obliterated nearby planets. Seeing this, Whis quickly raised his staff, transforming the area around the God of Destruction into a battlefield, setting up a strong barrier. However, how long this barrier would hold was uncertain. Suddenly, Vegito and Ye Ming sensed a terrifying explosion from afar spreading outwards. They knew that Beerus and Lei Gu were getting serious. This aura also caused Frieza and Gohan to break into a cold sweat. Except for Ye Ming, the level of this battle clearly surpassed theirs. They also realized that their training was still far from sufficient. Ye Ming smiled slightly, saying, "Then Vegito, pay the price for your arrogance." As he spoke, Gohan let out a roar, transforming into his Super Saiyan 4 deep blue threefold form. Vegeta also unleashed his Super Saiyan 4 Ultra Instinct form. Son Wukong transformed directly into his Super Saiyan 4 Ultra Instinct blue form. Broly transformed into a legendary Super Saiyan 4. Super 17 powered up, bracing for battle. Vegito looked at the group before him, smiling slightly. He hadn't expected their strength to be quite decent, but merely decent. His main targets remained Ye Ming and the other Son Wukong from a different timeline. He licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile, saying, "Looks like I have to crush your bones for you to realize the gap." Ha! Frieza didn't strike upon Ye Ming's telepathic instruction. Ye Ming told him to find a suitable moment to ambush Vegito, making it a decisive blow, or else refrain from attacking. In the next second, Gohan was the first to launch an attack. He shouted as he charged at Vegito, teleporting next to him and throwing a punch, but Vegito easily dodged. Vegito calmly said, "Your speed is still too slow, Gohan." Suddenly, Vegito vanished from his spot, appearing behind Gohan in an instant, delivering a powerful punch that sent Gohan flying, feeling such heavy force, he coughed up blood. However, Gohan gritted his teeth and grabbed Jaiko's arm. At that moment, Broly charged in, fiercely grabbing Jaiko. Jaiko glanced at Broly with a charming gaze and said, "Seems like Broly from this universe is quite impressive. But he still paled in comparison to Broly from our universe." As Jaiko finished speaking, the energy attacks gathered by Son Wukong and Vegeta had already reached him. Suddenly, Broly sidestepped, and Jaiko looked at the attack in surprise as it struck him directly. Super 17 used a barrier to shield his comrades, preventing them from being impacted by the explosion. It was a perfect tactic. However, they could not escape the law of having no injuries from smoke. Gohan and the others widened their eyes, staring at the unharmed Jaiko. Jaiko looked at them with a disdainful gaze, saying, "Don't tell me this is all you have. The reason I didn't eliminate you immediately is that I wanted to see how far you could go. But so far it has been quite disappointing. Now the game should come to an end." Jaiko spread his arms wide, a terrifying black aura erupting from him. Indeed, this was the law of death, his power gradually rising to a certain height, and the black-purple energy sphere above his head was expanding. Son Wukong and the others watched the energy sphere continuously swell, feeling anxious. They sensed the deathly aura within it washing over them, while surrounding planets were reduced to dust by this immense power. "Haha, welcome your death. Do I enjoy seeing you in pain and despair?" Jaiko laughed. At this moment, Son Wukong could no longer stay idle and joined the battlefield against Jaiko. Previously, Ye Ming had told him to observe, but he hadn't expected Jaiko's strength to far exceed his imagination. Ye Ming also watched the battlefield intently. After all, this fight was a test of the Z fighters' training results, yet the invaders were evidently too powerful. He was also ready to strike at any moment. Son Wukong erupted with rage, the aura of the laws shifting around him, entering Super Saiyan 5 along with the Blue God form and Ultra Instinct. However, Son Wukong did not use Ultra Instinct. His mastery of it was not perfect, just recently understood, and using it now felt somewhat redundant. Jaiko was also surprised. He hadn't expected the father from another timeline to comprehend the Void Law, evidently not having grasped it for long. Son Wukong roared, "Everyone, let's completely destroy this energy blast." After he spoke, all the Z fighters gathered their energy, and Vegeta shouted, "Destruction Ultimate Flash." Son Wukong and Son Wukong unleashed the Kamehameha wave toward the annihilating energy. Broly and Super 17 also released energy waves aimed at the gigantic destructive energy sphere. Son Wukong condensed the aura of the Void Law into the Kamehameha wave, adding destructive energy, and fiercely struck at Jaiko. Jaiko looked at this scene with a disdainful smile, increasing the output of his energy with a wave of his hand, then hurled it fiercely towards Son Wukong and the others. At this moment, Weiss was seriously observing the battlefield where everyone was fighting desperately. His brows furrowed as he witnessed the formidable strength of the alien warriors from another universe. He knew that Jaiko had not yet exerted his full strength. The warriors collided with Jaiko's energy wave, and suddenly Son Wukong and the others felt immense pressure, their energy waves trembling slightly in their hands. Vegeta gritted his teeth, setting aside the background. The Saiyan before him was stronger than he had anticipated. Frieza was hiding behind a planet, silently watching their battle. Initially, he had some compassion, but did not expect that these outsiders were also Saiyans, a group he despised. He was observing, waiting for the right moment to strike at this Jaiko. Jaiko was also surprised that their energy waves could actually hold their ground against his destructive energy blasts. However, he grinned, thinking, "Now, this is getting interesting." Son Wukong gritted his teeth and unleashed his energy, suddenly shouting 30 times Kaioken. Son Wukong also increased his energy output, the aura of the Void Laws becoming even denser. He had intended to ambush Jaiko using the Void Laws, but was discovered and neutralized by Jaiko. Vegeta's self-imposed limits had reached their peak, his divine power and Super Saiyan 4 energy at full capacity. Broly roared, his golden lightning aura gradually merging with his emerald green energy, the energy wave in his hand continuously strengthening. The warriors unleashed their full power one by one. Jaiko suddenly felt the pressure on his left hand double, hastily using his right hand to support it, but he said lightly, "Oh, it seems this is your last dance before death. However, I will respect the strength you've shown, ha ha ha." Jaiko clenched his left hand, causing his destructive energy sphere to expand tenfold, and he said with a hint of cruelty, "Your struggles are futile. It's time for destruction." Jaiko unleashed all his power, attempting to annihilate them together. Just as Jaiko's destructive energy wave gained the upper hand and surged towards Son Wukong and the others, Frieza made his move. With Jaiko occupied with blocking Son Wukong and the others' attacks, both of his hands engaged. Frieza saw it as the perfect opportunity to strike, as he was now on the same side as Ye Ming. Frieza noticed that Jaiko's focus was solely on Son Wukong and the others. In an instant, he transformed into his black-gold Frieza form and teleported behind Jaiko, who was momentarily shocked to be ambushed. Just as he was about to turn and retaliate, Son Wukong and the others took the opportunity to amplify their energy, forcing Jaiko to stabilize his energy sphere. Heaton. He shouted, "You despicable lot." Frieza gathered a massive energy sphere in his hand, throwing it at the scion before him, saying, "Haha, I apologize, but I Frieza the Great am born of treachery. Die." Ye Ming also thought that the previous moment was an excellent opportunity. If Frieza hadn't acted then after the battle concluded, he would definitely eliminate Frieza. Frieza was fiercely attacking Jaiko when he suddenly sensed someone watching him. He turned to see Ye Ming, who gave him a thumbs up. At this moment, Frieza was taken aback, feeling extremely fortunate for his earlier actions. However, he still aimed to mercilessly torment the scion before him, unleashing a violent barrage of attacks upon Jaiko. Jaiko endured the pain in his back, glaring furiously at Frieza. Frieza was startled by that terrifying gaze. Jaiko let out a loud roar, causing Son Wukong and the others' energy attacks to be sent flying thousands of meters away, all their attacks turning into dust amidst the energy explosion. At that moment, Jaiko appeared disheveled, having been severely ambushed by Frieza. He now only wanted to tear Frieza into 8 pieces. Before Frieza could regain his composure, Jaiko grabbed his neck, concentrating a powerful destructive energy sphere in his right hand. Frieza desperately tried to break free, but Jaiko's grip was too strong. Seeing the fierce and menacing Jaiko about to kill him, Frieza felt utterly hopeless. However, just as the energy sphere approached Frieza's abdomen, Jaiko's right hand was seized by Ye Ming. Frieza, witnessing this scene, felt as if he had found a savior, knowing that this pervert would not abandon him. Jaiko's cruel expression transformed into a faint smile. "Hehe, you finally decided to make your move, Ye Ming. Let me see just how much strength you really have." Ye Ming shot Frieza a glance, and Frieza immediately understood, using his power to break free from Jaiko's grasp and quickly retreat. Son Wukong and the others had just recovered from the residual wave. They knew their task was complete. Ye Ming had mentioned letting them challenge the powerful outsiders to recognize their own shortcomings. Vegeta slammed a nearby meteorite angrily, saying fiercely, "Damn, just one scion arriving has made us so helpless." Vegeta had to admit the truth, the strength of the scions from the foreign universe. After all their hard training, they never expected this outcome. Son Wukong remarked, "Jaiko's strength surpasses that of my fused form with Vegeta in that universe, Super Vegito." Everyone was stunned by Son Wukong's words, but Broly asked, "Who is Vegito?" Son Wukong explained, "It's the warrior formed by my fusion with Vegeta using the Patera earrings named Vegito." "Broly, you also have those earrings. If you get the chance, you can fuse with Gohan." Upon hearing this, Broly suddenly understood. He recognized the gap in strength, initially feeling excited after transforming into a Super Saiyan 4th stage. However, facing an enemy like Jaiko, that excitement was instantly crushed. His training was still lacking. Frieza also rushed over from afar, and Son Wukong praised him, saying, "Well done, Frieza. If it weren't for you, we would have perished just now." Vegeta snorted and remained silent, while the other warriors nodded in agreement, acknowledging Son Wukong's words. Frieza's intervention was crucial. Frieza coughed twice, saying, "Oh, Mr. Wukong, I truly appreciate your praise, but now is not the time." Then they turned their attention to the central battlefield, where Ye Ming and Jaiko were facing off, knowing that the real battle among the true experts was just beginning. At this moment, Ye Ming transmitted a message to them: "Don't just stand there, focus on Lord Beerus' battlefield. Leave Jaiko to me." The warriors nodded and immediately flew towards the battlefield of Beerus and League. At this moment, Jaiko put away his smile and looked at Ye Ming with a serious expression, saying, "Your strength is indeed impressive. I can sense the hidden power within you. However, I personally enjoy the cries of strong warriors in despair." Ye Ming replied, "You people have caused harm to our space-time since your arrival, so you must disappear now. No need to test me with useless words. Just come at me directly." At this moment, Jaiko broke into a foolish grin, saying, "It's been so many years since I've heard such arrogant words. I hope your strength matches your claims." Ye Ming calmly replied, "I don't need to ask where you're from, as I already have the answer in my heart. If you want to fulfill your mission, then speak less nonsense." Jaiko revealed a wicked smile, saying, "It's been a long time since I've been defeated. Perhaps I will feel something from you. This will make me even stronger, ha ha ha. Show me your strength, Ye Ming." Ye Ming smiled faintly at Jaiko, replying, "As you wish." Ye Ming closed his eyes, and Jaiko sensed the sacred aura surrounding him, along with a vast and pure power stemming from his Saiyan bloodline. Suddenly, a perfect Super Saiyan 5th stage formed: the Self-Extreme Intense state, the Free Extreme Intense skill form, and the Super Saiyan Deep Blue 3rd stage form appeared around Ye Ming. These four powers perfectly merged around him, and a dazzling holy light burst forth from his body. Zhiko, feeling this formidable power, quickly raised his hand to shield himself as a brilliant white light flashed. Seeing Ye Ming's sacred appearance, Zhiko burst into laughter. This was an exhilarating challenge against a strong opponent. However, it was not over yet. Ye Ming's time-space law aura twisted, startling Zhiko, who had not expected such a dense aura from Ye Ming. Behind Ye Ming, a time-space halo formed. The gods watching from in front of the staff were stunned, unable to close their mouths. Ye Ming's halo was larger and brighter than that of an angel, resembling a true deity. The high priest nodded at this scene, realizing that Ye Ming had not disappointed him. In such a short time, Ye Ming had managed to cultivate the time-space laws to such a level and condense a time-space halo, making him quite exceptional. Ye Ming's golden pupils slowly looked down at Zhiko, saying, "Today is your doomsday. Atone for the mistakes you've made." Under that gaze, Zhiko immediately felt a powerful pressure, though it was still lacking compared to their commander. But he knew how many years Ye Ming had cultivated. If he let this continue, what would happen then? Zhiko suddenly burst into laughter again, unleashing a fierce aura once more. This time he used all his strength, with the aura of the death law continuously emanating from him. His gaze gradually became fierce, his eyes turning blood red and his muscles bulging with power. Looking at the rising aura of Zhiko, Ye Ming merely smiled faintly. "This indirectly shows your weakness, Zhiko. Relying solely on the pure enhancement of your power and law cannot bridge the gap between us. You are panicking." Zhiko suddenly shouted, veins popping, as he said to Ye Ming, "Shut up. Stop talking nonsense in front of me. You haven't seen my true strength yet." Hearing Ye Ming's words, Zhiko became extremely angry, his aura gradually swelling under this emotion. At this point, his strength had reached its peak, but he was also aware of the gap between him and Ye Ming's strength. He took out a serum from the Acelon planet, which could enhance his strength several times within half an hour. However, after that his body would become extremely weak, so he had to finish the fight within that half hour. He then took a syringe and stabbed it into his neck. Ye Ming understood in his heart, this must be a technology similar to that of the Acelon people, capable of greatly enhancing Zhiko's strength. Zhiko's aura instantly soared. He unleashed terrifying power, causing the entire universe to tremble under this pressure, and the angelic barrier could no longer withstand it. Countless Black Death Law auras erupted from him, and his gaze became even more ferocious, resembling a demon from the abyss. His voice turned hoarse as he said, "Ye Ming, you will pay for your arrogance. Now my law power and physical strength have multiplied several times, haha." Ye Ming was not shaken by Zhiko's words. He had just asked the system, and it confirmed that this serum would last half an hour. After that, Zhiko would enter a state of weakness, and then he would surely lose. Zhiko's strength was much stronger than he had seen in his anime. Perhaps due to the Acelon people's genetic modification and upgrades, his potential had surpassed that of the past. But for Ye Ming, this was no big deal. Zhiko shouted, "Ye Ming, die." With that, Zhiko charged at Ye Ming at high speed. Zhiko's fists moved at incredible speed, turning countless meteors and planets to dust under this powerful attack. However, in the perfect free extreme intent form, Ye Ming easily neutralized all his attacks. Zhiko also knew that this was a skill used by angels, the free extreme intent. However, even this divine skill had its flaws. Zhiko spread his arms, and a death prison appeared above Ye Ming's head, fiercely enveloping him. At this moment, Ye Ming found himself in a dense aura of black death. Ye Ming thought, so this is Zhiko's domain. This aura of death can erode divine power and lower its own law strength. If anyone else were to enter, they would have turned to ashes long ago. Zhiko laughed, looking at Ye Ming and saying, "Ha ha ha, Ye Ming, what will you do now that you are trapped in this death prison?" Countless attacks rained down on Ye Ming's position. Zhiko twisted his hands, strengthening the solidity of the death prison. To prevent Ye Ming from escaping, Zhiko unleashed 100 of the death law. The gods outside the universe were also watching the battlefield of Ye Ming in the 7th universe, surprised that this human named Zhiko was so strong, gaining the upper hand in the battle against Ye Ming. The high priest stroked his chin, observing this scene with a slight smile. It seemed that Ye Ming wanted to see just how far Zhiko could go. After all, understanding the opponent's capabilities was very important. Zhiko continuously launched fierce attacks on the cage where Ye Ming was trapped, laughing maniacally as he said, "Ye Ming, it seems you are not as impressive as I thought. I am truly disappointed by you." After about 3 minutes, the death cage fell silent. Zhiko saw that Ye Ming was no longer inside the cage, and he immediately felt a sense of dread. Could it be that I have completely killed him? Did I overestimate him? If so, we won't be able to extract Ye Ming's DNA. However, at that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. A figure stood behind him. Ye Ming's hand was already pressed against Zhiko's waist. Before Zhiko could recover from his shock, Ye Ming threw a powerful punch. Zhiko spat out a mouthful of blood, and turned around in disbelief to look at Ye Ming before saying with difficulty, "How did you survive the death cage?" "I saw my attacks land on you," Ye Ming replied calmly. "Indeed, your cage is formidable, filled with the aura of death's laws. If it were anyone else, they would have turned to dust by now. But you possess the power of laws, and do you think I lack it? How utterly ridiculous. You are far too confident in your strength, Vegito. I told you I would teach you a lesson today." Hearing Ye Ming's words, Vegito clenched his fists, tightly glaring at Ye Ming as he said each word with malice. "Damn it, I will tear you apart." Vegito charged at Ye Ming, swiftly moving behind him and kicking out. However, Ye Ming had sensed it early and sidestepped to grab Vegito's foot, delivering a powerful punch that sent Vegito flying. Ye Ming teleported beneath Vegito, who also sensed Ye Ming's arrival. He gathered a ball of death energy in his hands and hurled it at Ye Ming with great force. Boom! Amidst the dust, they fought fiercely. Ye Ming countered each of Vegito's moves, gradually gaining the upper hand with the speed and agility granted by his Zai Ji Gong. Vegito realized that dragging this out was not a viable strategy. Unfortunately, he had previously dabbled in Zai Ji Gong. The commander of Aceron was highly skilled and had once taught him, but Vegito had always been too violent to calm his mind, so he never truly mastered it. Ye Ming noticed Vegito was deep in thought and suddenly pressed against the void. The immense force sent Vegito flying, and suddenly his figure froze in place. Ye Ming had used the laws of time and space to immobilize him, but Vegito was powerful and would soon break free. At this moment, Ye Ming gathered a Kamehameha in his hand, its energy radiating and illuminating the entire star system. He casually stated, "It's over, Vegito. Go repent in hell for all those you have cruelly harmed. You will face your retribution." Vegito, seeing the Kamehameha rushing towards him, felt a surge of urgency. As he broke free from his restraints, the Kamehameha was already right in front of him. He could only brace himself. Vegito roared, exploding with energy, his hands covered in the power of death's laws, fiercely pushing against the Kamehameha, veins popping as he exclaimed, "Do you think this weak thing can destroy me?" Humph. Vegito's eyes turned pitch black, the aura of death's laws surrounding him quickly enveloping the Kamehameha. Ye Ming noticed that Vegito's power of laws was assimilating his Kamehameha, yet he merely smiled faintly. The divine wheel of time and space behind Ye Ming began to spin. Vegito instantly felt a powerful aura of laws encircling him, and his grasp over the laws of death began to wane. Then Ye Ming conjured a phantom that appeared behind Vegito. This was a technique once used by Son Wukong. After all, the laws of the void and the laws of time and space were different paths leading to the same destination, but the laws of time and space were slightly stronger. Ye Ming's clone landed a powerful punch on Vegito from behind, knocking him into the Kamehameha. At that moment, Vegito did not notice the figure behind him because he was trapped in the encirclement of the laws of time and space. Vegito glared fiercely at Ye Ming's clone behind him. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the Kamehameha, he suddenly yelled, unleashing countless auras of death's laws that once again enveloped the entire star system. This time, Vegito was truly enraged. Ye Ming observed Vegito's explosive rage with a furrowed brow. Suddenly, Vegito disappeared from his original spot, and Ye Ming used the eye of time and space to trace Vegito's movements. When he realized Vegito was attacking from the side, he boldly moved to counterattack. However, just as their attacks were about to collide, Ye Ming suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Before his eyes, Vegito transformed into a death rope that tightly bound him. Ye Ming had already sensed that the Vegito in front of him was a decoy, but he was still a beat slow in his reaction. Boom! High above, Vegito swiftly concentrated a massive ball of annihilation energy, pressing it down hard from above Ye Ming. This annihilation energy ball was several times larger than anything Son Wukong and the others had seen before. This entire series of attacks happened in the span of 2 breaths. Vegito laughed maniacally, saying, "Ye Ming, die for me." As he spoke, Vegito once again used the death cage to wrap Ye Ming tightly. As the energy ball approached Ye Ming, Vegito shouted, "Explode." This overwhelming power obliterated an entire star system. In another star system, Beerus and Liege, who were fighting, also witnessed this ferocious attack. Beerus felt a cold sweat for Ye Ming, while Liege sneered. However, before he could finish laughing, the figures of Son Wukong and the others appeared around Liege, saying, "Lord Beerus, we are here to help you. Let's deal with him first, then we'll assist Ye Ming." Beerus shook his head, saying, "This is the battle of a god of destruction. You should not interfere, stay aside, and watch how this god destroys him." Liege scoffed disdainfully, "Purple Cat, it seems your mouth is tougher than your fists. Destroy me. I see you are just dreaming." Hearing Beerus' words, Son Wukong and the others felt helpless. They knew Beerus' temper. If they weren't careful, they might end up getting beaten up as well. They moved to a distance to observe the battle. If Beerus lost to Liege, they would have to join forces to fight back. However, Son Wufan thought Lord Beerus' strength has never truly been revealed. Ye Ming had also told him that Lord Beerus is very powerful, ranking among the top 6. On the other battlefield, Zeno used a barrier to shield himself from the explosion. Seeing Ye Ming completely vanish into the void, he couldn't help but smirk slightly. However, ghostly words echoed in Zeno's ear. "What are you laughing at? Is there something that makes you so happy?" Zeno was startled and instantly filled with rage as Ye Ming summoned lightning using the divine wheel of time and space, striking down heavily on Zeno, who screamed in agony. He dragged the wailing Zeno before him, the aura of the laws of time and space suppressing Zeno's death laws. Ye Ming said calmly, "Wasn't it quite enjoyable just now? Now isn't it my turn?" Zeno was repeatedly blasted away by Ye Ming, and then pulled back, blasted away again, and pulled back. After several hundred exchanges, Zeno was already in a disheveled state, spitting blood with his arms and legs showing signs of bleeding. The gods from other universes watched this scene and realized that Ye Ming was merely probing Zeno's limits, or perhaps just toying with him. Jiren from Universe 11, with his arms crossed, watched the battle projected by the angel Margarita with a furrowed brow. Ye Ming's power had far exceeded his expectations. That person named Zeno would indeed find it very difficult to battle against him. Zeno's laws of death posed a significant challenge for him. Although he also grasped the power of laws with the aid of an angel, he had not reached that level yet. Ye Ming looked at Zeno's miserable state and said indifferently, "So what now? Do you want to continue dancing for me, Zeno?" Hearing Ye Ming's provocative words, Zeno glared at him with one eye and said fiercely, "One day, I will take this place back from you, Ye Ming. Just wait." Ye Ming scoffed and whispered into Zeno's ear, "Are you sure there will be a day for you to take revenge on me? Zeno, I don't think you can walk out of this time and space alive." In the distance, Rege, who was fighting against Beerus, saw that Zeno had already been defeated by Ye Ming, and he was shocked at how quickly Zeno had fallen. He felt anxious knowing that Zeno's strength was greater than his own. Rege initially wanted to break away from his fight with Beerus to assist Zeno, but just as he was about to act, Beerus appeared before him, blocking his path to Ye Ming's battlefield. Beerus said lightly, "Oh, you want to run to support your teammate? It's a pity that you can't do that in front of me. You'll have to obediently fight me here." Rege clenched his fists and said, "I was just going to play with you a bit, but since you want to seek death so badly, I will fulfill you, God of Destruction of the 7th universe." Rege suddenly became enraged, the laws of thunder surging. Lightning-like patterns appeared on his arms, his aura expanding, muscles bulging, and his eyes turning blood red like Zeno's earlier. Beerus looked gravely at Rege, who was steadily increasing his aura. He knew that Rege was about to unleash his full power. He had to prepare himself. Beerus spread his hands above his head, gathering a massive destruction sphere, and hurled it fiercely at Rege. The God of Destruction inherently embodies the laws of annihilation, especially someone like Beerus, an experienced God of Destruction. Seeing the destruction sphere approaching him, Rege quickly reacted, channeling energy through his hands to unleash a powerful energy shockwave. This energy wave was filled with the power of the laws of thunder. Rege's eyes flashed with a red light, his power instantly strengthened. The shockwave surged towards Beerus, who narrowed his eyes slightly as the purple energy of the God of Destruction began to churn and cover the battlefield. With a roar, Beerus forcefully pushed against the destruction sphere, increasing his energy output, causing the sphere to multiply in power. Rege's thunderous energy wave was gradually being consumed, and he did not expect the God of Destruction before him to be far stronger than any he had faced before. Beerus' law of destruction had reached an exceptionally high level, and he was actually at a disadvantage. Rege thought of Zeno, who had already been defeated in the battle, and realized that Ye Ming's strength was even greater than he had imagined. This operation was a failure due to their negligence. However, given Rege and Zeno's personalities, it was absolutely impossible to make them retreat. Rege watched as the destruction sphere gradually approached him, his thunderous aura swelling once more, the Super Saiyan 5th stage transformation reaching its peak. Beerus did not expect Rege to conceal such power. With a flash of purple light in his eyes, Beerus was determined to keep Rege here at all costs. At this moment, the energy wave in the destruction sphere had reached a stalemate. Neither could prevail. Rege had to respond. He pulled out a vial of serum with his left hand, identical to the one Zeno had during his battle with Ye Ming. This serum could enhance his power several times over. When the syringe pierced Rege's body, his strength instantly multiplied, providing an all-around boost. The aura of the laws surrounding him intensified, and his energy became more violent. Rege let out a roar, "Die, God of Destruction!" Beerus was momentarily shocked, not expecting Rege to unleash such powerful strength instantly, but there was no time for further thought. Beerus' destruction sphere was now completely at a disadvantage. Rege twisted his hands once again, enhancing his energy, and in an instant Rege's energy wave reached Beerus. Beerus' eyes widened as he watched the energy wave engulf him. Boom. At this moment Rage had fully unleashed his power, and he instantly appeared above the explosion caused by Beerus, once again gathering a massive energy sphere to completely annihilate the battlefield. Rage sneered. Now let's see if you live or die. How dare you oppose me, Rage? Just as he turned to rush towards Ye Ming's battlefield, Rage knew he had to reunite with Vegito. For now, Vegito could barely hold on, as they still had a trump card. However, a voice came from behind him. Beerus said, "The power of that last explosion was quite impressive. I must commend you." Rage was startled, turning around to look at the smoke-filled battlefield where a figure gradually emerged. Gritting his teeth, Rage said, "You survived that attack. However, you must still be injured, right?" Rage was correct. Beerus had barely managed to block all of his attacks by unleashing the full force of a God of Destruction. Beerus had not anticipated Regis' decisive strike. Lightning was also entwined around Beerus' arm as the laws of thunder were damaging his body. However, a surge of purple energy enveloped and completely annihilated the laws of thunder. At this moment, Beerus had blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and his arm was injured as he said lightly, "Defeating me is not so easy. I told you must stay here today." Suddenly, a silver light flashed in Beerus' eyes and a powerful divine aura erupted from him. Indeed, this was Beerus' perfect Ultra Instinct form that had seamlessly integrated with his destruction form. Rage felt the overwhelming divine power and was slightly shocked, realizing that the God of Destruction before him had mastered Ultra Instinct. This was going to be troublesome. Rage cast a glance at the battlefield where Vegito was, hoping he wouldn't be eliminated by Ye Ming so quickly. Now the pressure Rage faced was also significant. Beerus licked his lips and said, "Now let the second round begin." With that, Beerus vanished from in front of Rage and instantly appeared behind him, delivering a heavy punch to Regis' back. Rage was caught off guard and was immediately sent flying, traversing several planets before stopping. He quickly stood up to carefully assess the situation. He saw a bright light approaching him as Beerus unleashed countless invisible attacks with several destruction spheres coming at him. Rage instantly erupted with fury, opening his hands to gather energy, destroying all the destruction spheres. Just as he was about to activate his shield, Beerus appeared behind him in an instant, kicking him in the waist, causing him to spit out blood as countless invisible attacks bombarded his body. Rage screamed in agony, but Beerus did not give him a moment to catch his breath, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Regis' back, forcefully pressing his head down and throwing him into the debris of a planet. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, gathering a destruction sphere, which now incorporated the energy of Ultra Instinct, creating a dazzlingly colorful destruction sphere above his head. The destruction sphere charged towards Rage at high speed. Rage widened his blood-red eyes, opening his hands to fiercely brace against the destruction sphere. On the sidelines, Sun Wukong and the others were astonished to see that after Beerus had utilized Ultra Instinct, he had gained an absolute advantage. They were also very excited. Just moments ago, they had sensed that Vegito's aura had become very weak, indicating that Ye Ming was gaining the upper hand, and perhaps the battle was even over. Ye Ming had long sensed the aura erupting from Beerus. At this moment, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Lord Beerus indeed did not exert his full strength when we sparred. Perhaps he held back during our first encounter as well. It seems Lord Beerus enjoys hiding his true capabilities. Now it seems that Beerus holds the upper hand against Reg. It shouldn't be long before the battle concludes, Ye Ming thought. Ye Ming looked at Vegito, who was half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, and said with a slight smile, "Your teammate Reg seems to be in a bit of trouble right now, unable to spare a hand to rescue you." Tisk tsk. Vegito, hearing Ye Ming's words, felt rage boiling within him. A veins bulged on his forehead, and with a fierce glare he shot back, "Humph. Don't be too proud, Ye Ming. There will always be someone to take you down, but to think you can make me concede is just a fool's dream." Ye Ming, unfazed by Vegito's taunts, replied, "Of course there are people who can take me down, but that person is definitely not you, Vegito. Looking at your pitiful state, I couldn't be happier." Vegito's anger had reached its peak. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he wanted to tear Ye Ming apart. However, he also had a rough understanding of Ye Ming's strength and recognized his immense potential. Vegito no longer doubted what the biomodified person had said to them, realizing they had been quite tactful in their words. When Vegito and Reg had set out, they brought only a serum to enhance their strength and a potion to restore their stamina, along with a pair of fusion earrings specially developed by the technology of the Acelon planet, allowing for a longer fusion time and greater power than the Patera earrings, and finally a space transporter, which was their last hope for escape. However, Vegito now understood that even if he used his last stamina restoration potion, it would be futile. Even at his peak, he couldn't defeat Ye Ming as he was now, and despite his gritted teeth, he felt utterly helpless. He waited for an opportunity. Once he reunited with Reg, they would use the stamina restoration potion and then the fusion earrings. In that case, the situation might just turn around. Vegito wanted to join Reg. But Ye Ming would not give him that chance. The laws of time and space had firmly locked Jaiko's position, preventing him from teleporting. Reg was struggling to maintain the destructive energy sphere, his hands already bloodied, leaving a long trail beneath his feet as the energy sphere pushed him back and his battle suit was in tatters. Reg continuously elevated his aura and used the Thunder Law in an attempt to eliminate the destructive energy sphere before him, but Beerus kept a steady gaze on Reg, and his surroundings were completely sealed off by Beerus' destructive energy. Reg could feel Beerus' destruction law eroding his aura, and his strength was rapidly depleting. At this moment, Reg had no other options. He could only reunite with Jaiko to use the stamina potion, then activate the fusion earrings. Reg never expected that the God of Destruction before him would be so powerful. This time he had to admit defeat. He had to make a decision, for his strength was already waning. Beerus noticed Reg was at the end of his rope. He clasped his hands together and instantly gathered dozens of destructive energy spheres to bombard Reg's position. Seeing Beerus unleash a barrage of attacks, Reg gritted his teeth and unleashed all his remaining strength. At that moment, he was determined to escape, even if it meant sustaining serious injury. Boom! Reg was violently engulfed by the explosion, with dozens of nearby planets reduced to dust, while Beerus squinted, surveying the surroundings. Before Beerus could react, Reg, battered and bruised, desperately charged towards Jaiko's battlefield with all his remaining strength. At that moment, Reg's strength was nearly depleted. Beerus and Son Goku immediately pursued him, surprised that Reg had managed to withstand so many of his attacks. However, seeing Reg in such a damaged state, Beerus concluded he had likely lost most of his combat power. Reg was now fleeing for his life, a stark contrast to his previous arrogant demeanor upon arriving in this space-time. It was, to be honest, somewhat humorous. At this moment, Jaiko sensed Reg's aura was faint but desperately approaching him, and it seemed Jaiko realized that Reg had also fallen to the hands of this universe's God of Destruction. Ye Ming felt Reg was nearing the battlefield. He glanced at Jaiko and said, "It seems your game is about to end. Oh, let me send you on your way. In your next life, be sure to understand your opponent's strength before engaging." Hearing Ye Ming prepare to deliver the final blow, Jaiko gritted his teeth, but then smiled, saying, "The game has just begun, Ye Ming." In a flash, he unleashed his final strength to break free from Ye Ming's time-space law and charged toward Reg, immediately pulling out a stamina restoration potion to inject into himself. This scene occurred in the blink of an eye, but Ye Ming quickly reacted, reaching out to grab Jaiko fiercely, while the time-space divine will behind him pressed down hard in the direction Jaiko was heading, causing the void to collapse instantly. Jaiko wrapped himself in the law of death and used all his strength to activate a protective shield, but the previous attack had already inflicted considerable damage on him, injuring his insides. Ye Ming darted toward Jaiko, who saw Ye Ming's tremendous speed. However, he noticed a golden-red glow rushing toward him, prompting Jaiko to shout, "Reg, prepare to fuse, hurry." Hearing Jaiko's urgent call, Reg immediately took out a stamina potion to restore all his strength and quickly donned the fusion earrings, completing the action in a mere moment. Ye Ming, seeing they were about to fuse, shouted anxiously, "Quick, stop them." Beerus and Son Goku behind him quickly unleashed countless attacks toward Jaiko and Reg, each of them employing their ultimate techniques. In Ye Ming's eyes, golden and silver lights flashed as he gathered an immense aura of law in his hands, while the time-space light will behind him twisted and slammed towards Reg and Jaiko. Boom! After the explosion, the area where Reg and Jaiko had been was reduced to nothingness, and Son Gohan smiled, saying, "We've succeeded." However, Vegeta and Frieza's expressions were grave as they realized the situation might not be so simple. Indeed, a beam of light erupted from the original void, with energy spreading across 12 universes. Countless planets around them disintegrated under this force, while Beerus and Son Goku struggled to withstand the overwhelming power with their hands. Whis, watching from the God of Destruction realm, furrowed his brow, sensing that the situation was dire. Ye Ming also frowned slightly as a towering figure emerged from the void. Zai-Gu, the fused warrior of Reg and Jaiko. "Damn, I didn't expect them to successfully fuse. This is bad," Ye Ming thought. "Ha, I finally completed it." Ye Ming and the God of Destruction of Universe 7 along with Son Goku, "You all shall die." The voice of Zai-Gu, the fused entity, echoed. "Ha, this is the fusion warrior of Zaiga, and liege, my name is Zaiga. I will torment you all mercilessly," Zaiga declared with pride, arms wide open. Little did he know the energy emanating from him was that of Liege in his fifth-tier god form of the Thunder Law and Jaika in his fifth-tier god form of the Death Law. Their fusion brought forth an overwhelming power. The angelic barrier of Whis had already shattered upon their successful fusion, and the seventh universe had become a fragmented realm. Far away in the king's palace, the Grand Minister watched the battlefield of the seventh universe, his brows slightly furrowing. Zaiga's power had reached the level of top angels, even slightly exceeding it. The Grand Minister was uncertain if the warriors of the Seventh Universe could hold on, but he remembered that Ye Ming and Son Wukong had the summon devices granted by the king. However, it seemed that Ye Ming and Son Wukong intended to resolve Zhiga on their own. The destroyer gods and angels of other universes also sensed this terrifying power. The cosmic barriers around them had been eroded by this force, with a massive energy aura spreading from the Seventh Universe to theirs. The destroyer god of the Sixth Universe, Kampa, exclaimed, "My heavens, they can still fuse! It seems their fusion tool is even more advanced than the Patera earrings. Bardos, do you think Beerus can handle this?" Bardos frowned as she looked at the projected image, saying sternly, "The fused warrior is named Zhiga, and his power is extremely formidable, seemingly reaching the level of top angels. The warriors of the Seventh Universe are in grave danger." Upon hearing Bardos' words, Kampa began to sweat nervously. He felt great concern for his fellow brethren of the Seventh Universe. He initially thought about providing support to the Seventh Universe, but seeing Zage's overwhelming power, he realized his presence would not change much. He could only silently pray for the Seventh Universe. He had previously sent Son Wukong to assist, but it seemed far from enough now. In the 11th universe, the destroyer god Vermaud gathered all the warriors of his universe to combat the invasion of foreign enemies. Upon seeing Zage's immense power, he extinguished the idea of sending warriors for support, knowing that sending them now would be like sending them to their doom. The warriors of the 11th universe watched the battlefield of the 7th universe in fear. Jiren found himself helpless, as Zage's power exceeded his imagination, a gap that could not be bridged merely by the number of warriors. Back on the battlefield of the 7th universe, Zhiga tilted his head, looking at the warriors before him, saying, "You can deliver your final words. Even the likes of Ye Ming and the destroyer god are no match for me now. However, I see that you want need to. You pathetic bunch can just die." As he spoke, Zhiga vanished from his spot, instantly appearing behind Broly, delivering a light but fierce strike to Broly's back, sending him flying at light speed, crashing hard into the surface of the planet. Broly reverted to his normal state, blood gushing from his head as he fell unconscious. The speed was simply too fast, and everyone was caught off guard, with Beerus barely catching a glimpse of his trajectory. Ye Ming looked sternly at Zhiga, having clearly sensed Zage's intent to attack Broly. He used the time law to bind Zhiga, but Zhiga immediately sensed it and broke free in an instant. Zage's power was now overwhelmingly strong. Ye Ming's time law could no longer restrain him. With a furious roar, Beerus unleashed the full force of his Ultra Instinct and Destroyer energy, instantly arriving before Zhiga and throwing a punch. Zhiga sneered at Beerus, finding his speed somewhat slow in his eyes. He instantly vanished from sight as Beerus halted, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, Beerus felt a chill at his back. As he turned around, Zhiga kicked him hard in the head, sending him crashing into the asteroid city. Next, he decided to eliminate Beerus first, gathering an energy ball infused with the Thunder Law and Death Law in his left hand and hurling it towards Beerus. The blue-black terrifying energy ball made one's scalp tingle. Boom! Zhiga glanced into the distance where Ye Ming had just intervened to save Beerus. He grinned and said lightly, "Ye Ming is hiding with others, all you can do. It's so pathetic." Huh? Ye Ming ignored Zage's taunts and turned to Beerus, asking, "Are you okay?" Lord Beerus opened his eyes, shaking his head, and replied, "No harm done. This guy's power is simply too great. A direct attack is futile." Ye Ming frowned and said, "Right, we also have the Patera earrings to fuse. We must create an opportunity without him noticing. Zage's power is far too overwhelming." Beerus nodded, saying, "Let me create a fusion opportunity for you. This is all I can do for now." Ye Ming gravely nodded, saying, "All right. It's all up to Lord Beerus now." After they finished speaking, a series of screams erupted behind them. Son Gohan had been knocked down into the asteroid layer, and Super 17 was frantically attacking Zhiga, but the gap in power was too great. His energy blasts had no effect on Zhiga. Zhiga glanced at Super 17, saying, "What an annoying bug of Vanish." Zhiga unleashed a massive destructive energy blast towards Super 17. Super 17 activated all his barriers, but the pressure from the energy blast alone shattered his defenses. Super 17 gritted his teeth, watching the energy blast zooming towards him, and despairingly closed his eyes. He had done all he could. Beerus swiftly appeared beside Super 17, teleporting him away, just as the area where Super 17 had been was obliterated into void. Seeing this, Beerus also broke into a cold sweat. Beerus taunted Zhiga, saying, "If you have the ability, come chase me then." Humph. Upon hearing Beerus' words, Zage's anger flared, and he charged at Beerus. Frieza was the fastest, quickly flying to Ye Ming's side, and saying, "This scion is truly too strong. Even shamelessly fusing it infuriates me." Son Wukong and Vegeta were also injured at this point. Son Wukong approached Ye Ming, asking, "What should we do now? Should we also fuse? Zage's power is simply too strong for us to withstand." Son Wukong then took out the enhanced Patera earrings. Frisia, disregarding his pride, said, "Yes, Ye Ming, only after you two fuse can you defeat him." Ye Ming knew there was no other way at this moment. The powers of Liege and Vegito were not much inferior to Super Saiyan Blue Vegito, possibly even stronger. After they fused, their power would be monstrous. Ye Ming said sternly, "All right, Son Wukong, let's fuse together. Lord Beerus may not hold out much longer." Beerus noticed that Vegito was rapidly approaching him from behind. He could only buy time waiting for Ye Ming and the others to merge before they could assist him. Beerus threw Super 17 into a concealed area and drew Vegito away, while Super 17 widened his eyes at Beerus, saying, "Lord Beerus, I will draw him away. You go join Ye Ming and the others. His target is primarily me." Super 17 bowed to Beerus and immediately departed. He understood that he could not intervene at this moment. Moments later, Vegeta suddenly appeared not far from Beerus, sneering, "Ha, I didn't expect you to sympathize with the weak. That's not the style of a destroyer." Hearing Zyja's words, Beerus slowly turned around, his gaze resolute as he declared, "You invading outsiders are still rampaging in my universe. One day, I will annihilate you completely." "Haha, that might be the funniest thing I've ever heard. You have no idea of our full strength. If it weren't for our caution towards the one behind the Omni King, we would have wiped you out long ago," Vegeta said disdainfully. Beerus and Ye Ming were not foolish. They knew these were agents sent from the realm of Acheron to intercept them, though they understood it without explicitly stating it, as it was not important. In Beerus' heart, any foreign dimension that dared to invade his universe must be utterly eradicated. Vegeta tilted his head and said to Beerus, "Having talked so much nonsense, you should be content. I think it's time for you to go on your way, Destroyer Beerus." Vegeta clenched his fist towards the void surrounding Beerus, binding him tightly with the laws of death and thunder. Beerus found himself unable to move as the gap in power was too evident. However, Beerus would not just sit back and wait. He howled in rage, his purple aura flaring once more. Vegeta grinned, waving his right hand. Countless attacks surged towards Beerus in the void. Beerus' pupils dilated as he was engulfed in a wave of black energy. In the realm of the destroyers, Whis tightly gripped his staff, his lips trembling slightly. If anything were to happen to Beerus, he would undoubtedly intervene, even if it meant breaking the rules. After all these years serving as Beerus' angel attendant, their friendship had reached a level akin to that of dear friends. Whis would not wait idly for Beerus to be killed by Vegeta. At this moment, Beerus was struck by countless attacks, his body covered in wounds. He staggered, half kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, and his eyes were also injured. Yet he still managed to rise unsteadily, looking at Vegeta and saying, "Haha, I will not be easily defeated. Keep going. Is this all you've got?" Zyja's eyes flashed red at Beerus' provocation, replying, "All right, the Destroyer of Universe 7, you are indeed a respected deity. To show my respect, I will personally ensure you remain nothing but ashes." Whis, seeing Vegeta preparing a fatal strike, was already ready to intervene at any moment, even if it meant breaking the rules to save Beerus. The other destroyers watched Beerus' grim state, revealing looks of sympathy. Beerus was the longest-serving destroyer among them, and also the most powerful. Although Beerus had previously had poor relations with them, they were all deities of the same realm fighting for their dimension. At this moment, their hearts were not at peace. They also wanted to join the battle of Universe 7. The destroyer of Universe 6, Kampa, had become frantic, shouting loudly, "Beerus, hurry. We must go to Universe 7. We cannot let Beerus die. Absolutely not." Bardoss, seeing the tears welling in Kampa's eyes, comforted him, saying, "Lord Kampa, I understand your feelings very well, but if we rush over now, it will be too late." Kampa, hearing Bardoss' words, fell to his knees, realizing he couldn't save his brother. What a sorrowful fate. Bardoss felt troubled as well. He looked at Kampa kneeling before him, and then at Beerus, who was covered in wounds on the battlefield, a tear escaping his eye. Vegeta cackled, "From today onward, Universe 7 will have no destroyer, ha." A massive destructive energy bomb shot rapidly towards Beerus. At this moment, Beerus was gravely injured. He lacked the power to resist this destructive energy bomb, firmly locked in place. He thought to himself, "I hope I have not let down the trust of this universe. Ye Ming and Son Wukong, this universe is in your hands." In a critical moment, a powerful yet dignified voice resounded, "Lord Beerus, if you want to die, I cannot agree to that. The future of this universe still needs your efforts, Lord Beerus." Upon hearing this, Beerus knew Ye Ming and the others had arrived. Relief washed over his face as he fainted on the ground. Indeed, the merged warrior Yeloate had made his appearance. This was the new warrior formed after Ye Ming merged with AF Son Wukong. Yeloate gently squeezed with his hand, and the destructive energy bomb condensed by Vegeta vanished in a flash of white light, turning into a flurry of light points. Vegeta was stunned, looking up into the void where a warrior with white blue-purple hair radiated a divine and powerful aura, silver-white, for golden blue pupils, and a divine wheel formed by the fusion of spatial and temporal laws appeared. With each step, he took the void would crack. The universe seemed to fall into a profound silence. The gods stared in shock at the scene before them indeed. It was the merged warrior, Yeloate. Whis along with Kampa and Bardos in the realm of the destroyers of Universe 6 also smiled at this sight. The true savior had arrived. They now understood that Beerus had been buying time for Ye Ming and the others to merge. Son Wukong and Vegeta quickly lifted Beerus and fled the battlefield, arriving in a safe area. At this moment, Whis also approached Beerus' side to heal his injuries. Beerus smiled faintly at Whis, who returned the gesture. Often both sides needed not to say a word, as a single gesture or expression could convey their emotions. Yeloate looked down at Giga and calmly stated, "Now let's settle your matter, Giga. You will not leave this universe alive, I Yeloate declare it." Giga with a serious expression replied to Knight Wukong, "I didn't expect you to merge as well, but our fusion is of a much higher caliber than yours. Who will lose and who will win? We'll only know after the fight. Don't be too pleased too early, Yeloate." Zyge's aura, merging the laws of thunder and death, surged towards Yeloate, the violent energy, reducing all nearby planets to ashes, turning several star systems into cosmic dust. Whis and Vegeta sensed this terrifying energy and immediately evacuated the star system. Giga roared furiously as two differently colored laws gradually formed a divine will behind him, similar to Yeloate's. Zyge's aura was rising. Finally, amidst a surge of purple-black lightning, the perfect form of Giga appeared before Yeloate. This power was vastly stronger than the previous forms of Giga, and Liege certainly not on the same level. Giga menacingly stated to Yeloate, "I will make you pay for your previous actions. Prepare to face judgment, Yeloate." Beerus' injuries have been healed by Whis, and they have distanced themselves from that star system. In the next moment, with a wave of Whis staff, the battle scene between Yeloate and Giga emerged. Although Son Wukong and the others couldn't be of much help, they still managed to assist Yeloate at a crucial moment. Frieza just went to save Broly, albeit reluctantly. He carried Broly to Son Wukong and the others, saying, "The star system I was in just got destroyed again. It scared the hell out of me." Beerus said lightly, "The current battle situation is extremely critical. Zyge's power has likely surpassed that of the angels." Even Whis nodded and said, "Indeed, Zyge's power is tremendously strong. It seems only Yelu Wukong can contend with him. I believe in the combined strength of Ye Ming and AF Son Wukong." AF Son Wukong retains most of his power, so after merging with Ye Ming, he won't experience any fatigue. In the palace of the Omni King, the Grand Minister and the Omni King watched the confrontation between Yeloate and Giga on the screen, aware that this moment was the final showdown. The nearby guard spoke up, "My lord, Zyge's power cannot be underestimated, and their fusion method is quite unique, seemingly tailor-made. If Yeloate finds himself at a disadvantage, should we intervene to eliminate Giga? Please give your command, my lord." The Omni King looked at Yelu Wukong on the screen, smiling, as he said, "It's fine, trust Yeloate. After all, they are all people I have high hopes for, and they won't be easily defeated. I have great faith in Yeloate's strength." The Grand Minister respectfully nodded and said, "Yes, my lord. I believe the warriors formed from Ye Ming of the 7th universe and Son Wukong from another timeline will not disappoint you. They will surely overcome the formidable foe before them." Back on the battlefield, the terrifying forces of Giga and Yeloate clashed against each other, neither yielding an inch. Yeloate thought to himself, "I didn't expect that after the fusion of Giga and Liege, such a powerful warrior would emerge. Their fusion tools are quite unique. Perhaps we should take note after this battle." Suddenly a rock fell, and Giga coldly looked at Yelu Wukong. With a slight movement of his fingers, Yeloate sensed countless law attacks rushing toward him from behind. However, Yeloate snapped his fingers, extinguishing the myriad law attacks behind him as if they had never existed. Yeloate coldly glanced at Giga, saying, "Is this the best attack you can muster? Show me your true abilities." In the next moment, Giga vanished from his original position, condensing a death blade in his right hand and a law sphere in his left, ruthlessly striking toward Yeloate. Yeloate's divine will turned, locking on Zyge's attack, but Giga sneered and immediately rotated his own divine wheel, using the power of the law to counteract it. Yeloate vanished from the time-space mark left by Giga. Yeloate frowned as the void behind him suddenly ruptured, with Giga swinging the massive death blade down towards him, attempting to cleave him in half. However, Yeloate had anticipated this. He swiftly turned around and clasped the death blade, which emanated the aura of the law. Yet Giga in front of him grinned widely, and Yeloate immediately sensed something amiss. He quickly shifted away to create distance. Yeloate looked at his palm. Had he not run quickly just now, his hand might have been crippled. He had cautiously covered his hands with the time-space laws to catch that death blade, but it seemed ineffective. The death law corroded his time-space laws, while the thunder law incessantly drained his divine power and wreaked havoc on his body. Giga laughed maniacally. "Why didn't you continue to take it just now? Let's see how long you can last." Yellowate replied lightly that death blade you've condensed in your hand is nothing remarkable. It merely possesses pure death law energy, but it's far from enough to kill me. As he spoke, Yellowate clasped his hands together, slowly spreading them apart. His left hand was filled with the void law, while his right hand contained the time-space law. The two forces merged to form a long sword. Yellowate smiled faintly. Now, let's see who is stronger. Giga. Giga snorted coldly, instantly vanishing from his position. The meteor layer beneath him crumbled as he reappeared above Yellowate, swinging down at his head. Yellowate likewise infused energy into his long sword, gradually increasing its size, and swung it towards Giga. A crack sounded. The death blade clashed with the void time-space sword, their law energies battling incessantly, erupting with brilliant light, while surrounding planetary debris gradually turned to dust. Yellowate coldly sneered at Giga as the void time-space sword burst forth with dazzling light, forcefully pressing down on the death blade, sending Giga flying. However, Yellow Wukong did not give him a chance to breathe, instantaneously appearing beneath Giga and swinging his sword towards his abdomen. Giga immediately blocked with the death blade, and then kicked towards Yellowate's left hand. Giga seized the opportunity to chop at Yellowate's arm. He wanted to completely incapacitate Yellowate, knowing that his combat power would greatly diminish and any creature struck by his death blade could not recover. Giga succeeded in severing Yellowate's arm, revealing a look of wild joy, but his smile suddenly froze as he sensed something was off. The Yellowate before him was actually a clone, but before he could react, Yellowate suddenly appeared behind him, his eyes flashing with silver light as he kicked towards Zyja's back. Giga spat out a mouthful of bitter water as Yellowate unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks. Giga quickly responded by enveloping his back with the death law, hoping to force Yellowate to change his attack direction, but Yellowate was quick to seize the advantage. In the final moment, he delivered a powerful chop to Zyja's head, sending him crashing through dozens of planets as Giga gritted his teeth, halting his figure amidst the last remnants of the meteor layer. Yellowate instantly appeared before him, and Giga looked at his injured left hand, casting a venomous gaze at Yellowate as he viciously declared, "I will tear you apart for daring to play such tricks with me." Giga erupted with a black-purple aura, countless lightning bolts flashing as he charged towards Yellowate. They fought at breakneck speed within this star system, creating a dazzling spectacle that made it hard to follow their attack trajectories. They fought incessantly in this star system, countless planets shattering under the might of their fists, leaving them with no other choice. Ye Luote understood that only by completely eliminating the formidable enemy Giga could their universe find temporary peace. A figure cloaked in black and purple clashed with a silver and purple figure in space. The outcome of this battle determined the safety of the seventh universe and marked the first confrontation between Ye Luote's realm and the invading dimension. Seizing an opening, Ye Luote delivered a powerful punch to Zyja's abdomen, sending him flying. A flash of silver light flickered in his eyes as the void temporal divine will behind him began to rotate, completely enveloping Zyja's area. Giga immediately responded, instantly condensing the combined power of the laws of death and thunder to counteract the coverage of this domain. However, Ye Luote merely smiled slightly. With a fierce grip of his left hand, countless attacks surged from the void towards Giga, who widened his pupils and had to use one hand to deflect these strikes. Ye Luote seized this opportunity, clasping his hands together and forcefully trapping Giga within his domain, the void temporal domain. Giga looked around nervously, avoiding a surprise attack from Ye Wukong. Yet he could clearly sense that his ability to wield the laws had diminished, and he was unable to teleport within this domain as most of the void laws clouded his perception. Zyja's expression grew serious as his crimson eyes fixed intently on everything in the surrounding space, seeking a flaw in this domain. Suddenly, a multitude of chains materialized beneath his feet, binding his arms, legs, and neck. Giga thought to himself, this is bad. He had fallen into Ye Luote's ambush and needed to escape quickly. Giga exerted all his power over the laws to shatter these chains, but the silvery chains seemed to absorb his energy, rendering him unable to move at all. Looking at the void, Ye Luote stood atop Zyja's head and calmly declared, "This is your grave, Giga. Though this is my first time using a domain, and especially under the enhancement of the void laws, it seems to have met my expectations." Giga sensed countless energies gathering within this domain. Suddenly, dozens of colossal energy spheres formed beside him, infused with the laws of the void temporal. His heart raced as he struggled against the chains. The divine wheel behind Giga spun incessantly, but Ye Luote had already noticed using his own void temporal divine wheel to resist Zyja's encroaching power. Giga also recognized the troublesome nature of the temporal laws. While the void laws posed no issue, their combination unleashed effects he never anticipated. Giga could not sit idly by. He unleashed countless black energies, channeling all his strength and the power of his laws to completely shatter this domain. From a distance, Beerus and the others watched as Ye Luo trapped Zhiga with the laws. At that moment, they were uncertain about the battle's outcome. However, they could clearly feel the power of the laws within this domain growing stronger. Meanwhile, Zhiga, bound by chains, roared in anger, his strength surging as his gaze grew increasingly ferocious. Ye Luo was taken aback by Zage's sudden surge of power. He immediately tightened his grip on the domain, the void temporal divine will behind him reaching its limits. At that moment, Zhiga erupted with his full might, his eyes flashed with countless bolts of lightning, and the purple-black glow pierced through the entire domain, reaching the outside world. Ye Luo's expression turned grave, and he too unleashed his energy, roaring in response. The energy gathered within this domain was still insufficient to destroy Zhiga. He had to wait for the right moment. This domain could draw energy from the universe at any time to strengthen itself. Currently, the energy law spheres within the domain had increased to over 100. Zhiga felt the impending danger intensifying. He had to shatter this domain immediately. His survival instinct ignited, and the chains began to show signs of cracking as countless black gases sought to erode Ye Ming's domain. However, Ye Luo, witnessing Zage's desperate struggle, was undeterred. He instantly unleashed his full energy, his eyes radiating a silvery glow, while countless law auras pressed down fiercely upon Zhiga. Gritting his teeth, Ye Luo declared, "Zhiga, you cannot escape here. Your fate awaits you in death." Zhiga glared at Ye Luo, as this was not the time for banter. At this moment, the energy spheres surrounding them had increased to over 200. Ye Luo's law power had reached its peak, while Zhiga, driven by his survival instinct, broke through his limits. Once more, "Ye Luo, you cannot kill me, you will never kill me, ah." Ye Luo's shock was evident as Zhiga was enveloped in black mist, countless bolts of lightning shattering the chains. He realized he had no choice but to launch a final attack against Zhiga. Ye Luo shouted loudly, "Die, Zhiga! Explode for me!" Boom! Boom! Amidst a brilliant explosion, Zage's eyes widened in shock at the surrounding chaos. He was overwhelmed by the energy law spheres as Ye Luo's domain shattered in an instant. The watching deities immediately fled from the explosion's radius. Seeing the power of the blast in the distance, everyone's pupils constricted. Frisia exclaimed in panic, "My heavens, this energy could destroy the entire universe." Beerus replied seriously, "Don't panic. Ye Luo has significantly reduced the blast radius. Otherwise, we would have already been engulfed by the explosion." Son Gohan was filled with concern, thinking, will Ye Luo and Zhiga perish together? This power. Whis frowned as Broly and the others remained silent. Vegeta contemplated, when can I reach this level? Even if I fused with Son Goku, it would probably be far from enough. The area around the explosion was a scene of devastation littered with meteor fragments and the remains of planets. Ye Luo emerged slowly from the void, supporting his left arm. Zhiga had desperately tried to take him down in the explosion, but it was a miscalculation. However, Ye Luo was not in great shape, either, with blood trickling down his face. Yet Ye Luo remained vigilant, sensing that Zhiga could not have died so easily. It seemed that during the explosion, Zhiga had desperately grasped a flaw in the domain and escaped, although he was likely severely injured now. As expected, a figure landed not far from Ye Luo. Zhiga appeared disheveled, with his left eye injured and serious wounds on his left hand and right leg, his clothing in tatters. Zage's aura was no longer as formidable as before, and Ye Luo mockingly remarked, "How does it feel? The attacks from my domain are not easy to endure, are they? It seems you used all your strength to escape. You really have a strong will to live." Zhiga staggered to his feet, his aura of the laws of death and thunder significantly weakened. Gasping, he said, "Damn it. Ye Luo, don't think you have defeated me yet." Ye Luo replied without hesitation, "Oh, seeing you in such a sorry state, could it be that you have some hidden power left?" What a joke. At this moment, Zhiga straightened his body, disregarding his pain, and glared coldly at Ye Luo. Zhiga spoke calmly to Ye Luo. "I concede your strength is formidable, but we are both scions. Since time immemorial, I have never bowed to anyone, not even after my defeat by the sovereign." At the word sovereign, Ye Luo's brow furrowed faintly. He knew this was an enemy of terrifying power. Zhiga continued, "I am the fusion of Zhai Ko and Lei Gu, bearing their brutality and ferocity. Across timelines, we were branded the butcher and the demon. We have always believed the weak do not deserve to exist in this world. We scions wage war across the cosmos. Yes, it is true, the weak must be oppressed. We seize resources without mercy to amplify our strength. That is the immutable law of the jungle. Do you comprehend?" Ye Wukong. Nai Luo replied solemnly, "Is this your final utterance? You invaders from foreign timelines have ravaged countless realms. I cannot count how many dimensions have crumbled beneath your assault, nor how many innocents have perished at your hands. Today I shall avenge them all, reduce you to dust, scatter your bones to the void, and condemn you to eternal oblivion. You deserve death. A being as savage and merciless as you knows nothing of love, hatred, sorrow, or passion. You are but a slaughter machine, a wretched cur, who hoards power through endless predation upon others. Ha! Your words are absurd. I cannot help but laugh. You possess none of the scion's primal ferocity. Everything you protect will one day expose the hollowness of your conviction. When true enemies descend upon you, when your kin and comrades fall one by one before your eyes, only then will you grasp the depth of your former ignorance. Eternal unrivaled strength alone is the sole unassailable truth. Zhigu ground his teeth. Nai Luot had grown weary of discourse. Ideals diverged, paths could not converge. They stood in silent confrontation. Ye Luot spoke softly. Zhigu, your wounds run deep. Having spoken so long, it is time you departed. May your next life be kinder. So, you still failed to grasp my meaning even after all those words, Zhigu snarled with venomous disdain. Very well. Reason no longer binds me. I shall now return to what I once was. Before Zhigu could finish, Ye Luot recoiled in alarm and launched his final assault. A colossal Kamehameha wave surged toward him. As the devastating blast bore down, Zhigu merely smiled, a faint chilling curve of his lips. He struck his own chest where Asalon's sovereign had sealed the demon nature upon him and Lei Gu long ago. That seal endured even after their fusion. It had been imposed during a battle across timelines, having slaughtered beyond measure. Both Lei Gu and Zhigu succumbed to demonic taint, descending into total madness, until the sovereign of Asalon intervened, subduing them and sealing away their corruption. Asalon had later attempted to purge that demon nature, but failed. It had taken root deep within their souls. Yet he chose not to pursue eradication. Instead, he regarded it as a hidden trump card. Far across the timestream upon the royal palace of Asalon, a figure radiating sovereign authority sat motionless upon his throne, his eyes half open. He sensed the seal upon Zhigu and Lei Gu shatter, not by force, but by their own volition. They must face dire peril. Indeed, this was Asalon, the sovereign himself. Enter. Two masked scions materialized instantly within the hall, kneeling on one knee. My lord, what is your command? Where have Zhigu and Lei Gu gone? None masked scion replied. They were dispatched by the bioandroids to scout enemy intelligence, or to eliminate warriors in that timeline. Asalon tapped his fingers lightly against the armrest of his throne, lost in thought. He suspected they had acted without sanction. After all, he knew their volatile temperaments well. They must have encountered an adversary of extraordinary caliber. Only such a threat could compel them to break the seal. Asalon could not afford their deaths. They were Asalon Star's peerless elite. One masked scion bowed respectfully. Sovereign, both Zhigu and Lei Gu carry temporal transmitters. Should danger exceed their capacity, they will initiate recall. The system will alert us immediately. Monitor their vital signatures in the database with utmost vigilance, Asalon commanded coolly. Should anomaly arise, forcibly activate their transmitters and retrieve them. Understood. Yes, my lord. And the two scions bowed deeply and vanished in an instant as if they had never existed. Back on the battlefield, Zhigu no longer resembled a warrior. He had become a demon incarnate. His entire form was enveloped in absolute black hair, irises, skin, nails, even fur. Twin fangs jutted from his mouth. He pounded his chest and roared. A surge of primordial law energy, now far more potent than in his prime, erupted from his being. Ye Luot recoiled inwardly in shock. Zhigu met the onrushing Kamehameha with a single thunderous fist, shattering the beam utterly with raw, overwhelming force. This spectacle unfolded before the gaze of gods across realms, including deities of other universes, the Grand Priest, and even the Omni King himself within his celestial palace. The Grand Priest frowned. Even during their earlier clash, I sensed a faint trace of demonic aura clinging to Zhigu, though barely perceptible. Now, having unleashed his inner demon, his power eclipses his former peak. Ye Luot's position grows precarious. The Omni King rose to his feet, his aversion to demonic warriors absolute. To him, demons must die. He had personally annihilated the dark demon realm and erased countless demonic warriors from the river of time. Demonic warriors know only slaughter, devoid of virtue, compassion, or restraint, consumed by bloodlust and frenzy. Wherever they tread, dimensions crumble. This, above all, was intolerable to the Omni King. His guards observed his grim expression and asked, "My lord, shall we intervene? We can eliminate him at once." The Grand Priest, hearing their words, replied serenely, "The crisis has not yet reached that threshold. Ye Luot retains concealed power. He has not yet revealed his full might. Let us wait and observe." And the Omni King nodded, then turned to his guards. "Hold your ground, for now." "Yes, my lord." And the guards withdrew with reverent silence. Null divine beings now fixed their gaze upon the seventh universe's battlefield, where Ye Luot and Zhigu stood poised for the final reckoning. Ye Luot stared at the demonic Zyga before him, feeling a deep shock within. A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. However, before Ye Luot could think further, Zyga was still in a frenzied state, and Ye Luot had to resolve him quickly, or it would lead to unforeseen consequences. Once again, he concentrated the sword of void and reality in his hands, instantly vanishing from his original position to appear behind the demonic Zyga. At that moment, there was no pity in Ye Luot's eyes, for Zyga had to die. Ye Luot swung his sword down towards Zage's neck, but suddenly the demonic Zyga blocked his neck with both hands. With a loud bang, Ye Luot showed a look of surprise, not expecting Zyga to still possess awareness. In the next moment, Ye Luot sensed that something was off, as Zage's emotionless eyes were fixed on him, with only blood-red pupils surrounded by pitch black, emanating a thick aura of darkness. Zyga showed a bloodthirsty smile towards Ye Luot, clenching his hand hard, shattering Ye Luot's sword of void and reality, and the next moment, he swung his sharp claws fiercely at Ye Luot. Ye Luot swiftly sidestepped to avoid the attack, but the demonic Zyga appeared even more excited, looking at Ye Luot with the gaze of a predator. He continuously pounded his chest, black aura swirling around him, forcing Ye Luot to retreat. Zyga let out a hearty laugh, but suddenly the laughter came to an abrupt stop. His face turned serious, expressionless, and then he smirked sinisterly. Zyga waved downward into the void, and dozens of death cages came crashing down on Ye Luot. Zyga relentlessly attacked with the power of the laws, surrounding Ye Luot with blades of death, as if he were in hell. Ye Luot gathered the Turtle School's Kamehameha in his hands and aimed it at the death cages above him. He could not allow himself to be enveloped by these death cages, or the consequences would be dire. The demonic Zyga revealed an evil grin as the dozens of death cages merged into one, blocking Ye Luot's Kamehameha and then rapidly enveloping him. Ye Luot wanted to use the law of time and space to teleport away, but the demonic Zage's methods were even more violent. He had filled all of Ye Luot's movement trajectories with attacks from the laws of death. If he dared to use the law of time and space to teleport, he would be immediately bombarded by countless attacks. He was now trapped beneath an enhanced death cage, the thick aura of death corroding his body, and he had to break free from this cage immediately. Zyga licked his hands, revealing a bloodthirsty smile, and vanished from sight. Ye Luot was suddenly engulfed in darkness. He could only see a pitch-black expanse, and even the operations of the laws of time and space had come to a standstill. Ye Luot thought to himself, "Damn it, I should have resolved him immediately. Now he has become a demon, and his strength is far more terrifying than before." He vaguely sensed that this realm of death was formed according to the intensity of the darkness in Zage's heart. Boom! Countless demon energy orbs containing the power of thunder struck fiercely at Ye Luot's back. Ye Luot instantly turned around, unleashing a blade of light that shattered all the energy orbs. In the next moment, Ye Luot felt someone attacking from behind. Several cuts appeared on his face as he quickly dodged. That was close. If it weren't for Ye Luot's quick reflexes, his head would have been smashed in. In this area of darkness, Ye Luot could only see Zage's bloodthirsty eyes. The demonic Zyga narrowed his eyes slightly and vanished once more into this domain. Ye Luot thought, "I can't let this drag on any longer, otherwise if Zyga attacks from the shadows, my situation will be too passive." Ye Luot suddenly erupted with rage, his divine light illuminating the dark expanse. The divine wool behind his head rotated, but the power of the laws was partially restricted in this death cage. Now Ye Luot was particularly radiant, searching for Zage's trace. He had to break this cage the moment he knocked Zyga down. Suddenly a flash of black light appeared to Ye Luot's right. A faint smile crept across his lips. He had sensed that Zyga was about to attack him, and he was now just waiting for this opportunity. Zage's fangs had already revealed themselves behind Ye Luot. He instantly appeared to Ye Luot's left, swinging a claw towards him, intent on tearing him apart. Ye Luot had anticipated this and immediately grabbed Zage's arm, unleashing a flurry of punches towards him. Zyga was bombarded with endless attacks, yet he did not emit a cry of pain, as if pain did not exist for him. Seeing this, Ye Luot released a massive energy orb, sending Zyga flying. At that moment, he gathered all the energy of the laws with both hands, preparing for his ultimate move, void and time. Ultimate Kamehameha. Ye Luot's attack struck the top of the death cage, causing it to tremble under the force, but it did not break immediately. Not far away, the demonic Zyga had already risen, glaring at Ye Luot with malice, continuously pounding his chest. The aura of dark death laws surged around him, and countless thunderbolts flashed within the cage. Ye Luot realized that the strength of this cage was gradually increasing. He had to break it immediately. His muscles bulged, and a red aura erupted from him as he roared 50 times King Kai Fist. The Kamehameha in Ye Luot's hands instantly surged several levels, unleashing a golden blue energy wave that continuously crashed against the top of the death cage, quickly producing sounds of shattering. Ye Luot immediately exerted force, shouting, "Ha! Break for me!" Seeing his domain about to be broken, Jiga roared in fury, rushing towards Ye Luot at incredible speed. At the critical moment, the death cage shattered, and Ye Luot instantly escaped from the area. Zage's claws struck empty air as he looked around, desperately searching for Ye Luot's trace. He licked his lips, quickly locking onto Ye Luot's location, and immediately teleported to pursue him. Ye Luot found himself on an unfamiliar planet, panting heavily. The previous attack had drained a portion of his energy and a significant amount of his law power. Within that cage, every attack had been quite tricky for him. Moments later, Jiga appeared behind Ye Luot, cackling with glee, his eyes flashing with red light as he charged at Ye Luot. As Jiga attacked, countless destructive energy orbs erupted from him towards Ye Luot. Ye Luot used a barrier to block all the attacks, and in the next second, Jiga arrived behind him and shattered his barrier with a punch. Ye Luot turned to look at the sinister-faced Jiga, but unfortunately his movement was a beat too slow, and he was firmly embraced by Jiga. Ye Luot kept elbowing Zage's abdomen, but despite causing Jiga to spit out a mouthful of blood, he still did not let go. Instead, he tightened his grip. Jiga laughed heartily as he lifted Ye Luot into outer space, colliding with countless planets at faster than light speed. Ye Luot continuously endured the impacts. At this moment, his body was suffering tremendous damage. Ye Luot was completely enraged. He unleashed the energy within him and clashed head-on with Jiga. Jiga also laughed robustly, and in an instant he was enveloped in pitch-black energy as the two forces of silver and black continuously battled in the cosmos. Ye Luot and Jiga traversed through countless planets, reducing one galaxy after another to dust under their attacks. From a distance, Beerus and Whis were frowning. If they did not quickly end the battle, the seventh universe would likely become fragmented. Ye Luot knew in his heart that he had to deal with Jiga quickly. However, the formidable power made him treat the situation with caution. This transformed Jiga was a terrifying combination of a madman and a barbarian. The thrill of battle gradually excited the demonized Jiga. The demonic energy around him thickened, and his combat power increased rather than diminished as the fight progressed. Ye Luot disengaged from the battle with Jiga, who provocatively looked at him. In an instant, Ye Luot appeared above Jiga, arms outstretched, absorbing the energy and the laws of the universe. Zage's blood-red gaze flickered. He sensed Ye Luot's power was recovering. He immediately charged toward Ye Luot in the sky, roaring as he condensed an enormous death energy sphere and hurled it fiercely at Ye Luot. Boom! Ye Luot was directly hit, and Jiga immediately arrived at the spot where Ye Luot had been standing, looking around. He did not detect Ye Luot's presence and joyfully danced, exhilarated by the thought of having crushed his enemy. However, his figure froze for a moment, revealing an expression of anger. Earlier, he had sensed a trace of Ye Luot's aura, but it was very faint. If he hadn't focused closely, he might have missed it. Indeed, the figure Jiga had shattered was merely Ye Luot's mirror clone, projected using the void law combined with the time-space distortion of the temporal law. Ye Luot needed to buy himself time to recover his law power and physical strength. After enduring such a lengthy battle with Jiga, he had already consumed most of his energy, and frequent use of the law power had inflicted great damage on his body. Jiga had also used demonic means to exceed his peak power, which made Ye Luot curse furiously. This lesson had been deeply etched in his mind. There would definitely be no next time. However, he suddenly opened his eyes, furrowing his brow. He sensed that Jiga was rapidly approaching his area, likely having caught a hint of his aura. He hadn't expected Zage's nose to be so keen. He had to seize every moment to absorb the energy of the universe to restore his physical condition. Otherwise he might not be able to withstand the upcoming battle. He had to eliminate Jiga in a short time, and an idea had formed in his heart. Ye Luot hid his figure within the void of the seventh universe, and suddenly a figure appeared not far from him. He did not immediately detect Ye Luot's position, but he closed his eyes tightly, as if sensing something. The next moment, Zage's crimson eyes suddenly opened wide, and he burst into wild laughter, as if everything was within his grasp. He raised his right hand, condensing black energy, which continuously expanded under the enhancement of his power, gradually forming a death energy sphere comparable to a planet. However, Zage's veins bulged, and black aura surged from his body. Zage's attack this time was aimed at completely destroying Ye Luot. He had already detected Ye Luot's location, noticing that a lot of energy was gathering in that area, indicating that Ye Luot was absorbing energy from the universe. Jiga had expanded the death energy sphere to its maximum limit. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully pushed this energy toward Ye Luot's position, envisioning the scene of Ye Luot being reduced to ashes under this energy. At this moment, Ye Luot had already opened his eyes. He knew that the demonized Jiga had discovered his location, and the colossal death energy sphere was heading toward him. He had been locked onto by the aura of the death law. Seeing this, Ye Luot smiled slightly. Most of his power had been restored, and he was confident he could defeat the current Jiga. It wasn't that Ye Luo couldn't defeat Jiga before, but he had simply chosen to play it safe. Ye Luote's figure instantly appeared in front of the death energy sphere that Jiga had condensed. He immediately released his aura with the Void Time Divine, wheel spinning continuously, and his aura became even more sacred and vast. He clenched his fists tightly as countless energies erupted from him once more. Red energy steam continuously poured out from his body, and his physical strength and combat power rapidly surged. Jiga also noticed that Ye Luote's power was rapidly increasing. He immediately propelled the death energy sphere at high speed toward Ye Luote. Ye Luote sensed Zage's actions in an instant, and an incredibly domineering power radiated from him. Indeed, this was Ye Luote's trump card, King's Fist. Ye Luote's veins bulged, and the energy on his body flowed ceaselessly as he shouted 150 times King's Fist. Oh! From a distance, Beerus and Son Goku were left speechless upon witnessing Ye Luote unleash 150 times the King's Fist. This immense power elevated Ye Luote's strength to another level. Son Gohan exclaimed excitedly, "We can win. Ye Luote can definitely win." Frieza and Broly also regained their smiles as they certainly did not want their universe to be destroyed. This power made the gods of destruction and angels from the 12 universes feel their scalps tingle. Ye Luote's strength had now far surpassed that of the angels. The Grand Minister and the guards of the Omni King were also astonished at this scene, never expecting that Ye Luote still possessed such formidable power, meaning their guards would not need to intervene. Beerus did not let his guard down. He could sense that although Ye Luote had unleashed such formidable power, his stamina was still rapidly declining. Ye Luote had to defeat Jiga within the next few minutes, or else he would lose. Ye Luote unleashed all of his strength, a silver glint flashing in his eyes, as he pushed the free nature technique to its limits. At this moment, Ye Luote had already gauged the general strength of Jiga. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Who would reveal their full strength and engage directly from the start? Isn't this foolish? At this moment, Ye Luote had opened fire, completely combining all the strength hidden cards and combat skills of both Ye Ming and Son Wukong. Clearly, in these few minutes, only one victor would emerge between Jiga and Ye Luote. Jiga felt the overwhelming power and broke into a cold sweat, his eyes replaced by a sense of fear. I didn't expect that even the transformed Jiga would feel fear. Ye Luote always thought this demonic Jiga was fearless. Ye Luote did not give Jiga a moment to recover, instantly appearing behind him and delivering a devastating punch to his spine. Jiga felt this terrifying power and was instantly blasted towards the surface of a planet, traversing through dozens of planets before coming to a stop. Jiga slowly stood up, blood already staining the corners of his mouth. Ye Wukong instantly teleported beside him and struck him on the head, then grabbed his arm and viciously twisted it, rendering it useless. However, Jiga felt no pain. He quickly distanced himself from Ye Wukong, but Ye Luote's eyes flashed with silver light as he instantly activated the Law Avatar. Seeing the immense Ye Luote before him, Jiga was thrown into a panic. The vast Law Avatar contained a rich aura of laws. Ye Luote tightly gripped Jiga and swiftly slammed him down onto the ground. Ye Luote manipulated the Law Avatar, continuously attacking until the surface of the planet was reduced to rubble. With the enhancement of the King Kai Fist, Zage's body was severely battered. The force of Ye Luote was simply too great, with each blow nearly taking his life. At this moment, Jiga was in a dire state, blood sprayed around him from the impacts. Yet he suddenly grinned, revealing his fangs, and slowly rose to his feet. Stimulated by the blood, an intense amount of law power surged within him, and he had now entered a berserk mode. Countless strands of black energy representing the law of death emerged around him, while the aura of the law of thunder flickered incessantly in the starry sky. Ye Luote pressed the attack, unwilling to allow the demonic Zage's power to be unleashed further. He had to resolve this quickly. With the King Kai Fist's enhancement, he teleported in front of Jiga and delivered a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing the demonic Jiga to spit out blood. However, Ye Luote's next punch landed on his head, sending him hurtling through outer space. Ye Luote pursued Jiga from behind his right hand, gathering formidable energy. The Son Wukong's signature attack, the Dragon Fist. At this moment, the Dragon Fist contained the powers of the Void Law and the Timespace Law, with Ye Luote condensing immense energy within it, aiming to finish Jiga with one blow. Boom! This overwhelming force caused the entire star system to tremble. In the distance, Beerus saw Ye Luote unleash a powerful move and quickly activated a shield to avoid being affected, while Whis swiftly wrapped everyone up with his staff. Another star system was destroyed in the battle between Ye Luote and Jiga. At this moment, Jiga had not been killed by Ye Luote's Dragon Fist, but he was severely injured, blood pouring from every part of his body. Ye Luote spat and said, "This demonic Jiga is truly resilient. He still can't be killed." I really don't believe it. Ye Luot unleashed the King Kai fist once more, instantly appearing behind Jiga and preparing to deliver a punch that would end him for good. Just as Ye Luot's fist struck Zage's face, he was suddenly taken aback. Jiga had actually grabbed his arm, slowly turning his face to Ye Luot and revealing an evil grin. In the next second, Ye Luot kicked towards Zage's abdomen, but Jiga, under this attack, became even more ferocious, gripping Ye Luot tightly as his sharp claws dug deep into his flesh. Ye Luot felt as if his arm was about to be torn apart. He gritted his teeth and continued to attack Jiga, but Jiga would not loosen his grip. Instead, it tightened further. Ye Luot suddenly became furious, unleashing the King Kai fist and releasing all of his energy, directing it all towards Jiga in an attempt to reduce him to dust. The demonic Jiga trembled under this massive energy attack, but he burst into laughter. The black energy surged once more, and he instantly embraced Ye Luot, fusing the laws of death and thunder, intending to perish together with Ye Luot. Ye Luot shouted, "You bastard, get the hell away from me." He quickly concentrated the sword of void time-space in his hand and thrust it fiercely towards Zage's heart. Zage's pupils constricted as he spat out blood, but he did not immediately loosen his grip. Instead, the taste of blood stimulated him to enhance his power once again. Jiga actually ensnared both himself and Ye Luot within a death cage, trapping them both with no escape. Ye Luot also unleashed his law powers and fought desperately against Jiga. Since neither could escape, let's see who dies first. The Thunder Death Divine will behind Jiga transformed into chains that bound Ye Luot, but Ye Luot was already prepared. The divine will behind his head morphed into a sword of laws, striking fiercely against Jiga. Ye Luot observed that Jiga had completely fused his law powers. Within this realm, Zage's strength had been fully enhanced. Zage's hands gathered immense energy, continuously strengthening the energy blast at the cost of his own life force. Ye Luot could not sit idly by. He immediately unleashed a 150-fold King Kai fist. During the battle earlier, he would attack and then pause to conserve energy, or else his stamina would deplete rapidly. Now he could still mobilize most of his law powers. He knew that this move would surely decide the outcome. He had to go all out, concentrating all his strength into a single explosive point. Ye Luot roared as his aura surged, his body expanding significantly under the tremendous energy of the King Kai fist. Gritting his teeth, he shouted Kamehameha. At this moment, the Kamehameha wave had gathered all the power within Ye Luot without leaving a single drop behind, encompassing all the law energies. Ye Luot's heart hardened. He was determined to turn Jiga to ashes. He intensified the energy in his hands. At this moment, Ye Luot was completely infuriated. He fiercely unleashed the Kamehameha at the descending Jiga, who let out a gleeful cackle in excitement upon seeing such a massive attack headed his way. Zage's attack had already been fully concentrated and was hurling back fiercely at Ye Luot. The two powerful energies erupted within the death cage, and instantly the death cage was reduced to powder under this tremendous force. Beerus and Whis felt an impending danger and immediately left the star system. The two formidable energies had already exceeded the universe's limit. When the energies collided, fragments of black and white erupted from the void of the universe. Countless voids were shattered, and the seventh universe was about to turn to dust under their attacks. Beerus could hardly believe that the power of the demonized Jiga was so immense. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, the Grand Priest far away in the palace of Zeno took action. After all, Jiga had already been demonized, and his bloodthirsty attacks along with his wounds would enhance his power. The Grand Priest immediately appeared outside the palace, stabilizing the time-space barrier of the seventh universe, and isolated most of the power, limiting the attacks of Ye Luot and Jiga to a certain range. Cold sweat had already formed on Beerus' forehead. He had just sensed a divine power. There was no doubt that it was the Grand Priest taking action. The Grand Priest stabilized the time-space barrier of the seventh universe, otherwise it would have been in ruins by now. However, the attacks of Ye Wukong and the demonized Jiga remained locked in a standoff. Stimulated by his powerful opponent, Jiga was engulfed in a torrent of black energy. He laughed maniacally. Despite having lost his hand to Ye Luot, it did not affect him in the slightest. He let out a beast-like roar, and the energy of the laws in his hand heightened to a new level. Although blood was splattering everywhere from Jiga, his face was already unrecognizable, revealing bits of white bone, yet he felt no pain. Instead, his hatred for Ye Luot intensified, wanting to tear him apart completely. Clearly, Ye Luot had gained a slight advantage under the enhancement of the king's fist, but Zage's power was continuously strengthening. The Jiga before him was nothing short of a battle madman. This was Ye Luot's first encounter with an enemy willing to risk everything for power. It was truly terrifying. Ye Luot gritted his teeth looking at the demonized Jiga and declared 200 times King's Fist. Oh! The energy in his hands instantly amplified several times, and the Kamehameha surged fiercely towards the demonized Giga. Under this massive attack, Zyge's pupils constricted as he sensed that his power was insufficient to withstand it. However, Zyge's immense will to survive made him fearless. He roared in defiance, attempting to completely repel Ye Luote's attack. Ye Luote felt the demonized Zyge's power increase once again. Ye Luote's veins bulged as he continuously emitted energy from his hand, no longer caring about anything else. Even at the risk of severe injuries, he was determined to annihilate Giga. Ye Luote shouted 250 times King's Fist. "Oh, Giga, hurry and die." Boom. The overwhelming Kamehameha had completely surpassed Giga. Amidst a wave of golden-blue energy, Giga was engulfed by this attack. At this moment, Giga within the energy wave was no longer the calm figure he once was. He felt the power of the attack containing the laws melting him away, sensing the threat of death, and he let out a terrified howl. Beerus and Whis, watching the battle projected through the staff, were equally astonished. They never expected Giga and Ye Luote would fight to such an extent. It was beyond their expectations. Beerus said gravely, "It seems this battle is nearing its end. This is truly dangerous. I never imagined that the demonized Giga would be so powerful. Even Ye Luote finds it incredibly challenging." Whis also said seriously, "This battle has served as a reminder for Ye Luote. He cannot show any mercy or delay against his enemies, or they will seize the opportunity to unleash their trump cards." Sun Wukong added, "This battle has destroyed vast areas of star systems, and countless beings have suffered in the aftermath. After this battle, we must repair these star systems." Everyone nodded upon hearing Sun Wukong's words. They were surprised by the intensity of this battle. The seventh universe nearly faced destruction. Back on the battlefield, Ye Luote was infuriated to see Giga still struggling to survive. With the last bit of law energy within him, he urged the temporal divine will behind him to condense hundreds of law swords and ruthlessly strike at Giga. In an instant, the law swords severed Zyge's left hand and right foot. His heart had already been pierced through by Ye Luote earlier. Now he could only barely block these law swords with the law of death, but afterward his internal organs suffered tremendous damage and his gaze gradually became unfocused. Giga had reached the end of his rope. The power of the Kamehameha's law was about to wear him away. The death and thunder laws within him had been weakened to their limits. He could no longer protect himself. Far away in another time and space on the planet Acheron, the guards monitoring Giga and Liege noticed that their life signs were rapidly declining, nearing death. The inspector beside them immediately notified the guards to activate the time-space teleportation devices on them, swiftly bringing them back. After all this was a directive from their lord, these two could not die. Soon Giga fell silent under Ye Luote's Kamehameha. At this moment his physical body was dissolving and Beerus and the others smiled at this scene. Finally, an end was in sight. The observing destroyer gods also displayed relieved smiles, not expecting Ye Luote to be able to kill the demonized Giga. His power was truly formidable. They had previously learned about the existence of demonic energy from the angels, which made them break out in a cold sweat. After all, when a powerful warrior, even surpassing the gods, becomes demonized, all their attributes are greatly enhanced. Their strength was no longer on the same level as before, far surpassing their peak and becoming stronger with every fight, feeling no physical pain. The Grand Priest smiled and said, "It seems the outcome has been decided. Ye Luote has achieved the ultimate victory." This victory truly did not come easily. Zeno also nodded with a smile, feeling very pleased that the seventh universe had triumphed over a strong enemy. If Ye Luote had not prevailed just now, his guards would have intervened immediately. Zena's guards also nodded. They now acknowledged Ye Luote's power, which had surpassed the level of angels. However, to contend with them, he still fell short. Each of Zena's guards possessed multiple law powers, each having reached the pinnacle level. After all, the comprehension of laws lies in quality, not quantity. However, an unexpected event occurred at this moment. Giga, whose body was dissolving, suddenly flashed with golden light and vanished into the void, not knowing where he was sent. Ye Luote immediately flashed to the spot where Giga had disappeared, looking around in confusion. He was carefully sensing Zyge's aura, and his brow furrowed. "How could he disappear right under my nose? This is impossible." At this moment, the Grand Priest transmitted, "Giga has escaped from our time and space, possibly using some unknown technology from their realm. Even I didn't notice." Ye Luote, upon hearing the Grand Priest's words, furiously swung his hand, causing the surrounding meteorite layers to shatter. Clearly, he was extremely enraged, not expecting his efforts to be in vain. Next time, they would definitely return with a vengeance, and their power would become even stronger. This time, Ye Luote had been careless. If he had dealt with Giga earlier, so much of the star systems wouldn't have been destroyed, and he wouldn't have let him escape so easily. However, circumstances vary, and nothing can be absolute. At that moment, Ye Luote's veins were bulging, and he thought to himself, "I never expected that the trap meant to ensure Zyge's death would backfire that despicable fellow." Ye Luo was contemplating that if he could eliminate Zai Gu, it would undoubtedly alleviate a great deal of pressure during the martial arts competition in 5 years. Zai Ge's strength was evident to all. If they were to transform in the competition arena, the casualties would be unimaginable. Ye Luo felt a deep sense of regret about this battle, yet he was not overly worried. After all, in 5 years, he did not know how powerful Ye Ming and Son Wukong would become. Beerus and Whis approached Ye Luo. At this moment, Beerus had fully recovered and spoke solemnly. Ye Luo has that fellow named Zai Gu escaped. At that time, I sensed something enveloping him, and then he vanished from this space-time. Ye Luo's expression darkened as he said, "Yes, Lord Beerus, it was my carelessness. I had already gauged Zai Ge's approximate strength before this. I should have unleashed all my power to eliminate him at once. I never expected that after he transformed, his strength would surge, leading to a series of events. Truly, son, this time I have learned my lesson. There will definitely not be a next time. Overall, this time we have suffered a considerable loss in this space-time. Not only did we fail to kill the enemy, but many lives in our universe were lost." Whis looked at Ye Luo with admiration and said, "You were not blinded by your formidable power. It is quite rare for you to absorb enough experience during this battle. It's all right, those destroyed planets can be restored through the abilities of the Kaishin. After this battle, the 7th universe will usher in a relatively peaceful period. Ye Luo, you need not blame yourself." Ye Luo nodded at Whis' words, agreeing that what he said made a lot of sense. After all, this matter was in the past. They should consider things from a future perspective. Ye Luo then turned his gaze towards Broly's son Gohan's son, Wukong, Vegeta, Frieza, and Super 17. A comforting smile appeared on his face. His companions had all survived this battle, which made him extremely happy. At this moment, Broly expressed some regret, saying, "I was too careless and gave Zai Gu the chance to defeat me. My strength is still insufficient." Overall, this battle was primarily decided by Beerus, Ye Ming, and Son Wukong from the 6th universe. They had only provided minimal assistance. Ye Luo shook his head slightly at their words. "You need not feel too guilty. The enemy we faced this time was undoubtedly a top-tier warrior from their space-time, not an ordinary foe. After experiencing this battle, you now understand what truly formidable enemies look like. However, I must tell you that although Zai Gu is powerful, he is by no means their strongest existence. Even if they gained their strength through fusion, it is not something our universe can match. They will definitely return with even greater power to fight us, and we must be 120 vigilant. In the next 5 years, we must seize every moment to cultivate. Personal feelings and moral principles should not matter. Without strength, everything is just empty talk." Beerus nodded in agreement with Ye Luo's words, and Son Wukong responded with a smile. "You're right. We must become even stronger to stand firm in future crises, or we won't even be able to protect our families, let alone the people of the entire space-time." At this moment, Vegeta had a grim expression. He felt quite uncomfortable. In this battle, he had only made a brief appearance, but had not contributed much. If it weren't for Ye Ming and Son Wukong, the 7th universe would have likely perished at Zai Ge's hands. Vegeta had never placed his hopes on those exalted gods. Only the strength of the beings in their universe could conquer formidable foes. Frieza stood silently behind Vegeta, observing everyone's expressions with a blank face. He had entertained many thoughts during the recent battle, and if Ye Luo had lost, he would have. But since Ye Luo achieved victory, the situation was quite different. If Frieza could only align himself with Son Wukong and the others. At this moment, Whis' staff glowed as he said to Beerus, "The Grand Minister has summoned Kaishin from other universes to repair the planets in our universe. This battle has destroyed many star systems. We should set off immediately." Beerus nodded at Whis' words and instructed Son Wukong and the others, "You all should return to the God of Destruction realm to rest for a bit. You also worked hard in this battle. Whis and I will go to receive those Kaishin." Son Wukong and the others nodded, and the figures of Whis and Beerus vanished into the starry sky. Suddenly, Ye Luo split into two, and the figures of Ye Ming and Son Wukong appeared. After all, they were not Kaishin, and it seemed that the time for fusion had reached its limit. Their Patera earrings had also been enhanced by Whis' angelic power, otherwise they would have disintegrated long ago. Ye Ming and Son Wukong were not feeling well either, bearing some injuries. After all, he had just exerted himself with the Kaioken, leaving his body in a very poor state. Son Gohan quickly provided each of Son Wukong and Ye Ming with 2 senzu beans. They did not hesitate to consume them, immediately recovering most of their injuries and stamina. They might still need some time to recuperate. Ye Ming said to everyone, "Let's head back to the God of Destruction realm to rest for a while before making our next plan." Ye Ming led everyone back to the God of Destruction realm using instant transmission. During the battle, Whis had protected the God of Destruction realm with his angelic staff, preventing any collateral damage. Son Wukong approached Ye Ming and said, "Then I will head back to the 6th universe. This battle has been quite rewarding for me, right, Ye Ming? Ye Ming looked at AF Son Wukong with a half-smile, immediately sensing that during their recent fusion AF Son Wukong had noticed some secrets within him, but AF Son Wukong did not elaborate. AF Son Wukong smiled at Ye Ming and said, "It's all right, we are friends and comrades standing on the same front. I never pry into your matters because I have always believed in you, Ye Ming." Ye Ming smiled back at AF Son Wukong saying, "Ah, you are still so straightforward. Don't forget to train hard when you return. Let's join forces again next time." AF Son Wukong laughed heartily and said, "Haha, all right, next time we will give those fellows a good lesson. Until we meet again." As AF Son Wukong spoke, he disappeared from the spot, traveling through the passage within the 7th universe to arrive at the destruction space of the 6th universe. Son Wukong and Vegeta noticed that AF Son Wukong had said something to Ye Ming, but they did not inquire further, only feeling a bit curious. Ye Ming approached Frieza and said, "Frieza, you did well in this battle. Keep it up next time." Frieza glanced at Ye Ming and then closed his eyes saying, "To receive your praise is indeed a great honor. However, to be honest, your battle truly opened my eyes." Ye Ming chuckled and said to Frieza, "Perhaps you can reach that level too, right, Frieza?" Ye Ming's eyes shifted between Frieza and Son Wukong and Vegeta. Vegeta noticed Ye Ming's gaze and shot a fierce glare at Frieza. Frieza also caught on to Vegeta's stare and provocatively said, "Vegetation, do you have any insights? You wouldn't want to spar with me, would you? This is indeed my honor." Just as Vegeta was about to speak, he was interrupted by Ye Ming. All right, I see you two haven't had enough of fighting earlier. After resting for a while, you can have a rematch in the destruction space." Frieza and Vegeta snorted coldly and ignored each other. Son Wukong scratched his head, knowing what to say. At this moment, Jiga and his companions had been transported back to the Acelon planet. The guards waiting to welcome Jiga were already standing at the teleportation gate, when suddenly a flash of white light appeared and Zage's figure materialized on the platform. Seeing Jiga, who was covered in blood and barely recognizable, with even some bones faintly visible, he was taken aback and quickly instructed the guards behind him to summon the commander. The guards placed the severely injured Jiga into the recovery pod. However, the data indicated that Zage's injuries were extremely serious, and any slight mistake could lead to the loss of his life. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the recovery room, and all the guards and staff bowed in respect, saying, "Commander." A guard hurriedly informed Jiga of the situation, but was interrupted by the commander waving his hand, saying, "I am already aware of the situation. You can go about your duties." Looking at the barely alive and severely injured Jiga lying in the recovery pod, the commander frowned, surprised that someone could inflict such a condition on Jiga after his transformation. The commander of Acelon noticed that Zage's body was eroded by the laws of time and space and had numerous sword wounds. Jiga had pushed himself beyond his limits, but ultimately failed, leading to this outcome. At that moment, a figure flashed beside the commander, causing his pupils to constrict as he immediately bowed, saying, "Leader, you have arrived." The leader simply replied, "What is Zage's condition?" The commander of Acelon said his demonic seal has been lifted. Even so, he is now on the brink of death with no part of him uninjured. The situation is dire. The leader pondered for a moment, his fingers tapping back and forth on Zage's recovery pod. A second later, he said seriously, "Jiga is a powerful warrior on our Acelon planet. I do not wish for him to die like this. We must restore him at all costs. Do you understand what I am saying?" The commander placed his hand on his chest respectfully, saying, "Yes, leader." However, the ones sent to execute the mission were the biomodified humans. The biomodified humans had previously handed all collected data to Jiga and Liege, but they ultimately still failed. I believe that Jiga and Liege were initially overconfident, which led to their serious injuries. His body is filled with the aura of the laws of time and space, and it should not have been the guards of the king or angels who attacked. This indicates that there are indeed formidable warriors in that realm that we should be wary of. In such a short time, their power has increased to this level. We cannot underestimate them. The commander of Acelon nodded in agreement, saying, "This has taught us a valuable lesson. We almost lost two formidable warriors. I do not wish for this to happen again. Do you understand my meaning?" The commander of Acelon lowered his head even more upon hearing this. At all times, Acelon has always advanced steadily. Except for that one instance when we provoked the king and were destroyed, we have never failed. We have always defeated our opponents with overwhelming force. The commander of Acelon responded, "Yes, I will relay this matter to all departments as a reminder. It absolutely cannot happen again. I leave this to you now. Oh, I have other matters to attend to." The commander said respectfully, "I bid farewell to the leader." In the next moment, the Acelon leader vanished from the scene as if he had never appeared. Subsequently, he announced Zage's news to all the warriors and officials on Acelon planet. Others were shocked to hear that Jiga and Liege had returned in such a sorry state, severely injured and on the brink of death. All the warriors were taken aback to learn that after their fusion and the lifting of the demonic seal, they had still not managed to defeat their opponent, causing the various warrior factions on Asalon to cease underestimating that realm. They had originally thought that Zyke's ambush would succeed, but instead they almost lost two formidable warriors from Asalon. This left them feeling quite disheartened. Haekong furrowed his brows and thought it seems that there truly are powerful warriors in that realm, and even Jiga could not defeat them. Luckily, he did not engage actively, otherwise the outcome would not have been much better. Haekong has never taken the initiative to attack on Asalon, as rushing into action without understanding the opponent's situation would lead to unnecessary losses. However, he then recalled the biomodified humans had previously gathered data on that realm and transmitted it to Jiga and the others. But unexpectedly, in these 2 months the warriors from that realm have made significant progress, which may have contributed to Zage's failure. Originally, Haekong planned to take a tour of that realm, but given the current situation, he must prepare cautiously. Otherwise, he would end up like Jiga, and his strength is far inferior to Zage's. On the other side, Grippy and Nazca stood by the window, discussing something. Grippy took a sip of red wine and said, "I didn't expect Jiga and Leech to fail. It truly surprised me. I heard they are currently lying in the recovery chamber on the verge of death." Nazca looked at Grippy calmly and said, "This matter serves as a warning to us. That realm possesses warriors who threaten us and can injure Jiga to such an extent. We can no longer underestimate them." Grippy covered his mouth and laughed, saying, "Ha ha, I know, Nazca. I never meant to belittle Jiga and Leech. I was just a little surprised." After hearing this news, the biomodified human felt quite anxious, realizing that the leader and the commander were not seeking trouble with him. However, he immediately issued an order that except for the commander and Jiga, who was lying in the recovery pod, everyone else must attend a meeting in the conference room. Soon the remaining 22 warriors arrived at the conference room, including the biomodified human himself. However, the other warriors looked at the biomodified human with peculiar expressions. The biomodified human felt awkward and cleared his throat, saying this time Jiga and Leech failed in their mission. Everyone had heard about it, and I bear part of the responsibility. However, according to the battle data recorded from Zage's realm, the warrior, Ye Ming, made great strides in strength within a short time. He defeated Jiga after merging with the Sun Wukong from another realm. We have already collected battle data on their merged warriors, and next time we will implement corresponding strategic measures. Moreover, the God of Destruction from that realm should not be underestimated. I know that some of you have battled against the God of Destruction, but the God of Destruction from the 7th universe of that realm seems to be an exception. His power is even greater than Leech's. In conclusion, we have learned from this lesson, and next time we will not act so rashly in our offensive. The warriors below had different thoughts, each harboring their own calculations. The biomodified human looked at the silent warriors below, revealing a gloomy expression. The biomodified human also felt somewhat displeased and continued, "The leader has also held me accountable for this matter. However, he still approved me as the final commander for this incident. If any of you have objections to me, you can sue me to the leader." Upon hearing that it was the leader's order, Grippy smiled broadly and said, "Ha ha ha, since it is the leader's order, you are still the commander." The others silently nodded, evidently acknowledging the biomodified human's words. The biomodified human's expression improved slightly as he said solemnly, "Next time we will develop a thorough battle plan to avoid similar incidents from occurring. I need all of you warriors to support me." The demon Oob was staring with red eyes, lost in thought, while Haekong observed the expressions of those present. His duty was to protect the Asalon planet, and he was unwilling to charge into battle, at least not now. However, they also showed signs of agreeing with what the commander said, as maintaining appearances was still necessary. The original Asalon Science Hollins and Colonel Buster, along with Califlava and Kira, exchanged glances. They were the captains of the Asalon combat teams, and their combat plans were usually very tight. Their goal was to accomplish the tasks assigned by the commander and eliminate any obstacles in their path. Zage's failure served as a wake-up call for them. Acting rashly could lead to unnecessary casualties. If they were to continue ambushing the warriors from that realm, careful planning was essential. Soon 2 weeks passed, and the 7th universe regained its peace once more. The star systems that had been destroyed due to the chaos caused by Jiga and Ye had already recovered. At this moment, Ye Ming, Son Wukong, Vegeta Super 17, Broly's son Gohan, and Frieza were feasting in the hall of the God of Destruction's temple. Beerus took a bite of char siu and laughed, saying, "Earth food is still the most delicious. After the last crisis, I haven't had such tasty food in a long time." Beerus and Whis had been busy repairing planets with the Supreme Kai for a week, tirelessly restoring the stability of the star systems, which nearly exhausted him. Initially, Beerus wanted to run away, but the Grand Minister personally ordered him to supervise, leaving him with no choice. Ye Ming had just fully recovered from his injuries this week. After all, during the battle with Jiga, while fused with Son Wukong, the excessive use of the laws and extreme exhaustion had made his body feel very uncomfortable, especially after utilizing the 250 times Kaioken. Ye Ming looked around at the warriors who were devouring their food, and even Frieza was no exception. Ye Ming teased Frieza, "Eat more. Once you grow taller, you'll definitely be able to pin both Vegeta and Son Wukong down on the ground." Frieza, hearing Ye Ming's words, showed an awkward expression. "Oh, Ye Ming, that's a bit unkind. Even if this king doesn't grow taller, I can still pin those two down." Inside, Frieza felt a bit shy. After all, if it weren't for Son Wukong and the others stopping him, he would have wished to grow a few centimeters taller, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Vegeta glanced at Frieza disdainfully and said, "Frieza, I admit you're a bit formidable now, but if you want to pin me and Kakarot down, you're probably still not qualified." At this moment, Broly and Super 17 exchanged glances, secretly sighing. They knew Frieza and Vegeta were about to start their banter again. These two seemed to argue every day. If they didn't argue for a day, they felt uncomfortable all over. Ye Ming couldn't help but smile wickedly at this moment, but Frieza pouted and shot a glance at Ye Ming without bothering with him, focusing his gaze on Vegeta. Frieza wore that provocative smile again and said, "Oh, Vegeta-san. After our last contest, it seems we haven't sparred in a long time. How about we practice a bit later?" Vegeta wiped his mouth with a napkin and pointed at Frieza, saying, "Does this prince fear you? Are you still reminiscing about the glory days?" Frieza coolly looked at Vegeta with a provocative gaze and said, "Oh, then later this king will grant your wish. Let's see how long your arrogance can hold up." At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Beerus slammed the table and said, "Both of you shut up. I see you're both bored. Have you forgotten the pain of your past injuries? With your current strength, it's not enough for me to just slap you. You should calm down like Ye Ming and focus on your cultivation. Don't be complacent just because your strength has improved a bit. If those guys invade our universe again, you will be the first to fight." Whis also thought Beerus made a good point, continuing, "You should understand the power of the laws. Otherwise, in future battles, you will still be suppressed, and you might even be defeated before the fight begins." Son Wukong stood up and said to Whis, "How can I comprehend the power of the laws? It seems so difficult. I tried before, but now I haven't made any progress at all." Son Gohan nodded in agreement with Son Wukong's words. His talent was even slightly higher than Son Wukong and Vegeta's, but he was still without a clue. At this moment, Ye Ming spoke up, saying, "I have a way for you to comprehend the power of the laws in a relatively short time, but it also depends on your personal aptitude. Understanding the power of the laws can be achieved through battles with enemies, or perhaps sensing a glimmer of the laws between life and death, but that method is too dangerous, and I do not advocate it. The last method is for those with exceptional talent, who will naturally comprehend the power of the laws during their cultivation like me." Son Wukong and the others didn't think Ye Ming was bragging, because this was indeed the truth. Ye Ming continued, "For example, Son Wukong from the 6th universe comprehended the Void Law after suffering severe injuries while traversing the Void, and he has now roughly mastered it. Vegeta, I believe you are suited for the Law of Destruction. After all, with your God of Destruction aura, it makes sense for you to choose to comprehend such a law." Vegeta snorted softly. He felt that Ye Ming spoke too lightly. Not everyone possessed Ye Ming's kind of talent. At this time, Whis said the power of the laws varies between strong and weak. For instance, weak laws include the law of strength, the law of speed, the law of defense, and so on. Intermediate level laws include the 5 elemental powers: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. If you can master the 5 elemental laws simultaneously, it will create a supreme law known as the Law of 5 Elements. The Void Law that Son Wukong from the 6th universe mastered is of upper middle tier, while the Thunder Law that Jiga comprehended also belongs to the elemental laws, but it is stronger than one of the 5 elements. As the God of Destruction Beerus naturally masters the Law of Destruction, which is of superior tier. Above the superior tier, the strongest laws exist. The Law of Time and Space that Ye Ming comprehended is one of them. Whis provided an example roughly explaining the tiers and power levels of the laws. However, Ye Ming had already understood the classification of law powers in the system. When Ye Ming comprehended the Law of Time and Space, if it weren't for the system's assistance, he would have been in great danger and felt the intense fear of hovering on the edge of death. Ye Ming smiled at everyone and said, "I told you not to worry about this matter. However, understanding the laws depends on depth, not quantity. Only when your understanding of the laws reaches a profound level can you comprehend the next type of law. Otherwise, the power of the laws you comprehend will be useless. Not only will it not enhance your combat strength, but the power of the laws you use will also rapidly deplete. Now you understand what I mean." Frieza stroked his chin, pondering Ye Ming and Whis' words, and nodded. After all, he wasn't foolish. He also desired to possess the power of the laws. Everyone resonated with what Ye Ming and Whis said and gained a general understanding of how to approach the power of the laws. Ye Ming took a bite of a large chicken leg and said in a while I will transmit to you suitable methods for cultivating the laws. At least it should be of intermediate level. However, at this moment, Ye Ming let it slip. How could he possibly transmit the cultivation of the power of the laws to others? Ye Ming was momentarily stunned, glancing at Whis and Beerus from the corner of his eye. Beerus and Whis looked at Ye Ming with a smirk. Just with a couple of blinks, Ye Ming understood their implied meaning. Ye Ming laughed heartily, saying, "Come, come, come. Today's food is particularly delicious. Let's celebrate." Beerus, noticing that Ye Ming was intentionally changing the subject, didn't think much of it. He laughed and said, "Come on, let's drink to the future of the seventh universe." In this atmosphere of laughter and joy, everyone appeared exceptionally happy. Frieza also raised his glass to toast with the other warriors. Soon the warriors entered the right track of training. Whis took Beerus to practice by destroying space, and at this time Beerus' strength had already reached the peak of the second tier of destroyers. However, when Son Wukong and the others heard that this was the peak of the first tier of destroyers, they were also surprised and exclaimed, "Is there really a third tier or a fourth tier?" Whis smiled and said to them, "Destroyers are divine positions, and even we angels have to be ranked by levels. Their strengths vary. Lord Beerus is about to enter the second tier, and at that time his power will become even more formidable." Hearing Whis' words, Ye Ming smiled slightly at Beerus, knowing in his heart that the position of destroyer was not as simple as it seemed. After all, he had seen destroyers in high-dimensional Dragon Ball anime, who were millions of times stronger than Beerus. All the warriors congratulated Lord Beerus on his impending strength increase, while Ye Ming acted as the chief instructor for their training. Ye Ming looked at Son Wukong, Vegeta, Son Wufan, Super 17, Broly and Frieza in front of him, smiling at everyone as he said, "Now each of you come up one by one, and I will provide you with the training methods suitable for your rules." Son Wukong glanced at everyone and said, "I'll go first." Frieza and Vegeta snorted coldly, but when their gazes met they ignored each other again, and this scene was particularly amusing. Son Wukong sat cross-legged, and Ye Ming asked him, "Which rule did you try to comprehend before?" Son Wukong stroked his chin and said, "At that time I thought that my other self from the sixth universe could comprehend the Void Rule, so I also tried to comprehend the Void Rule, but I made no progress at all, ha." Ye Ming smiled at Son Wukong and said, "In that case I will teach you the method of cultivating the Void Rule, but it will depend on yourself." Son Wukong nodded, indicating that he understood. Ye Ming pointed his index finger at Son Wukong's forehead, instantly transferring a large amount of methods for cultivating the Void Rule to him. Son Wukong's eyes brightened, and he joyfully exclaimed, "Wow, I didn't expect there to be so many ways to cultivate the Void Rule. I'm so excited." Ye Ming smiled knowingly and said, "There are many methods, but it also depends on the individual. If you can't comprehend for a long time, it won't be of any use. Don't celebrate too early. Let's see if you can cultivate it first." Next was Vegeta, who sat solemnly in front of Ye Ming, and Ye Ming couldn't help but twitch his lips at Vegeta's serious demeanor. Vegeta said lightly, "Then I will cultivate the Destruction Rule. After all, I am on the path of destruction, and with my bloodline-enhanced transformation my power will greatly increase." Ye Ming nodded, which was within his expectations. He pointed his index finger at Vegeta's forehead and transferred the method of cultivating the Destruction Rule to him. Instantly a spark of brilliance appeared in Vegeta's eyes. Vegeta smiled slightly and said, "Thank you, Ye Ming." He then stepped down. Seeing Vegeta step down, Son Wufan came up next. He sat cross-legged, smiling at Ye Ming, who then said to him, "Do you have any thoughts?" Son Wufan lowered his gaze and pondered for a moment, saying, "I still don't know which rule is suitable for me right now. Brother Ye Ming, can you give me some guidance?" Seeing Son Wufan call him brother, how could Ye Ming not personally provide him with guidance? Ye Ming looked at Son Wufan, who was pondering, and then said, "Then you should cultivate the emotion rule for it. Is a high-level rule. The power of the emotion rule encompasses emotions like joy, anger, sadness, evil, greed, lust, sloth, gluttony, melancholy, vanity, and pride. You can harness these emotions of your opponents. Some emotions can enhance your own power while weakening your opponent's strength. When emotions exceed a certain level of control, the opponent may just explode on the spot." Ye Ming explained the general direction of the emotion rule to him. Son Wufan was very pleased after hearing this, and he decided to cultivate the emotion rule. Ye Ming handed the method of cultivating the emotion rule to Son Wufan, but he warned him to pay attention to the matters concerning the cultivation of these rules. Son Wufan nodded seriously. Next was Broly, who walked up to Ye Ming and sat cross-legged, scratching his head. Ye Ming couldn't help but smile at Broly's demeanor. Ye Ming smiled at Broly and said, "So after hearing me and Whis explain so many rules, what are your thoughts?" Broly smiled and replied, "My strong point is mainly strength. I can now control my own power, but I have no clue about which rule is suitable for me to cultivate." Ye Ming nodded and said, "I think your strength lies in explosive power. If you can severely injure your opponent with a single blow, your advantages will be evident." Ye Ming continued, I will give you two rules to choose from. One is a low-level rule, and the other is slightly stronger than a mid-level rule, but still within the mid-level range. Broly nodded and said, no problem, I will follow your arrangements. Ye Ming then provided Broly with the methods for cultivating the power rule and the thunder rule. Broly's comprehension was decent, but he had previously acted too much like a barbarian. Broly immediately showed a grateful expression, and Ye Ming waved his hand saying, it's no big deal. Just train hard and try to share some of the pressure with me next time. However, Broly also bowed to Ye Ming as a sign of thanks, and Ye Ming smiled slightly. After Broly stepped down, it was Frisia's turn. Ye Ming looked at Frisia with an even broader smile, though what he was smiling about was unknown. Ye Ming teased Frisia, saying, Frisia, I have a rule that can instantly increase your height. Do you think you need it? Frisia felt furious upon hearing Ye Ming's words, but he still managed to suppress it. He replied with a grin, Ye Ming, don't keep making fun of me. It doesn't mean anything. Haha, just a joke, Frisia. I don't take it too seriously. Sit down. Ye Ming laughed. Frisia snorted coldly and sat down in front of Ye Ming. Ye Ming examined Frisia and said, I believe that only the destruction rule is worthy of Lord Frisia. What do you think? Frisia glanced back at Vegeta, who was crossing his arms and looking displeased, and quietly said to Ye Ming, how I think after I cultivate the destruction rule, I will be stronger than Vegeta. Perhaps this will be very satisfying. Ye Ming raised his eyebrows and replied, good. Then I will let you cultivate the destruction rule. I hope you can cultivate faster and stronger than Vegeta. He. Frisia revealed a meaningful smile and nodded. Ye Ming handed him the method for cultivating the destruction rule, and even if Frisia wanted to turn against him later, his strength was nothing in Ye Ming's eyes. Finally, it was the turn of Super Android 17, who also walked up and sat cross-legged in front of Ye Ming. Before Super Android 17 could speak, Ye Ming said, Super Android 17, I believe you are the core of this team. You have a strong sense of teamwork, so I have decided to grant you the defense rule and the gold rule. The defense rule can enhance the solidity of your protective shield and provide protection for your teammates in critical situations, while the gold rule can strengthen your attacks and enhance your defense capabilities. Super Android 17 nodded, clearly pleased with these two rules. Ye Ming said to him, since the two of you merged, you have discovered some specific functions within yourself. These functions will allow you to cultivate these rules faster. In the depths of the 7th universe's destruction space, Beerus was seated in the exclusive training position of the God of Destruction. The aura of destruction surrounding him gradually intensified, and his body trembled violently, beads of sweat forming on Beerus' forehead. Whis furrowed his brows, carefully observing Beerus' training. If Beerus showed even a hint of carelessness, he would immediately intervene. At this moment, Beerus had reached a critical point in his breakthrough, but whether he could enter the 3rd level of the destruction form depended on this moment. Before encountering Ye Ming, his training had been rather lackadaisical. But now, Beerus was an enthusiastic practitioner, constantly striving to enhance his power. Watching this scene, Whis couldn't help but reminisce about the time when he had taught Beerus. Suddenly, the aura of destruction around Beerus erupted, and the laws of destruction in the entire space converged towards him. Whis smiled slightly, sensing that the breakthrough was imminent. Then Beerus opened his eyes, a flash of purple light passing through them. He had broken through to the 3rd level of the God of Destruction form, significantly enhancing his power. Whis smiled and said, congratulations, Lord Beerus, your power has greatly increased. Whis also tightened his fist and asked, how does my current power compare to Ye Ming's? Whis thought for a moment and replied, Ye Ming has also been training in the destruction space. Each time he emerges from it, his power increases significantly, so I am not sure how Lord Beerus might. Beerus, having heard enough, stood up with his hands behind his back and declared, it seems I must also intensify my training, otherwise I will be left far behind by that guy. Whis replied, you need not compare yourself with Ye Ming. In all 12 universes, you are the strongest God of Destruction. Ye Ming's origins are mysterious, and he can exist in our universe. We should be quite pleased. Beerus nodded in agreement with Whis' words and said, you go teach the other warriors, I will focus on my training. Whis slightly bowed and said, understood, Lord Beerus. In the next moment, Whis vanished from Beerus' presence. Ye Ming was also deep in seclusion within the destruction space, exuding the aura of the laws of the void. Indeed, when he fused with Son Goku, Ye Ming had roughly grasped the power of the laws of the void. This was also thanks to his fusion with Son Goku. After merging, their memories intertwined, including the training of the laws. Ye Ming had also demonstrated the laws of the void after personally merging, which was why he could comprehend them so quickly. Ye Ming thought for a moment perhaps Son Goku could also grasp the laws of time and space, but the comprehension of the laws of time and space was exceedingly difficult, leaving him uncertain. Ye Ming also found that while the laws of time and space were powerful, they seemed to lack a bit in offensive capability. He needed something extra for enhancement. The use of the Kaioken would also rapidly deplete his stamina. This ultimate technique could only be saved as a last resort. Ye Ming was carefully contemplating that among all offensive laws the most brutal were the laws of destruction, the laws of slaughter, the laws of annihilation, and the laws of death. These were all upper-tier laws. He currently couldn't comprehend any stronger laws. Having encountered Zykus laws of death, Ye Ming felt that the laws of death were indeed impressive. The laws of destruction mastered by Beerus, Frieza, and Vegeta were also quite formidable. Ye Ming was torn between these two laws. However, Ye Ming reconsidered and decided to delve into the laws of death. The laws of destruction could be left to Beerus, Frieza, and Vegeta. He believed that the laws of death would not only enhance his offensive capability, but also prevent enemies from escaping. The death cage that Zeko had once used against him remained vivid in his memory. Although Ye Ming comprehended the laws of death, he was neither an executioner nor a saint. He would only annihilate all foreign invaders to their universe. Then he instructed the system to provide him with the training methods for the laws of death, and he immediately began his training. Soon the space fell silent once more. If Ye Ming were to master one more law, he would possess 3 laws. His laws of time and space had significantly improved during his battles with Zeko and Jiga. His laws of the void had also entered the right track. Among these 3 laws, one was a supreme law, while the other 2 were upper-tier laws. Weiss was indeed correct. If Ye Ming emerged from seclusion again, his power would experience a tremendous surge. Ye Ming's goal during this period of seclusion was to cultivate the laws of the void and death to a certain level. He firmly believed that his power would receive a significant boost. At this moment, the system's voice sounded, "Host, if you can master these 3 laws, you will meet the conditions for cultivating the perfect Super Saiyan 6th level. I will provide you with the most perfect transformation method, even stronger than the 6th level of Super Saiyans from other time and space. Your physical strength and control over your aura have already met the conditions, but due to the lack of the power of the laws, I did not respond." Ye Ming smiled, realizing that this time he needed to muster his efforts to cultivate the perfect Super Saiyan 6th level. It seemed that his power would not only see a great increase, but would also undergo a complete leap in tier. The others in the various training rooms were unaware of Ye Ming's thoughts, each diligently training and grasping the power of the laws. However, they might not see results in the short term. They needed some time. Soon over a month passed. There were still over 2 months until they would head to the Grand Minister. However, at this moment something occurred in the future time and space. Indeed, it was the dark beings wreaking havoc in the time and space of future Trunks. At this moment, Trunks was frantically fleeing as if he were evading something. He glanced around and saw that no one was following him, then hid in a basement where he encountered a gentle figure. Trunks joyfully exclaimed, "Mom." This was Trunks' mother Bulma, though she appeared a bit older now, her eyes carrying a hint of fatigue. She gently said, "You're back, Trunks. What did you bring?" Trunks quickly handed over the materials in his hands to his mother Bulma, who eagerly accepted them and revealed a long-lost smile. These were materials to start the time machine. Now that he had this part, the time machine could be completed and ready to activate at any moment. Soon Bulma handed the completed time machine to Trunks, her eyes filled with tears, as she said, "The future of Earth is in your hands. You must return." Seeing his mother in tears, Trunks also shed tears, saying, "Yes, Mom, I won't let you down. I will reach Uncle Goku's time and have them teach a lesson to those dark beings." Trunks held the capsule in his hand, knowing it represented the hope of their planet, and he solemnly nodded to his mother in front of him. Bulma nodded at her son Trunks, for he was their hope. However, at that moment, an unexpected situation arose. A large hole was blown into their basement, and thick smoke billowed out. Seeing this, Bulma hurriedly pushed Trunks away. Trunks cried out, "Mom, no!" As he looked on, a dark figure held his mother in one hand, and with a burst of energy, she turned to dust. With blood-red eyes, Trunks yelled, "Mom!" But he knew that his mother Bulma had been killed by the dark figure before him, and he was filled with rage. After the smoke cleared, a face identical to Sun Wukong's emerged. Indeed, it was Zamasu who had seized Sun Wukong's body. Tears streamed down Trunks' face as he gritted his teeth, staring at the dark figure resembling his uncle Wukong, not knowing where this group had come from. Yet when they arrived on this planet, they inexplicably launched an attack as if filled with immense hatred for humanity. However, Trunks knew he was no match for the dark Wukong before him. All he could do was seek help from Uncle Wukong and his father from the timeline he had once visited. However, Sun Wukong and the others in that timeline were unaware of the events happening in the future. At this moment, the aura of death radiated from Ye Ming in the destruction space. Indeed, he had already begun to grasp the laws of death within this month, an undeniable talent. Yet Ye Ming knew that he was still quite far from the level of the laws of death controlled by Zeko. He had to keep contemplating. However, he suddenly felt a wave of restlessness in his heart, unsure of what had caused his inability to calm down. Ye Ming also understood that one cannot rush to eat hot tofu. since he had already grasped 3 laws he could go out to relax, and then return to cultivate the 6th stage of Super Saiyan. At this moment the system said, the reason the host cannot calm down is that something has happened in the future timeline. Ye Ming raised an eyebrow at the system's words, for it rarely spoke. He asked the system, is it that group of Zamasu? The mechanical voice of the system responded, yes, the humans in that timeline are on the brink of extinction. Host, you are aware of this. Ye Ming thought to himself, perhaps his inner unrest was due to Zamasu causing chaos in the future, making it difficult for him to focus on cultivating. After all, he had fully integrated into this timeline, and the causal connections would include part of him. Ye Ming said, it seems I need to resolve this trouble with Zamasu quickly, otherwise my heart will always be restless. After all, Ye Ming was also aware of the plot in the anime. It seemed that future Trunks was on his way to their timeline. Ye Ming knew that Trunks would arrive in their universe within these few days, but he was not in a hurry for now. He simply waited patiently, relaxing a bit. Weiss smiled as he approached Ye Ming, who had just emerged from the destruction space, saying, did you finish your training early this time? Ye Ming replied, something is about to happen, so I had to come out for a stroll. Weiss, intrigued, said, oh, could it be that another crisis has arisen prompting you to come out personally? Ye Ming told Weiss everything, for his actions were already mysterious enough, and discussing future events would not be surprising. Weiss joked, could it be that you can foresee future events? That would be quite remarkable, Ye Ming. Ye Ming shook his head, saying, the Trunks from the future will definitely come to Earth to inform Bulma of what happened in this timeline, and then Bulma will contact you. Although Zamasu's matter troubles me as well, it may be entangled with some causality. If I don't resolve it immediately, I feel I won't be able to focus. Weiss nodded, agreeing with Ye Ming's words. At this moment he gazed at the starry sky and said, ever since you arrived in this timeline, the direction of this timeline has become increasingly unclear. You should understand what I mean, Ye Ming. Ye Ming laughed heartily, saying, rest assured, as long as I'm here, there won't be any mishaps. If one day I die, it would mean this timeline is truly not far from destruction. Even though the king of all has someone behind him, he wouldn't dare to casually interfere with matters in lower dimensional timelines. Those big shots from higher dimensional timelines wouldn't care about the lives of people like us. That's the law of the cosmic forest. Weiss gazed at Ye Ming with a meaningful look. During this conversation, he realized that Ye Ming indeed understood some of the intricacies of higher dimensional timelines. Ye Ming also noticed Weiss' gaze, but he shrugged and said, but looking at it now, it's too early. How could my current strength attract the attention of those big shots? Instead, it's better to proceed steadily and focus on training. After all, what is meant to be will not escape. If I truly encounter an unbeatable enemy, I can only blame my own weakness. Weiss suddenly displayed a look of admiration. He closed his eyes and said, Ye Ming, perhaps with you in this timeline, we will become even stronger. This is a feeling I haven't experienced in many years. At this moment, Ye Ming asked, Weiss, have you been hiding your strength? Although angels indeed cannot act freely under the constraints of the rules, it is not absolute. Wouldn't you agree? Weiss smiled, but did not answer Ye Ming's question. Instead, he glanced at Ye Ming with subtle eyes, and Ye Ming instantly understood. Some things cannot be stated outright. Ye Ming continued, I have been in this timeline for a few years. I have a dream. Weiss, do you want to hear it? Weiss perked up, saying, I would love to hear more. I want to become the most powerful deity or warrior not only in this timeline, but also in higher dimensional timelines, with all the deities and companions of the 7th universe as my right and left arms. Ye Ming spread his hands, declaring. Weiss' pupils contracted upon hearing Ye Ming's words, for in that instant he seemed to see an endless divine light emanating from Ye Ming. He envisioned the future, a great deity leading them. Weiss snapped back to reality, smiling as he said, one day you will fulfill your wish. All the warriors of the 7th universe, including myself, will be your steadfast support. Ye Ming and Weiss exchanged smiles and did not say much more. Ye Ming exclaimed, let's go eat something delicious. I'm starving. As soon as Weiss heard the word delicious food, he immediately covered his mouth and laughed, for he was quite fond of it. In the final defense of Earth, Trunks successfully activated the time machine under the protection of its forces. Gritting his teeth, he looked at the fallen comrades and had no choice but to press the button to travel to Ye Ming's timeline. Trunks wiped away a tear and murmured, everyone, you must hold on until I return alive. I will bring back Uncle Wukong and the others. You must fight hard to survive. Xiao Wu also leaned against the time machine, watching Trunks with tears in her eyes, waving her hands reluctantly. At that moment, Trunks' gaze became even more resolute as he immediately traversed through time. Black Wukong furrowed his brow as he arrived at the place where Trunks had disappeared. Just moments ago, he sensed that Trunks' aura seemed to vanish, but he closed his eyes and began to search carefully. Black Wukong murmured with a frown, it has indeed completely disappeared, even out of this universe. He had just seen a beam of light vanish from here, but he did not know what it was. Suddenly the time ring on his right hand began to glow. Suddenly Black Wukong's pupils shrank. The direction indicated by the time ring was heading towards the past. He never expected that Trunks had actually traversed time back to the past. However, he did not have time to think further. He must immediately deal with the troublesome Trunks, or else his Human Zero plan would still not achieve perfection. He slightly twisted his mouth, thinking Scions are truly a nuisance. He touched his own body. The original owner of this body was Son Wukong. Unfortunately, it had been taken from him. At this moment, he was no longer Zamasu, but rather Son Wukong endowed with Scion power. Thinking of this, Black Wukong suddenly burst into loud laughter. From afar it looked as if the entire earth had been destroyed by him, leaving ruins everywhere. Then he immediately dove into the time tunnel, following Trunks' trail to the past. After all, he was curious about what the past was like. Soon Trunks arrived in the past in his time machine, landing in the yard outside Bulma's house. Bulma heard the noise and rushed out, seeing Trunks jumping out of the time machine right in front of her. Bulma widened her eyes, examining Trunks before realizing that this was the future Trunks who had once come to their time. Before Bulma could react, Trunks embraced her tightly, whispering, "Mom." Trunks' grip became even tighter. After hugging for a while, they separated. Bulma felt the sadness in future Trunks' heart and gently stroked him, saying, "If you need any help, just tell Mom. Mom will support you fully." Future Trunks looked at his gentle and caring mother, memories flooding into his mind, and suddenly tears streamed down his face. But he quickly wiped his tears. He knew it was not the time to be sad. He immediately asked, "Where's my father?" Bulma touched Trunks' face and said, "Your father Vegito went to train in the God of Destruction realm. He hasn't been back for several months. Oh, and your uncle Wukong and son Gohan have also gone there." Trunks was confused about what the God of Destruction realm was, but he didn't think too much about it. Did something happen in the future? I need to notify them to come back quickly. Trunks nodded and said, "A major crisis has occurred in the future. I need Uncle Wukong and Dad's help." Bulma nodded seriously and immediately contacted Whis. Whis received the message from Bulma and immediately activated the projection of his staff. Bulma hurriedly said, "Mr. Whis, please tell my husband and son Wukong to come back to Earth. My child, future Trunks, has come to our Earth seeking their help." However, at this moment Bulma added, "It would be even better if Mr. Ye Ming could return to Earth as well." Ye Ming was right next to Whis at that moment. He immediately took over the staff and said, "Don't worry, Bulma, I will return to Earth with son Wukong and Vegeta. Let's settle future Trunks first." Bulma happily nodded at Ye Ming's words, saying, "Okay, I'll wait for your return. Hurry up." Then Ye Ming arrived outside the God of Destruction realm and summoned Vegeta and son Wukong. Vegeta and son Wukong had already received Whis' message and were at the entrance of the God of Destruction realm. Ye Ming told son Wukong and Vegeta everything, including why Trunks had come to seek help in their time. At this moment Vegeta's veins popped as he shouted, "What? My future Bulma died at the hands of that group of dark beings, and one of those dark beings is Zamasu, who usurped son Wukong's body." Son Wukong also frowned, not expecting that one day his body would be taken by someone. Son Wukong scratched his head. Whis then approached Ye Ming and said, "Zamasu is the apprentice Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Later I will handle this matter with Lord Beerus. You can rest assured and head to Earth." Ye Ming replied to Whis, "No problem, then we will head to Earth first." However, a figure slowly walked towards Ye Ming and the others, and a harsh voice rang out. "Oh, is there a fun place that you won't take this king to explore?" Ye Ming exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, it seems you've come out of seclusion and have grown quite strong, Frisia." Frisia chuckled twice, but humbly said, "I can't compare to you, Ye Ming. However, I felt extremely bored after training in the God of Destruction realm for so long, so I came out to take a break and happened to run into you going out on business. So how about it? Consider taking me along, and I promise I won't cause you any trouble." Vegeta was about to refuse Frisia, but Ye Ming immediately said sure. Frisia was pleasantly surprised and said, "Oh, it looks like I chose a great time to come out. Otherwise this king wouldn't have known what exciting events I would miss." Vegeta snorted coldly, and Ye Ming continued, "Then hurry over, we are about to set off." The next moment Ye Ming took Frisia and the others to Earth. Suddenly Ye Ming brought son Wukong and the others into Bulma's yard, where they saw Bulma and Trunks engaged in conversation. At this moment Trunks also saw that son Wukong and his father had arrived, but upon seeing Frisia, he was momentarily stunned, saying, "Frisia, what are you doing here?" Frisia stroked his chin and said, "Do I know you? Oh, I see you must be a warrior from the future. It seems you've seen me in the future." Son Wukong stepped forward to mediate, saying, "The current Frisia is one of our allies, so don't misunderstand Trunks." Hearing his uncle Wukong say this, Trunks nodded and walked straight towards his father Vegeta, saying, "Dad, the future." Before future Trunks could finish, Vegeta interrupted him sternly, saying, "I already know your situation, so you came back in a sorry state to seek our support, right? After all these years you still haven't made any progress." Trunks, hearing his father's admonition, lowered his head, tears welling in his eyes. He felt useless. However, at that moment, Bulma shouted at Vegeta, saying, "Vegeta, if you have the ability, say it again. Your son came to the past seeking your help, not to be scolded by you." Bulma glared at Vegeta, who glanced at the angry Bulma and closed his eyes. He said lightly, "All right, wipe your tears clean. After this matter, you need to reflect properly." Ye Ming stepped forward and said to Trunks, "So you are future Trunks. Nice to meet you. I am Ye Ming, a friend of your father. You and your dad are both excellent Saiyan warriors. We already understand the situation on your side, so don't worry. Those dark beings are nothing to us. But as Vegeta's son, you can't keep coming back to us for help whenever danger arises. You are the son of a Saiyan prince. Only by strengthening your own power can you protect your friends." Trunks stared at Ye Ming, momentarily taken aback. He scrutinized Ye Ming in front of him. He had once received guidance from the Supreme Kai and had felt the divine energy. However, the Ye Ming before him seemed like a true divine being. This sense of oppression surpassed that of any deity. Bulma winked at Trunks and said, "This is the most powerful Saiyan in our dimension, and an extremely strong one at that. Even our universe's God of Destruction, Lord Beerus, cannot defeat him." After hearing his mother Bulma's words, Trunks hurriedly bowed and said, "I was rude just now, Mr. Ye Ming. But you were right. I am too weak, and I have lost my father's face." What Vegeta had just expressed was not the meaning at all. He glared at his son, future Trunks, with gritted teeth. If it weren't for the current situation, he would have given him a severe lesson. At this moment, Son Wukong and Frieza also found it inappropriate to intervene. Frieza quietly walked away, uninterested in these matters, while Son Wukong watched the group pull at each other. Ye Ming smiled and said, "Trunks, we will talk about your situation later. First, we will help you deal with that group of dark beings. We know their background, so rest assured. None of them will escape. They will all die." As Ye Ming finished his words, he sensed a powerful aura transcending space and time descending upon their planet. Soon a vast void appeared in the sky, and the figure of Black Wukong gradually manifested. Trunks pointed fiercely at Black Wukong in the sky, saying, "This imposter Son Wukong is the one who killed most of humanity on our Earth, including my mother." Hearing Trunks' words, Black Wukong smiled slightly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. He noticed that this timeline's Son Wukong and Vegito were present, as well as Frieza, since he had obtained not only Son Wukong's body, but also his memories. However, when his gaze fell on Ye Ming, cold sweat instantly poured down his face. Ye Ming's divine power was even more formidable than any destroyer god he had encountered. No, it was even comparable to that of an angel. Son Wukong shouted at Black Wukong, "You look exactly like me. What a pity, I've already figured out your identity right. You're the Zamasu who took over my body." Black Wukong was taken aback by this timeline's Son Wukong's revelation. "How do you know this?" Vegeta snorted coldly and said, "Stop wasting words, you filthy bug who dared to kill my future Bulma. I won't be called Vegeta if I don't beat you to a pulp today." Frieza then chuckled. "Haha, Ye Ming, the gift you mentioned for me couldn't be this person, right? He looks exactly like Son Wukong. Although your aura is quite different from Son Wukong's, it doesn't matter to me." Black Wukong said nonchalantly, "You three don't plan to treat me as a mere cutting board, do you? Do whatever you want with me." Frieza raised an eyebrow and said, "Do you even realize how weak you truly are? However, seeing your face makes me want to torment you to death, haha." Son Wukong's face darkened upon hearing Frieza's words. He knew Frieza harbored a tremendous amount of hatred towards him. Vegeta glanced at Frieza and said, "Frieza, this guy is mine. You are not allowed to touch him. I said I would smash him to pieces." Frieza shrugged indifferently, saying, Vegetation, you don't have the authority to command me. However, I have a good suggestion. How about I beat him half to death and then hand him over to you? This way neither side suffers losses." Frieza revealed a sinister smile as he looked at Vegeta, who was also unafraid and was about to refuse. At this moment, Ye Ming said, "All right, I just promised you, Frieza. This prey is yours, so let's hand this fake Wukong over to you. But you can also beat him half to death and leave the rest to Vegeta." Trunks stared blankly at the four people in front of him. Except for Ye Ming, he never expected that his father and the others would directly discuss how to deal with, or even torment Black Wukong, as if he were a fish on a chopping board ready for slaughter. Black Wukong in the sky was infuriated by their words. He roared, "Don't underestimate me, or you might break your teeth on my hard bones." Frieza turned to look at Black Wukong in the sky, flashing a wicked grin. "Since you want to be tormented by me, I won't waste any time. Frieza will now serve you enthusiastically, ha ha ha." Ye Ming immediately used his power to enclose the area, ensuring that their battle wouldn't affect anyone else. In the next moment, Frieza vanished from sight. Black Wukong's pupils contracted as he scanned his surroundings, sensing Frieza's aura. However, Frieza's ghostly voice echoed behind Black Wukong. "Are you looking for me?" Boom. Frieza landed a heavy punch on Black Wukong's back, sending him flying thousands of meters away. Black Wukong was sent crashing into a distant valley, feeling the pain in his body. However, he grinned. I didn't expect the Frieza of this timeline to be this strong. Unbeknownst to Black Wukong, Frieza had received training from angels and undergone strict self-discipline. His current strength was on a completely different level compared to before. Frieza flashed in front of Black Wukong and said casually, "Your attacks can cause me pain, but this pain will only make me stronger, ha ha ha." Frieza's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Is what you just said true? Pain will make you stronger. My goodness, the gift that Ye Ming sent me is quite substantial. I will thoroughly torment you. You are practically a punching bag prepared for me, Frieza. Black Wukong's pupils contracted as Frieza immediately unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, leaving Black Wukong stunned by the weight of the blows. Black Wukong was not foolish. He sensed something was off with Frieza, realizing he might still be hiding even greater power. He sensed danger, as did Vegeta and Son Wukong from this timeline, along with that mysterious scion. Black Wukong thought to himself, this place is not suitable for me to stay. I must return to the future and fuse with Zamasu immediately, or I might not make it out of here. Frieza was relentlessly attacking him, filled with excitement from the beating. Black Wukong quickly dodged his assault, but his numbed arm also caused him discomfort. Black Wukong looked back at Frieza and scoffed, "I'm not playing with you anymore." Frieza was taken aback. He never expected this guy would try to escape, and he would not allow Black Wukong to get away. Otherwise, where would he find such a perfect punching bag? Frieza quickly chased after Black Wukong, appearing right in front of him. Black Wukong was caught off guard by Frieza's speed. Frieza sneered, "You can't escape in front of me. You can't escape at all. Your only ending is to be tortured to death by me." Black Wukong gritted his teeth, glaring at Frieza. He immediately launched an attack on Frieza, but in front of Frieza his speed seemed somewhat slow. Frieza countered with a punch to Black Wukong's abdomen, causing him to spit out a mouthful of bile. Then Frieza landed a punch on his head, sending him flying. Black Wukong lay on the ground, clutching his abdomen in pain. His clothes were now tattered, and Frieza was clearly dissatisfied with the current state of Black Wukong. Frieza relentlessly bombarded Black Wukong with death beams, causing Black Wukong to howl in agony. After firing dozens of shots, Frieza noticed that Black Wukong lay motionless. He held his breath, observing, "He can't be dead, can he? That would be quite dull." Frieza flew to Black Wukong's side and slowly approached him. Black Wukong, eyes closed, sensed Frieza had arrived and erupted with powerful energy. Boom! Frieza braced himself against the explosive force, veins bulging, shocked that Frieza was being toyed with by such a small character. At that moment, Frieza wanted to tear Black Wukong into 8 pieces. Black Wukong was propelled away by the shockwave of the explosion and quickly flew towards the time-space portal. Ye Ming, Vegeta, and Son Wukong sensed Black Wukong's movements and were about to get up to stop him. However, Ye Ming waved his hand at Vegeta and the others, saying, "Calm down with me here, this imposter won't escape." Black Wukong glanced down at Ye Ming, who remained still, and smiled. "It seems they still underestimate me. I simply don't want to reveal my strength in this timeline." Black Wukong provocatively said to Son Wukong and the others, "If you have the guts, come with me to the future world, haha." As Black Wukong stepped into the time-space portal, Frieza gritted his teeth at the vanishing entrance, never expecting that he would be outsmarted one day. Vegeta was about to speak to Ye Ming at that moment. Ye Ming said to Frieza and the others, "You still have plenty of opportunities, just watch." Instantly, a halo of time-space divine wheel appeared behind Ye Ming's head, and this power dazzled everyone present. The overwhelming divine energy was enormous, leaving Trunks beside him completely stunned. Ye Ming calmly said, "Come back to me," and fiercely clutched the time-space portal where Black Wukong had just disappeared. The previous time-space portal opened once again. Everyone stared in amazement at this scene as Black Wukong's figure was sent flying back, feeling a force pulling him back to the past timeline. Black Wukong looked at the seemingly smiling faces of the crowd, swallowing hard. After all, he had been too arrogant just now. Black Goku now looked grimly at Frieza and Son Wukong before him. Frieza burst into laughter, saying, "Oh, why aren't you running away? Show me the provocative aura you had just now." Cold sweat appeared on Black Goku's face as he realized that his only opponent was Frieza. If Son Wukong and the others joined in, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Black Goku may have overestimated himself, but wanting Son Wukong and the others to gang up on Frieza was beyond his current capability. At this moment, Ye Ming said to Vegeta beside him, "In the future, there is someone named Zamasu, but he has not taken over Son Wukong's body. It is Zamasu himself that you must go to the future world to completely eliminate. Don't worry, this Black Goku won't escape my eyes. He cannot fuse with the future Zamasu." Trunks was puzzled as to how Ye Ming knew so much, as he hadn't introduced the situation yet. Vegeta and Son Wukong didn't ask further and turned to Trunks. Vegeta said to Trunks, "Let's go, take us to the future timeline and deal with that scoundrel in return." Trunks replied, "Yes, father." At this time the time machine had been replenished with energy by Bulma and was now ready to return to the future timeline. Ye Ming nodded seriously to Trunks, who respectfully bowed to Ye Ming, realizing he had encountered a benefactor. After all, even his proud father Vegeta had to heed Ye Ming's advice, and the villainous Frieza wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of Ye Ming. Ye Ming said to Son Wukong, "Don't you have the King of All summoning device? After you resolve the future Zamasu, summon the King of All and report everything to him." Son Wukong replied him, "Why do we need to summon the King of All?" Ye Ming continued, "The future Zamasu has killed all the gods except for the angels. After they assassinated the Supreme Kai, the Destroyer God must also vanish, otherwise how would these dark beings dare to brazenly destroy planets? After summoning the King of All, tell him everything, he will handle it properly." Trunks listened to Ye Ming's words with a puzzled expression, as if he were not on the same wavelength. Who was this King of All? At this moment Vegeta said to Trunks, "The King of All is the highest deity above the 12 universes, now you should understand." Trunks gasped in surprise at what his father had just said. Vegeta interrupted Son Wukong's question, saying to Ye Ming, "It's fine, I will explain everything to Kakarot later, and then I will summon the King of All to the future world." Ye Ming nodded and approached Trunks, saying, "Perhaps this is an opportunity for you, Trunks. I will recommend you to become the Destroyer God of the 7th universe to Whis in the future. Though your current strength is weak, your potential is not to be underestimated. Under the guidance of the angel, your power will quickly rise, and perhaps it won't be long before your strength rivals that of your father and Uncle Wukong." Trunks looked back seriously at his father and the smiling Uncle Wukong. He turned to Ye Ming, who at that moment appeared like a life mentor, giving him renewed hope and confidence. Trunks initially wanted to kneel down to thank Ye Ming for his guidance, but was hurriedly stopped by Ye Ming. He smiled and said, "Most of the future crises will depend on you. I know that many of your relatives have already died, but you can rely on your strength to protect your remaining family and your universe. Perhaps in the future we will still need your power. Trunks, believe in yourself. You are not weaker than anyone else." Trunks looked at the serious Ye Ming, wiped away a tear, and said, "Yes, Mr. Ye Ming, I will not let you down. I believe that one day I can fight alongside you on the same front." Vegeta smiled at Trunks' words, although if he spoke it might have been a bit harsher. Bulma and Little Trunks looked at Big Trunks with proud smiles. Little Trunks gave Big Trunks a thumbs up, saying, "Go for it, future me. You are going to become a true Destroyer God." Big Trunks approached Little Trunks and said, "Thank you, little me, you keep it up too." As they spoke, Ye Ming and Bulma were seen disappearing into the sky, stepping into the future timeline. Black Goku also sensed that Son Wukong and Trunks had entered the future timeline, and they were likely to arrive in his timeline. His heart was filled with anxiety. However, he could not move away. Ye Ming had sealed the passage of his time ring, and Frieza before him was continuously attacking. At this moment, Black Goku was truly caught in a pincer attack. Seizing the moment when Black Goku was distracted, Frieza struck him in the face, sending him flying. Frieza spread his hands and said, "You are now a lamb ready for slaughter. The people behind you have sent Son Wukong and the others to deal with the situation. You might as well stay here and let me torment you." Black Goku chuckled. "You don't really think I only have this much power, do you? I was just playing house with you earlier." Frieza was even more delighted to hear this, saying, "Then show me what you've got. I can't wait, haha." Black Goku instantly erupted with rage, divine energy surging from his body, and his hair turned pink. But that was not the end. This aura continued to strengthen. Fortunately, Ye Ming had sealed off this area, otherwise the earth would tremble and perhaps even be destroyed under this immense aura. With Black Goku's roar, the Super Saiyan Pink third stage made its appearance. Ye Ming looked at the transformed Black Goku above and smiled. Not bad, but still not enough. Frieza smiled and said, "Oh, this power is not bad. I admit that I underestimated you earlier, but I want to know, is this your full strength?" Black Goku twisted his neck and replied, "So what if it is? You are not my opponent at all. Just obediently allow me to eliminate you." Frieza glanced at Ye Ming below, who nodded, and Frieza instantly understood. He bowed slightly to Black Goku, saying, "Then I, King Frieza, will not hold back." Haha. Then a powerful aura erupted from Frieza, and a fierce force shot up into the sky from the earth, spreading throughout the universe. Black Goku felt the terrifying aura before him and immediately broke into a cold sweat. He had not expected Frieza to be this strong, but he noticed that Frieza's power was rapidly increasing. Frieza said calmly, "Now my black gold form is much more perfected than before. During my previous training, I fused my mental energy and my own rage with this form. Now you are fortunate enough to experience my true power, haha." Ye Ming squinted at Frieza in his black gold form, realizing that Frieza's training had yielded significant results. Ye Ming could also sense the aura of the law of destruction emanating from him, and although Frieza didn't reveal it, it could not escape Ye Ming's bright eyes. Black Goku stared in shock at the fully transformed Black Frieza, before him stuttering, How could you be this strong? In my memory, you could never reach this level." Frieza spread his arms wide, revealing a smug smile, as he said, "Are you sure it's your own memory? Don't bring up those long-forgotten histories for me to see, alright? The current me is the true Frieza." Seeing your horrified expression, I can tell that my power has shocked you quite a bit. But it doesn't matter, I will do my best to fulfill my previous request. Ye Ming held his forehead, looking at the smug Frieza, unsure of what to say, while Bulma and Little Trunks had already hidden inside the house. "Frieza," said wickedly Black Goku, "let's continue the unfinished battle from earlier. I hope you can last a little longer, haha." Black Goku assumed a battle stance identical to that of Son Goku from this timeline. Looking at Black Goku's fighting posture, Frieza felt a wave of disgust wash over him. Frieza only wanted to crush the real Son Goku into the ground to torment him mercilessly, but seeing this fake Goku made him feel uneasy. The key was that his power was so weak. Frieza instantly vanished from his position and appeared in front of Black Goku, delivering a punch to his abdomen. Black Goku didn't even perceive Frieza's movement and cried out in pain. As Frieza ruthlessly pounded Black Goku, he provocatively said, "Is this all the power you have? Didn't you say that pain would make you stronger? Let this king see how much you can endure." Frieza instantly grabbed Black Goku's head and slammed him hard into the ground, leaving a massive crater. He then excitedly unleashed countless death beams upon the Black Goku on the ground. Suddenly, Black Goku teleported in front of Frieza and threw a punch, but Frieza easily blocked it, his eyes gleaming with deadly light. Black Goku quickly raised his hands to block the attack, smoke billowing from his hands. In the next moment, Frieza clasped his hands together and slammed him back into the ground. In the next second, Frieza disappeared from his spot, and just as Black Goku was landing, Frieza's right hand seized his neck, while his left hand gathered an energy sphere, relentlessly attacking Black Goku's abdomen. Under the painful assault, Black Goku coughed up blood, his abdomen becoming a blurry mess. As he lost consciousness, Frieza felt a sense of boredom. Frieza smirked and revealed a sinister smile. He tossed Black Goku onto the ground, still unwilling to let him off the hook, fearing that Black Goku might feign unconsciousness and then strike back hard. He began to gather energy with one hand aimed at Black Goku, and with Frieza's sinister smirk, the energy burst forth, hurtling toward Black Goku. Earlier, Black Goku did indeed intend to trick Frieza by pretending to be unconscious, but how could the mighty Frieza be fooled twice? Frieza was the type of person who wouldn't play by the rules. Even if you died, he would still scatter your ashes. Ye Ming, watching from a distance, couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed Frieza truly was the Scion's nemesis. Just now, Black Frieza had clearly sensed a tremor in Black Goku's aura, confirming his earlier suspicion. He thought maliciously, "Since you want to pretend to be unconscious, this king will use your own tactics against you. Let's see how long you can keep it up." Boom. Black Goku immediately stood up to meet the energy blast, but Frieza had already locked onto his position. He couldn't evade this energy blast. Frieza stood with his hands behind his back, casually looking at Black Goku. He hadn't even used 1/5 of his power, and moreover, he had just begun to comprehend the laws of destruction, but he wasn't using them now. He looked at his palms, seemingly satisfied with the power he possessed. Black Frieza shot a glance at Ye Ming in the distance, who was staring intently at Frieza with a half-smile. Frieza's head shrank back, and he quickly turned to look at Black Goku, who was struggling for breath. Cold sweat dripped down Black Frieza's forehead, who just now he had a momentary illusion that he could actually handle it. A single look from Ye Ming nearly sent him back to hell. Frieza's strength was now barely on par with Vegeta and Son Goku. After Ye Ming called him out, Vegeta also grasped the laws of destruction during his training. Vegeta was naturally suited to be a god of destruction. Comprehending the laws of destruction was not a surprising feat. Given the acceleration of time, reaching this level was to be expected. However, what shocked Ye Ming was that the dim-witted Son Goku could actually begin to master the laws of the void. He had thought Son Goku would at least take another month to destroy the space. A sudden explosion brought Ye Ming's thoughts back to reality. He smiled slightly. It seemed the battle was about to come to an end. Frieza was indeed skilled at tormenting others. But with Ye Ming around, Frieza would never stir up any waves. Even if Son Goku and Vegeta teamed up, they could take down Frieza as he was now. Just now, Ye Ming subtly sensed that Frieza harbored murderous intent toward him, but it was only a tiny bit, and as a result, Ye Ming's gaze forced Frieza to face reality. At this moment, Black Goku was in tatters, blood streaming from his arms, gasping heavily, as if he were on the brink of death. Frieza at this time displayed that irritating smugness, saying, "Oh, how come you look so miserable? I'm waiting for you to come and beat me up." Haha. To be honest, you are far inferior to Son Goku from our timeline. You make this king feel bored. Ew, I think it's time to send you on your way. Black Goku rasped, how can you be this strong when you originally came from the past? Also, why did you as a villain join Son Goku's team? And who is that scion standing in the distance? How can he master the laws of time and space? I've never seen him in the future, but I believe we could team up. Together we can return to the future and dominate all universes. Frieza looked at the barely conscious Black Goku and said, it seems your brain has indeed been damaged by this king. You truly don't understand the gap in strength between you and us in this timeline. But you don't need to know. As for that scion in the distance behind me, his name is Ye Ming. Although I really don't want to admit it, he is indeed the most powerful warrior in our universe, and even all universes. I don't even know how strong he is now. What amuses me is that you are foolish enough to think you can pull me into your camp. You probably haven't faced death to say such stupid things. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Black Goku was utterly shocked. He realized that Ye Ming might truly be a unique existence across all timelines, and Frieza before him was also genuinely afraid of the scion named Ye Ming behind him. Frieza remarked, after all the words I've shared with you, you should have come to understand some things, right? Black Goku staggered to his feet, saying, yes, I have indeed understood quite a bit, therefore I should not die here. Immediately Black Goku fled into the vastness of space. Frieza observed Black Goku's refusal to give up, and this will to survive earned Frieza's respect. Night Bright appeared beside Frieza and smiled, asking, how far do you think Black Goku can run under my very nose? Coldly snorting Black Gold, Frieza released his form, realizing that Night Bright's intervention meant his task was complete. However, Black Gold Frieza was also enjoying himself. It had been a long time since he felt the thrill of tormenting someone. Seeing that no one was pursuing him, Black Goku was overjoyed. As long as he stayed alive, once the power of the temporal ring faded, he could return to the future. The news he had heard from Frieza was utterly shocking. Night Bright noticed Frieza's silence and snapped his fingers at the void. Instantly, Black Goku felt a force affecting him, and a large void suddenly enveloped him. In the next moment, Black Goku found himself back in front of Frieza and Night Bright, his expression grim as he studied Night Bright's face, trying to read something. Night Bright teased Black Goku, saying, oh, it's good to see you again. Is there something on my face that piques your interest? Or is it just that I'm too handsome? Black Goku glanced at Frieza and then fixed his gaze back on Night Bright, saying, I know you are the leader among them. Your name is Night Bright, right? The most powerful scion warriors in the universe. You can kill or torture them as you wish. Night Bright said to Frieza, did you tell him my name? Frieza appeared somewhat flustered and quickly replied with a grin, Lord Night Bright, he just mentioned that your power is formidable, which is why he asked for your name, nothing more. Moreover, he also attempted to sway me, wanting me to let him escape and join their future ranks to dominate the universe. Frieza exaggerated his praise for Night Bright while shifting all blame onto Black Goku. Black Goku's lips twitched in disbelief at Frieza's shamelessness. Just as Black Goku was about to retort, Frieza kicked him away. Night Bright nodded and remarked to Frieza, you did quite well, Frieza. Keep up the good work next time. Frieza, feeling the pressure, replied, rest assured, I will handle these minor characters from now on. No need for you to intervene personally. Frieza had sensed Night Bright's murderous intent, and realizing that he needed to admit his mistakes and shift blame, he feared he might be sent back to hell by Night Bright at any moment. Frieza never wanted to return to that place, as it was more unbearable than death. Night Bright didn't press the issue, he merely aimed to give Frieza a reality check. With Frieza's limited strength, he was no match for Night Bright with just one hand. Night Bright told Black Goku, your human annihilation plan likely cannot operate in this timeline. Alas, what a pity. Since you just said you could kill or torture, do as you wish. I will grant your wish. May you be reborn into a better life next time. Oh, by the way, your future companion should have already been dealt with by Sun Wukong and the others, so don't worry. On the road to the underworld, he will keep you company, and you won't be alone. Night Bright raised a finger towards Black Goku's forehead. Cold sweat dripped down Black Goku's brow as he felt the terror of death approaching, a pressure far greater than that of the God of Destruction. Looking at the finger of Night Bright before him, it felt like a sword hanging over his head, ready to take his life at any moment. He trembled uncontrollably. Frieza stood aside, watching the unfolding drama. He observed the expressions of Black Goku, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. Trying to contend with Frieza, Black Goku was still too young. At this moment, Black Goku had lost all divine arrogance, bowing his head and saying, I am willing to pay any price to exchange for my life. Frieza was taken aback by Black Goku's words. This guy was not one to easily submit. However, Frieza quickly realized that Night Bright was not to be trifled with. Night Bright emitted part of his aura, and this information plunged Black Goku into a hellish abyss. Indeed, Night Bright made him feel the realm of death. In this realm, Knight Bright had learned through the system that the more fear his opponent felt, the stronger the effect of the death realm, possibly leading to a collapse of their willpower. Black Goku knelt down and moved before Knight Bright, saying, "I beg you to spare my life. I promise never to oppose humanity again." Frieza's lips twitched. He never expected that Black Goku would be even more shameless than him. Knight Bright replied coolly, "You are exceedingly wicked, having killed numerous mortals and gods in the future. If I were to keep you alive, I might drown in their spittle. What do you think? Your strength appears no different from that of an ant in my eyes. I do not require you to serve me, but it is as simple as that." Frieza chuckled, covering his mouth. As expected, Knight Bright would not let Black Goku live. After all, Frieza understood Knight Bright's character well. He always dealt ruthlessly with such scum. But for him, Knight Bright would not keep a time bomb by his side. Seeing no hope of survival, Black Goku suddenly gathered a sharp energy blade in his hand and lunged at Knight Bright, who merely smiled at Black Goku's sudden attack. Frieza looked on disdainfully. Did he really think such petty tricks could hurt Knight Bright? A silver holy light erupted in Knight Bright's eyes. A time-space halo formed behind Knight Bright. No matter how many times he witnessed it, Frieza felt an overwhelming fear of Knight Bright's power, sensing that he had significantly improved after a month of seclusion. Earlier, Frieza had inadvertently sensed Knight Bright's comprehension of the laws of death. Indeed, he had noticed similarities between Knight Bright's and Zykus law auras. Frieza's fear of Knight Bright was now deeply rooted. Before facing death, Black Goku experienced the fear of being dominated by it. Under the influence of the laws of time and space, his movements slowed drastically, akin to that of an ant, while Knight Bright's right hand gathered destructive energy, proclaiming destruction. Black Goku let out a horrific scream, and after a flash of purple light, his form turned to cosmic dust, unable to be revived. Trunks led Son Wukong and the others to their future, but Vegeta had no intention of staying here. He immediately closed his eyes and sensed Zamasu's aura. Son Wukong used instant transmission to bring Vegeta and the others to Zamasu's residence. Just as Ye Ming had said, Zamasu launched an attack on Son Wukong and the others, but was quickly subdued by Son Wukong. At this moment, Zamasu was bound by Son Wukong's void law chain and could not move at all. He had been shouting in fear and anger, "Why are you all so strong?" Vegeta kicked him unconscious to stop the incessant noise in his ear. Trunks, witnessing his father's violent actions, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, considering that this version of Vegeta had been dead for many years. At this time, Son Wukong asked Vegeta, "Shouldn't we eliminate him right away? This was explicitly stated by Ye Ming, and this guy is guilty of many crimes. I don't want to leave him alive." Vegeta suddenly looked at Son Wukong with a sideways glance and said, "So you know that this guy is guilty of many crimes too? I thought you would show mercy." "Humph." Son Wukong quickly shook his hand at Vegeta and said, "After all, I know what's important. This guy is truly wicked. We can't let him go. They have made Earth and this universe a hellish place." Before coming here, Son Wukong felt Lord Beerus' aura but sensed nothing. Just as Ye Ming said, all the gods of the universe were killed by Zamasu and his gang. Son Wukong frowned as he spoke. To be precise, it was Zamasu who killed the Kaioshin, and then the God of Destruction died. Vegeta looked at Son Wukong and said, "After the God of Destruction dies, the angels' functions cease until the appearance of the next God of Destruction." Son Wukong scratched his head and said, "The God of Destruction died in such a miserable way. Zamasu only ambushed the Kaioshin and killed the God of Destruction together. I don't want that God of Destruction." Son Wukong looked at Trunks, who was standing nearby. Trunks awkwardly looked at him, and Son Wukong realized he had misspoken, patting Trunks on the shoulder, saying, "This has nothing to do with you, Trunks. Ye Ming has high expectations for you to become the God of Destruction of this universe. Do your best." Trunks also shook his head and didn't take it too seriously. However, he understood that the Kaioshin and the God of Destruction were in a symbiotic relationship. Then Son Wukong took out the button for the Omni King and looked at Trunks and Vegeta, saying, "The time has come. Let's have the Omni King handle this matter." Trunks and Vegeta exchanged glances and nodded. Son Wukong then pressed the button and a beam of light appeared before him as the figure of the Omni King emerged from the void, subsequently being embraced by Son Wukong. Son Wukong happily said, "Omni King, you finally came. I missed you so much." The Omni King, still not aware of what had happened, broke free from Son Wukong's embrace and asked, "Who are you? Why were you able to summon me here?" Son Wukong showed the Omni King's summoning device to the future version of the Omni King, who examined Son Wukong with his past and future intertwining. The Omni King asked, "Are you Son Wukong? Why have you come to our future time?" Son Wukong hurriedly explained everything to the Omni King, who frowned, clearly displeased. Vegeta brought the culprit Zamasu before the Omni King and said, "This is the culprit responsible for killing the 12 universe gods. His name is Zamasu. Such a weakling managed to wipe out the gods of 12 universes." The Omni King angrily walked up to Zamasu, who was groggily waking up at that moment. It must be said that his timing of awakening was just perfect, as this was his last time opening his eyes. Zamasu naturally knew of the Omni King's existence and was instantly frightened. He gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping down his face as he stammered, "Oh, Omni King." The Omni King frowned at Zamasu, displaying a look of disgust. His left hand immediately radiated with divine light. Erasure. Vegeta and the others' pupils constricted, and they instinctively wanted to flee. However, the Omni King said, "You don't need to escape, I've reduced the range." Hearing the Omni King's words, Vegeta and the others breathed a sigh of relief as Zamasu, bound by the law chain, vanished in terror. "Omni King, please go back and arrange for new gods to take office. The gods of destruction and Kaioshin of all universes are dead," Son Wukong said. The Omni King nodded after listening to Son Wukong. At this moment, Vegeta asked the Grand Minister of this time should still be here, right? The Grand Minister's voice rang out, "Yes, I am here." This voice startled Vegeta greatly. Unlike Son Wukong, he did not act disrespectfully and approached the Grand Minister, bowing, "I am Vegeta from the past. I am truly sorry for what happened earlier." The Grand Minister smiled and did not let Vegeta continue. He knelt before the Omni King, saying, "This matter is my oversight. I apologize, O Omni King." Vegeta and Son Wukong were unsure of what to do. Trunks stood behind Vegeta, frozen in place. This scene was simply too terrifying. The Omni King sighed as he approached the Grand Minister and said, "You may rise. You angels often maintain neutrality. This is not your fault. Moreover, your duty is to protect my safety, and you have not failed in that." The Grand Minister stood up, smiling shyly as the Omni King walked to the edge of a cliff with the Grand Minister and Son Wukong following closely behind. The Omni King gazed at the ruins of the cities before him and the obstacles still shrouded in smoke, clearly sensing the wails that once filled this city and the countless mortals who died. The Grand Minister and Son Wukong also looked at this scene. Vegeta, remembering that his wife Bulma had also died at Zamasu's hands, was filled with rage. Tears welled in Trunks' eyes as he faced the dead Earthlings, feeling that he had failed his brother Gohan's trust. Son Wukong also felt very upset. The Omni King said softly, "Grand Minister, restore the order of the universe. The angels' functions have stopped since the God of Destruction died and need to be restored. I do not wish for such events to occur in our time again. I do not like it." The Grand Minister bowed and replied, "Yes, O Omni King." The Omni King turned to look at Son Wukong and the others cheerfully, saying, "Thank you for coming to the future and helping us resolve this trouble." Coming from the past, Vegeta and Son Wukong. Son Wukong and Vegeta quickly waved their hands with Son Wukong, saying, "No, no. In fact, it was a scion named Ye Ming from our past time who called us here. His power is quite formidable. However, it seems there is none in this time. It is said that Ye Ming is a unique existence across all times, exuding an air of mystery." Hee. The Omni King and the Grand Minister exchanged glances and laughed. The Omni King said with a smile, "I know him. After returning, please convey a message for me. Thank him. He is welcome to visit the future anytime." Huh. Son Wukong scratched his head and laughed. "All right, O Omni King. There is one more thing that Ye Ming entrusted to me." The Omni King smiled and said, "What matter? You may speak freely." Vegeta quickly signaled Trunks behind him with his eyes, and Trunks understood, immediately rushing to the Omni King's front. He first saluted the Grand Minister, then bowed to the Omni King. This scene was somewhat comical. Son Wukong introduced Trunks to the Omni King, saying, "This is Trunks, Vegeta's son." Ye Ming said that the God of Destruction of the 7th universe has disappeared and wants to recommend Trunks as the candidate for the God of Destruction of the 7th universe. But after he proves his strength, he will officially take office. I hope Trunks can strive hard. Huh. Son Wukong was also secretly sweating, unsure if it would work. The Omni King approached Trunks and said, "I want to touch your forehead." He turned his head to glance at Vegeta behind him, who gave him a look that expressed, "What are you waiting for? Seize this wonderful opportunity." Trunks immediately turned around, smiling awkwardly. "All right, O Omni King." The Grand Minister watched all of this with a smile. The Omni King placed his palm on Trunks' forehead, carefully sensing. After a while, the Omni King smiled and said, "Trunks, you can directly become the God of Destruction. If your strength is sufficient later, I will promote you to the Grand God of Destruction. In the future, when you meet me, you need not bow." The Grand Minister had already anticipated this and did not show much surprise. Trunks gratefully said, "Thank you for your consideration, O Omni King. I will definitely work harder to protect the safety of this universe." Trunks turned to look at Vegeta and Son Wukong behind him. They nodded at Trunks, and Vegeta, seeing his son so accomplished in the future, couldn't help but smile. Son Wukong smiled and said, "O Omni King and Grand Minister, we will take our leave now. I will definitely convey your words, and Trunks, you must do your best." Suddenly the sun began to rise. Under this sunset, Trunks and Vegeta looked at each other and suddenly broke into smiles. The meaning of everything was expressed on their faces. Then Vegeta and Son Wukong stepped onto the time machine, waving goodbye to Trunks the Omni King and the Grand Minister. However, before Son Wukong and the others vanished, Trunks erupted with his emotions. Dad and Uncle Wukong, I will never let you down. Please convey a message to Mr. Ye Ming for me, I will not disappoint his expectations. Son Wukong gave him a thumbs up and Vegeta nodded seriously, saying, Trunks, you will always be your father's pride. At this moment, Frieza and Ye Ming lounged in their chairs, leisurely enjoying hot dogs, drinking cola, and tasting jelly. Frieza crossed his legs and said, this leisurely life isn't bad, but I still prefer the feeling of tormenting Son Wukong and Vegeta. Suddenly, a time machine appeared before Frieza and Ye Ming. Ye Ming glanced at Frieza and said, your mouth is really something. Son Wukong and Vegeta jumped down and walked up to Ye Ming, completely ignoring Frieza. Ye Ming asked Son Wukong, how did it go? I believe it must be perfect. Son Wukong recounted everything to Ye Ming, who did not expect that this move would elevate Trunks so significantly. This time the future Trunks would indeed thrive, as long as nothing unexpected happens. Ye Ming also praised, saying, well done. I believe that my future Trunks will definitely become a powerful ally in our timeline. I have great confidence in Trunks. Although it's illegal for deities to travel through time, exceptions often occur. However, during this time Frieza has really missed you all. You need to take good care of Frieza when you return. Son Wukong and Vegeta turned to look at Frieza after hearing Ye Ming's words. Frieza did not expect Ye Ming's heart to be so dark, having previously praised him so much. Frieza coughed and said, I did say that just now, but I was talking about unknown battles. Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance, revealing a strange smile, and Frieza felt that something was amiss. Frieza thought to himself, this is bad. I need to find a secluded place to hide and cultivate after returning. These two guys are teaming up to deal with me. After all, a wise hero does not engage in immediate losses. Frieza must endure. Ye Ming smiled and said, okay, let's talk about it when we get back. Let's have a meal at Bulma's house before we return to the realm of destruction. Everyone had no objections, but they were all thinking about what Ye Ming had just said, while Frieza bit his lip and remained silent. Soon after dinner, under the gaze of Bulma and Piccolo, they returned to the realm of destruction. At this moment, it had only been 3 days since the Dark Beings came to their timeline and ended this farce. This greatly shortened the plot compared to the original anime. They arrived at the God of Destruction's hall, where they saw Son Gohan, Broly, and Beerus along with Whis all indulging in the delicious food before them. Whis said, it seems everything went smoothly. So have you dealt with it all? Ye Ming nodded and said, we dealt with those Dark Beings and secured a position for future Trunks. Ye Ming, you've played your cards well. Beerus snorted coldly. Truly impressive. If it weren't for the fact that the future me has already perished, I would definitely have to educate you well. Oh, Lord Beerus, your power has greatly increased. We should really spar sometime. Ye Ming replied, raising an eyebrow. Beerus looked at Ye Ming, who had a mischievous grin. He tightly gripped the chicken leg in his hand and said, humph, you little rascal. If my senses are correct, you currently possess 3 types of law powers, with the lowest being of high quality. At this moment, Ye Ming also flattered Beerus, saying, as expected of Lord Beerus, you can sense this. I am in awe truly. The warriors present were also quite shocked to hear the conversation between Ye Ming and Beerus. Ye Ming's progress was too rapid. There was a huge gap between Son Wukong and his companions and Ye Ming, which could not be crossed. Ye Ming also noticed the expressions of the other warriors and said, stop worrying about this and that. Focus on your cultivation. Future crises cannot rely solely on me. We need everyone to work together, right? The warriors exchanged glances, clearly in agreement with Ye Ming's words. Without strength, everything else is meaningless. After finishing their meal, Ye Ming and his companions returned to their cultivation state, and this time no one could disturb his training. Ye Ming aimed to perfectly cultivate the 6th level of Super Saiyan and fully unleash its potential. Deep within the destruction space of Universe 6, Bardoss was training AF Son Wukong and Hit among others. Although AF Son Wukong had discovered some of Ye Ming's secrets earlier, he did not tell anyone else. If someone could clearly sense these powers of law, they would surely be astonished. This was the power of the laws of time and space. Previously, AF Son Wukong had felt the sensation of using the laws of time and space when merging with Ye Ming. With this feeling and Bardoss guidance, AF Son Wukong surprisingly reached the threshold of the laws of time and space within just over a month. At the same time, he also thought of the cultivation method for the 6th level of Super Saiyan. The method Ye Ming taught him was simplified, requiring only 2 types of law powers instead of 3. At this moment, AF Son Wukong was very happy he could attempt to cultivate the 6th level of Super Saiyan. Previously, he had to delay his training because he didn't have enough powers of law. It goes without saying that he was extremely excited now. Bardos appeared in front of AF Son Wukong and said, "It seems you've gained quite a bit. During your merger with Ye Ming, you also experienced the sensation of the laws of time and space, which has led you to your current preliminary mastery of the laws of time and space." AF Son Wukong trusted Bardos greatly and confidently said, "After preliminarily mastering the laws of time and space, I can attempt to cultivate the 6th level of Super Saiyan. This was passed on to me by Ye Ming. If I can achieve it, my power will surely leap across several tiers." Bardos was also very surprised to hear AF Son Wukong's words, but she had no doubts. AF Son Wukong changed the subject and asked, "How are the other warriors of Universe 6 doing in their training?" Bardos stroked her chin and said, "During this time, Hit has been comprehending the powers of law, and I feel he's about to succeed. It might still take some time. As for Caulifla and Kale, they have now reached the level of perfect Super Saiyan Blue. This is also thanks to your Super Saiyan transformation method, otherwise their progress wouldn't be so significant." AF Son Wukong listened to Bardos' words and said, "You're being too modest. It has nothing to do with me, I did nothing. It must be due to your excellent guidance that they were able to increase their power so dramatically in such a short time." Bardos covered her red lips and smiled, clearly pleased with AF Son Wukong's words. She smiled and said, "No matter how significant their progress is, it can't compare to yours. You have comprehended the supreme law, the existence of the laws of time and space." AF Son Wukong also smiled and did not respond to Bardos, continuing, "The safety of this universe does not rely solely on my personal strength. It also depends on my comrades, as well as Lord Kampa and you, Bardos." Inside the repair pod, after more than a month of repairs, Jiga had awakened, but he still felt pain in his body. The guard who had been observing Zage's condition immediately informed Commander Asalon that Jiga had awakened. Soon after, Commander Asalon appeared in the repair room. Though he could not move, he was able to speak. In a weak breath, he said, "Commander, I did not fulfill my duties as a commander, and I am willing to accept punishment." Commander Asalon merely replied, "This matter is not your fault. The beings from that divine time-space have greatly improved their strength in a short time, and the data on the biomodified humans was only recorded when they first entered that time-space. You need not blame yourself for this. Focus on your recovery, and we will not let their harm to our people go unpunished. We are planning a return for them." Jiga recalled the scene of being brutally beaten by Ye Ming and the fused warrior Son Wukong, and he felt immense anger. His strength was still insufficient. Jiga, with a determined gaze, said to the commander, "Commander, my strength is still inadequate. I wish to become stronger. Please assist me. The painful lesson from last time is a disgrace in my life, and I will seek vengeance even if it costs me my life." The commander smiled slightly and said, "You are powerful warriors of our Asalon Star. I know this was a disgrace in your combat careers. You have been immersed in the 5th level of Super Saiyan for many years. You have been comprehending the power of the laws and enhancing your basic combat abilities. I believe it is time for you to step into the 6th level of Super Saiyan. I will personally train you. Moreover, you two are currently in a fused state. You will have even greater potential if you cultivate together. Perhaps we should not separate for now. I will impart to you a power of the laws suitable for your cultivation so that your strength can be fully unleashed at the 6th level of Super Saiyan." Jiga was unable to stand, but he gratefully said, "Thank you, Commander. I will not disappoint you next time. I will definitely seek revenge." The commander nodded and said, "Though you have generally recovered, there are still some issues with your physical body. Rest for a while longer, and we will discuss things again once you are fully healed." Jiga nodded and closed his eyes to meditate. For now, he could only remain in the repair pod waiting for his injuries to heal. Commander Asalon vanished from the repair room, going to inform the leader of Asalon about this matter. Soon Commander Asalon appeared outside the hall, but he was surprised to find the leader waiting outside. He immediately approached and respectfully said, "Leader Jiga and the others have awakened." The leader quietly asked, "How is their physical condition?" The commander replied, "They have regained consciousness, but their bodies still need time to recover, approximately 2 weeks. They are deeply aware of their failure. Once they fully recover, I will enhance their strength, and they assure me they will not disappoint you again." As the leader walked, Commander Asalon followed, and the leader said calmly, "Good, it is the unyielding spirit that makes a true warrior of our Asalon people. You will take care of this matter." The commander respectfully replied, "Yes, leader. I will take my leave now." Asalon waved his hand, and after the commander left, he gazed at the starry sky, thinking, "No one can stop our Asalon's advance, not even the Omni King or the Grand Priest Ha." After more than a month of careful planning, Asalon Star had reorganized its battle strategy, learning from Zage's tragic defeat, and all the warriors of Asalon took this matter seriously. This time, the Scion warriors from Asalon Star would carry out the operation with Helens as the captain, and the others would be members of this battle team. This time, only the Scions from Asalon headquarters would personally strike against the warriors from that divine time space, and no other previously allied warriors would be sent as they deemed those individuals overly confident in their strength, disorganized, and undisciplined. This time there would be only success, no failure. The warriors sent by Asalon include Helens, Kira, Cauliflower, Kashao, Buster Dadar, and Kamba. The 8 warriors Kost and Galen were still out on other missions and hadn't returned yet. Among them, Cauliflower during this month of cultivation finally achieved his transformation into the 5th level of Super Saiyan, as he had been out on the battlefield and had no time to cultivate. Among these 8, he had the weakest strength, and if he did not intensify his training, he would likely be left behind. Now, as a major, Cauliflower had rich combat experience and profound depth. After breaking through to the 5th level of Super Saiyan, Cauliflower merged with his god form, and his comprehension of the power of the laws deepened, allowing his strength to leap across several levels. The others also spent this month without undertaking other missions, actively cultivating. They possessed the best technology and excellent training methods, and the strength of the other warriors saw considerable improvement. These 8 individuals were diligent scions of Asalon, but the old guard of Asalon Star now sat before the biomodified humans. However, the biomodified humans did not dare to be complacent, smiling as they said, "This operation is entrusted to you. We have deployed the most elite warriors of Asalon Star and made meticulous preparations. You will surely succeed in this operation." The 8 scions looked seriously at the biomodified human among them. Major Dadar said, "For this past month, the 8 of us have insisted on cultivating to complete the upcoming task. That time-space beat our people so severely, we must make them pay interest." Kamba crossed his arms, his face hidden behind a mask, a scar from years of battle. He preferred not to show his face. However, his strength was undeniable. Kashao arrogantly said, "I can't wait to see the strength of the warriors from that time-space, haha." At this moment, Kira said seriously, "We must not be careless. Last time Jaika and Rege were badly beaten by those time-space warriors. We must proceed with caution." Cauliflower calmly smiled and said, "Kira is right, we must not act recklessly. This time, with the 8 of us joining forces, we will ensure success." At this time, Helens, as the captain, also spoke up, "Commander, when do we depart?" The biomodified human brightened at this question, calculating some data. After a moment, he smiled and said, "In 2 weeks, during this time, you can further coordinate. By the way, be cautious of Ye Ming from that time-space, and that Son Wukong from another time-space. After this month, their strength will definitely not remain stagnant. You must proceed with caution. You are perfectly matched as 8 individuals, but I have prepared several pairs of specially customized fusion earrings for you. You know what to do." The other 8 nodded in agreement without objection, and the biomodified human nodded in satisfaction before leaving. At this moment, Ye Ming was diligently cultivating in the space of destruction, just a step away from achieving the 6th level of Super Saiyan. His aura had already surpassed that of his former self. Countless energies of laws surged around him, and his aura gradually began to rise. A time-space halo formed behind his head, which then transformed into a void halo, and subsequently into a death halo. Clearly, Ye Ming's cultivation had reached a critical period, but suddenly he frowned. The system had just sent a reminder that there were only 2 days left until the attack from the Acheron star. Ye Ming did not expect that this group of troublesome interlopers would come to their time and space to cause chaos again. However, Ye Ming estimated that he would need 3 days to step into the 6th level of Super Saiyan. By then, his power would leap across several levels, so someone would need to delay the enemy until he could emerge. Ye Ming closed his eyes and asked the system, "What is the current strength of Son Wukong and the others?" The system responded, "Host Son Wukong has just completed his transformation into the 5th level of Super Saiyan. He was already on the verge of a breakthrough, and now, with the Super Saiyan 5th level transformation combined with the deep blue god form and the sign of the ultimate freedom technique, his strength is quite impressive. Vegeta has comprehended the law of destruction, and his self-ultimate mastery has reached a considerable level. At the same time, he has also initially mastered the transformation into the 5th level of Super Saiyan. Gohan's talent is also very high. Over a week ago, he mastered the 5th level of Super Saiyan. Now he can perfectly fuse his god form with the 5th level of Super Saiyan, which he calls the Ultra 5 Deep Blue Triple Form. His emotional law is also in its initial stages of mastery. Broly, with the enhancement of the Ultra Bloodline, comprehends the power of laws very quickly. The law cultivation chosen by the host suits him very well. He has been diligently cultivating without any slack. His strength has significantly improved, reaching the perfect Ultra 4 Blue God form. With the enhancement of the Ultra Bloodline, his power has become even more ferocious. Moreover, he has also mastered the law of power and the law of thunder. Now Broly's strength surpasses even that of Son Wukong and the others. As for Frieza, the last time he emerged was because he felt a bottleneck in his strength and could not break through, so he came out to clear his mind. However, it seems he has been stimulated by you, host. During this time, he has reached the second level of the black gold form. His strength has rapidly improved, and his comprehension of the law of destruction has deepened. Super 17, relying on his advantages as an artificial human, has also been diligently practicing. Over a week ago, he mastered the law of defense and the law of gold, making him a pillar in the team. Hearing the system's words, Ye Ming couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect his comrades to have significantly improved. He thought that due to the time constraints they wouldn't have made great breakthroughs, but he was mistaken. Ye Ming also did not anticipate that it was his stimulus that allowed Frieza to break through so quickly. This was an unexpected development. It seems his previous admonition indeed had a significant effect. Ye Ming conveyed all the information he knew to Whis outside. Whis, upon hearing Ye Ming's words, was not surprised. He trusted what Ye Ming said. At this moment, he went deep into the space of destruction to inform Beerus, who was cultivating. Beerus frowned slightly and said, "Those damned guys are coming to our universe again. It's truly infuriating." Whis added, "This time, Ye Ming will be in close cultivation and cannot emerge immediately. We need to delay for a while, and it would be best if we can resolve this ourselves." Beerus waved his hand and said, "Don't rely on Ye Ming for everything. I am still here. Go inform Son Wukong and the others to prepare." Whis immediately disappeared to notify the others who were cultivating in the space of destruction. Frieza, who was cultivating, learned that the scions from another time were coming again, but this time the visitors were different. He revealed a sinister glint in his eyes and murmured, "Let this group of outsiders test the power of this great king after my breakthrough." Hee. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Broly opened their eyes, realizing they had to end their cultivation and stand ready. At this moment, Son Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Broly, Frieza, Super 17, and Beerus were all in the hall discussing. Son Wukong scratched his head and said, "Where is Ye Ming?" Whis smiled and said he is currently in a breakthrough period and will need some more time before he can emerge. Son Wukong and the others knew that if Ye Ming emerged at this time, the gap in strength between them and Ye Ming would widen even further, as it always did. This is the information Ye Ming provided us regarding those scions. They will arrive in our time and space in 2 days, and their target may still be our 7th universe. Whis transmitted all the information into the minds of Son Wukong and Vegeta using his staff. They frowned slightly, and Gohan said, "The 8 who are coming are all quite powerful. But we are not pushovers either." Whis then said sternly, "These incoming scions cannot hold back. If they get a chance, they will take your head. They are true scions born for battle." Frieza said ominously, "I will make them regret coming to this world. They think they can take this great king's head. I will scatter their ashes." Broly clenched his fists and said, "I will crush their bones. I won't spare a single one of these vile outsiders." Beerus looked at the bloodthirsty expressions of everyone in the hall and nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, this is the kind of fighting spirit I want." Super 17 stroked his chin and said, "Since Ye Ming cannot take action for the time being, we must rely on ourselves. The enemy has 8 warriors. All of them are strong. We must make thorough arrangements." He continued, "I believe they want to take us down one by one. We currently do not understand their fighting style, so we cannot be careless. Perhaps they have fusion earrings like Vegito and Leg, and if they combine, the situation would be dire, as they must also possess the power of loss. In that case, I think the right strategy is to take them out separately. This time we must strive for a quick victory. Perhaps there will only be one victor in a short time. We must achieve victory this time. Even if we cannot defeat them, we must hold out until Ye Ming can emerge. At that point, their doom will arrive." Everyone nodded in agreement with Super 17's words, and Whis also praised good analysis. 17. Ye Ming mentioned that your mind is quite sharp, and it seems that is indeed the case. Super 17 quickly waved his hands and said, No, I just shared some of my thoughts." Haha. Beerus at this moment grumpily said, "What do you mean we can't defeat them? With this god here, those guys are nothing more than fish on a chopping board." Son Wukong and the others quickly nodded. "Oh, Lord Beerus' strength was indeed very formidable." He then said solemnly, "I believe I can first deal with my opponent and then support you. How does that sound? The enemy has exactly 8 invaders. I will take 2, and the rest will take 1 each. Do you have any objections?" Son Wukong and the others exchanged glances and nodded. They all shared the same sentiment, that it was best for Lord Beerus, being the strongest, to deal with his opponent first and then come to assist them. Frieza had no objections either. He originally wanted to take them on solo. He was very confident in his strength, having toyed with Black Wukong last time. This time again, truly blessed is he, Frieza. Beerus slammed the table and said, "Then it's settled. This time let those 8 come and go without return. We cannot let them escape like last time." The warriors present were all eager to fight. Son Wukong also knew that he must give his all in this battle. He had improved a lot, but it was all under the urging of Whis and Ye Ming. The crisis of the 7th universe was gradually approaching. The High Priest also sensed a force traversing through time and space coming toward them, and he furrowed his brow, intending to immediately inform the other universes to prepare. At that moment, Weiss sent a message to the High Priest. Esteemed High Priest, this is a message from Ye Ming for your perusal. The High Priest promptly began to review the message, then distributed the information he received to various universes. This contained all the information gathered by the Ye Ming system regarding their incoming foes, though it might not be comprehensive. The destruction gods from all universes immediately went on high alert, summoning all their elite warriors. At that moment, in the 11th universe's Hall of Destruction, Ye Ming said, "Those damned invading outsiders are back. I was finally enjoying a moment of peace, and now the High Priest has sent word that they are not far from our time-space boundary." In front of Ye Ming stood warriors from the Proud Team, including Jillian Tuapa and Dispa. They were diligently cultivating, recently emerging from their training due to Ye Ming voice transmission. Under the guidance of the Angel Makalita, the strength of the Proud Team was not to be underestimated. With Makalita's help, Jillian comprehended the laws of fire and power. Tuapa grasped the law of destruction, and Dispa understood the law of speed, even surpassing the speed law slightly. Unfortunately, only these three warriors had grasped the laws. Ye Ming frowned at this moment. If those foreign warriors entered their universe, they would likely struggle to withstand them. From the information received from the High Priest, these 8 warriors were exceptionally strong. Ye Ming had a vivid recollection of the last battle against Ye Wukong and Jiga. If an enemy like Jiga appeared again, their universe would be utterly unable to cope, even with Jillian. Ye Ming had already prepared for the worst. He approached Makalita and whispered, "If our universe faces a defeat, you must seek assistance from the 7th universe, for their strength far surpasses ours." The angel Makalita nodded solemnly, as she did not want to see her managed universe and warriors exterminated by outsiders. She still held deep feelings for the 11th universe. Thus, all the universes entered a state of war preparedness. Although they were uncertain, they as deities and warriors under the All-King's command stood fearless at the front lines. Back in the 7th universe, Ye Ming was intensively cultivating within the space of destruction. He felt that those incoming scions were quite troublesome. To avoid unnecessary casualties, he needed to emerge from his training as soon as possible. Ye Ming had seen them in fan animations. It seemed their commander was not participating in this operation, otherwise Ye Ming's current strength would not be able to compete with the commander of Asalon. Ye Ming could only pray that Son Wukong and the others could withstand the pressure and even defeat the opponents. He had great confidence in Son Wukong and Beerus. He cast aside all distractions and quickly resumed his cultivation. All the warriors gathered in the Hall of Destruction, aside from Ye Ming, Beerus, and Son Wukong, were on high alert, as there was less than a day left until the invading enemies arrived. At this moment, the High Priest was carefully observing the surroundings of time and space at the entrance of the All-King's palace. He had already seen the appearance of the outsiders. Although he wanted to eliminate them, he could not act. The High Priest noticed that these 8 Scion warriors had rapidly accelerated their spaceship speed. Somehow the ship vanished from his perception, becoming completely invisible to the naked eye. The High Priest also understood that they had likely used some unknown technology to shield themselves from detection. He was unexpectedly impressed by the technological strength of that time and space. Soon these 8 Asalon warriors arrived at the boundary of this time and space. The Captain Holland said, "Prepare for the jump. Observe the surroundings carefully to avoid ambush." After all, Hollands is the captain of this operation, and they must obey. They echoed in unison, "Yes, Captain." This is the organization of the Asalon warriors. Quickly they traversed the great wormhole of time and space to the time and space where Ye Ming was located. They looked around, feeling that this place was similar to the divine time and space they had experienced before. Just now we used hidden technology to obscure the perception of those powerful beings. However, they should have sensed our presence now due to the fluctuations of the time-space barrier, which they can clearly feel. Holland said faintly. Kashaw crossed his arms and asked, "Which universe should we start with?" "The 7th universe, perhaps." Hollands replied, "Let's leave here first, find a peaceful star system, conceal ourselves, and discuss our next move." The 8 figures vanished from that spot, unaware of their destination. The High Priest frowned as he observed the crystal ball. Their presence had disappeared again. At this moment, he felt it was not appropriate to report to the All-King which universe they were preparing to attack. Soon Hollands and the other 8 Scions arrived in a deserted cave. They quickly searched the data of this universe. They were eager to learn about the battle scene involving Jiga, Ye Ming, and Son Wukong when they fused into a warrior. However, no matter how they searched, they could not find any information, as if it had been erased. They truly underestimated Ye Ming's system. After the battle ended, Ye Ming notified the system to erase all his combat data, including that of Son Wukong and the others. Ye Ming knew that Asalon's advanced technology might be able to retrieve the combat data intact to target their actions. However, they never expected that Ye Ming had the existence of a system. Holland said, since we cannot find Ye Ming's data, let's not pursue it. We won't attack the 7th universe this time. Instead, we'll pick an easier target. You have previously been to other divine time-space universes. Which of the destruction god's universes do you think is easier to handle? Didar said, Captain, during my previous mission in another divine time-space, I encountered the destruction god of the 11th universe. His name seems to be Waymeda. I have gathered data on him during the battle. Please review it, Captain. Quickly, Hollins retrieved the data on this time-space's clown destruction god, including the information on other strong warriors from the 11th universe. Didar frowned and said, this clown destruction god is significantly stronger than the one I fought in the previous time-space. Moreover, this warrior named Jillian has fused with his future self, making his strength quite formidable. It seems to be the angel's handiwork. Soon, all the information about the Proud team appeared before them. Kamba looked disdainfully at the members of the Proud team before him, except for the one named Jillian. The rest were average. Hollins was deep in thought at this moment. The strength of this 11th universe is decent. I believe we can set our target on the 11th universe for this operation. However, we cannot choose a universe that is too weak. That would serve no purpose. What do you all think? The other warriors exchanged glances, expressing no objections. Buster stepped forward and said, we will all follow the captain's lead. If we have decided on the 11th universe, then it shall be the 11th universe. Very well, since all the warriors have no objections, let us act quickly and resolve them soon. Hollins declared with a serious expression. They have made ample preparations, carrying several bottles of stamina restoration potions and strength-enhancing serums carefully calculated based on their physical conditions, as these serums also have side effects. Each of them possesses a space-time transmitter which will activate in critical situations to teleport them away if they are at risk of death. They all wear a fusion earring specially customized by the Aceron Technology Group, allowing them to harness their powers without time restrictions, making their combined strength even more formidable. Soon the 8 Scions pinpointed the location of the destroyer god Weiss Temple. Hollandsay said, seriously, prepare for battle. Eliminate the enemy quickly, who do not waste time, as they will surely call for help. Suddenly, Weiss the destroyer god felt a jolt of anxiety. He sensed a looming crisis, though he couldn't discern its source. Makarita inquired, Lord Weiss, what troubles you? Weiss shook his head lightly, asking, are Jiren and the others still training in the disrupted space? Makarita smiled and replied, yes, they are currently focused on training and eating. I can feel their passion for cultivation. Weiss nodded with satisfaction. Under Makarita's guidance, his strength surged. After all, as a dignified destroyer god, his potential could hardly be low. However, suddenly both Angel Makarita and Destroyer Weiss sensed a crisis and immediately fled the temple. The temple of the destroyer god was engulfed by a powerful energy instantly reduced to ruins. Weiss' earlier feeling proved to be entirely correct, as the 8 Scion warriors from Aceron had arrived in his realm. They had concealed their presence and location using advanced technology. The intense explosion drew the attention of the proud warriors training in the temple. They swiftly exited the temple and confronted the 8 Scions facing Lord Weiss, realizing the enemy was launching an attack on their universe. Kashaw chuckled, I didn't expect the clown destroyer to act so quickly. The 8 Scions glanced at Angel Makarita, standing aside, and Hollandsay smirked, saying, Miss Angel, why not just watch from the sidelines? Don't worry, we'll handle this swiftly. Makarita felt particularly angry upon hearing this, gripping her staff tightly, possessing immense power, yet unable to intervene. At this moment, Weiss gave Makarita a knowing glance. Makarita understood instantly. Weiss had previously told her that if a crisis arose in Universe 11, they would seek aid from Universe 7. Weiss looked solemnly at the 8 invaders before him. Meanwhile, Angel Vados received Makarita's distress signal. The Grand Priest had already discovered their target was Universe 11 and was about to transmit a message to the destroyers across the universes. The Grand Priest immediately received the message from his angel disciple. Grand Priest, we can dispatch warriors to support Universe 11. We have Lord Yame and Lord Beerus guarding us. The Grand Priest smiled knowingly at Vados' words, saying, good, be extra cautious. Quickly, Goku and the others learned that the target of the 8 Scions attack was Universe 11. Beerus, extremely irritated, exclaimed, these damn alien invaders are not following the playbook. I was all set to send them on their way. Vados immediately replied, you must follow the Kaioshin to Universe 11. The enemy is not that simple, proceed with caution. Vegeta stated coolly, why waste time here? I'm eager to get going. In Universe 11, the 8 Scions had already launched an attack on Weiss, who was now severely injured. He looked at Kashaw, who had transformed into Super Saiyan God form, though Kashaw's energy level had reached the 6th tier and his combat style was incredibly ruthless. At this moment, Weiss was besieged by 3 Scions. Angel Makarita watched anxiously, tears streaming down her face, as 2 warriors from the Proud team had already perished. Super Jiren felt immense pressure. His clothes were in tatters, being attacked by two scions, one being Buster and the other Scott. Jiren never expected that after so long of cultivation and merging with his future self, he would still find it so challenging. He noticed the enemy aimed for vital points, clearly intent on not letting them survive. He glanced at the two bodies lying on the ground, Quincy and Bu, causing a wave of sorrow to wash over him, unable to protect his own teammates. Soon a scream pierced the air, catching Jiren and Toppo's attention. At that moment, Kamba was torturing General Castler before swiftly plunging a light sword into his heart, killing him instantly. Kamba held Kessler's head, laughing maniacally. You warriors of this universe are so weak. I haven't even gone all out. This scene nearly caused Jiren and Toppo to explode with rage, tears welling in their eyes as Dispo delayed one of the scions with his speed. However, his gaze fell upon the slain General Castler, filling his heart with immense sadness, memories of their time together flooding his mind. Following closely behind Dispo was a scion named Kayla, who immediately seized the opportunity and launched a barrage of attacks at Dispo. Dispo, snapping back to reality, quickly dodged, but Kayla instantly appeared behind him, grabbing his arm and striking down, causing Dispo to cry out in pain. Dispo clutched his severed arm, exclaiming, "How could your speed be so fast? This is impossible." Kayla provocatively looked at Dispo, saying, "You've mastered the speed principle quite well. I admire you, but you have no idea of the power gap between us. Enough talking, you won't understand. Go report to your fallen teammates. The others will be along shortly." Dispo turned to flee, without hesitation racing towards Jiren, while Kayla scoffed derisively. His figure vanished in an instant. Jiren sensed Dispo's presence and quickly turned to look, only to see that Dispo had lost an arm, blood staining his body. Dispo shouted, "Jiren, it's me." Jiren immediately broke free from the attacks of the two scions and rushed quickly towards Dispo as members of their Proud team were rapidly falling. Kamba looked up and hurriedly abandoned the severely injured Proud warrior, as killing such a minor character posed no significant threat. He instantly appeared before Jiren, blocking his path. Jiren gritted his teeth, glaring at Kamba, saying, "Get out of my way." Instantly a wave of red energy blasted Kamba away. However, Kamba paused to look at his reddened arm, saying, "Haha, your strength is decent, but still lacking in refinement." Jiren roared in anger. This time, he was truly furious. If he didn't hurry, Dispo might die. Jiren gathered the powers of the laws of strength and fire, unleashing a massive wave of energy towards Kamba. Kamba grinned, the black and gold aura swirling around him as countless evil powers surged forth. Indeed, this was the power of the law Kamba had comprehended. Evil law, a mid-level law. At this moment, he radiated a thick aura of evil law, his eyes turning blood red, roaring like a beast as he blocked Jiren's energy wave. Jiren immediately poured more energy into his attack, the red flames becoming even more violent, while Kamba forcefully pushed against the energy, and Jiren sensed his energy wave being assimilated. Jillian roared, "You damned bastard, get the hell away from me." Kamba, filled with rage, retorted with a laugh, "Are you trying to save your teammates? Stop dreaming, soon you'll be joining them." The scions behind quickly caught up, and Scott instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue 5th stage. Having comprehended the laws of speed and annihilation, there was no doubt he was the youngest genius on Echelon Star. Scott saw Jillian unleashing an energy wave and immediately flashed behind him, delivering a punch to Jillian's head, causing him to cry out in pain as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Before long, Kamba found an opportunity to shatter Jillian's energy wave and charged towards him, empowered by the evil law. His strength and speed drastically increased. He fell into a berserk state, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks at Jillian. Jillian's body was being battered. Then Scott lunged and embraced Jillian. A surge of powerful energy erupted from Scott, instantly engulfing Jillian. A brilliant light flashed, shaking the entire realm of the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction, Vaymide, who was under siege, stared in shock at the unfolding scene, realizing that Jillian wouldn't last much longer. In another battlefield, Toppo was struggling greatly. He never expected the Scion warriors from Echelon Star to be so ruthless, each punch aimed at vital points. He had already transformed into the form of a God of Destruction, but his accumulation was insufficient. Although he had begun to grasp the law of destruction, he still couldn't match the strength of Califrawa before him. Standing before the God of Destruction, Vaymide, were Captain Helen's Koshu and Didar, their arms crossed as they looked down on Vaymide. At this moment, Vaymide's left arm had sustained severe injuries and blood was streaming down his forehead, putting him in a dire situation. Looking at the disheveled God of Destruction, Koso provocatively said, "You are indeed stronger than the Vaymide from other timelines. None of us here can match you, but we never play fair." After hearing Kosau's words, the veins on Vaymide's forehead bulged as he glared at Koshu, realizing that his injuries were due to Koso seizing the opportunity to attack from the side. If it hadn't been for his quick reflexes, his left arm would have been obliterated. The three foreign warriors before him had comprehended the powers of the laws, making them incredibly troublesome. Although Vegito possessed a high level of the law of destruction, he was still outnumbered. Helen squinted and said, "I believe you have no final words to leave behind, so farewell, God of Destruction from Universe 11. Then Helen's Koshu and Didar gathered ultra-large energy bombs in their hands, determined to send the God of Destruction from Universe 11 to his end, combining the powers of three laws: devouring law, battle law, and killing law. These three laws were all high-level laws. Vegito's eyes widened in fear as he watched the ultra-large energy bomb before him, knowing he could not withstand this power, which rivaled the might of top-tier angels. The God of Destruction, Vegito, closed his eyes and revealed a relieved smile, knowing he had done his best. He then glanced at the angel Makalita, standing in the distance. Angel Makalita looked at the soon-to-be annihilated God of Destruction, Vegito, with red eyes. Although Vegito had committed many misdeeds, he ultimately stood on the side of justice in the cosmic timeline. Jillian, who was being beaten along with the frantic Tispa, and the remaining members of the Proud Warriors all watched this scene in despair as an ultra-large energy bomb appeared on the battlefield of the God of Destruction, Vegito. Clearly, this energy had already made them feel the imminent destruction of life. They knew Vegito had done his best, and no one could lend a hand to help him, nor could anyone withstand this force. The other Scion warriors from Ashalon Star also revealed long-lost smiles, knowing this battle was about to come to an end. Their warriors from Ashalon Star would achieve a complete victory, and once the God of Destruction from this universe fell, they would swiftly annihilate the powerful warriors of this universe. Angel Makalita gripped her staff tightly, unwilling to witness the death of God of Destruction, Vegito. If she were to block this attack, she would unseal her angelic power, violating the rules and ceasing to exist. Vegito prepared to meet his death, but at that moment reinforcements arrived just in time. A divine light descended upon the battlefield of the God of Destruction from Universe 11, and the members of the Proud Warriors realized that the seventh universe had come to their rescue. The Scion warriors from Ashalon Star sensed something was wrong. Helens and the others immediately pushed their energy bombs towards Vegito, needing to eliminate him, without delay, aware that the warriors from the seventh universe were coming to support Universe 11. Son Wukong looked at everything with a serious expression, thinking that the God of Destruction from Universe 11 must not die. He immediately used instant transmission to appear beside Vegito. Vegito turned his head and saw Son Wukong. Without a word, Son Wukong grabbed Vegito's arm and used instant transmission to leave the area. Boom. This power instantly surged forth, and Vegeta sensed the danger, quickly retreating from the explosion area. Soon this force completely destroyed the God of Destruction realm and the surrounding planets. Angel Makalita had already left the scene with the responsibility of the Proud Warriors before the explosion, saving the injured Jillian, Tispa, Topo, and other members. Before long, both sides were in a standoff. Helen's expression was quite grim upon seeing that Vegito had been saved. The 8 Scion warriors quickly gathered, their faces serious as they stared at Son Wukong and the others across from them. Frisia stepped forward and looked at the members of the Proud Warriors, saved by Makalita, sneering. "Oh, so this is Jillian, the warrior that Ye Ming often mentions to me. How come you're in such a dire state? Ye Ming often praises you in front of me, but your performance is truly disappointing." Jillian, who was recovering his strength, did not respond. He indeed felt a sense of defeat, realizing that he had underestimated the 2 Scions from the foreign timeline who were able to overpower him. Super 17 said calmly, "Frisia, now is not the time for infighting. We should think about how to deal with the enemy. From the recent battle, their strength is formidable." At this time, all the powerful warriors from the 7th universe had arrived except for Beerus and Ye Ming. Angel Makalita was treating Vegito, whose injuries were serious. Son Gohan stepped forward seriously, saying, "Now we have 6 warriors from the 7th universe, while the enemy has 8 plus Jillian, Topo, Tispa, and Lord Vegito. We have the advantage here." Son Gohan quickly handed out the sins of beans from their universe to Jillian and the others to restore their strength. They looked at the beans in their hands without hesitation and quickly consumed them. In an instant, their energy was restored significantly. At that moment, Topo stood up and said, "On behalf of all the warriors from Universe 10, I express my gratitude. Thank you for coming to support our universe." Frisia snorted coldly, while Vegeta crossed his arms, staring coldly at the 8 Scions opposite them, as the Scions from Ashalon Star also looked at Vegeta. Vegeta coldly stared at the Scion opposite him, squinting his eyes and saying, "Hey, what do you mean by all 8 of you looking at me like that?" The others heard Vegeta's inquiry and quickly turned to look at him, immediately bursting into laughter except for their captain Holland. Holland said lightly, "Prince Vegeta, we were once your loyal subordinates. However, it seems that you are still a very impressive presence at the moment." Frieza also noticed the scions across from him assessing him and provocatively said, "It's a bit embarrassing for me to be stared at like this. I know that your Vegeta planet was destroyed by me in that timeline. From what I can see, you all harbor a great deal of hatred towards me, haha, but so what? I actually enjoy seeing your pained expressions." Cauliflower stepped forward and said, Frieza, the moment you appeared before us, it was destined that you would be killed by us. For now you can do as you please, but soon I will personally crush your bones. The scene shifted as Holland continued. I never expected that the dignified Prince Vegeta would actually condescend to associate with Frieza. Back then we were considering letting you off the hook. However, your prideful royal bloodline won't allow you to lower your noble head. We gave you a chance, and since you don't want it, you shall perish. And as for Goku and Gohan, one was killed by our commander Asaron, and the other met his demise at our hands. Their fate will be most tragic. Broly is a legendary Super Saiyan. You actually chose to join their ranks. It seems that in this timeline you possess some goodness, but we no longer need you. Goku listened intently as they spoke, aware that his counterpart in that timeline had been killed by them. Broly clenched his fists and said, I don't know what you're talking about, but I know that in this timeline I will protect my friends. And you are the evildoers spoken of by Ye Ming. I will crush you all one by one. Asaron's scions ignored Broly's words and focused their gaze on Vegeta and Goku. The God of Destruction from Universe 11 Waybide said, We must not be careless. Their strength exceeds what the information indicated. We must defeat them one by one. Their teamwork is too strong. Goku and the others nodded. This strategy matched the plan they had discussed before, aiming to prevent them from fusing, which would complicate matters even more. Vegeta snorted coldly. Stop with the useless chatter. Let's get to fighting. This prince has been eagerly awaiting this moment. Frieza chuckled softly. As expected of the Vegeta, I know, I was thinking the same. I can't wait to hear their cries of anguish, haha. Vegeta stepped forward first, his gaze icy, and said, Whatever happened between me and you in that timeline has nothing to do with me, for I am the true Vegeta. Now this prince only wants to ask who among you wishes to die first. Holland crossed his arms over his chest and said, As expected of you, Prince Vegeta, since you said so, we must oblige. Holland glanced behind him and asked, Who is willing to battle Prince Vegeta? We must grant him this. At that moment Scott stepped forward, tilting his head arrogantly, and said, I have long heard of the glorious former scion Prince Vegeta. Although you were once Frieza's lapdog, I believe it is I who should send you off on your final journey. Vegeta's veins bulged in anger. He hated hearing reminders of his past. Frieza covered his mouth, laughing at the scene, but understood the gravity of the situation. Vegeta growled fiercely, This universe shall be your grave, Scott, right? Let me teach you a harsh lesson. Scott reached out a hand towards Vegeta, then filled with rage flew towards another planet. Vegeta, disdainful, immediately followed, believing that Scott had no tricks up his sleeve. As they watched Vegeta fly away, they understood that he intended to personally challenge the one called Scott. Frieza was not to be outdone. His hands were itching with excitement as he spread them wide, revealing his signature pose, saying, Oh my mister. Vegeta has already made his move, now it's my turn. May I ask who among you harbors the greatest hatred towards me? Kyra stepped forward and said, Among the planets you destroyed back then was my son. After all these years I can finally avenge him myself. Frieza's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing this, and he said, Haha, is that so? It seems Frieza still enjoy helping others. Don't worry, soon you will join him. Kyra did not wish to engage in any verbal conflict with Frieza and instantly flew towards another planet with Frieza following closely behind. Waybide then said, I will deal with their captain Holland. His strength should be the strongest among them. At that moment his injuries had healed significantly. Goku and Jiren nodded. They had just finalized their plan. Vegeta, Frieza, Goku, Broly, Jiren, Gohan, and Waybide would each take on one scion. The last scion would be dealt with by Super 17 and Toppo, while Tispo's combat ability had greatly decreased due to the loss of an arm. The other proud warriors, due to the vast difference in strength, wanted to participate, but knew they could not hold back their teammates, so they could only stay by Margarita's side. The opponent of God of Destruction Waybide was Captain Holland. For Waybide was the strongest presence here, his power having reached the peak of the second tier of destruction gods. Gohan's opponent was Kasha, who stood across with his arms crossed, looking arrogantly at Gohan, and said, Haha, I never expected to face you a second time. The first time was against your counterpart from my timeline, who I severely tortured. Do you know? His expression back then was one of hatred for his insufficient power. Even when he finally unleashed his formidable strength, he could not defeat me. I once invited him to join us because I thought he was a worthy opponent, but he was too stubborn. Gohan looked seriously at Kasha and said, No matter what you say, I am not the Gohan you know, and in order to protect my home, I must eliminate you completely. Kasha tilted his head, mocking Gohan, and said, Eliminate me. I want to see what level you are at in this timeline. Gohan remained silent, feeling no affinity for Kasha, only deep-seated malice. Ye Ming had said that he must kill the opponent within a short time by any means necessary. Broly's opponent was Kamba, who had previously fought against Broly. However, he was from their current timeline and had been defeated under Broly's hand before. He was very dissatisfied, and now he sought to vent his anger on Broly, who was not one of their own. Jiren's opponent was Buster, one of the Scions he had previously fought against. At this moment, they faced off, a dense aura of killing intent spreading between them. Goku's opponent was Dadar, who looked at Goku with a smile, scrutinizing him, and said, "You are not as powerful as our Goku from that timeline. We once greatly admired you, appreciating you even more. We had urged you to join our ranks, but you firmly declined. At that time, many Scions were sent out, but none could match you. When you were on the verge of death, we gave you another chance. Our commander and leader personally arrived on the battlefield to invite you to join us, but your counterpart chose to perish with us after seeing many comrades die. So it's truly a pity that you ended up dying at our hands." Goku looked seriously at Dadar and said, "It seems that my counterpart in that timeline did so much yet still did not become your lapdog. I am very pleased with that. Only one of us can survive between us. We will not lose this battle." Dadar laughed heartily at these words, saying, "What a presumptuous statement. If it were you from our timeline, I would certainly acknowledge it, but unfortunately, TSK. In the 7th universe's God of Destruction realm, Whis stood beside Beerus, saying, "I never expected Lord Beerus to send the main force of our universe for support. Aside from Ye Ming, everyone has gone." Beerus turned to Whis and said, "All the universes are now standing on the same front. Speaking of which, the strength of our universe is far superior to that of the warriors from other universes. The fact that other universes are seeking our aid proves that our universe possesses the greatest strength. Am I wrong in saying this?" Whis nodded in agreement with Beerus' words, saying, "Ye Ming's training is still at a critical point. If he emerges, I have a feeling this battle will end swiftly. He has already mastered 3 laws. Perhaps he will attain an even more powerful form, which would greatly enhance the strength of our universe." Back on the battlefield of the 11th universe, Vegeta faced the strongest genius from the current Acerong star, Scott. Scott looked at Vegeta with a serious expression as Vegeta calmly said, "What are you waiting for?" "I am waiting for you to make your move." Scott replied with a laugh, saying, "Prince, you the once defeated still know that you're unworthy. I will completely eliminate you within this planetary region. Perhaps this will be our last leisurely moment of conversation." Vegeta smirked and said, "That should be my line to you. I will personally destroy you, Humph." As soon as he finished speaking, Scott transformed. First, his hair gradually turned white, silver fur appeared on his body, and his pupils became goldened, while his muscles bulged fiercely. But that wasn't all. The colors on his body were changing, and a powerful divine force enveloped him instantly, radiating a golden light. Vegeta felt this golden holy light and frowned, realizing that this immense divine power was far stronger than his Super Saiyan deep blue form. In an instant, Scott completed his transformation, his golden white hair exuding a fierce aura as he said with a faint smile, "Vegeta, it's your turn now." Vegeta snorted coldly, feeling that Scott was merely posturing. If he truly had such strength, Vegeta would teach him a lesson, yet he couldn't afford to be careless. Vegeta clenched his fists and roared, a powerful energy aura shooting skyward as he entered the 5th stage of Super Saiyan, although his form was not yet perfect. However, he couldn't worry about that. All he wanted was to obliterate his opponent, and in an instant, fierce purple energy began to surge from his body. Indeed, Vegeta's self-ultimate intent had reached considerable heights, and instantly his fur turned purple and his pupils deepened. However, he did not enter the transformation of Super Saiyan Deep Blue, as his stamina could not support the continuous use of 3 forms. He intended to hold back a bit. Vegeta appeared somewhat arrogant and unrestrained. His gaze and smile carried a hint of wicked charm as he coldly stared at Scott. Scott suddenly broke into applause, sensing that Vegeta had likely comprehended the law of destruction, for the overwhelming aura of destruction was palpable to anyone. Scott said lightly, "Very well, your strength hasn't disappointed me. Now let's begin." Vegeta revealed a mocking expression, surprised that his opponent remained so calm. Vegeta declared, "You arrogant fool, only one of us can live. You prepare to die." Vegeta's steps halted, and he instantly transformed into a bolt of golden purple lightning, rushing forward and delivering a powerful punch at Scott. Scott blocked with his hand and countered with his left, then became a shadow, appearing behind Vegeta and delivering a kick. Vegeta had not expected Scott's speed to be so fast. Vegeta was sent flying, wiping his mouth as he thought that his opponent was indeed not simple, as Scott's reflexes were incredibly quick, and he would retaliate while receiving his attacks. In the next moment, Scott's figure vanished, instantly appearing behind Vegeta, grabbing his arm in an attempt to crush it, but Vegeta grinned. He turned to Scott, opened his mouth, and a beam of purple energy surged forth. Scott had not anticipated this move. Boom. This vast area turned into dust with all existing buildings and trees reduced to ashes. However, in the next moment, Vegeta had already locked onto Scott's position. Although that previous move had remarkable effects, its damage was not substantial. He flew above Scott, raising his hands with an enormous destructive energy ball forming above him. His muscles began to bulge and golden lightning spread around. He immediately hurled the destructive energy ball at Scott. He couldn't just sit back. He unleashed his own energy, gathering energy waves toward Vegeta's destructive ball. Boom. The collision of this powerful energy began to gradually dismantle the planet, and others on the battlefield felt the might of Vegeta and Scott. Unexpectedly, it hadn't been long since the fight began, and they were already battling at such a level. Both sides had shown their trump cards while other battlefields were still in constant conflict. Vegeta looked at Scott, who had taken his destructive ball, grinning. He realized his attack still held the advantage as Scott's energy was being eroded. He said nonchalantly, "If this continues, you might just lose. Quickly show your trump card, Scott." Scott had not expected Vegeta's power to reach such a level. He had previously gathered data on Vegeta's combat abilities, but it was nowhere near as exaggerated as it was now. Vegeta intensified the energy output in his hands, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared, and the destructive ball surged toward Scott. Scott gritted his teeth and roared. He would not allow himself to fail. He finally unleashed his law power, the law of annihilation, a form of high-level law. He pushed off the ground, twisting his hands, instantly enhancing his attack power. The destructive ball's force converted into the power of his energy wave, and at that moment Scott revealed a smile. Vegeta felt a surge of determination. He realized that Scott had used a law causing the power of his energy ball to diminish, while the impact wave from his opponent grew stronger. However, Vegeta would not relent. Since Scott wanted to use this method, he would meet force with force. A multitude of auras from the Law of Destruction surrounded Vegeta as the destructive energy ball gradually intensified and grew larger. The momentum of the fifth stage of Super Saiyan was pushed to its limit, and Vegeta felt an intense anger as he recalled the circumstances under which he had been killed by this group of people. Regardless of the reasons, it was this determination to utterly annihilate his opponent that made Vegeta's eyes turn fierce, his Law of Destruction and destructive power growing even stronger. A powerful purple light shot up from Vegeta, instantly turning this planet to dust. He could not care about anything else. He was determined to kill his opponent. Boom. Scott hadn't anticipated Vegeta's ruthlessness. His power was unleashed without reservation, and Scott found himself completely at a disadvantage. The destructive ball's attack was about to engulf Scott. Gritting his teeth, Scott looked at the gigantic destructive ball before him, shouting, "I will not lose. I will never lose, especially not to you, the defeated Vegeta." Vegeta felt infuriated upon hearing this. He never expected this guy to be so tough. Today he would eliminate Scott right here. This was like adding fuel to the fire for Vegeta. He pushed off the ground, his muscles wrapped in purple lightning, while the power of the Law of Destruction was pushed to its limit. Vegeta would not give Scott any chance to breathe. Who knew what devious tricks Scott would use against him? Looking at Scott still holding up his destructive energy sphere, he smirked. "You were so proud at the beginning. I must admit that for your age you are indeed commendable. On your planet you truly deserve the title of genius." Scott listened to Vegeta's words. Undoubtedly this was humiliation, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "I have not undergone any gene enhancement because I want to become stronger through my own cultivation, not through other means." Vegeta snorted coldly. "That has nothing to do with me. Right now all I want is for you to die." Vegeta's destructive energy sphere was gradually closing in on Scott. Boom. The destructive energy sphere exploded, and Vegeta quickly dodged this area to avoid being affected. However, during his flight, he saw Scott's speed was incredibly fast. His eyes narrowed slightly. This was the law of speed. Vegeta did not expect Scott to comprehend a second law, but the previous explosion had also taken its toll on Scott despite his quick reaction speed. Scott's body was in tatters, blood visible on his forehead. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, glaring viciously at Vegeta across from him. Vegeta chuckled. "It seems that attack left you in quite a predicament. Will unleash whatever abilities you have left, but I doubt you possess any." Scott glared fiercely at Vegeta. If it weren't for his quick reaction earlier escaping from that area under the law of speed, he would have been obliterated. Scott now contemplated Vegeta's power was extreme.